Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 7 of the series. Chapter 253, 250, Sky World Lightning Tribulation. Standing in the expansive courtyard of his sky palace, Wei Wuyin was dressed in loose shorts and a white shirt. He had learned his lesson from the previous set of tribulations, allowing enough space for ease of movement of his little buddy. Furthermore, he was fully ready to experience whatever came. Be it him or some other odd experience. He could hear the hopelessly failing sound of stifled laughter from Kratos and the openly uproarious laughter of Ori. King was characteristically silent, alongside Eden, but he felt their mocking thoughts. For a moment, he felt as if he was being pranked and his expression darkened. They couldn't have done that on purpose, right? As he continued thinking about it, his suspicions grew. Unfortunately, the four didn't allow him to ruminate on the circumstances too deeply as Oriana took the first step. He felt the subtle rumbling of his divine elemental astral core. This rumbling quickly escalated until it became exceptionally prominent. The Sky World Lightning Tribulation was unlike the Mortal Star Formation Tribulation as it was exceptionally swift by normal standards. In fact, it was the quickest astral tribulation amongst the 9. It was accompanied by a single lightning bolt. Normally, this lightning bolt was unavoidable. You can either withstand it with your physical body as it coursed through your meridians, flesh, and blood, and survive or perish in the midst of it. There were no other options. But he knew now that the astral tribulations were mostly beneficial to a cultivator. Likely, only the realm world, temporal eye, and star core astral tribulations were purely destructive. According to the records recorded during the King of Everlore's era, only by unquestionably conquering these trials could one ascend. Withstanding it merely led to an endless bombardment that would lead to inevitable death. It was this very reason why the realm world phase was considered an obstacle no expert wished to face. Even during the Mortal Star Formation Tribulation, you can escape. If you did, you'd keep your life but remain unable to fully advance. As for the other astral tribulations, withstanding it to your limits was acceptable as long as you survived. This was especially so for the Soul Idol and Spatial Resonance astral tribulations. They were divided into 9 levels, and a cultivator could cancel them at any time after the first level's success. Of course, they had to withstand the tribulation entirely if they chose to face the next level. But it was a choice of their own making. Whether they lived or died was dependent on whether they had a solid understanding of their innate potential and strength. In fact, each set of dual tribulations from 1 and 2, 3 and 4, 5 and 6, as well as 7, 8, and 9 might have calculated themes. He found it interesting how the 3rd and 4th astral tribulations were reflections of one's spiritual potential and innate compatibility with spatial energies. There was no such thing for any other tribulation, so it was quite out of the ordinary. It was probably these 2 tribulations' results that were the most crucial when conquering the 7th astral tribulation. Regardless, he now faced the Sky World Lightning Tribulation. Instantly, he was once again graced with a familiar feeling. It was as if he had returned to the Myriad continent, at the strange coup d'état event that was also a supposedly forced wedding. There, the world went silent and everyone could feel this looming pressure and force exert on their thoughts and bodies. They would forcibly have their attention dragged away and lifted to the skies. Even now, his head lifted. But before he saw nothing, now he saw the ambient mana twist into a cloud-like existence. It was dense and chaotically surged about as if it was brewing an unfathomable existence. The color of this cloud was black, jet black like night, eye-snatching to behold, and the size of a continental flat Earth. It was still growing but never infringed on the planet's atmospheric layer. It remained within the dark void. It loomed at the edges of the outermost sky layer, seemingly intending to crash down and crush everything. The sound of its continuous and endless growth was heart-palpitating. Wei Wuin's eyes narrowed as he heard the sounds of crackling and golden lightning bolts moving within the cloud, like slithering serpents. The overwhelming pressure facing this trial was fundamentally different than being an unassuming spectator of an unseen event. Why is it growing? Wei Wuin had met the Mortal Star Formation Tribulation and its size was unimaginably inconsistent. It seemed as if it was far, far, far away, and then as close as possible. It confused him and even overtook his visual perception entirely at one point. When he grasped the coinciding intent relating to the mortal star that formed, he could manipulate its size freely and even itself. But this cloud seemed to be composed of mana from the dark void, condensing into a jet-black mass that would horrify children. I'm controlling it. Yeah. Yeah. Ori was energetic, fearless before the trial as it excitedly exclaimed. Wei Wuyin instantly started. Controlling it. It could control the tribulation. What are you controlling? Its size? Why? Wei Wuyin bombarded it with 3 questions, his heart filled with curiosity. He looked up and found that the size of the mass had already expanded to the size of 2 average continental flat Earths. It was still growing. Bigger the cloud, bigger the benefits. 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 Ori's astral core was constantly rumbling, obviously in action to prod the tribulation. Benefits. Wei Wuin's eyes brightened. He recalled the records mentioned of the astral core realm's 2nd stage, the Sky Ruler phase. He didn't know what that meant. He knew that the astral core would be refined by the resulting lightning, and so would the innate energies within, but he didn't know that the 2nd astral tribulation varied in difficulty. While he pondered, he hadn't realized that this wasn't a solo effort. The other 3 astral cores were connected and played a faint trick on the tribulation to up its difficulties. There were no differences in difficulty between cultivators or additional benefits normally within the 2nd astral tribulation, but that didn't mean it couldn't be manipulated. Before he could find out an answer, the cloud had grown to 4 times the size of an average continental flat Earth. When he observed the cloud, there wasn't a hint of fear in his heart, but he felt as if this manipulation or so-called benefits was about to change his identity as a cultivator. That he was about to break the fundamental conventions of cultivation with this. These astral souls of his, they were taking their cultivation path with incomparable seriousness. When the jet-black mana cloud stopped growing, the sound of lightning crackling ceased as the lightning that was as thick as mountains started to uniformly gather at the center. Just as he was about to externalize, Ori immediately responded with, "No need. No need." As if reading his mind. He stayed still and remained quiet, curiosity and interest seething within his heart. Looking towards the center of this unfathomably large cloud that seemed to be gathering and concentrating a bolt of lightning, he still felt no fear. Then, it happened. Without prior indication, without any form of warning, a lightning bolt as thin as a man descended from the cloud and traversed the vast space between them before he could blink. No, before he could process a hint of movement. He was struck. But he didn't feel numb or pain from this lightning bolt. He found that the lightning bolt that was as golden and gave off a mystical feeling as if it contained the quintessence of the world itself was condensed into a golden pellet by a 7-colored light and halted at his glabella. It was merely a millimeter away from touching his forehead. When he finally caught up, all he saw was the golden pellet that seemed to contain endless lightning within it. It was surrounded by alchemical force, having been instantly contained and transformed into a pellet. The looming cloud above dissipated as if it expended all its energies. What is that? He questioned Ori, but he got no response. As he asked again, he felt a rumbling once more from his dantian, but it wasn't Ori. It was King. He had immediately started his astral tribulation at this moment. He lifted his eyes and once more saw the jet-black cloud seemingly reappear, slowly growing until it became as large as 3 times an average continental flat Earth. It was 1 size smaller than before. He came to realize that Ori had gone completely silent, entirely unresponsive. He frowned, questioning King. TCH. Was his only reply. In the end, he just decided to let them do whatever they wanted. While they needed him for comprehension, execution, and as a host, they were sentient existences that had their own thoughts, he had to accept this fact. For now, he simply wanted to survive the calamities of hell. They could handle their own cultivation. As expected, they did. King's tribulation acted the same, and the golden lightning that descended was gathered into a pellet and absorbed by the other, becoming a larger pellet with what seemed to be 7 times the astral tribulation's sky world lightning. King soon became quiet too, then Kratos acted. A cloud 2 times the size of an average continental flat Earth was created. It was followed by the same event. Wei Wuyin couldn't even react or see the lightning descend. He imagined this was the case for everyone else at his cultivation level. They likely had to withstand the lightning within their bodies as their astral core slowly absorbed it, allowing it to refine them. If they survived the lightning and refinement, they would ascend into the second stage of the astral core realm, becoming a sky ruler. The last to initiate their tribulation was Eden, who kept the lightning pellet that contained 9 times the normal lightning within. This time it was a normal-sized cloud, and its lightning flashed at the same speed as before. 10 times the golden sky world lightning was contained and transformed into a pellet. Eden seemed to be undergoing the same unresponsive situation as the rest. Before it did, it said, "This will hurt." Then the golden pellet smashed into his glabella before he could react. His entire sky palace flared with endless golden light that others couldn't see or perceive with any of their senses. It was as if he was drowned in, his figure vanishing within. The lightning coursed through his meridians, blood, bones, flesh, and muscles. All of his vital organs, his sea of consciousness, and even his teeth were infused with this lightning. There wasn't an inch on his body that wasn't touched by this lightning. It affected his nerves and caused what should have been mind-destroying pain. The pain, if given to men hardened by war, death, and battles, might cause them to surrender their lives for the peacefulness of death. They would beg for its sweet embrace. But Wei Wuyin. He stood quietly, engulfed in this lightning, and feeling the pain coursing through his body. Lifting his trembling arms and hands, he felt the pain stab into every aspect of his existence. He casually shrugged his shoulders, "Not even a tenth as painful as I thought." He suffered heaven-stabbing pain before, for nearly an entire day, and was burned alive. He felt the pain of the entire world's information penetrate his thoughts. This pain. It felt like a tickle by a pickle. As he waited, his astral cores finally started to revolve and evenly absorb the golden lightning into them, refining themselves. As Wei Wuyin saw the lightning retreat away from his body, his silver eyes were brightly lit as he noticed that his fleshy body could freely interact with the world's ambient mana at will. With a push of his arm, the world's ambient mana similarly moved alongside it. It was as if he had finally jumped into a pool on the other side. This was the lightning granted the physical body, an unprecedented connection with the world's ambient mana. This was a sky ruler. With a thought, the world's ambient mana moved alongside him. This wasn't an exertion of his astral force, spiritual force, or any type of force, but purely his mental thoughts. Clenching his hand into a fist, he felt the ambient mana harden around it. If I wanted, I could use sky pressure and crush someone to death with a thought. He now fully knew why Wu Jiao could cause Long Chen's allies to explode with a wave and a glance. How exceptional! While it wasn't strong to the point of invincibility, Wei Wuyin felt that ordinary qi condensation realm cultivators, regardless of their stage, could be killed with a single thought. If he pushed his limits, even astral core realm experts at the first stage might be turned into bloody mush. He inspected his astral cores. They were golden, and their 4mm sizes hadn't changed. Why did you guys need lightning equivalent to 10 tribulations? This meant they were experiencing at least 2.5 tribulations each of refinement. This was obviously beneficial to him, so he had no disagreements with their path. Wait. It wasn't that simple. As he looked closer, he realized they were linked and constantly sharing their energies. What are you guys trying to do? The more he asked himself this, the more he felt that his cultivation path was about to defy common sense. After a full hour, he found out why. Chapter 254, 251, Mana. Chapter 254, 251, Mana. Mana. A single word, yet it was infinitely profound. To cultivators who've stepped into the qi condensation realms, their steps on the path of cultivation relied on it heavily. It had many other names, but amongst cultivators, the word mana had a unique Tao charm of truth. What did it mean? What was mana? It starts at the 6th stage of qi condensation, the false reality phase. To ascend to that level, one needed to sense mana, absorb mana, and use it to facilitate the fusion of yin and yang energies. This bestowed cultivators the ability of creation. The metaphysical qi they produce can interact with the world with it, sustain itself for long periods of time, and much more. Some call it world qi, as Wei Wuyin originally did. Long Chen had called it essence. Not the essence of heaven and earth that's used to cultivate, but the essence of the world. It acted as the agent to bind energies, allowing all things to interact, bind, transform, change, and exist. Others referred to it as a unique vibration that exists perpetually in the world, impacting all things, allowing a subtle resonance between yin, yang, and all energies in existence. Without mana within an object, that object will inevitably vanish into nothing, having no true effect on the world itself. This was the case for those below the 6th stage of the chi condensation realm. By absorbing a minute amount of mana, a cultivator starts their truest path of cultivation. They turn the world's mana into their own personalized mana via refinement. The spirit within the heart of chi absorbs the world's mana, refines it, and the spirit transforms. With this mana, it can now merge with the energies of the world. This opened the path to the 8th stage of the chi condensation, the infused spirituality phase, where spirit merges with the heart of chi, becoming a natal soul. It can be considered a legitimate existence to the world. The very next step of cultivation from this point is to reinforce the natal soul, chi essence. Chi essence required the intermixing of the natal soul's core energies and the world's mana refined continuously, and then the natal soul would birth a mode of it. By reabsorbing this chi essence changes the compositional state of the natal soul. The strength and potential of which is defined by mortal states, from 1st to 9th. If chi essence's composition can be determined as 99.9% natal soul's energies and 0.01% of the world's mana, then the final essence that produces a zenith mortal state is the exact opposite. The extreme concentration of mana initiates an evolution of unimaginable proportions. The resulting metaphysical chi and astral force reaches a similar extreme degree of quality and potential. The more connected the natal soul was connected to the world, the more benefits received from the mortal star formation tribulation. Wei Wuyin experienced this firsthand as he received the design for elemental origin intent, saber intent, elemental heart intent, and saber heart intent. While he hadn't been able to comprehend elemental heart intent due to lacking 3 intents for fire, water, and wind, he received the full overview and was enlightened towards saber heart intent and elemental origin intent. He knew that those of the lower mortal state would receive less clarity and likely lack a full overview of the designs to comprehend these intents, but not the zenith mortal state. Mana was too essential for cultivators, and it existed in everything. Mana wasn't just there to hold together the world, it was much more profound than simply that. Wei Wuyin felt that each independent Tao had its own mana. The Tao's mana stabilizes itself in this world, but they didn't act against the world's. In fact, it might even allow its existence with glee. This was primarily because of the heavenly Taos. When he absorbed the punishment of the heavenly Taos after killing Yuan Longshi, turning karmic sin for killing a blessed into karmic luck, his celestial eyes observed another type of unique substance that was constructing the punishment together. It hadn't controlled the world's mana, it rode it. This was further substantiated when his mortal stars during the tribulations for Kratos and Eden. The moment they initiated their tribulations, they experienced vastly different changes. Firstly, the alchemic Eden astral souls, or Eden, tribulation had directly descended into his mind. As for Kratos, it took him on a trip through time and space. He still didn't know if it was real or not, but his memories were divided into 2 different lives. While these lives weren't massively different, what he experienced had subtle effects in his past the more he inspected these memories. The only issue was he couldn't verify if he was in his timeline or the other one currently. They both led to the same ends. Now, as he observed his astral souls, he realized their action of accumulating the golden lightning was the same as gathering a uniquely high-quality concentration of the world's mana. The golden lightning baptized his body and mind, allowing him to control the ambient mana. This was the sky pressure those in the sky ruler phase was renowned for. He could, at will, walk on the ambient mana like the golden. He could touch it, twist it, gather it, and disperse it. He became a ruler of the world's mana, and it was a feeling that felt as if he ruled the entire world. The phase's name was aptly termed, and he felt divine. As for astral souls, they were using the golden lightning and the core energies of each other to refine it, over, and over, and over. It was constant and a foreman effort. They're trying to create chi essence. As he noted their actions, he realized that the golden lightning was just high-quality mana that exceeds the ambient mana of the world, concentrated and transformed. They were refining this golden lightning mana using the same process of creating essence. But he had never heard of such a thing. While he knew there were alchemical products that can enhance a natal/astral soul's mortal state, he'd never once seen a recipe that refined mana with astral core realm level of energies. In fact, it was possible to do so, but the result would be pointless. Practically speaking, how could cultivators not try? After all, no one wished to remain with a weak foundation if there was an alternative, but it simply wasn't useful. It wasn't that an astral soul's state can't change, but the principle of mana phasing existed. This principle states that when chi or astral force lacks sufficient quality of mana, below the world's mana slowly ebbs away the personalized mana. This causes the chi and astral force's compositional energies, physical, spiritual, mental, and essence to slowly deteriorate at their seams and disperse. This was a principle even Wu Jiao understood. It's the very reason cultivators find it difficult to obtain permanence in their ability to create. When chi or astral force, supported by personalized refined mana at the zenith level, equates to the same level of strength as the world's mana, it negates the principle of mana erosion. The world's mana could no longer eat away at and reclaim the personally refined mana of others. But the problem lies in the energy of the astral core realm level, even the weakest. It exceeds the limits that the world's mana can withstand. Trying to refine it was going to cause it to disperse. Furthermore, chi essence was like trying to change the body constitution of a 7-meter giant with a drop of water. There simply wasn't any point. An astral soul has been transformed by the unique energies of the mortal star formation tribulation, and this makes it difficult to change. Only the Tao of alchemy can interact and create unique existences like the Everlore ascension pills can alter an astral soul's constitution post-transformation. The energies within are compatible and influence the astral soul in ways cultivators can barely conceive. To replicate this effect with their own power. Impossible. At least, impossible for those at the astral core realm. Above. He didn't know. The golden lightning mana is a stronger version of the world's mana. You four want to change your astral soul's mortal state. He deduced their intentions immediately, trying to create personalized mana that exceeded the normal world's mana limits. No wonder they needed so much golden lightning and even tricked it using their auras. If it wasn't for their force dormant state after initiating their astral tribulation, he had no doubt these four would be more brazen. They might stack thousands or hundreds of thousands if they could. The thought caused him to shiver slightly. While 10 of these things hurt little, he couldn't imagine so many entering his body. It's here. His celestial eyes brightened as he observed their final efforts. What was going to happen? Chapter 255, 252, New State, Zenith Origin State. Chapter 255, 252, New State, Zenith Origin State. Wei Wuyan's arms sprayed and his body felt light. Endless colorful lights were erupting from his every orifice, causing his figure to become immersed in light. His four astral souls had simultaneously completed their refinement, their speed and actions were synchronized as if pre-planned. He felt the newfound power that they refined invigorate his fleshy body. It was awesome. For a moment, he felt free. Free from all burdens. Free from life. Free from death. He felt enlightened, an existence no longer a part of this world. It was as if he was his own world, the beginning of a new world. His astral souls were brightly lit, emitting this powerful light as they absorbed the golden lightning mana they refined. This wasn't what Wei Wuyan was feeling. It was what they were feeling. For a moment, all his senses, thoughts, and aura vanished. They vanished from this world and were remade anew. It seemed to last for an eternity as he floated in the world without a sense of self. Then. Split. He felt himself created, 4 different times in 4 different ways. In one of these creations, he embodied the truest source of a saber. It was domineering, tyrannical, endlessly sharp, and creates rules, laws, and existences that conformed with its existence. Everything in this created world matched its qualities. There weren't any abnormalities. Wei Wuyan could feel himself travel through this world, going to any location with a mere thought. He held a saber in his hand, and it seemed to dominate the world. Casually, he waved his hand, and a sun composed of fiery saber light was created. With another wave, he created a river that controlled the souls of deceased sabers. As he continued, he felt like a god. However, he knew this power originated from the saber in his hand. It was the true god of this world, and it created everything to its desire. Everything was a saber and a saber was everything. Is this the saber Tao? Or something else? He felt odd, and his first instinctual thought was to call this ability, the way the world conforms, a Tao. Slowly, he started to regain his sense of self. The saber in his hand was facilitating his immersive awakening, bringing him back to himself. He glanced at the saber that created suns, planets, a river for deceased sabers, and more. King. TCH. The sound was explosive and world-crumbling. Wei Wuyin felt his entire body zoom past this newly created world and shot out of bounds. He entered a dark void that contained absolute nothingness, but where he came from, he saw a spherical object. At the center of this spherical object was a single saber. Astral core. World C. Just as he came to this conclusion, he abruptly experienced a burning, chilling, searing, electrifying, heavy, soft, hard, and fragrant-filled light. He turned his head and realized he was directly approaching a white spherical object. Before he could react, he pierced into it. When he arrived, he observed an entire world of elements. The 9 elements raged, and even unique elements were shifting about. He saw verdant green lightning that struck the earth, creating endless trees in its wake. These trees emitted lightning that shot upwards from time to time. There was a storm of fire that instantly froze anything it came across, consuming all heat it came in contact with instantly. There were countless other variations, each weirder than the next. Now, he felt more certain. He had entered the world of his astral cores. However, this world was already created. Above was a white sun that contained all 9 elements, shifting endlessly above without constant form, and it ruled over everything within this world. It was this world's god. Is this what an astral soul sees? Is this their lives? To act as gods for their own created worlds. He was astonished to the extreme by this. Even with his connection, he never knew this. He merely drew energies from these worlds, creating astral force and manipulating it. No wonder it's called the World C phase. After his amazement, he pouted slightly. No wonder they were unsatisfied with not reaching the limits of their worlds. How selfish. The moment he thought this, he felt the brilliant rays of light from the white, ever-shifting sun. Out. 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 Wei Wuyin heard this voice and smiled. King kicked him out after a while, but only after showing him what he was capable of. After that, he was sent out. It seemed these astral souls of his were quite territorial. And King was a showboater. And quite rude. Wei Wuyin bitterly smiled as he got the message from Ori. He willed his current form away, exiting out of the world. But when he did, staying at the edge of this world, he realized there were only these 2 worlds here. He couldn't sense or connect with Eden or Kratos. Well, even if he could, he didn't want to enter Kratos's world. He didn't know if he'll be sent to some ungodly journey through time once again. Moreover, he realized that in the divine elemental astral core, there was an outline of his body there. He felt connected to it entirely. If he wanted, he could shift back into it with a mere exertion of his will. His eyes brightened as he turned to the divine saber astral core, noting the same feeling. It seemed that when he felt himself split into 4 different pieces, these pieces were like shells for which his mind could enter. As for now, he was merely a wad of indistinguishable light. This was the basic form of his thoughts, the truest shape of one's thoughts. That being said, while he didn't understand exactly how or what was happening, he did know what King and Ori were experiencing at the moment. Within their bodies was a newfound power, and it seemed capable of birthing worlds. Whatever it was, it allowed him to visit these worlds. Perhaps it was an unintended side effect, but he soon connected with his actual body and felt it. He was currently standing completely absent-minded, his mind had been condensed in its entirety somehow and brought into his dantian. This was his mental incarnation. He had performed these before, but only in his sea of consciousness. Now, he felt as if his mental energies can exist anywhere and solidify into anything. He might even be able to project his consciousness beyond his body. While he felt it was possible, he had no intention to test this out. After all, that didn't have any purpose besides causing his body to become completely useless. He closed his eyes and connected with his second mind. Immediately, his second mind awakened. As if feeling an abruptly vacant void, it instantly took over his mind. He felt the connection and felt surreal. He now had dual vision. He had the vision of his Dantian and the outside world. With a little experimentation, he could control his second mind with utter ease. After a while, he sealed his second mind once more and returned to his sea of consciousness. When he fully returned, he felt a distinctive difference. This difference wasn't simply body-based, but the nearby ambient mana was quivering slightly to his presence. It wasn't out of fear, but excitement. It reminded him of how he felt after completing his 9th-grade pill, producing the stellar manifestation of the mortal sovereign. He stretched his body, and even without thought, the mana of the world moved alongside him. He was startled. Ambient mana, normally, didn't move. It was still and constant. The only time it shifted or changed was due to those at the Sky Ruler phase executing their sky pressure, something like Long Chen's Imperial Astral Soul's unique powers, when cultivators absorbed it, or an astral tribulation descended. Besides an external force, it never reacted. But his every movement seemed to become an external force, and this wasn't just movement, but excitement. He felt the ambient mana attempt to enter his pores, rubbing against his body as if begging to be let in. His left eyelids chaotically twitched. What was this? The sensation was incomparably awkward. He felt as if he was being molested. While that sounded strange to hear, it truly was the case. He used his sky pressure, exerting his will and pushing it away a little. Whoosh! Boo! His action produced an unexpected reaction that was incomparably volatile and violently explosive. The ambient mana shook and leapt actively into every direction away from him, violently crashing against his sky palace. The protective formations and arrays activated, but it was useless as it toppled. In seconds, the gushing cascade of ambient mana caused his entire sky palace to be reduced to rubble. Both his eyelids twitched chaotically and uncontrollably. He looked around him, realizing the devastation that was brought by a single desire. These arrays and formations would make it difficult for third-stage astral core realm cultivators to destroy his sky palace. But now, he felt like crying but had no tears. This is abnormal. The ambient mana came rushing back as if ignoring his previous desire, filling the space he occupied. When it reached 2 inches away from him, it once more became excited and started its very uncomfortable rubs once more. Despite this sensation, he realized his control over the world's mana was far, far greater than before. Furthermore, the ambient mana seemed to be attracted to him as if wanting to return home. He hurriedly sought an explanation from his astral souls, but they were still undergoing their transformations. He sighed softly, but a voice resounded. Origin essence. Zenith origin state. It was Eden. After this, it went back to slumbering as if trying very hard to achieve the best possible transformation. Wei Wuyan's heart raced uncontrollably. Did they, just? Since he started his tribulation, he felt that his cultivation base was going to veer away from the norm, likely jumping beyond his current limits. Was this it? And if so, what will this transformation lead to? A constant bombardment of endless, thunderous, and explosive excitement erupted within his heart, mind, and soul. He was thrilled to find out. Chapter 253, Eye of Truth, World's Trend. The destruction of his sky palace was quite detrimental to him. In this unintentional act of destruction, he had leveled everything from his alchemy room to his bedroom, and even his study. He had kept quite a few notes, scrolls, and books there with his ideas and thoughts on various methods. Essentially, he placed his legacy here. In the off chance he died abruptly, those of the sect would find and immortalize these written documents in the Martial King's Dao Palace and other libraries for the future generation. As such, while he was excited about his newfound power over the ambient mana, he was bitter in his heart. With the utmost haste, he tried to salvage what he could. The entire Sky Palace collapsed, but there was barely any damage to his records. They were merely dusty and a little worse for wear but intact. After a quick sweep, he was met with the arrival of several members of the sect. They were prime imperial sages and heavenly commanders. They watched the destruction with shock in their eyes, unsure of what to make of this. A figure amongst them, a middle-aged beastman with turquoise gills and scales, called out to Wei Wuyan. Heavenly King Wei, what happened? His name was Blue, and he was a heavenly commander of the Extreme Creation Mountain. He was particularly skilled in the Tao of design, possessing influence and status as an architect of formations and arrays surrounding water energies and forces. When the others landed and saw Wei Wuyin dressed in loose shorts and a t-shirt, they were confused and concerned. This young heavenly king of theirs, this prince of Everlore, always had various events happening around him. These events ranged from impressive to catastrophic. Regardless, they were always intense. Wei Wuyin glanced at Blue, an awkward look on his face. He couldn't explain that he flexed a little and caused this accidentally, right? In the end, it was best to cover this up. I've grown tired of this sky palace. I want a new one built, sturdier, and more impressive. His expression changed as he released an imposing and dissatisfied aura. Blue started. Sturdier? More impressive? This sky palace took 3 decades of non-stop effort to create. He wanted to cry but no tears came. If it was anyone else of Wei Wuyin's age, he might have slapped him silly for purposefully destroying decades of work. But it was Wei Wuyin, the Prince of Everlore, a heavenly king, and favorite of the grand imperial sages. He blew a hole in the sky, used the innate energies of the world for concoction, and had already concocted an 8th-grade pill before 50 years old. It was best if he restrained his thoughts and catered to his desires. Who knows, in the future, he might benefit from this decision. With a nod, he said solemnly, I agree. This sky palace was poorly constructed and is unworthy of being in the 8th grade. I'll personally have someone construct a better replacement immediately. Wei Wuyin was a little startled inwardly. He wasn't ignorant of the work put into the sky palace, but it was for the best to admit intentional action than an unintentional fault in his eyes. Why? He didn't know, but he knew it'll lead to better results. He nodded, about to head to that old man's sky palace when his footsteps halted. He glanced at his right arm, feeling shocked in his heart. Was he just influenced? Lifting his arm, he noted there was no deduction of karmic luck value. However, he was certainly influenced. To act without a stable reason in a certain direction, purely based on instinct. This was the basis of influence, right? His silver eyes darkened considerably, a hint of uncertainty within his eyes. Is it possible? He looked up from his arm, his celestial eyes observing the ambient mana that was faintly excited. It had calmed down somewhat, his will keeping it away with the gentlest of a push. There's no way, right? The confusion in his eyes became even greater, the degree of uncertainty nearly becoming solid. He turned back and saw Blue inspecting the damage, his spiritual sense diligently observing the scene. Wei Wuyin knew he was seeing if any of the formation or array foundations could be salvaged. Noticing his gaze, Blue lifted his eyes to see Wei Wuyin stare. With a smile, he nodded. As if saying, I'll handle this matter. Don't worry. Wei Wuyin kept his expression unchanged, but his heart shook. The celestial eyes of spiritual divinity's eye of truth was described as being able to view the trend of the world, origin of all things, and unseen divinities. At first, I thought it meant becoming a seer, like Ming Shufeng, but the wording in the manual was very oddly structured. The trend of the world. What did that mean exactly? Fate. Destiny. Heavenly Dao's will. Originally, it seemed to be about those 3 things, but as he learned and comprehended mana to a greater extent, it might be simpler yet more profound. Could mana be used to read the trend of the world? Or was it the spy of the world, allowing a guesstimate of what could happen? When he saw the excited mana surrounding him, wanting to rub against and enter his pores, he realized that it might have allowed him to subconsciously perceive a trend of certain actions. If it wasn't for his deep understanding of how it feels to be influenced subtly to the point of near non-existence, he would have missed it. With the bloodline of sin, whenever the heavenly Daos affected him, it would jolt him with a surge of pain and lead him to a conclusion to introspect his thoughts, beliefs, and memories to gauge what was not his own, had been twisted, or removed. The bloodline of sin only works for heavenly Daos. Then, the eye of truth has to be a force that it can't sense. It might be because the eye of truth had already become a part of him, but the true question in his heart was, why now? Was it the zenith origin state of his astral souls? Was it his sky pressure strength or compatibility with the world's mana? Did he finally meet some needed qualifications to view the trend of the world? And why was it so unclear? Why did it come as a subconscious feeling as if he was influenced? He pondered for an hour on the spot, not moving an inch. His eyes were bright at times and dim others. Only after an hour did his mind seem to click with a eureka moment. It was information. When he crossed the void, he received a vast amount of information that encapsulated to the entire world. He knew it was merely a moment and was essentially a photo, but he couldn't process it. How could he? He was merely a mortal. His computational skills and processing limits couldn't grasp everything in the world, even if it was for a single moment. Matter of fact, a single air particle was so complex his head felt as if it was going to explode. The eye of truth is the processor, and it simplifies things for me to understand, sending it to my mind. I don't know the how, when, where, what, or who, but I do know that it'll lead to something beneficial to me. This is what I feel with the utmost clarity of my sanity. It's definitely different from the forced interference of the heavenly Daos. It's more natural. No one is influenced, simply the world's trend that should happen then would be its end result. He felt as if a stifled wad of turbid air had left his chest. This was fantastical and needed to be further explored. He looked at Blue, who was currently surrounded by subordinates who he had called. It had already been an hour, and he was still diligently working. Wei Wuyin decided to reward him. His eyes brightened momentarily. He had felt the sensation again. It was subtle, near unnoticeable, but it was a feeling that this action was good for him or his sect. This feeling was mystical, and while it wasn't the ability to view the future, and it wasn't certain that worldly trend might be interfered with by an equal or greater power, the heavenly Daos for example, but it was beneficial for now. He soon left. When he soared in the skies without wind astral force, those inspecting or making various calculations regarding building a new palace were violently startled. Sky Ruler. Blue noticed this immediately, his eyes bulging slightly. No way. A Sky Ruler at less than 50 years of age. He's also a future Emperor Alchemist. How much of a monster must you be? In his heart, he decided to call in all his favors accumulated over the hundreds of years to establish the best sky palace in the shortest amount of time. He had to make a good impression. Chapter 257, 254, Deshan. Chapter 257, 254, Deshan. Like the passing of time, the change of seasons was unstoppable, causing 15 months and come and go. These 15 months were eventful, merely due to the preparation of the monarch spirit trials that was announced. These trials were a series of contests that challenged resourceful, cultivation, and innate talent. It was devised as a way to select the one who will receive Wei Wuin's spatial spirit pill. This pill had caused a storm amongst the young geniuses, especially since it was an 8th grade product. It was highly possible that despite living for 1,000 years, they might never personally see one. After all, there were so little alchemic emperors in this world. In fact, there were less than 20. Moreover, the only one that belonged to the myriad monarch sect exclusively was Tua Bihan, the grand imperial sage of the extreme creation mountain, and widely considered as the strongest human cultivator of his level. The possibility that they could gain his notice was far too impossible. Even if it was so, the chances of them obtaining an 8th grade product for their cultivation from him was incredibly unlikely. This monarch spirit trials was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that couldn't be ignored. They cultivated to the extreme after the announcements, using their family's resources to train to their limits while obtaining various trump cards. Today was the monarch spirit trials, and it was held on the planet Unia. It was named after the wife of the Grand Monarch Wu Yu, the founder of the Myriad Monarch sect. In the Myriad Monarch astral territory, only 3 planets existed, and 2 of them were named to give Grand Monarch Wu Yu a lasting and honored reminder. The Myriad Monarch planet, Unia, and Wu Yu. These were the 3 planets within their astral territory, and one can easily tell that when it came to paying respects to the founder, they didn't hesitate. That being said, the Myriad Monarch sect originally dominated the entire starfield before, and the starfield was named the Imperial Heaven Starfield. Those in the know regarding the special lineage of the Grand Monarchs would understand its significance. That name was changed after their eventual decline and the San Clan's rise. It was later renamed to the Trivision Starfield. While various sky nobles, heavenly kings, even earthly elites were gearing up to participate in these trials that will most certainly push these youths to their limits, Wei Wuyin was elsewhere. His thoughts, desire, and current mindset had never touched the monarch spirit trials. In fact, he was touching something else with more impassioned actions. Ha, NNNF. Ah, YEH. MMNF. The sounds of moaning and groaning resounded ceaselessly from within a particular sky palace on the 7th level, within one of its many bedrooms. So deep, yeah, right there. Yes. Iowa. A feminine voice seemed to have reached a climax and voiced it to the world with deep energy. It shook the sky palace, the sounds kept concealed by various formations within, but the disturbance was notable to those with keen senses on the extreme demonic mountain. In this bedroom were two individuals who had just engaged in rough tango, their naked bodies covered in sweat, and the room was an absolute mess. They cuddled, and despite their difference in size and stature, it seemed to create a sensual picture. For the sights. Wei Wuyin stared at this gorgeous demon in his arms who snuggled on his chest with soft movements. Her light violet skin glistened thanks to her beads of fragrant sweat, and long violet hair cascaded down her back with a shimmer of faint light. Her soft long legs intertwined crossed his own, brushing it a little. Those gorgeous legs allowed her to stand beyond his, nearly 8 feet tall. His silver eyes flashed with a wisp of a smile as he lightly called out her name, Deshan. When she lifted her head to meet his eyes, revealing her exquisitely gorgeous jawline, golden irises, and full lips, he couldn't help but reach his hand over to grasp a handful of her. And it was a handful he couldn't fully contain. Again. Her eyes revealed a hint of arousal, expectant desire, and an unyielding to reveal weakness. When Wei Wuyin saw that faint competitiveness within her eyes, he moved his hand away and laughed. They had already been at it for 4 days and 3 nights, her exceptional stamina and endless desire to conquer him was a little too much. Soon. But, are you sure you don't want to participate in the monarch spirit trials? He asked. Deshan was a sky noble of the extreme demonic mountain, and a demon hybrid born from a human with a titan bloodline. Her demon lineage originated from a violet mountain demon. It was a small mountain that had received soul impartation and later cultivated to gain human form. Her innate strength was impressive, and many were deeply terrified of her every action or her tendencies to go berserk at the first provocation. However, to Wei Wuyin, she was quite different. She was a gorgeous, headstrong, and competitive beauty that had an unyielding will. They met 2 years ago when he visited the extreme demonic mountain after Eden expressed its interest. When he got there, he realized that Eden could absorb demonic energies with ease, even use it to cultivate. But the benefits weren't that great. In fact, since his alchemy talents had been revealed, they had barely used the ambient energies and essence to cultivate as it wasn't as refined, pure, and enriched as his products. So besides the recovery of energies, they didn't use it. However, this supported the idea that Eden's original form might have been close to becoming a demon. He knew that the tree of Eden had a mind, but it wasn't a legitimate demon. Demons are imparted souls in one way or another, born, and then have the ability to cultivate. The tree of Eden had existed for who knows how many years, yet it never cultivated a single day in its life, it wasn't able to. So having sentient thought and memories did not give one the ability to cultivate, which meant the tree of Eden had likely received demonic traits after becoming his spirit, and later natal soul. It might have been an indirect soul impartation. Regardless, this ability didn't offer many benefits to Wei Wuyin besides being able to live in the extreme demon mountain where it was engulfed with demonic energies. These energies were highly volatile to non-demons. Demonic energy was different from other energies, and it seemed to be rather unique. It could negatively influence the spirit, body, and mind. It can even drive one to become insane. There was speculation that it was a hybrid type of energy, different from elemental energies which originate from the material Tao, or Eden energies which stems from the mind Tao, or sword, battle, or slaughter energies as they match the ethereal Tao. Because it can affect all three simultaneously and be used to execute attacks on all three. In locations where the concentration of demonic energies are dense, it's known for being able to alter DNA, bloodline, and instigate changes in one's psyche. These would be random and impossible to predict mutations. The most fearful thing is that one doesn't become a demon due to these mutations. This has caused countless demons and other races to speculate that demonic energies don't stem from demons, but it simply suited them for cultivation easier. The vast majority of demons form demonic hearts of chi when they cultivate, and it has led to their exceptional combat strength beyond the norm. After all, demonic chi influences all aspects of cultivation just the same. Deshan had met him exploring the mountain. She hadn't expected a human to arrive in the homeland of demons within the myriad monarch sect. At this time, his identity wasn't that well known and not everyone knew how he looked. Regardless, she challenged him to a fight. At the time, she was a mere earthly elite disciple, her cultivation base at the second stage of the astral core realm. She directly questioned Wei Wuyin. One thing led to another and they fought, but they merely used their physical bodies. While Wei Wuyin hadn't wanted to, this woman was forceful beyond belief. In the end, he had to draconify, and only then did he exceed her slightly in pure physical strength. After clinching a triumphant and narrow victory, she was unwilling to quit. Of course, if she used her demonic force or sky pressure, Wei Wuyin would be facing an undefeatable enemy. But she didn't, and she challenged him again. In a week, he accepted and they fought again, but he won easier this time. Her shock was apparent, but Wei Wuyin was a cheater. He consumed all sorts of 7th-grade physical energies and physique-enhancing products beforehand, doubling his strength instantly. But she was relentless. In the end, their fists turned into talks which turned into, well, what they are now. He later helped her establish a 7-ring soul idol, and she became a soul idol cultivator, rising in the ranks as a sky noble. She was soon scheduled to attempt the Heavenly King's trial. If she succeeded, proving a superior combat strength in her cultivation, she would become a Heavenly King of the extreme demon mountain. Deshan's golden eyes looked into Wei Wuin's silver eyes that shone brilliantly with the faint rays of light entering their room. She said, "Do I need to participate? Will you not make me a spatial spirit pill?" Wei Wuin chuckled, using his hand to cup her face. She was quite beautiful, especially when she was direct like this. "Of course I will, but the Monarch Spirit Trials will have some good competition." "You don't want to?" Deshan pouted, laying her head on his chest and softly shook her head. "If I participate, I'll win, and then I'll be taking the opportunity to improve away from others." Wei Wuyin was speechless for a moment. Such confidence. But when he thought about the pills and elixirs she refined over the course of these 2 years, perhaps it was a little bit cheating. In terms of her innate energies, physical body, and cultivation base, she was quite ahead of others. Just a 7-ring soul idol exceeded Tuo Bihan and was the only one in the entire sect. He knew that she wasn't being entirely truthful, however. It was likely she had decided to stay behind for another reason. He didn't probe. Instead, he pulled her closer and kissed her forehead. Again. Her golden eyes sparkled, energy fueling her bright gaze. Unfortunately, just as they were about to continue their series of several day-long battles, Wei Wuin's 3-layered ring glowed. A little frustrated at the timing, he still decided to see what the message was. When he did, his eyes widened. Chapter 258-255, They Arrive. Chapter 258-255, They Arrive. The message he received spoiled his mood, his eyebrows furrowed and the light within his silver eyes flashed intermittently. Various thoughts circulated within, and this caused Deshan to notice. She held her thoughts of straddling Wei Wuyin aside as she asked, "Something's wrong." Those 2 words caused Wei Wuyin to be brought back to reality, his expression a little confused first before smiling at the gorgeous demon beside him. He lightly shook his head, caressing her violet hair, and responded, "I have to go." Those words were said gently and caused Deshan to realize the situation was likely an urgent one. She lifted her upper body and nodded. She wasn't the type of woman that needed a man's undivided attention, so she rose and ready to wash off the sweat that glistened her body. Wei Wuyin sighed in his heart as he got a full view of her bountiful assets. He clicked his tongue and closed his eyes. In the message, it was Tuo Bihan who had just informed him about the abrupt and eventful interruption that had occurred on Unia, directly before the Monarch Spirit Trials began. According to him, the Elemental Heaven Pavilion had arrived. They weren't alone. With the Alchemist Association alongside them, they brought up 2 matters that couldn't be ignored. Thus, he lifted his body off his bed and hurriedly cleaned his body with water energies infused with an alchemical elixir's fragrance. In a matter of seconds, he was thoroughly cleansed with an exquisite smell. With a set of clothes, donning his Heavenly King's robe, he left. The extreme demon mountain was infused with demonic energies year-round. These energies would induce all sorts of ill effects on humans, beastmen, and elves without a demonic lineage, but with a single breath, the demonic energies were absorbed by his meridians and thoroughly absorbed and directed into Eden. Eden processed these energies and converted them into supplements for his sea of consciousness, improving his mental abilities with every second, literally. While minute in increment, as time passed, he could double his mental abilities. Wei Wuyin enjoyed staying with Deshan in this environment, especially as a means to relax and de-stress. It was a suitable hideaway, and even demons in the extreme demon mountain were reclusive cultivation maniacs. Only someone like Deshan, outgoing, fierce, and competitive, would be seen traveling often throughout the sect, planet, or continents. Turning his head back towards her palace, he couldn't help but let reveal a soft smile. When a step, he soared through the sky like a black streak. His speed was exceptional, exceeding any sky ruler known in the starfield. The control, exertion levels, and sky pressure he possessed since his 4 astral souls reached the zenith origin state was stupendous. When he arrived at the first level of the extreme monarch mountain, Li Ling, a peak mortal captain elder and overseer of the myriad void gate, was already there waiting. She had recently received Wei Wuyin's transmission and hurriedly prepared the myriad void gate. She saw him, clearly aware of the events happening on Unia. She said, "Heavenly King Wei, they..." Her words were interrupted. "Open the void portal to Unia." Wei Wuyin didn't need an explanation. He already understood how the elemental heaven pavilion had arrived on Unia. It was clearly with the permission of the Grand Imperial Sages that they arrived. If not, how was it possible? But the Grand Imperial Sages would never allow the elemental heaven pavilion to step foot on Unia, Wuyu, or the myriad monarch planet. The only way was for them to be tricked. While it was a little embarrassing, it was the truth. He didn't need her to explain. He already knew. She nodded, her actions swift as she started to make preparations, extracting a void disk. Wei Wuyin watched her as he pondered to himself, the elemental heaven pavilion's purpose for this is definitely around the gateway. The only question is, did they reveal its existence to them? Wei Wuyin heard the various internal spinning gears and formations within the void gate start to initiate. His eyes refocused, seeing the black void before him. He didn't hesitate to walk directly through. Planet Unia. It was a planet enveloped in lush green plains, forests, and grassy mountain ranges. It was 80% solid landmass with only 20 being bodies of water. Furthermore, these bodies of water had been thoroughly infected by the extreme wood essence of the planet, causing the water and rain to be bright green. It was a holy ground for wood cultivators. It was the smallest of the 3 planets that were situated within the current myriad monarch astral territory and the least populated. Due to its environment, the planet was a natural breeding ground for terrestrial beasts. A majority of the astral territory's mounts can be traced back to this planet. It was even titled the Green Mother of Beasts. While merely a title, it truly gave one an understanding of how prominent beasts were within the territory. Because of this, a large majority of the territory was treated as wildlands and allowed beasts to cultivate naturally. This led to it inadvertently being used as a tempering grounds for disciples. There were numerous disciples of the mortal common and earthly elite who set up their base here to develop their lower-ranked disciples. With the high population of beasts, including some lower-leveled star beasts, they were hunted with vigor. The monarch spirit trials was determined to occur in one of these hunting locations. The sect collected wild beasts of the star beast level and gathered them within a restricted area. Of course, the total area of this location exceeded the entire myriad monarch continent. Therefore, it was still expansive enough to have sky rulers and soul idol fight to their fullest. As for destroying the planet, a planet was far, far harder, and more durable than a continental flat Earth. To even damage the normal ground of a planet required a soul idol cultivator to strike at their fullest, so to think they could cause massive devastation was a delusion dream. The only ones who have been noted to have the potential to destroy planets with a little bit of time were those at the Realm Lord level and beyond. This was mostly because they could refine a planet if they were freely acting with their external realm territory. On the planet, in this location, there was a platform that floated high within the first sky layer that expanded 100 kilometers. This platform was translucent, and it allowed light to permeate through without casting a shadow below. On this planet was Qin Rui, Tua Bihan, and Ji Changkong. Beside them were other Imperial Sages, Prime Imperial Sages, Earthly Captains, and Heavenly Commanders who were here to observe the promising disciples below. They were invested in who would take first place within the Monarch Spirit Trials and obtain the 8th grade Spatial Spirit Pill, forging a potential path to the Grand Imperial Sage. However, they weren't calm and acting as spectators, nor was the competition started. Below, there were two groups of young elites gathered together. The first group was dressed in the myriad monarch sect's signature attire, but the second group was divided into two factions. The first had all white with a 9-colored swirl embroidered at their shoulders, back, or chest. They sported this symbol with pride. They belonged to the Elemental Heaven Pavilion. They were lesser in number when compared to the myriad monarch sect, but their auras and cultivations couldn't be underestimated. As for the other faction, they had a cauldron with glittering stars exiting out of it embroidered on them. There wasn't a single person in the Trivision Starfield who would be ignorant of these two symbols, especially not the latter. It belonged to the prominent and highly renowned Alchemist Association. Above the platform, the myriad monarch sect elites were watching another group with tense, cool, cold, or indifferent expressions. This group belonged to the Elemental Heaven Pavilion and Alchemist Association, and their auras didn't lack when compared to the myriad monarch sect despite having far fewer individuals. Qin Rui's concealed expression was the pinnacle of icy cold, her eyes blazing with murderous intent, but her aura was restrained. If it was just the Elemental Heaven Pavilion, it was all too likely that Qin Rui would strike without holding back. But because the Alchemist Association was present, she restrained herself. Ji Changkong spoke, his eyes piercing and sharp. "Qingye Yun, I never thought you would use your invitation to bring uninvited trash here." His words were direct, sharp, and clear. However, the expressions of those elders on the other side, belonging to the Elemental Heaven Pavilion, remained unfazed. They knew that Ji Changkong was like a sword and saber, his sharpness was unable to be contained. Seeing his insult being treated like hot air, Ji Changkong's hand simmered with traces of sword force. The sword light emitted was quite blinding, seeming ready to pierce into the eyes of these nonchalant Elemental Heaven Pavilion elders. Qingye Yun replied with a calming voice, "Ji Changkong, there's no need to be hostile. I've brought them here to help settle an issue you have with them." He was an elf, his bright cyan eyes and milky skin gave him a sense of aesthetic beauty often praised amongst elves. With a hair of gold, he was like a god of tranquility and beauty. Qingye Yun was the Grand Association Master of the Alchemist Association. Not only was he a prestigious alchemic emperor, but he was also a cultivator at the 6th stage of the Astral Core realm, the only expert solely belonging to the Alchemist Association. Ji Changkong frowned, his sword light remained. "Issue." Qingye Yun smiled and explained, regarding the door. The eyes of all those in the know had their eyes shrink slightly. Chapter 259, 256, Mediate into a Wager. Chapter 259, 256, Mediate into a Wager. Tua Bihan remained quiet, his expression was the only one that was calm. Idiots. Despite his internal curses, he decided to take the lead to speak with Qingye Yun. "Qingye Yun, you wish to mediate our dispute?" Qingye Yun lightly nodded, turning towards a woman of the Elemental Heaven Pavilion. She was a beautiful human with a sharp chin, limpid eyes, and a shapely figure. When she stepped forth, her short white hair and blue eyes were dazzling and attention-grabbing. This was the one and only Elemental Heaven Pavilion's Pavilion Master, Lin Rian. This was beyond shocking, her actions of arriving on the Unia was tantamount of an act of aggression. But with the Alchemist Association acting as the in-between, this could be mildly dismissed as long as they didn't act too impudently. This was the face that must be given to the Alchemist Association. While they weren't individually powerful, they controlled the market for 6th grade and 7th grade products. If there was a force that had the most wealth, it was the Alchemist Association. While their tributes to the San clan were far more massive than the 4 hegemonic forces, they still can be said to contain the most wealth and second most influence. The San clan only exceeded them due to their 2 realm lords, purely through strength. If they wanted, they could gather the experts of the Starfield into an impressive lineup to assault any single force. They could, in theory, do what Wei Wuyin had done to the Grand Axis faction on a much larger scale. While the Alchemist Association's strength wasn't centralized, focused, they had connections with nearly every force on the Starfield, remaining neutral and active. There wasn't a single force that wanted to have them as enemies. Tua Bihan's eyes shifted between Lin Ruyan and Qingye Yun. As he did, he couldn't help but think about Wei Wuyin. In a moment of impulse, he sent a message via transmission crystal. He didn't know why he did so, but he felt that this matter wasn't simple. The Alchemist Association had requested to observe the Monarch Spirit Trials. Not expecting them to pull a stunt like this, the Grand Imperial Sages unanimously permitted them to open a small-sized void gate within Unia. This temporary authorization led to them bringing along the youths and elders of the Elemental Heaven Pavilion. As for acting as meditators, they clearly wanted to settle the allocation of spots for the gateway to the realm they located. It was located on their borders but had been discovered also by the Elemental Heaven Pavilion's subordinates. Due to this, a fierce debate had ensued which was still ongoing. After all, the Myriad Monarch sect didn't have to share, but if they did, they didn't want to share too much. The Elemental Heaven Pavilion was quite demanding, wanting half the spots. Their unyielding tact led to unending arguments. The Alchemist Association's presence and their willingness to act as a mediator might be good to come to an immediate conclusion between both parties, but it was overall better for the Elemental Heaven Pavilion if a third party wasn't involved. Furthermore, the Alchemist Association was simply not a force that could be underestimated, nor were they humble eaters when it came to benefits. Their knowledge of the gateway and the realm it leads to will definitely cause them to want a piece of this fallen sky pie. It would be forcefully split 3 ways. This was why Tua Bihan considered the Elemental Heaven Pavilion idiots. The Alchemist Association would want a slice, but there's no way the Myriad Monarch sect will allow the Elemental Heaven Pavilion to receive an equal number of spots. They will definitely suffer a loss. This confused Tua Bihan. Lin Ruyan was considered relatively intelligent and cunning. Why would she make this clearly disadvantageous move? Lin Ruyan said with a smile, I think any further argument would lead to an unnecessary delay in visiting the door. Since you've established a trial for the younger generation, and I've brought a few untalented youths from my sect with me, I suggest a wager to settle it all. Her first series of sentences were direct, not beating around the bush. From Qingye Yun's calm eyes, he clearly agreed with this line of resolution. He even added, I agree. I've similarly brought a few youths from my little association. I hope you won't mind us participating in this too. His words were indicative of their firm stance. They were quite direct, which left the elders of the Myriad Monarch sect rather speechless. Ha ha ha. Ji Chongkong laughed wildly. His sword light receded as he launched a leveled gaze towards these powerhouses of the starfield. They wished to test the mettle of their talents against theirs. This was not a fight he was afraid of. This wasn't just him. Even Qin Rui had a look of disdain behind her concealment. Clearly she viewed the upbringing and innate talents of the Myriad Monarch sect's juniors as superior to the others. This wasn't without justification. These youths were forced to navigate through schemes, stronger opponents, and cultivate with the utmost diligence in a highly competitive and deadly environment that was the Myriad Monarch sect. The vast majority of resources they received were earned by their own effort, intelligence, and strength. Other sects were knee-deep in nepotism, choosing their descendants over talent. But the Myriad Monarch sect treated everyone equal, and while backing can help you in certain manners, it wasn't a reliance. However they wanted to decide the allocation of spots, if it was to compare their younger elites, they would take the vast majority with relative ease, at least in their eyes. Tua Bihan, however, shook his head. The Monarch Spirit Trials is to decide the chosen member of our Heavenly King Wei's spatial spirit pill. The purpose and sanctity of the event isn't something we can disturb simply for our dispute. His words caused Ji Chongkong to stop laughing. It was only with this reminder did he recall their purpose. He had nearly lost himself in their provocation. This trial was important, likely the next Grand Imperial Sage will come about from these young talents. They ranged from the first stage to the third stage, but they were all under 300 years old and exceptionally talented. Qingye Yun seemed entirely unbothered, but the slight moment when Heavenly King Wei was mentioned, his eyes slightly twitched unnaturally. He said, You're right. It wouldn't be fair. So, how about we place something also as the first place prize? If we do, then the winner will take all prizes and there should be no unfairness. The eyes of Qin Rui brightened. All prizes. If they wanted to add their own prizes into the trial, it would have to be equal or greater than a spatial spirit pill. Lin Ruyan seemed to have expected Qingye Yun. Clearly they had coordinated previously as she hadn't skipped a beat before she responded, Grand Association Master Qingye is right. It would be a little unfair to intrude abruptly, so how about my Elemental Heaven Pavilion places a drop of spiritual mana? What? The elders of the Myriad Monarch sect were in shock. Spiritual mana. A single drop of spiritual mana was beyond rare. That was because it was man-made. Liquid mana can be produced by refining mana through unique formations over decades, or by a natural process through various special circumstances. Liquid mana can help enhance a natal or astral soul's mortal state, even produce mana essence to reach the zenith mortal state. But spiritual mana was different, far, far more special, and endlessly beneficial to all cultivators. The difficulty was in the time to produce and the man-made component. It required liquid mana to be refined constantly for at least a century in spiritual energies of a dozen soul idol cultivators. After it was produced, it was said that it can increase the soul rings around an astral soul by at least a ring, at most 2 rings. While this might seem small for such a sacrifice, if someone like Tua Bihan could obtain it, he could retroactively increase his soul idol from 6 to 8 ring. The resulting strength might give him sufficient confidence to ascend the 7th astral tribulation. Each ring of a soul idol essentially doubles the innate spiritual qualities of a cultivator, and having a higher quality of spiritual energies also enhances the quality of one's astral force. It was boundlessly useful. If someone at the Sky Ruler phase were to obtain it, they could amplify their innate spiritual qualities to attempt to obtain a 7th, 8th, or even 9th ring soul idol. While the shock of this gamble hadn't left their faces, Qing Yeyun added with a calm voice, "Since a spatial spirit pill was the first place prize, I'll add a soul spirit pill." A soul spirit pill was similarly an 8th grade pill, but it can increase the spiritual qualities of one's astral soul. Be it strength, aura, sense, or energies, it was beneficial to those at all phases. This was especially so for Sky Rulers, giving them the confidence to assail the soul idol phase and reach the 5-ring soul idol at minimum. Given to a talented genius, even a 6-ring soul idol could form. If these 3 treasures were used by one talent, if they were properly nurtured, their chances of ascending to the Realm Lord level would be the highest in the starfield. Tua Bihan frowned, even his heart was moved by this. Just as he was about to deliberate with the other Grand Imperial sages, after all, this was a matter of utmost importance. But a voice resounded, cool and calm as the vast blue sky, "We accept." Everyone turned to see a figure flying over. Chapter 260, 257, Increasing the Wager. Chapter 260, 257, Increasing the Wager. When the voice resounded, it reached the ears of everyone present as if it was riding the wave of ambient mana. There wasn't a corner of the world that hadn't heard, creating an imposingly dominating presence. The experts on the platform that floated above the sky layer were instantly alerted, alarmed by this voice. When they turned their eyes that held wisps of vigilance and uncertainty, their pupils shrunk slightly as the figure soared near. Those below were the elites of all 3 forces, each lower than 300 years in age, having a cultivation base at the astral core realm at the very minimum. They were proud figures, renowned and established as one of the 5 million experts throughout the starfield. They hadn't heard the discussions that were taking place above, so when the voice carried into their ears, their eyes shifted to the approaching figure. Amongst the groups, there were a few geniuses who recognized this figure instantly. A young woman, her beauty heavenly and grand as Mother Nature itself, accompanied with full set of emerald-colored eyes, hair, and a fair complexion. Her full lips that seemed as soft as water moved slightly as 2 words were spoken, Wei Wuyin. This was Qing Qiumu. Since her secluded cultivation by her ancestor, her cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds, and while she hadn't reached the zenith mortal state, she had accomplished a rare and impressive feat of an 8th mortal state. This, coupled with her innate physique, talents, and high comprehension, had allowed her to radiate an aura of wood-type intent. This intent aura didn't seem to contain simply one but multiple. At least 3. From a single glance, one could tell she was an exceptional wood cultivator. While her cultivation was merely at the first stage of the astral core realm, she still had the qualifications to participate in the Monarch Spirit Trials. After all, the Monarch Spirit Trials didn't include 1 versus 1 battle and had rules and principles set to give all cultivation bases at the astral core realm a fair chance. When she saw Wei Wuyin, her eyes subconsciously glanced nearby. There, a young man garbed in crimson robes, a black sword sheath on his back, and had an assuming black ring on his finger, was staring up into the sky like the others. From his sharp gaze, one could see an intense light within. Long Chen had also decided to participate, and he intended to do his best despite facing cultivators 2 phases above him. In his heart, he wanted Wei Wuyin to participate as well so that he could challenge him in a proper display of abilities. Since their arrival on the myriad monarch sect, Wei Wuyin had stayed in his sky palace while being lavished in an environmentally extraordinary location for cultivation and had access to all sorts of resources unhesitantly provided by the sect. As for him, he struggled for every bit of resource and increment of cultivation, and he felt that his foundation and practical combat prowess was far greater due to this. If he was given a chance to test his mettle against Wei Wuyin, he could prove to everyone that Wei Wuyin was merely an alchemist that relied on favoritism. Before a true warrior, he could only bow his head in inferiority. At the thought of this possibility coming true, his fist tightly clenched uncontrollably with anticipation. Qin Qiumu's delicate eyebrows frowned. She wasn't sure if Long Chen would set aside his grudge against Wei Wuyin or not. This had caused her heart to worry. As someone who traveled with Long Chen for nearly a decade, she knew of his penchant to hold a grudge and the propensity of his innate nature. Furthermore, he was someone who had immense talent. He wasn't yet 40 years old. According to her ancestor, he had broken cultivation preconceptions and merged 2 astral souls, possessed 2 intents, and had a stable foundation. Reaching the astral core realm before 40 with his own effort, he revealed to the world his unearthly talent. Is that the Prince of Everlore, Wei Wuyin? A few members of the Elemental Heaven Pavilion exclaimed as they saw Wei Wuyin soar through the skies. Their eyes were bright, flickering with admiration and envy. He's flying without wind force. A young woman from the Alchemy Association pointed, her little mouth gaped. Her words caused a wave of interest to flash and clamor to begin, many realizing that Wei Wuyin had entered the Sky Ruler phase. Those at this phase and those who surpassed it were thoroughly shocked in their hearts. The Sky Ruler phase might be the second stage of the Astral Core realm, but it was the first true step on the road of the Astral Core realm. Before this stage, a cultivator must comprehend the truths and variations of mana, testing their ability to comprehend the generally unseen. It was only when they can completely sense the mana, understand its intricacies, can one infuse those insights into their astral soul and assail the sky world lightning tribulation. This feat was by no means simple, with numerous experts going an entire 1,000 years of their astral core realm given lifespan without any achievements. Only talents such as them, those who are blessed with resources and cultivation grounds, various cultivation methods, and teachings of their seniors have a chance to achieve this phase. It was incredibly difficult. The vast majority of astral core realm experts were at the first stage, unable to ascend. The average age of sky rulers was already 200 years, and this was taken from talents who achieved this phase. For them to observe Wei Wuyin, who had been rumored to have broken through into the astral core realm in a year or so, demonstrate his cultivation base with utter ease, left them in disbelief. Was this the benefit of alchemical products? While there were pills that can help one reach a state of enlightenment, such as the Sky World pill, a 7th grade, top-tier pill, it still required comprehension to support this achievement. If these young elites were shocked, then those elders were even more startled by Wei Wuyin's actions. When he arrived, the mana exuded a faint sense of oppression, and they even felt as if their own sky pressure had been reduced by several notches. Qin Rui and Ji Chongkong were startled by Wei Wuyin's arrival. When he descended with his black robes fluttering elegantly in the wind, revealing a face with handsomeness that exceeded the immortals of myths, and his innate aura rippling with an oppressive pressure, they truly were at a loss for words. But Tua Bihan faintly smiled. This little kid was quite decisive in his actions. With the arrival of the Alchemist Association and Elemental Heaven Pavilion, there was definitely something amiss. For him to notice and portal here after his brief message, he must have understood the situation wasn't as simple as it seemed. Wei Wuyin's feet landed on the translucent platform. When his silver eyes roamed, he noticed the elders of the Alchemist Association and Elemental Heaven Pavilion. When he saw Qingye Yun and Lin Rian here, his heart shook slightly. For 2 of the leaders of top-tier forces to arrive, they can't be here for simple negotiations. He's here. Qingye Yun's eyes brightened a little, but he hurriedly regained his composure, concealing his excitement and shock. Wei Wuyin had become a sky ruler. This was completely unexpected. This meant he wasn't just a genius of the alchemic Tao but had a high comprehension ability and foundation towards cultivation. This only solidified the thoughts already prevalent in his heart. Lin Rian had finally observed Wei Wuyin. Her blue eyes shrunk slightly. She had never seen such a handsome man before, and his aura, talent, and cultivation was not lacking for someone his age. She had never shown much interest in men before, but Wei Wuyin had struck a lonely chord within her heart. It was quite unfortunate. Just as he thought, the two had originally thought he would be present even if he wasn't directly participating. When he had finally arrived, they all had subtle expressions that flashed with relief, excitement, and shock. These three emotions were very telling, and his arrival had merely allowed them to proceed with their plans. He calmly walked to Tua Bihan and the other's side. "We'll accept your condition." When his words once more were said, none of his seniors spoke to admonish him or interfere. After all, his influence and importance had been thoroughly infused into their thoughts and hearts. Wei Wuyin was not a figure to publicly rebuke or question without sufficient reason, regardless of your kind intentions in doing so. Quite a few wanted to advise him of this, not because they were scared to accept, but purely because they were unwilling to fall into their trap. With the three grand imperial sages remaining silent, they didn't have a right. Qing Yeyun smiled, but his heart shook. Wei Wuyin had already taken the lead, representing the entire myriad monarch sect. It had only been 5 years, yet each of these elders who cared about hierarchy and authority had already been cowed by his actions and reputation. This wasn't a simple matter. "Do you have the qualifications to make such a declaration?" But Lin Rian was a little blind to this fact, immediately pointing out Wei Wuyin's inferior ranking and junior status. There were other heavenly kings below, participating in the trial, and before them, the leaders of a hegemonic force and first-tier power. They didn't even have a right to make this decision. Wei Wuyin was unperturbed by her question. Instead, he silently waited with a smile, and Tua Bihan said, "Heavenly King Wei is fully capable of making this decision." That was all that needed to be said to shut her question down. Wei Wuyin was startled. "Did he just call me Heavenly King Wei? Not little boy. Lass. Kid? Fellow." It seems this old man understood when to let go of his strange matter of address when it mattered. Despite his shock, he added, "I've made the spatial spirit pill with my own efforts. While this trial was set up to find a worthy inheritor, I still reserve the right to decide on whether I wish to wager it or not. Furthermore," his eyes revealed a hint of playful confidence, "I don't believe you're our match." His words didn't just implicate the juniors but the elders, a light slap from the mouth of a junior. This caused the Elemental Heaven Pavilion elders, which numbered 4, to reveal expressions of anger. The myriad monarch sect had been beaten down to the ground, proclaimed as the weakest hegemonic force within the starfield. Furthermore, they lost a vast amount of their territory after the war, only keeping 3 planets near their central planet. If it wasn't for the San clan's interference, perhaps this world wouldn't have a myriad monarch sect. Such audacity ignited their desire to see Wei Wuyin eat his words. "You're quite confident, young alchemist Wei." Qing Yeyun spoke, his eyes filled with interest. "I am," Wei Wuyin smilingly replied. Qing Yeyun seemed excited as he thought for a moment and then said, as if it was a just-conceived intention, "How about we make this wager more interesting, then?" His words caused those of the myriad monarch sect to frown. A wager with the Alchemist Association was quite risky. They had sufficient wealth to break any hegemonic force alone, so they weren't willing to risk it all. "I agree," Wei Wuyin said without hesitation but quickly added, "Let's increase the bet a little, this time between us. Let's include 100 astral sea pills, at least high quality, 100 sky world pills, and 10,000 astral dipper fountain pills. That shouldn't be too much, right?" "What?" An elder of the myriad monarch sect lost his composure, exclaiming in disbelief as everyone else was struck speechless. For a full minute, neither side responded. Chapter 261-258, Grand Spirit Trials Established. Chapter 261-258, Grand Spirit Trials Established. Qing Yeyun's calm, playful, and intrigued smile hadn't faded despite the full minute of silence, but the edge of his lips and right eyebrow was twitching erratically. What the hell was this? 100 astral sea pills. At least high quality. High quality your ass. An astral sea pill was a peak tier, 7th grade pill that was usually consumed the moment it was successfully concocted. Furthermore, very few alchemic kings would dare attempt to concoct an astral sea pill, and even fewer could succeed in a century. It simply wasn't worth unless one specialized on pills and had the utmost confidence. As for alchemic emperors, they were the only ones that can reliably concoct them without wasting massive resources and time. Even he required 6 months to successfully concoct one. 100. At least high quality. Again, high quality your ass. This didn't even consider the Sky World pill. While it was merely high tier, it was almost the equivalent of a sky ruler. The sect had given a low-quality one to Wu Jiao, and despite his nearly 1,000 years of being in the first stage, he ascended with that support. It could not be underestimated, so 100 was gaining a small army of sky rulers. As for 10,000 astral dipper fountain pills, while they were low-tier pills that can help develop chi essence or cultivate various methods in cultivation, it wasn't an inexpensive pill either. A single one, at the lowest tier, was worth an astral stone. A single astral stone was equivalent to 10 million essence stones. How outrageous was that? 10,000. That was the same as 100 billion essence stones or 10,000 astral stones. If there was a wealth that could break a force directly, this was it. Lin Rian started after the words finally caught up to her, and she immediately exclaimed in disbelief. "You dare joke?" These words brought a strange sense of relief in the hearts of everyone, as they finally realized that Wei Wuyin was simply making a joke. But Tua Bihan had a different expression. If it was anyone else, he would dismiss it as a joke too, but Wei Wuyin had concocted an Everlore Ascension pill in a little over a week. Since he's been in the sect, he had provided numerous pills and bribed countless others in the shadows. In truth, he wouldn't be shocked if a Grand Imperial Sage was in his pockets. If he knew they were all bribed before, he would probably be uncertain whether to laugh or cry. Regardless of that, this wager was not a small one, and even the Alchemist Association had to tread carefully to accept this. That was because most wagers of this level were established with spirit oaths as the foundation. If there was a time limit to this request and they couldn't pay up, their astral soul would detonate. With their cultivation bases, likely only realm lords could hinder the process temporarily. As for stopping it entirely, he had only heard of Time Lords, those who've comprehended the energy of time and cultivated their temporal eye, to be able to do so. Since no one of that caliber exists in the starfield, a failure to uphold oath to astral core realm experts was an irreversible death sentence. Wei Wuyin shook his head, his silver eyes suffusing a trace of pity. "Is this too much for you? And here I thought the Alchemist Association was affluent and possessed immense resources at their fingertips. Don't tell me it was all lies." He held nothing back as he insulted the Alchemist Association. Since he had made the decision to avoid receiving their judgment and approval towards his status as an alchemist, he had long since set himself against them. Furthermore, he knew this was merely a segue to their true intentions. He wanted to disrupt their plans and machinations they set to grant themselves a favorable position. And this was done beautifully. While the elders behind him had odd expressions, a few with a hint of uncertain panic, Qing Yeyun and his entourage were incensed by Wei Wuyin's words. He was merely a junior and yet he thinks he can gamble such wealth. 100 high-quality astral sea pills. Can you even bring that out? Even if you were to transfer it to astral stones, it would likely equate to 10,000 astral stones. This was essentially the same amount as the 10,000 astral dipper fountain pill. Qing Yeyun felt that Wei Wuyin was bluffing, and so did the others. That or he had absolute confidence in winning any wager, but as he swept his senses downwards towards the young geniuses of the Myriad Monarch sect, he sneered in his heart. They were certainly not capable of rivaling their heavily nurtured disciples. Your seniors held nothing back in educating you, even informing you of my Alchemist Association ability. But it seemed you underestimate us, and that's not something we can accept. You wish to take this wager, but you know wagers of this level must be upheld with spirit oaths. Qing Yeyun remained calm and started to speak. While he spoke, Wei Wuyin could feel that the true purpose of their visit was revealing itself. It wasn't just him. Tua Bihan, Ji Changkong, and Qin Rui felt it too. It seemed their target was a spirit oath, and the spirit oath likely included Wei Wuyin. His absence would make it difficult for them to enact their plans, especially if he didn't agree. I wouldn't have it any other way, Wei Wuyin replied. Qing Yeyun nodded. Then let's do this, we bet this much, but if you're unable to produce the wager in a single year, then we'll have to substitute the wager for a request. Request. Here it was. Wei Wuyin had always felt that they would make a move, and their original justification that this was about mediating the gateway conflict was merely a front for this. Did they calculate Wei Wuyin's established personality as arrogant, spoiled, reckless? Was it enough for him to jump into their trap despite the advice of his seniors? Regardless of what caused them to conceive such a plan, he had zero fear. Because he was going to absolutely win any challenge. Therefore, why not fully go all out? In that case, how about we increase the wager? Let's include 10 8th grade spatial spirit pills, 10 soul spirit pills, and an astral ocean pill. An astral ocean pill was an 8th grade, high-tier pill that was the enhanced version of an astral sea pill. It was about 100 times more effective with the equivalent amount of time to refine. Furthermore, it was said that only soul idols can safely consume the pill. In a way, a single astral ocean pill was equivalent to a full planet in terms of value. It was outrageously difficult and hadn't been seen in 300 years. The last person to concoct it was Qingye Yun, the Grand Association Master of the Alchemist Association. He had used it to solidify his reputation as one of the top 3 alchemic emperors of this generation. Even Tuo Bihan wasn't at the very top, likely within the top 5. What? T10. Lin Ruyan, the pavilion master of the Elemental Heaven Pavilion, abruptly realized this wager was out of her depth. A single 8th grade pill was far too much. How many did they have in storage? None. Even the Alchemist Association could only have 3 at most. These pills were likely saved for their utmost talents with the full hopes of becoming realm lords. Hiss. The entire gallery took a deep inhale of cold air, their hearts shivering. In their eyes, minds, and hearts, whoever lost would be forced to abide by the request. There was no logical way for them to pay up. Wei Wuyin was incredibly ruthless, adding, "Furthermore, let's make all the upper echelon members of our respective forces swear the spirit oath. That way, our wager is certain to be upheld." Qingye Yun's eyes bulged out uncontrollably, his heart trembling without end. He sent his spiritual sense downwards, trying to see if any of those geniuses had talent beyond his intelligence report. But when it came back the same, he wasn't certain if Wei Wuyin was trying to humiliate him with scare tactics or if it was a legitimate trap. He held in his desire to audibly gulp before the crowd, his mouth quite dry. Such a debt was unable to be paid for in a year. It was unable to be paid for in a century. He couldn't help but rethink his plans. Do you need time to think? How about this? Since this is a sudden trial, we'll let you guys have a few months to prepare your talents. We can make it rather inclusive, allowing you to bring forth all your geniuses to participate. Wei Wuyin seemed to be giving them a lifeline to grasp, but his calm smile and his handsome to zenith face made it seem like charity. But charity? Qingye Yun's eyes brightened. Clearly, he seemed to grasp some things, and he felt more confident. A few months. In a few months, it was absolutely certain that they could produce a certain winner. They merely had to pick one promising talent to nurture with all they had. If they did so, it would be impossible for them to lose. His eyes grew even brighter as confidence once more was regained in his heart. He completely believed that Wei Wuin's arrogance had led to his certain defeat. Haha, a few months. You're right, such a large bet should be prepared for fully by both parties. How about we use the same rules, up the difficulty slightly, and hold the trial in 6 months? We'll bring every last one of our talents to participate. Qingye Yun spoke, causing the elders behind him to start. But after a brief moment, they completely understood his intentions. With 6 months, they could forcefully produce an expert at the 4th stage of the astral core realm beneath 300 years old. Even if they couldn't, their foundation and strength would be thoroughly enhanced to their utmost limits. They would, temporarily, be invincible within their age group. Their victory would be inevitable. Already seeing victory in their grasp, their eyes shone, but they hurriedly hid it from others. If they wanted these morons to fall for their trap, then they needed to play the role. Wei Wuin's expression changed by a minute amount, his handsome face twisted slightly. This only lasted for a moment, concealing it swiftly, but it was noticed by all these elite experts. Lin Ruyan was also interested, her eyes brightened as confidence once more suffused her aura and blue eyes. Wei Wuin said, 6 months. He turned to Tuo Bihan and the other Grand Imperial sages, his eyes flashing with uncertainty. Qin Rui and Ji Chongkong had quickly grasped the Alchemist Association's intentions and wanted to hurriedly advise him to reduce the time or decline outright. But Tuo Bihan spoke abruptly to Wei Wuhan, "Did you figure out a solution to your problem?" Wei Wuin faintly smiled and nodded. This old man truly understood his heart. Tua Bihan calmly said, "We agree. In 6 months, the monarch, no, grand spirit trials will take place. Are you ready to swear to the spirit oath or will you decline?" Seeing Tua Bihan's expression, the others didn't think he had confidence but merely was making a last-ditch effort to have them refuse. Qingye Yun's confidence was built on 1,000 years of experience and certainty in his association's strength. How could he possibly decline? Even if they bet 1,000 times the amount, he wouldn't refuse. "We'll leave the request to be unknown until the victor was known." Of course, no request that would force one to hurt or kill themselves or others would be made. While this was a small thing, it was what most people were scared of. If they were forced to kill themselves, they would have no recourse. It was either death or death. Wei Wuyin nodded, "Then, let's swear this oath." At that very moment, the Alchemist Association hadn't realized it yet, but they were no longer capable of escaping from Wei Wuyin's palm. Chapter 262, 259, Earn a Spot. Chapter 262, 259, Earn a Spot. The oath and details were hammered out by both groups before things were properly settled. The Alchemist Association's elders were quietly keeping their smiles concealed, while the myriad monarch sect's elders had uncertain yet confident expressions. To both sides, their young elites were of the top shelf, highest quality with no equal when contesting against those of the same generation. These emotions fueled their respective outlooks on this wager. As for the Elemental Heaven Pavilion, they were temporarily relegated to being spectators and witnesses of this bet. They didn't have the financial qualifications to throw their hats in nor the certainty of their victory if given 6 months of preparations. Furthermore, they felt that the Alchemist Association's chances of victory with this ample time to prep were absolute. They would win. They did not need to muddy the bet with their participation. Instead, they quietly brought up the allocation slots, but Qingye Yun responded with a carefree attitude. To him, his main purpose was to claim victory against the myriad monarch sect and Wei Wuyin for their own purposes. As for the allocation of slots, it was secondary. Regardless, now that they knew about it, there was no way they wouldn't receive their share. The Elemental Heaven Pavilion's dispute over their slot allocation was minor to irrelevant to him in their hearts. They were always just a segue to reach this point. Now that their original goal had been reached, what of the Elemental Heaven Pavilion? Lin Rian could only be disgruntled in her heart. The Alchemist Association revealed their attitudes with clear indifference. Fortunately for her, Tua Bihan wasn't neglectful and brought up the subject. The raised subject brought the lights of excitement to the Elemental Heaven Pavilion's elders' eyes. Tua Bihan laid down a few simple starter conditions to decide the overall allocation of slots, and it would be thoroughly restricted to the Elemental Heaven Pavilion and themselves. If other forces wanted to squeeze in, they would have to receive slots from these two forces. This suggestion left the Alchemist Association with bloated cheeks as they were obviously unwilling, but even if they didn't originally obtain any slots, which force wouldn't concede a few? To them. They had their own pride. In the end, they would definitely have a slice of this pie. Lin Rian agreed to this, but when Tua Bihan finally explained how the slots would be decided, her heart quietly trembled. Just as they expected, intended, and wanted when arriving, it would be decided by the former monarch spirit trials, not grand spirit trials, but this would be individual-based. There were a limited number of slots available and there was an age limit to enter the gateway. This age limit was similarly 300 years, so he suggested that each genius would compete to earn their own spot. Since this new grand spirit trials will likely include nearly all the eligible geniuses available from both forces, it was the best method to decide. This also gave the myriad monarch sect a definitive advantage, as it should. Lin Rian didn't have any legitimate reason to argue against this, her eyes were calm as she looked towards the Alchemist Association. Her only concern and attempt to invalidate this method was the Alchemist Association's participation. The fact it only included the myriad monarch sect and Elemental Heaven Pavilion meant the Alchemist Association's involvement made things difficult and a chaotic variable to both sides. Tua Bihan was swift to come to an answer, as if expecting it. We will have 2 sets of rankings. As the trials focus on the accumulation of points to decide placement and victory, one ranking will include all forces, and the second ranking will only include our 2 forces. The number of slots was 1,000, so the top 1,000 in the second list would earn their spot. As for if they'll keep their spot or give it up to others, that was their choice. The final loophole was if the Elemental Heaven Pavilion won first, claiming victory. If this were to occur, the oath between the two forces would be rendered null and void with neither side claiming victory. Since they didn't owe each other anything, the spirit oath would also crumble. However, neither the Myriad Monarch sect nor the Alchemist Association felt like they would lose, and even if they did, it definitely wouldn't be to the Elemental Heaven Pavilion. Lin Rian snorted coldly, her calm eyes radiating an intention to flip the table and subvert expectations, proving the Elemental Heaven Pavilion's superiority. After all the details were hashed out, the two forces left Unia with their elites in tow. Soon, only the Myriad Monarch sect's young elite, elders, and leaders remained. Qin Rui stepped forward, directly asking Wei Wuyin, "Are you too certain about this?" She didn't want to question Wei Wuyin and Tua Bihan directly while in the presence of the other two forces. Now they were alone, she didn't hold back. This question was also on the minds of everyone else. Tua Bihan's aged shoulders shrugged, "Don't ask me. I'm just following this kid's lead." He completely and unhesitantly pushed the responsibility onto Wei Wuyin. To him, Wei Wuyin was a mortal sovereign alchemist, a talented genius, and frighteningly intelligent. Even if he lost, he would probably be able to pay the wager with ease. In his heart, a tenth of the wager wasn't worth a single Everlore Ascension pill. After all, if looked at from a value perspective, the Everlore Ascension pill was roughly equivalent to 50,000 Astral Core Realm experts. And this was a guarantee. If the Alchemist Association knew this fact, who knew what they would do? Wei Wuyin's eyebrow twitched. He sighed audibly and looked at the sky. His cultivation base was insignificant, but his skill in alchemy was unsurpassed in the Starfield. Did the King of Everlore feel this way? During his era, he forged experts and led the cultivation civilization to its utmost limits. Wei Wuyin couldn't help but question whether the King of Everlore had died or simply left elsewhere. The more he thought about it, the more he felt the latter was the truth. While this little game was exciting, it was mostly an insignificant matter to the current him. If, no when, he survived the second calamity, he would eventually have to leave this place and scour for the possibility to enter the realm of sages. He turned towards Tua Bihan. This aged figure with a casual expression was the stable idol of the Myriad Monarch sect. He was the strongest human of his cultivation level and one of the few alchemic emperors of the Starfield. The only reason why the Myriad Monarch sect recovered after the war was due to his actions, cultivating Qin Rui and Yaozhen into their current states. He was worthy of respect and held the strongest feelings towards the sect. When he thought about Wu Yu and Long Chen, how Long Chen obtained the Grand Monarch lineage and tutelage of the founder of the sect, he felt a little frustrated. The only reason he hadn't fully focused on secretly developing the Myriad Monarch sect to reclaim the Starfield was this. All his efforts would inevitably and rightfully belong to Long Chen by sect rules. That was because the Myriad Monarch sect fully devoted to following and pious worship of the ancient experts and traditions. This old man definitely would not throw away tradition, nor would he ask him to. In truth, he personally loved how the Myriad Monarch sect functioned as a whole. While strict and somewhat exploitative, it was far better than those nepotistic forces that relied on bloodline and birth to decide your limits. As someone who lost everything and rose into his current heights off his own efforts, he earnestly believed and respected this system. But if he made the Myriad Monarch sect the ruler, eventually, Long Chen's existence would inevitably allow him to reap benefits without having to exert a single bit of effort. Who would not be frustrated? If it wasn't for that shadow, wouldn't he have long since picked an expert or two and supported their ascension to the realm world phase, becoming renowned realm lords of the Starfield? In a few years, this Starfield would be theirs once more. "We'll win," was all Wei Wuyin said. His unshakable confidence caused those elders' hearts to race. Infected by this confidence, their questioning hearts simmered down. They would have to wait and bear witness to how Wei Wuyin would ensure their victory. Wei Wuyin glanced at Tua Bihan, his eyes flickering. He flew off the platform, and Tua Bihan stretched his back before following. Seeing them both taking off, the elders realized they wanted a private conversation. They decided to prepare to return. Qin Rui and Ji Chongkong waited on the platform. They still had more inquiries regarding this matter, and they were the only ones with qualifications to do so. When Wei Wuyin and Tua Bihan flew off, they went off to the second sky layer and hovered near each other. Wei Wuyin waved his hand slightly, a spherical barrier of spiritual force encapsulated them. This spiritual barrier was exceptionally solid. Tua Bihan was somewhat startled as he felt the inherent spiritual force within. It might have the aura of a sky ruler, but its power was incredible. There was likely not a single soul idol phase cultivator that could rival Wei Wuyin in spiritual strength. Tua Bihan chortled, "If you participated in the trials, I'd imagine there's no one who could defeat you." He shook his head. Wei Wuyin's cultivation base had reached an astounding extreme. While in the astral core realm's world C phase, he could rival Qi Lang, and likely defeat him. This wasn't just abnormal, it was heaven-defying. Furthermore, he reached the sky ruler phase in a short period of time, and his spiritual force was already so impressive. "I don't have time for that." The Grand Spirit Trials was a year-long trial. He wouldn't waste an entire year doing something so tiresome. Tua Bihan didn't feel this to be out of place. Wei Wuyin was already capable of concocting 9th-grade products before the age of 50, every year for him was 1,000 times more precious than others. If he wasn't cultivating, he should be concocting, and if he wasn't concocting, he should be enjoying his life as he pleased, not involving himself in minor matters like this. If the Alchemist Association and Elemental Heaven Pavilion knew that Tua Bihan considered this competition a minor matter, they might rage into a death match. "So little fellow, what is it?" Tua Bihan asked. "You should know what I intend to do," Wei Wuyin calmly responded. Tua Bihan nodded. Wei Wuyin was going to select a talented group of individuals and develop them. This was the same method the Alchemist Association intended to do. Unfortunately for them, they paled vastly when compared to Wei Wuyin. They likely had no more than 3 8th-grade products, but Wei Wuyin might have dozens or more. There was no way they could cultivate an elite capable of sweeping the competition when facing him. They even got baited and allowed him the time of 6 months. If they didn't, perhaps Wei Wuyin would have simply participated himself and dominated the trials. Regardless, they had absolutely zero chance of winning in his eyes. "I do. But why the need for privacy? Want me to pick some good seeds?" He smiled, causing the wrinkles on his face to lift. But he knew Wei Wuyin wouldn't care. Since arriving on the Myriad Monarch sect, he had always been mostly deciding his own matters. As for who to develop, as an alchemist, he knew that other people's recommendations were irrelevant. Shaking his head, "No. I'll use this as a platform to develop ascendants, my faction." Wei Wuyin stated before continuing, "I need to talk to you about 2 matters. How confident are you in becoming a realm lord?" Tua Bihan's smiling expression faded as his eyes flashed with an endlessly circulating wisp of solemnness. Chapter 263, 260, You Should Leave. Chapter 263, 260, You Should Leave. The 7th astral tribulation was a tribulation of success or death. There was no other option. In his 1,000 years of cultivation, how many individuals have attempted this trial? How many have succeeded? There were only 2. They both belonged to the San clan. Furthermore, their successful ascension wasn't based on their talents, but the King of Everlore's remnant shine and their ancestors' foresight. Those who've attempted it with their own efforts had all failed without a doubt. While he might be the current strongest human expert, there have been humans, elves, demons, and beastmen who've exceeded his current strength yet still failed at the critical moment. Tua Bihan couldn't respond. Wei Wuyin knew that Tua Bihan was the oldest expert in the Myriad Monarch sect. He didn't have much life force left. As a purist and an alchemist, he was the slowest to reach his cultivation level, and it created an exceptional foundation in this era, but it wasn't enough. "What do you think is the bare minimum to be able to achieve the Realm Lord level?" Wei Wuyin asked. This was a question countless experts wanted to know. The 7th astral tribulation was static, unlike the mortal star formation tribulation. Regardless of your talents, foundation, potential, or age, it would remain the same, and so would the benefits. This was the same for every tribulation outside of the first. Therefore, there must be a minimum required to overcome the tribulation. Tua Bihan was silent for a long while. In the end, he sighed with the most crestfallen sound and expression imaginable. "I took the purest route while practicing alchemy, all for this question. With my every breath, I've cultivated with the utmost diligence and accumulated as much as possible within my utmost limits. Yet, I've reached 6-ring soul idol, 6-ripple spatial resonance, with astral force a few times greater than others my level, be it quantity or quality. I have no idea what is required, but I've not reached that level. There was once an expert purist 500 years ago with a foundation at the 7 ring and 7 ripple yet failed that step. He was publicly acknowledged as the #1 expert of that generation at the 6th stage of the astral core realm. Tua Bihan's disheartened voice didn't lift, and it merely felt as if the belief of futility had instilled itself within his thoughts. Wei Wuyin had also heard of this expert. He was someone from the Sacred Light Palace. An elf with pure blood. He cultivated according to the purest method and had endless resources and exceptional natural talent. Everyone and their mothers were confident that he would become the 3rd realm lord of the Starfield. There were even those who felt that the San clan might eliminate him due to fear of his inevitable ascension. Unfortunately, the San clan didn't need to do anything as he challenged the 7th astral tribulation, the World Genesis Star Tribulation, and was incinerated in body and spirit. Countless watched and gawked at his end. It was a sad day. Wei Wuyin nodded. I can't say for certain, but I have a belief that one needs a 9th mortal state, an intent, a 7-ring soul idol, and 7-ripple spatial resonance at the minimum. Without the King of Everlore, being a non-purist limit the time a cultivator has to develop their foundational qualities. That or they need the 9th grade pill that can temporarily increase their strength in exchange for life force. When Wei Wuyin made his thoughts known, Tua Bihan stilled. The last bit truly struck a chord in his heart. As for the foundational requirement, he had a 9th mortal state, no intent, and his soul idol and spatial resonance only went up to 6. If it was anyone else who threw out these requirements, he might scoff and tell them to get. But he felt that Wei Wuyin, even with his lack of cultivation experience, would have some understanding towards this. The pill? Tua Bihan asked. Wei Wuyin softly smiled. He understood Tua Bihan's thoughts. This was because the 2 San clan realm lords had used this method to reach their current level. One's life force was a person's own power, so it was fully within one's right to use it to strengthen themselves against the tribulations. While normal arts might be able to do something like this, only a pill would be able to truly and effectively maximize one's potential strength. Wei Wuyin had researched life force igniting arts, and he knew they paled considerably in comparison to pills. In fact, for 100 years of life, you still might not be able to fight above your cultivation level. It was quite pathetic. This had to do with how personalized life force interacts with chi or astral force. If it wasn't like this, then evil methods would reign supreme. Only pure life force was far, far more effective, but the difficulty in obtaining life force in its purest state was incomparably difficult. After all, pure life force could be absorbed with ease. With a limitless amount of pure life force, a person had a limitless life. But even if an evil cultivator extracted 100 years of personalized life force that belonged to another cultivator, refined and absorbed it, they would barely gain an additional year. Furthermore, their bodies would experience all sorts of mutational responses. It would be like integrating another person's organs or blood in your own, even rejection was possible. You don't have enough life force to ignite for that method, Wei Wuyin said. Tua Bihan knew this, so he wasn't disheartened in the slightest. Instead, he said, little Qin or tiny Yao Du. Wei Wuyin shook his head. If you break through like that, your cultivation path is essentially over without the continuous support of a mortal sovereign alchemist. And you'll be amongst the weakest realm lords possible, incapable of ascending on your own efforts. Tua Bihan went silent. He realized that Wei Wuyin had other thoughts. He didn't seem willing to raise a realm lord with the same circumstances as the San clan. This made sense because it was true, the tricks used meant their cultivation path was essentially cut off. If they can't overcome the World Genesis Star Tribulation with their own efforts, how could they possibly ascend further? Even the weakest expert with the lowest qualifications ascending on their own efforts would be vastly superior in comparison to those who used a pill. It was a last-ditch effort that only those without a choice should use. But if Wei Wuyin's assumption on the minimum to ascend, then they obviously didn't meet it. Tua Bihan was indecisive. Just as he was about to speak, Wei Wuyin raised his hand and shook his head. I'm not allowing them to make that choice. His words shut down Tua Bihan's thoughts. They both knew that if given the choice, they would do so. Who wouldn't? Tua Bihan sighed before his eyes brightened. You have a method to raise their cultivation base. Since Wei Wuyin had decided to discuss the situation with him, there was definitely an alternative means to do so. Wei Wuyin stared at Tua Bihan for a while. A silence formed that made the atmosphere slightly uncomfortable. Tua Bihan soon realized that Wei Wuyin's wording and words since the beginning had been very odd, as if there was an invisible restriction over his actions. If he thought about the possibility that his abilities might provoke a calamity on his head, then that was understandable. The sect had 3 enemies, the Neutral Alchemist Association, and the dominating and looming Sen clan. But clearly, he had exceptional talents, such as the ability to make 7th-grade pills with ease, yet besides the bare minimum for appearances and his own goals, he had never taken the initiative to support the sect. This thought allowed Tua Bihan to realize some things, but it was vague like an object in dense mist. He didn't know why Wei Wuyin would distance himself from the sect he was cultivating himself within. There was likely no one within the sect that displayed any ill intentions to him, nor would they. After all, he was a treasure that no one would want to offend. My second question, Long Chen. Wei Wuyin didn't actually ask a question, but those 2 words spoke volumes. His silver eyes never left Tua Bihan's, the light within reflecting the clear meaning, I know. Tua Bihan stilled. He looked at Wei Wuyin with shock. That awkward silence was transformed into a solemn silence. It was only at this moment that Tua Bihan's questions were answered. Long Chen cultivated the Grand Monarch lineage's Imperial Heaven Qi method. When he matured, he would become the rightful Grand Imperial Monarch of the sect. Furthermore, he was an exceptional talent. He comprehended 2 intents, sword and slaughter, achieved a feat only accomplished by the sacred Elven Queen in merging 2 natal souls, and had an impeccably impressive foundation with a zenith mortal state astral soul. With such pure and potent innate energies, rich combat experience, and the support of the Imperial Heaven Qi method, he was destined to claim the Myriad Monarch sect. At this moment, it was nearly his birthright. As for how he obtained the Imperial Heaven Qi method, the Grand Imperial sages in the know had never tried uncovering this because it was irrelevant. That was because of how the method is designed. Only those who've cultivated the Imperial Heaven Qi method can pass the quintessential energy required to cultivate it. This meant that the fact he was cultivating it meant he had received the blessing of a former Grand Imperial sage. Each Grand Imperial sage was at least at the Time Lord level, so they had mystifying means beyond their understanding. Regardless of how that Grand Imperial Monarch passed it on, Long Chen was its current legacy holder. Even if they wanted to claim the technique, it would do them no good. If Long Chen died prematurely, the lineage would fade once more. They wouldn't give him explicit protection, but they would ensure that he wasn't neglected or killed by their enemies. That was the best they would or could offer due to the Myriad Monarch sect's indiscriminate rules. Tua Bihan had long since learned of the incident on the Myriad Monarch sect. In fact, all the Grand Imperial sages did. It was well documented in Xiang Ling's report, and it detailed how Long Chen was nearly killed, but due to Xiang Ling's interference, he survived. At the time, she had only acted because of her future disciple, Long Tingyu, but the fact remained, Wei Wuyin nearly killed Long Chen. There was no way someone who would one day become the Grand Monarch, an existence that had always been notoriously arrogant, lofty, and too proud to allow their enemies to exist beneath the same sky. There was a possibility that Long Chen harbored intentions to kill Wei Wuyin to this day. There's nothing I can do. But I understand now. Tua Bihan wasn't an inexperienced youngster or lacked intelligence, while Wei Wuyin hadn't asked a question, the very existence of Long Chen was a question. But there was an issue that he was confused about. Why don't you kill him yourself? His words lacked subtlety. If Wei Wuyin wanted to kill Long Chen while he was still maturing, it was entirely possible. Not only would he eliminate a possible enemy, but he could easily dispel the act with ease. As a matter of fact, he didn't even need to do it by his own hands. Wei Wuyin realized Tua Bihan was ignorant of Wu Yu's existence. If he was aware of it, there was no way he would say such a silly question. Wei Wuyin would have long since rid himself of Long Chen at the first possible moment if possible. Then he would shape the Myriad Monarch entirely in his own image. The founder, Wu Yu, is currently with him. He didn't hesitate to explain, revealing Wu Yu's existence to Tua Bihan. While Wu Yu might want to keep his identity a secret, Wei Wuyin had no obligation to him. Ha ha ha. Tua Bihan laughed, clearly feeling as if he just heard a joke. His wrinkled face was smiling and shaking his head. After all, Wu Yu was ancient. He was literally ancient. The king of Everlore's era wasn't yesterday. It was over 8,000 years ago. Even the strongest astral core realm expert could only live a little over 1,500 years without external support. How could he be alive? How could he possibly be alive? Old man, stop laughing. He's alive. He's within that ring on Long Chen, guiding him since the myriad-year continent. They've been together for at least 2 decades. I've talked to him personally. Wei Wuyin said with the flattest tone. Tua Bihan froze mid-laughter. He reeled. How? Wei Wuyin shrugged. He's currently in some strange spiritual form. His current body consists of the essential energies, such as mental energies with a sea of consciousness, spiritual energies derived from cultivation, and essence power. I don't know how he can do this, but he lacks a physical form. It's as if he transformed into an astral soul. It's beyond odd. His explanation caused Tua Bihan to gawk. His head and eyes flicked down as he tried to find Long Chen below. He knew that Long Chen obtained the Grand Monarch legacy from someone, but to think it was the founding monarch. He's reached the realm beyond the astral core realm in his life, the mystic ascendant realm. That realm might have a far longer lifespan and other life-securing methods than the astral core realm. If my assumption is correct, the astral core realm is the only realm where mortal limits exist. Wei Wuyin didn't want to outright say he could be an immortal, but he surely wasn't off from being one. He doesn't have a physical body. Tua Bihan paused, his shining gaze halting. That's what I think. That or his physical body is sealed within an independent realm with the gateway being the unassuming ring. Wei Wuyin guessed. If Wu Yu heard what he had just said, he would reel in utter shock and horror. Wei Wuyin's guess was completely right. A gateway door was necessarily an immobile existence, nor was it restricted. A common storage ring with a hint of spatial energy could be considered a minor gateway. After all, they were perpetually linked to a separate space. The only difference was the development and compositional nature of both spaces. One is artificial and exists within a separate layer of space, the other isn't and exists on this layer. Are you certain? Tua Bihan sought confirmation once more. Wei Wuyin nodded. They stayed silent for a long while, and then he looked at Wei Wuyin and said with the utmost seriousness, "It's best if you leave the sect." Chapter 264, 261, Tua Bihan's Choice. Chapter 264, 261. Tua Bihan's Choice. Wei Wuyin was startled. He had never expected Tua Bihan to say those words. What do you mean? Tua Bihan calmly took several breaths and looked towards Wei Wuyin. All the elder-level figures have sworn a spirit oath of absolute loyalty to the Grand Monarch and all inheritors of the lineage. Most wouldn't put much importance onto this equals the spirit oath, after all the last Grand Monarch existed nearly 800 years ago. No one is expecting a Grand Monarch to ascend, but the spirit oath is still absolute. What? Wei Wuyin was taken aback. A spirit oath. It's not just that. All of us, myself included, have sworn on the same oath to continue that tradition. When Long Chen reveals his identity, we'll all be his most loyal subordinates. While we have some freedom, such as us not having to support an inheritor, provide him with resources, or kneel before his ascension, there's very little wiggle room. Tua Bihan's lips were twitching, not from anger, but helplessness in this matter. The moment Long Chen announces his identity, they would all have this spirit oath in effect. This was because Long Chen wasn't an inheritor. Long Chen will automatically take the mantle as the Grand Monarch because he's the only living member of that lineage. This is the rule set forth by the founder himself. You should leave. Considering Long Chen's relationship with Wei Wuyin, it was best that he left before a conflict erupts. Tua Bihan finally realized the actual truth of Wei Wuyin's hesitancy stemmed from. It was completely and utterly warranted. You're not going to kill me. Wei Wuyin's subsequent reaction sent Tua Bihan into a stupor. He hadn't expected such a calm aura, and then such a direct question. Why would I? Tua Bihan was struck with realization in the midst of his words. If Long Chen was destined to be the Grand Monarch, and they had enmity that would force only one of them to stand on the same sky, it would be cataclysmic. It would be a battle between the King of Everlore and Grand Monarch Wu Yu. It would not be an exaggeration to say only one would survive. Furthermore, it was unlikely to be Grand Monarch Wu Yu. Killing Wei Wuyin should be his next thought. if only to preserve the myriad monarch sect's future. Tua Bihan hadn't thought about it, and his first instinct was to have Wei Wuyin segregate himself from the sect. No. Do you see these weary bones? I'm too old to kill anyone. He bitterly smiled, but no one on the starfield would believe him. Wei Wuyin gently smiled. You think that I'm staying with the myriad monarch sect because of coincidence? I'm doing so freely. I could have long since left, struck out on my own, and cultivated in silence as I reached a strength unrivaled by all. I won't be pushed out of wherever I call home by anyone, ever again. Tua Bihan's heart shook. A trace of warmth surged in his heart. Wei Wuyin had merely been in the sect for 5 years, but he already considered this location home. He was brought back to his younger days when he first entered the sect and proclaimed it as his home. His emotions nearly got the better of him, his eyes slightly wet from nostalgia. Then, what do you intend to do? I'll first remove your spirit oath. Wei Wuyin declared with the utmost casualness, when I do, old man, will you be my ally and join the ascendants? What? My spirit oath? Tua Bihan was confused. Wei Wuyin didn't respond and waited. This was a critical moment that Tua Bihan would have to decide for himself. One of the issues Wei Wuyin had with his faction was time. None of his current subordinates, Zuhai, Sumei, or Ing could cultivate at his speed. Even with the support of pills, elixirs, and pastes, they required time to refine these products and turn them into their own strength. While his astral souls could refine 3,000 astral sea pills in a month or two, they would require decades or a century to do the same. Moreover, they still had to comprehend the next stage. This wasn't a difference in talent. His astral souls cultivated themselves, refining everything with the utmost swiftness and carelessness. He didn't have to take the normal route of digesting, channeling, refining, directing, and extrapolating the most effects from each product. It was almost instant. He realized that the pace that he walks will never be rivaled by his subordinates, but he was similarly restricted himself. While his astral souls cultivate themselves, he had to personally comprehend the mysteries of the next phase and then assail the next tribulation. For example, even after 10 months, he hadn't comprehended the full essence of the soul idol. Because of this, his astral souls couldn't assail the next stage. While they wouldn't even try without establishing the best possible foundation, it still made him realize his cultivation base still relied on himself. As for how long it'll take him to ascend to the Realm Lord level, he had no idea. He might be peerlessly strong, but he wasn't naive to think that pellets that contained raw power were an adequate substitute for the mysteries and benefits of cultivation. The best example of this, Wu Jiao had used his recently acquired sky pressure to restrict his pellets from activating back in the myriad-year continent. If a legitimate Realm Lord was before him, besides suiciding via pellet detonation in hopes of killing his enemy, he likely wouldn't even be able to stop them from restricting his action, snatching his pellets, or directly killing him. As for the Ascendants, while he officially registered the organization in the Myriad Monarch sect, he intended to have 2 separate units. The first would be his private subordinates such as Zuhai, Sumei, and Ing, and the second will include his faction within the Myriad Monarch sect to handle external and casual matters. Tua Bihan will definitely be the leader of the second unit. Tua Bihan wasn't ignorant and he realized Wei Wuyin's intentions. If you're asking me to set myself against the Myriad Monarch sect, I won't. I'm too old for such things. He was unwilling to side with Wei Wuyin and then go against others in the sect. Wei Wuyin shook his head, saying, after I remove your spirit oath, I don't want you to fight against the Myriad Monarch sect. I need a Realm Lord. I need someone who could ensure my safety and the safety of others. As for entering into conflict with him, that might happen one day, and if it does, that'll be personally handled by myself and him. I'm certain with his pride, he wouldn't involve the sect. Wei Wuyin didn't believe that he would fail the second calamity, but since his deadline had inevitably moved forward, he had a lot less time to establish a foundation. If he still had over 30 years, what would he need a Realm Lord for? But, by some ungodly design, if he died, his soul perishing in hell, he needed someone to take care of those who he cared for. He needed to ensure that the Myriad Monarch sect would remain standing for 1,000 or 2,000 years. What do you say? Tua Bihan didn't know what to say. He was old, lacked life force, and his potential was essentially exhausted. He hoped that Wei Wuyin would reveal exceptional ability and concoct a path for him to take that sought life and prosperity. But this was followed by an offer. Okay, little boss. He was too old to be indecisive. As long as he believed that Wei Wuyin understood his intentions to never betray or fight against the myriad monarch sect, then he was willing. Good. Wei Wuyin casually flipped his palm, causing a jade box the size of his palm to appear. In here is a vial of spirit cleansing elixir, an 8th-grade, high-tier elixir. As long as you're below the Realm Lord level, this will clean your spirit of all oaths. Furthermore, it'll purify your spiritual energies. Tua Bihan froze. He had forgotten about this elixir. Because of how spirit oaths were, even if he took this, no one would know that he wasn't compelled to follow his oaths under the threat of death. He would be a truly free man without any restrictions. From now on, you're a member of the Ascendants. Wei Wuyin announced, causing Tua Bihan to experience a moment of surrealism. He didn't understand why, but he felt as if he was engulfed in some heavenly force at this moment. It was as if he was tied to Wei Wuyin at this moment. Don't worry, I don't need you to swear an oath. As for your astral tribulation, have you heard of the Spiritual World Ascension Elixir and the Spatial World Ascension Elixir? Wei Wuyin's eyes brightened. They were 8th-grade products, high-tier, and peak-tier respectively, that can post-increase the number of soul idol rings and level of spatial resonance. They could be taken a limited amount of times, up to 3, but they could increase rings and ripples to the 9th level. Tua Bihan's eyes widened. These were elixirs with a certain failure rate to all those below a certain cultivation level. This was because they required an absurdly high level of mana control that only Realm Lords and those above could have. They hadn't shown up since the King of Everlore era, having collected endless dust since. He knew of these elixirs, but it shouldn't be possible for Wei Wuyin to concoct them, right? Chapter 265, 262, Your Choice. Chapter 265, 262, Your Choice. Wei Wuyin removed the spiritual barrier, revealing to the world himself and Tua Bihan, who remained in an odd daze. It felt astonishingly strange as he recalled the conversation, questions, and his final answer. Was this how others felt when they inevitably decided to follow the King of Everlore? As Wei Wuyin slowly descended towards the gathering of young elites and elders, Tua Bihan could see the clear outline of his tall, imposing back that seemed capable of holding the world and accomplishing the nigh impossible. Such a youth, not even 50 years old yet, is laying down the foundation for his own era. Will he be the first notable figure that ignites the history of Wei Wuyin? He glanced at the jade box in his hand that contained the vial of spirit-cleansing elixir. The Tao of alchemy is limitless. The King of Everlore had created numerous recipes of a variety of concoction, and this was further delved into by other alchemic emperors. The spirit-cleansing elixir was not a product made by the King of Everlore, but an ancient evil cultivator and alchemic emperor, the Dread Birth Emperor. It was an eccentric derivative of the Soul Restoration Elixir, a 9th-grade product devised by the King of Everlore. Tua Bihan hadn't imagined that Wei Wuyin would or even could concoct this. In truth, he felt his specialty lied in pills, as did the King of Everlore. His other concoctions started being conceived 100 or so years after his official recognition as a mortal sovereign alchemist. According to the records, this was a period of experimentation for him. If he could ascend to the Realm Lord level by his own efforts, not igniting his life force and potential, then he felt confident in being able to reign supreme throughout the Starfield in this current time. The San Clan's Realm Lords were superficial Realm Lords, and their foundation was unlikely to be greater than his current one. Perhaps that's his intentions. His eyes kept themselves focused on that soaring figure brightened. Keeping the box, he slowly followed Wei Wuyin downwards. Below, during their conversation, the young elites were informed of the changes to the Monarch Spirit Trials, including the addition of participants and the final prize. They didn't inform them of Wei Wuyin's wager with the Alchemist Association. It was an unnecessary detail. Just this much was sufficient enough to ignite their desire for competition, many revving up and feeling pumped to face against talents beyond their sect. This was an absolute rarity considering the tense relationship the myriad Monarch sect had with the other forces. Any sign of fierce competition prior to this would have been considered an act of war. Those in the cultivation world did not simply allow their disciples to be injured or killed by foreign forces without swift, ruthless, and full-blown retaliation. If it was against each other, in a proper setting, they wouldn't mind. If it was during a competition for resources or in an area where fighting is allowed, they wouldn't investigate. Even if they did, they wouldn't punish. This was to ensure that each disciple treasured their lives and didn't think they had an umbrella against all harm. It was this very setting that allowed the myriad monarch sect to dominate even after the King of Everlore's era, establishing an era where they ruled the entire starfield. After all, this starfield was once named the Imperial Heaven Starfield for a reason. With this opportunity, many of these geniuses were ready to show off their mettle and grit. They would test themselves to their absolute limits and face cultivators who practiced cultivation methods, arts, and spells they weren't familiar with. It was quite invigorating to think about. Qin Rui and Ji Chongkong had remained on the platform, and when they saw Tua Bihan and Wei Wuyin remove their spiritual barrier and descend, they flashed beside them. Wei Wuyin glanced at Qin Rui, his eyes calm but an imperceptible glint flitted within. This woman was gorgeous to an extreme for a member of the elven race, and she only loses to Qin Qiumu by a few points due to youth and larger assets. As for her purine aura, it was astonishingly alluring for any male and exceeded even Qin Qiumu. If he told others he lacked any desire to court her, it would be a complete and utter lie. However, in the end, he held himself back. While cultivating with her would improve his cultivation base, and even improve his comprehension of other states due to the immersive properties of yin and yang merging, he knew she was an untouched virgin for a reason. He just didn't know what it was. While they were floating down, he was direct. Grand Imperial Sage Qin, may I ask you a rather intrusive and likely inappropriate question? Qin Rui was taken aback alongside Ji Chongkong, but Tua Bihan felt as if he could read Wei Wuyin's intention clearly for some reason, and he wearily smiled. While taken aback, Qin Rui knew what he wanted to ask instantly. It was the question that Tua Bihan constantly inquired to her. If it's regarding my reasons for remaining chaste, not finding a partner despite my time in this world, then I'll answer it if you want. Beneath her concealing mist that hid her face and expression to others, she bitterly smiled. It is. The short answer is, I promised myself to a certain someone when I was younger. He died prematurely in the war. Since then, I've remained faithful to my oath to him. Qin Rui answered, her words would likely dissatisfy countless men, and likely curse that man for his idiocy for dying too early. A spirit oath? Wei Wuyin further inquired. Qin Rui shook her head, her mist moving to resemble such actions. No. I was merely a young woman at that time, barely at the yin form phase. We promised to tie the knot, becoming Tao companions, when we both ascend to the astral core realm, but alas, fate wasn't kind to us. While others couldn't see her expressions at this moment, Wei Wuyin's celestial eyes were clear and unobstructed. She was crying. Her tears glistened like liquid crystal. It seemed to contain a lifetime of pain, grief, and loneliness. While he didn't ask, he knew they were likely together for a long time after the oath, merely failing by a small margin. He also understood her a little in terms of waiting, even when one was in love. Cultivation was difficult, but it was also cruel. Those at the 9th stage of the Qi condensation realm can survive for 500 years, but those at the astral core realm can survive for 1,000, all the way to 1,500. And this was merely the average, it went up and down based on one's foundation, race, illness, accidents, and bodily condition. If two people weren't of proportionate cultivation, then one would grow old and die while the other was at the prime of their life. There were 5 million astral core realm experts, but tens of trillions of cultivators in the starfield. This was a horrific ratio. This was why Tao companions existed. Despite their pledge, they were still separated. How cruel. Wei Wuyin's thoughts of intruding into this woman's heart with all sorts of plans and schemes had calmed and dissipated into smoke. He would respect her decision. But, I understand. If you ever decide to allow your heart to be open to another, I hope you'll give me a chance. Was all he needed to say. It was respecting her right to remain chaste, and allowing his original intentions to be made known. It would be her choice to do so. Qin Rui was startled, but she swiftly regained herself. Wei Wuyin was direct, and she liked that. Despite his potential, current status, and current ability, he didn't flaunt it around to impress or force, and merely made a gentleman's request that if, or when, she decided to live in the present, that she allowed him to court her in an above-board manner. I will. Her words were softly spoken, but it caused Ji Chongkong's heart to fiercely throb in response. Even Tua Bihan was shocked by her response. He didn't feel that Wei Wuyin had charisma to attract the birds, bees, gods, and ghosts, but his manner of doing things was very impressive. He nodded, clearly approving of Wei Wuyin's way. He recalled when Ji Chongkong had first heard this story. He had essentially sworn up and down that he would let her love again, and that he, as a man, would be able to bring her happiness beyond what the dead could. He essentially tugged at her in hopes of obtaining her, trying to even force her with contrast arguments. It did him little, and he became a pest. Only after a beating did he slowly and quietly change his approach. Fortunately, he developed his saber and sword intent, becoming sharper and prouder. He hadn't attempted to court Qin Rui for a long time. This conversation was handled quickly. Wei Wuyin and the others landed, the gazes of everyone turning towards them. The three grand imperial sages, famous figures that represented the peak strength of their sect. Even amongst the entire starfield, they were highly regarded. They also ran the three most active extreme mountains, and most of the disciples here belonged to the Extreme Origin Mountain or Extreme War Mountain. They all had ties with the Extreme Creation Mountain. Wei Wuyin stepped forward and swept his silver eyes over the group, noticing Qin Qiumu there. His eyes lingered slightly as he smiled, and she reciprocated with an enchanting smile of her own. It had been over a year since they last saw each other. Since she ascended to the ranks of experts, becoming an astral core realm elite, Qin Qiumu had grown endlessly more beautiful. When he saw her, while he hadn't revealed it outwardly, in his heart he was startled. His past comparison of Qin Rui and Qin Qiumu was unjust. Qin Qiumu blazed Qin Rui by 1,000 miles, and even her aura wasn't that lacking. Her trifecta of innate wood-attributed gifts was truly bearing godly fruit. She had to be insanely popular in the sect, her sect-destroying looks were too intense. In truth, Qin Qiumu had just come out of seclusion, so she hadn't had enough time to cause a commotion with the pressing event of the monarch spirit trials, but there were already sky nobles and heavenly kings eyeing her. In the future, a storm of trouble would definitely follow beside her steps. Beauty was a very powerful incendiary to the hearts of proud geniuses. His eyes soon met Long Chen's for a moment and were met with a calm, cool, and sharp gaze in reply. It wasn't filled with provocation, but one couldn't help but feel as if it contained 1,000 words while simultaneously looking down on you. If it was anyone else, they might find Long Chen's gaze annoying and wish to snuff it. But Wei Wuyin had long since found Long Chen's entire existence annoying, so he remained unaffected. Normally, these elites might be exchanging words or comments amongst each other, but with the grand imperial sages present, they were silent as ghosts in the morning. My name's Wei Wuyin. I'm a heavenly king of the Extreme Creation Mountain and founder of the faction Ascendants. Wei Wuyin introduced himself, which brought all these young elites to a focus. Quite a few of them have had disconnected contact with Wei Wuyin, this revered and exceptional prince of Everlore, so they were familiar with him. A few had merely heard of his name and his looks. They knew he was a talent, and in 5 years of studying at the sect, he concocted an 8th-grade pill that they were supposed to fight for today. While he hadn't received an official rank, everyone knew he was the youngest alchemic king in recorded history. If it wasn't for the king of Everlore's curious past, which had not been well documented, this might not be the case. Furthermore, he was regarded as the prince of Everlore without an alchemic astral soul. This meant he had combat prowess. According to rumors, he could already rival soul idols at the first stage of the astral core realm. Now, he had reached the second stage and he wasn't even 50 years old. While he's not the youngest recorded sky ruler, he was fairly close. His talent, looks, and abilities were peak tier for any era. Wei Wuyin realized no one was confused or shocked, so he continued. Many of you are mortal commons, earthly elites, and some are sky nobles and even heavenly kings, like me. You either belong to a faction or have established one for yourself. I know each one of you is proud, as you should be, and exceptionally powerful to have the confidence to participate. So I'll be direct. My faction, Ascendants, is open recruiting. Regardless if you don't belong to a faction, you do, or you are its leader, I'm willing to accept you, Wei Wuyin spoke with a calm yet powerful voice. A clamor immediately started as the expressions of various individuals changed, a hint of uncertainty and confusion within. Tua Bihan finally recalled Wei Wuyin's words. He would use this as a platform to grow his own faction. If you are a leader of your own faction, I will not only accept you but any member beneath you that's willing to join. Wei Wuyin elaborated. You're asking us to disband our factions and follow yours? A sky noble asked, his voice contained clear dissatisfaction. To these young geniuses that work their asses off to establish themselves, using years to handpick and recruit talented individuals, fighting for resources on continents and planets, it was unrealistic to think they wouldn't see this as outrageous. Yes, I am. Wei Wuyin answered. Why would we do anything like that? A heavenly king, a beautiful elven woman of Qin Rui's family line, asked with a hint of arrogance. To her, she had the overall backing of a grand imperial sage. Furthermore, she fully intended to reach that level herself. While Wei Wuyin might be called the Prince of Everlore, he wasn't actually the King of Everlore's descendant. He only concocted an 8th-grade pill using the planet's energies to supplement himself. Her words were echoed in the words and eyes of the others. Before they were silent, but now they were active. However, Wei Wuyin didn't explain. He didn't need to give them a speech or lure them with promises and bribes. Instead, he merely said, you don't have to. It's entirely your choice. But there won't be another open recruitment like this. Your decline today will forever remain the same. Long Chen was in the back watching, and when he heard Wei Wuyin essentially say that the others would have to live with their choices, regret and all, he sneered in his heart. How could these proud geniuses with endless ambition surrender their factions to you? As he expected, many felt this was outrageous and ridiculous. While they wouldn't openly ridicule Wei Wuyin, they wouldn't cater to his every whim either. I, and my faction, accept. A delicate yet sharp voice resounded. Someone had spoken. Chapter 266, 263, Free and Relaxed. Chapter 266, 263, Free and Relaxed. A young woman walked forward. She had an elegant figure with a slim waist, mid-length hair tied into a ponytail, and energetic eyes. These features were accentuated by the myriad monarch sex robes, colored crimson signifying the extreme war mountain, her supple yet firm red lips, and jet black hair. She was human. When her words resounded, the eyes of the young elites turned to her. A few at her level and above were clearly caught off guard by her announcement. A male elf with light pink hair exclaimed, his robes as crimson as hers, Hong Chuanhua. What are you saying? You can't decide this. The young elf bore the symbol of a sky noble, the same as Hong Chuanhua. This seemed to have sparked an internal debate as the rest decided to act as spectators, a hint of amusement in their eyes. Most of these young elites were familiar with their counterparts. Hong Chuanhua maintained a cool expression, her eyes swept the young elf. Wang Yu, I've made my decision. Her tone brokered no discussion, she walked forward towards Wei Wuyin and arrived a few feet away from him. Wei Wuyin's silver eyes analyzed this young woman. Her innate energies were light, not as robust as the others. From her body, he could feel a trace of sword intent with a fragrant smell. At her hips were a lanyard that carried a long sword with a crimson hilt. At the base of this hilt was the depiction of a rose in bloom. The 3 flowers of the sword. Wei Wuyin quietly realized their identity. This was an organization formed by 3 sky nobles, an alliance that turned a full faction with 3 leaders. From what he understood, this was Hong Chuanhua and she held the least amount of reputation within the faction. Wang Yu was the leader, his strength superior and at the top of sky nobles in the extreme war mountain. The second member was beyond 300 years of age, nearing elder compulsory age, so he was unable to participate in the trials. Hong Chuanhua looked at Wei Wuyin in the eyes, her gaze unflinching and resolute. Within those black eyes of her was the elegantly wave light of sword intent. In a moment, she unsheathed her sword and revealed its shine. Then, unexpected by all present, she kneeled on one knee and offered her sword with both hands. I, Hong Chuanhua, pledge my sword to you. I and my sword are yours to command. With her head bowed, she spoke these words which instigated a wave of silence. The others who felt an instinctive urge to refuse Wei Wuyin's offer were dumbfounded. Wang Yu was one of them, but his stupor was brief as he raged with a red face. We won't agree. If you want to leave, do so yourself. You will not take our efforts nor make one-sided decisions. In his heart, she lacked the qualifications. Furthermore, the thought of kneeling before another in such a manner was repulsive to him. While she might have long since gotten used to it, he wasn't. Wei Wuyin glanced at Wang Yu. He kept his thoughts to himself. Hong Chuanhua, I'll accept you. Any of those within your faction willing to follow, I'll accept as well. After saying that, he swept his silver eyes over the others. The next set of events were quite anticlimactic. A few earthly elites and mortal commons decided to make the switch, seeking Wei Wuin's approval. Besides Hong Chuanhua, no other sky noble accepted. As for heavenly kings, absolutely not. If Wei Wuin was a true king of Everlore or a prince of Everlore, they might throw their pride and effort at his lap, but he wasn't. In their hearts, this was a title forged by others, and while he was catered to by the upper elites, it wasn't sufficient enough for them to relegate themselves into a lower, commanding position. Perhaps this was the flaw of the myriad monarch sect's modus operandi and belief of hard work equates to a limitless future. They all remained silent. While they didn't dare insult Wei Wuin to his face, their eyes reflected a hint of prideful disdain. They were all talented geniuses that carved their own path and developed their own forces with blood, sweat, and tears. How could they be willing to simply allow another to swoop in and claim it all? But this was fine. How many people will likely be included with you? He asked this of the earthly elites, mortal commons, and Hong Chuanhua. He didn't care about talent for his second unit. As an alchemist, he can redefine someone's cultivation talent to a certain extent and supplement their speed with alchemical products. What was important was essentially their numbers and willingness. He needed to forge a second unit that could handle less important matters for him, and what came with these earthly elites and mortal commons disciples were clans and families. He could field more members from these connections. He didn't want to be picky with this unit as their importance wasn't too great. After tallying their presumed numbers, he nodded. He turned towards Hong Chuanhua, who was now standing with a calm expression and bright eyes. She seemed to not regret her decision in the slightest. He calmly smiled, then he said to the others, "Is there no one else?" Met with silence, he wasn't bothered at all. "Hong Chuanhua, from henceforth you'll be the first commander of the Ascendants. In 6 months, you'll exceed every heavenly king present." His bold declaration induced an uproar amongst these young talents, and even Long Chen and Qing Qiumu were stunned. There were only 4 heavenly kings present, 2 from the Extreme War Mountain and 2 from the Extreme Origin Mountain. They were soul idol phase cultivators with at least 5 rings. Their foundation was impeccable in this current era. They had combat strength at the peak of their cultivation level, and a few might even be able to hold their own against the current era's spatial resonance experts. Hong Chuanhua's eyes reflected her astonishment. She didn't dare to believe this declaration nor question it, merely nodding her head in acceptance of her position. She was his first commander. That had to be impressive. A faint smile tugged at her lips. If she knew how important her decision had been, deciding to throw away everything, who knew how she would react? Afterwards, Wei Wuin ignored the others. Pa. Tua Bihan clapped his hands, the world quaking as a result which caused the clamor to instantly cease. "We're returning to the sect. You have 6 months of preparations, be thorough." After those words, he urged everyone to the Void Gate. Wei Wuin sent Hong Chuanhua off, his eyes turned towards Qing Qiumu. He walked over and said with a smile, "How about we stay back for a little bit?" His ask caught Qing Qiumu off guard, her emerald eyes radiating a hint of shock. She didn't know why Wei Wuin would want to stay back, and the others were already being brought away. They were urgent to cultivate and improve, gathering trump cards for the trials. As for Wei Wuin's offer and declaration, they placed it at the back of their minds as they focused on the future. In the end, she nodded. Her actions were caught by Long Chen, who stopped his steps and turned back. He asked Qing Qiumu, not even bothering to glance at Wei Wuin, "You're coming, Qing-er?" His question was odd. Clearly his powerful physical sense of hearing should have heard Wei Wuin. Wei Wuin remembered the first time he met Long Chen. It was after he had met Qing Qiumu. They spent half a day in conversation, losing track of time, and he walked her back to her inn. He was there, his eyes sharp and calm, but within was a storm of murderous intent. If it wasn't for his desire to hide in the capital for the wedding while his forces gathered, unwilling to cause a commotion, he might have attacked to kill Wei Wuin. Thinking of Qing Qiumu's growing beauty and talent, he couldn't help but knowingly smile. Qing Qiumu saw Long Chen's face. She knew that he wanted to pull her away from Wei Wuin. He was giving her a way out, publicly attracting the attention of others to prevent Wei Wuyin from forcibly keeping her. But she knew that Wei Wuyin didn't have any ill intentions. So she reassured, "Not yet. I'll catch up with you later." Her words caused Long Chen to frown, and he stayed. He seemed unwilling to leave her alone with Wei Wuyin. Wei Wuyin was quietly laughing in his heart. Your insecurity is showing. But he wasn't willing to deal with the jealousy of this little man. If you want to stay, I'll have your qualifications to participate in the trials stripped. Then you can stay for as long as you want. Long Chen started, so did Qin Qiumu. The aggressiveness in his words was clear, and so was the threat. Long Chen clenched his teeth, his jawline becoming prominent, and his eyes lowering a few degrees in temperature. You want to use your status to force Qin Qiumu by your side. Wei Wuyin and Qin Qiumu were taken aback. His words were a huge leap, and it was clear that they both hadn't expected that accusation. No. I want you to leave. Isn't that clear? Shaking his head, he clarified. Long Chen clenched his fists, slaughter sword intent flickered within his normally dark eyes. He seemed ready to fight at a moment's notice like a threatened animal. Qin Qiumu panicked slightly in her heart, unsure as to why Long Chen's temper was shorter now. She had been in seclusion, so she didn't know that Na Sini had refused to sleep with him and damaged her innate foundation instead. The effect on his mentality had not been small, nor was the pressure for helping her return to normal. This was further exacerbated by Wu Yu's revealing Wei Wuyin's talents. He was the next king of Everlore. Long Chen, I'm fine. Trust me. Qin Qiumu had to reassure him, stepping forward before Long Chen calmed down. Long Chen stared at Qin Qiumu's gorgeous face for a long moment, his heart racing as her beauty was truly growing to untold limits. He nodded, giving Wei Wuyin one last look before turning around and meeting up with the others. Before long, they left. Wei Wuyin couldn't help but feel pity for Long Chen. In his alternate future, Long Chen had killed Wei Wuyin and closed off any future connections. In this present, Wei Wuyin had undetermined connections with two of his female companions which ate at his heart. Now, both wanted the other dead but for vastly different reasons. In the end, Long Chen was living on borrowed time. The moment Wu Yu was no longer an adequate protective charm was the day. Wei Wuyin. Qin Qiumu seemed slightly hesitant. Her relationship with Long Chen was longer, thorough, and they fought against several crises of life and death in the myriad-year continent. She cared about his opinions, thoughts, and well-being. But Wei Wuyin was her savior. Without him, she would likely be dead. It wasn't just once, but twice. At the myriad-year continent and the execution platform on the myriad monarch planet. She literally owed him her life, twice. Moreover, she felt incomparably comfortable around him like kindred spirits, as if her innermost worries faded into the wind. She wasn't like Na Sini, because her feelings for both hadn't developed to the level of deciding between them, nor was she ready to decide. In truth, her thoughts towards Wei Wuyin were unprecedentedly pure. She wasn't cultivating for power, but to see how far she could go on this road. Wei Wuyin casually stretched his arms. It's been a while since we talked. I have more stories, wanna hear them? He grinned, while lifting his eyebrows up and down, his eyes brightly lit as his heart relaxed. The time of the past at that restaurant was sublime. Qin Qiumu was briefly stunned, and then a gentle smile formed on her face. Even her limpid eyes were suffused with a relaxed light. In minutes, they were already walking through the vast Unia forest landscapes, the sounds of chatter, laughter, and gasps resounded wherever they went. The vivid tellings of various tales that could enthrall the heart was exchanged. From dusk to dawn to dusk, time flowed without notice. There wasn't a single gorgeous landscape on the planet that went unvisited. Chapter 267, 264, Preparations. Chapter 267, 264, Preparations. In Tua Bihan's Sky Palace on the 8th level of the Extreme Creation Mountain, Wei Wuyin was currently there. He stood in a large hall with several figures present. Since his incident with his Sky Palace, he had to wait while it was being rebuilt entirely, so he decided to set up shop at Tua Bihan's residence. It was largely unused as the old man often spent his days lounging down at the Martial King's Dao Palace or idling about elsewhere. Due to his old age and high cultivation base, he simply acted however he wanted and slept where he felt he should. This was how Wei Wuyin met him first. He even lacked attendance for his sky palace, just like Wei Wuyin had. It was very rare for those of his or Tua Bihan's level to avoid procuring workers to maintain the sky palace. But they both seemed to lack others constantly in their space. In truth, this remained true even in the Scarlet Solaris sect. Perhaps it was the tense atmosphere he grew up which caused assassinations to be at the forefront of his mind, but he didn't allow anyone but his lovers, trusted subordinates, family, and allies to enter his sky palace. At the moment, Su Mei, Zuhai, and Hong Chuanhua were standing before him. Su Mei and Zuhai had just returned from their missions, returning on his order. Due to the Grand Spirit trials, he had recalled them. As for Hong Chuanhua, she was here for cultivation. The ambient environment of the 8th level of the sky layer was highly conducive for cultivation. The thick astral essence and the various gathering, concentration, and purification formations could easily accelerate an individual's cultivation and foundation. He had declared that she would exceed all the heavenly kings in 6 months. He was not one to go against his word. He fully intended to give her premium pills, elixirs, and paste for the full 6 months. Her talent and innate foundation would be entirely redefined. The fortunate thing was that, unlike Zuhai and Su Mei who needed the firmest foundation imaginable, Hong Chuanhua simply needed a foundation that exceeded the others. Wei Wuyin handled her matter first. I've devised a regimen for you to cultivate during these 6 months, and I'll be providing all the resources. You simply need to be diligent and cultivate to your fullest. Hong Chuanhua nodded, her red lips moved slightly as if she wanted to speak up. But in the end, she stifled her words. Wei Wuyin noticed this and added, the others are being taken care of separately, including those who decided to follow you. A total of 73. He waved his hand, a storage ring appeared above his open palm. He sent it to her. There's a list in there. You'll find 8th grade pills, elixirs, and paste within, all suitable for your cultivation. Don't be hasty, take your time absorbing each product to their utmost limits. Wei Wuyin was somewhat saddened that she had only reached the 3-ring soul idol. While this was above average for this era, it meant her limit with the 8th grade products was a 6-ring soul idol. This meant that in terms of soul idol foundation, she wouldn't be beyond the strongest heavenly king. He had to truly improve every aspect of her foundation to change her future. Even her mortal state was merely at the 7th level. She was stunned. 8th grade. Before she could voice her confusion, Wei Wuyin dismissed her and sent her out towards the cultivation room. He didn't want to deal with her questions or confusion. Zuhai and Su Mei were relatively calm. The former had received astral sea pills by the bucketful to cultivate, and Su Mei was always provided with the best resources Wei Wuyin had to offer. Despite that, she was still only at the 9th stage of the Qi condensation realm, the Qi essence phase. She had long since cultivated her mana essence, merging it with her natal soul for a zenith mortal state. However, she hadn't assailed the astral core realm. She had a gut feeling of an ominous premonition whenever she thought about it. It was indistinct, but even Wei Wuyin said it was best to trust her instincts. She should wait until she was absolutely certain, the feeling vanishing. Therefore, she had, for the last few years, cultivated her dark light energies and saber intent to the limits. She learned spells, arts, studied mana perception methods and arrays, advancing her knowledge in all aspects of cultivation. She wanted to fortify her cultivation foundation to the limit, then ascend. Unfortunately, her current body and natal soul was at its absolute limit. Her innate energies couldn't be reinforced, purified, or condensed further, and her cultivation was at its peak. She had even comprehended an intent of light and darkness. They were both high-level rare essences, the solar yang light and lunar yin darkness. They stemmed from the sun and the rare darkness that planetary satellites birthed in conjunction with each other, and they were very compatible. Her divine heart of dark light Qi had thoroughly solidified. Zuhai had been developing his foundation as well. His astral core was already 2 millimeters in size. This was absolutely monstrous, and while he was a sky ruler, it vastly surpassed any on his level. Furthermore, he had perceived the profundities of the soul idol, ready to assail it at any moment. If it wasn't for Wei Wuyin's orders, he would have ascended and reached new heights. I've called both of you back because of the Grand Spirit trials, Wei Wuyin said. He explained the details, wager, and challenges within the sect. From the beginning, Wei Wuyi never was going to rely on the disciples of the sect to secure victory. He was fully intending to have Zuhai claim victory in the contest, his claws and fangs. While he could improve their cultivation bases, he had no reason to. Those young elites were given a chance and refused, and picking one of them out and wasting his resources on them was an unappealing option to him. Zuhai's eyes brightened considerably. He was a cultivator that birthed slaughter and battle intent. His species were said to have descended from the mythological silver wolf, Fenrir. The hunt, the fight, and the kill was in his blood. He had been cultivating quietly since he claimed his revenge, and Duke Zhao wasn't even enough to whet his appetite. A bloodlust effused from his scarlet eyes. You'll take victory. As for you, Sume, I think it's time for you to ascend. You've reached an absolute limit at your realm, and your comprehension of mana is sufficient to call forth the sky world lightning tribulation. Wei Wuyin found her comprehension to be terrifying. She was a frightening talent, far beyond him naturally in regards to cultivation. If it wasn't for his celestial eyes that can see the variations and aspects of mana, he didn't believe he could ascend so easily. While his talent with alchemy was exceptional to the extreme, and his intelligence and comprehension were not low, he knew in his heart that he was a notch or two weaker than Sume. He had a sneaky suspicion that her cultivation base wouldn't be below his if she wasn't feeling apprehensive. He didn't have anything solid for this assumption to stand on, but his heart felt it was the truth. The strange thing was that she didn't have any unique bloodline or physique, even her sea of consciousness and meridians were normal. To set a comparison, Qing Qiumu had a trifecta of talent that stemmed from her meridians, essence, sea of consciousness, mind, and physique, physical. They were all wood attributed and high grade, allowing her to cultivate an unprecedented path as a wood cultivator. Despite that, Sume seemed to not lose to her in any facet of natural talent. She gave birth to dark light energies, comprehended light and darkness intense, both high level and saber intent. These were all cultivation achievements, and she was at Wei Wuyin's age. In fact, it didn't lose out to Long Chen, a blessed. To add to this, she didn't rely on his karmic luck value. It was bizarre. It was incredibly bizarre. Sume didn't question Wei Wuyin's orders. Yes, Lord Wei. Her pure black eyes were radiant. Just staring at them could cause one to be lost in their light, a benefit of her cultivation method. Wei Wuyin nodded. Zuhai. Your aura has traces of a soul idol forming, you can ascend. I'll give you cultivation resources to ensure a 9-ring soul idol. You'll also cultivate the blood forging mystic method. It's a bloodline cultivation method that can improve the physical constitution, improve one's bloodline, and bring about unique changes. It'll be beneficial to you in the long run. This was the method he obtained from Yuan Longshi's memories, the complete version of the blood forging mystic method. It was the method used by the Blood Forge Emperor, a subordinate of Wu Yu, and likely revered mystic ascendant realm cultivator. He had created the Blood Forge continent and left his legacy within. Wei Wuyin had taken nearly a year to excavate the method, and using his comprehension of alchemy and the true dragon transmutation method, he had to remove the inconsistencies within. Originally, this technique had a hidden trap within that caused it to only work on those who'd been branded with a bloodline seal. This seal was very minute, nearly impossible to notice, and was there at birth. It was left by the Blood Forge Emperor onto his descendants and relatives. If it wasn't for him thoroughly sweeping Yuan Longshi's memories, Wei Wuyin would have remained completely ignorant of this flaw. But having known about it, removing this limitation was simple. With it removed, not only could he finally cultivate the method, but so could Zuhai, someone who relied on his physical body and bloodline energies to cultivate and fight. As a beastman, his bloodline powers were thoroughly affected by his cultivation base and vice versa. It was this very reason why Yuan Longshi advanced so swiftly and had such power at his age. Wei Wuyin sent a strand of alchemic Eden force into Zuhai's glabella. The contents of the blood-forging mystic method was branded in his mind. This startled Zuhai at first, not expecting Wei Wuyin to send a strand of astral force towards him, but he didn't react or resist. This was because the move was done by Wei Wuyin. But what shocked Zuhai even more was the information that entered his mind. His scarlet eyes widened in disbelief and uncertainty. He had never heard of someone mentally branding a technique into another's mind before. Cultivate it well. Wei Wuyin passed a storage ring to Zuhai. He was his trump card for the Grand Spirit Trials. With his cultivation base, he should be unrivaled after his ascension. Even if he lost this challenge, he wouldn't fall prey to the Alchemist Association's scheme. They clearly wanted to give him a request, one he couldn't refuse. He didn't know what it was, but he felt it wasn't appropriate. Regardless, he'll pay off the bet and move on. When it was just him and Sume, he looked at her. Her body was slim yet fierce, her defined and toned musculature outlined accentuating her light armor. With hair and eyes as black as night but as radiant as the sun, she was becoming more exquisite. While she had always been pretty, she was reaching another level of alluring with a unique charm of her own. When those clear black eyes met his silver eyes, he could feel her impassioned desire to improve and stand by his side. He gently smiled, a trace of warmth circulating endlessly in his heart. "This girl. You ready?" he asked. "Yes," she replied. Chapter 265, A Change in the World. Chapter 265, A Change in the World. "Lord Wei," Sume called out. They were both currently standing within a training field, facing each other. Regarding the mission from before, the ancient void gates. Within her heart, mind, and soul, she was quietly trembling. Sume felt that this tribulation attempt would be catastrophic for her. For some odd reason, she felt as if tomorrow wasn't promised. This caused her to recall that specific assignment. The ancient void gates were a strange existence that seemed to have originated from long ago, and there was a scent of mystery surrounding them. While Wei Wuyin kept a key to these ancient void gates around his neck, he hadn't wanted to venture within and explore. The question of what was on the other side kept tapping within her thoughts. Another continent. Planet. Starfield. Would it lead to another world entirely? Will there be new races, species, or cultivators out there? Perhaps it was a world of desolation, destroyed and lost. Her curiosity was stroked, but till this day it remained an unknown. "You were right. Zuhii found an ancient void gate on another continent, the Dark Mist continent. I also found one on the Myriad-Year continent. They had different conditions, with the Myriad-Year continents being destroyed and the Dark Mist continents was infected by the demonic energies within." Sume explained it all. "I know," Wei Wuyin said. He could feel the nervous aura from within Sume. While she hadn't noticed it, her hands were trembling and her eyes were suffusing an exhausted and terrified light. She maintained a straight face, but her body was responding. In fact, she was detailing information that he had already known. "Take a breath," he walked forward and pressed his hand against her shoulder. Her hand stopped, and her eyes stared into his own. For several moments, they were simply looking into the other's eyes. "Who?" "Ha-iya." Sume inhaled deeply, closing her eyes, and exhaled out all her turbid emotions. Her turbulent aura steadied. When she reopened her eyes, they reflected a determined will. "That's it," Wei Wuyin smilingly praised. "She's scared." This was the first time he had ever seen Sume like this, and even his celestial eyes revealed nothing. But if there was an issue, she was tied to him via karma, and his karmic luck value should be able to ensure she survived any unfortunate incidents. "Right." He frowned. "I'll be fine, Lord Wei." Sume regained herself, leaving Wei Wuin's range and distancing herself. When she stood alone, she gazed at the stars and felt her natal soul's sensation. It was this unique sensation that all fourth mortal state and higher natal souls at the Chi essence phase felt. It was termed the call of the astral tribulation. For a moment, to her, it felt like time stopped. The clouds' movement slowed, the sun's rays were flickering about, and the air stilled. "I'll stay by your side, as your light. Wherever you go." Her thoughts were clear and uttered from the depths of her soul. Her hands slowly clenched as she interacted with that sensation, invoking the astral tribulation. Wei Wuyin quietly watched. She has a divine heart of dark light chi. Her foundation is at the peak possible. She even comprehended two high-level intents of light and darkness alongside saber intent. More, she has a zenith mortal state natal soul. There shouldn't be any issue. After all, she's unlike me with the void, Eden, or alchemic Tao. It should be ordinary and normal. It should. The more he thought about Sume, the more nervous he felt. Even his very thoughts were as if he was consoling and reassuring himself, but he didn't believe it. He opened his silver eyes, pushing his celestial eyes of spiritual divinity to its utmost limits to grasp every little change within her and the world. According to the normal astral tribulation, her mortal star will appear, fused with light, darkness, and dark light intent. It should follow the same set of events like his divine heart of elemental chi. Dark light was merely the merging of light and darkness, and Sume had comprehended the core basics of its intent, capable of merging both light and darkness together. There should be no irregularities. A silence was evoked by the sky, earth, and suns. It felt as if the entire world had descended to an utmost quiet that was eerie and uncertain. There were no changes. Did she not call forth her astral tribulation? Wei Wuyin was confused, observing Sume, who remained still as if within a picture. His entire focus was on her. Father. Kratos's roar was violent, causing Wei Wuyin's entire heart to shake. Abruptly, he coughed gray blood, enough to fill several buckets as his robes were drenched. He staggered, his expression pale as he felt a wave of exhaustion. But his eyes never left Sume. Something strange. Eden called out, sending chaotic waves into his sea of consciousness that induced a splitting headache. These surging waves were intense, causing the current world to start to fracture. He had never felt like the world was made of glass, even his vision felt as if it was splitting. From where Sume stood, his entire sense of perception had become fractured and surreal. Kratos had never called Wei Wuyin father before. In fact, none of his astral souls referred to him by any title, but from the urgency within its voice and how it rumbled his entire body, he knew it was calling out to him. He felt the urgent and palpable fear within its tone. He shouldn't focus on that right now. At the moment, he regained a semblance of physical strength and mental clarity. What's happened? He asked, his eyes never leaving Sume. The world. It's changed. Kratos exclaimed, each word of it pumped his heart violently and he spewed out another gush of blood. However, he stayed steady. Wei Wuyin used his celestial eyes to perceive the world's mana, and his eyes narrowed. He realized the ambient mana had all vanished. There wasn't any present, at all. This shouldn't be possible. Mana was present everywhere and he had never experienced an absence of it. In fact, he felt that mana was a central aspect of cultivation and life that even the heavenly Daos relied on. How could it be absent, and so thoroughly? It was like instantly siphoning the oxygen out of a planet. It just shouldn't be possible. He tried to spread his spiritual sense, but his spiritual sense couldn't escape his astral souls. He felt his astral souls, but he couldn't feel a connection with them and his sea of consciousness. Without this connection with his mind, his spiritual sense was absolutely useless. Eden kept radiating waves that caused an endless mind-splitting headache. She's dying. Those words caused Wei Wuyin's eyes to widen, trying to view Sume's body. But regardless of what, she was stagnant. He couldn't see anything. It was as if she was frozen in time, fractured in his view like a broken picture frame. Your eyes. Use your other eyes. Eden called out. It seemed it was struggling to shout each word, its voice uncharacteristically deep. Wei Wuyin struggled to stand. He kept coughing blood, his mind felt as if it was a wardroom in full play, and this entire situation was confusing him. Other eyes. He had his gaze of the celestial eyes. With it, he could even see the world trend. What other eyes did he have? This. As if struck by lightning, he realized what Eden meant. Without hesitation, he no longer suppressed his alchemic stars of mortal spirituality, a benefit gained from his successful concoction of a ninth-grade product. Within both his eyes were stars, 7 in each, and they were brilliant. In a single glance, his view changed. The glass-shattering sight morphed, distorting and revealing the truth. Sume. Chapter 269, 266, Not Again. Chapter 269, 266, Not Again. His alchemic stars of mortal spirituality were a set of optical abilities obtained naturally from his comprehension of the alchemic Tao. It was proof of his status as a mortal sovereign alchemist, and was akin to intent. It linked deeply with the alchemic Tao and mortal Tao, initially allowing him to perceive the alchemic spirit remnants within others' bodies. He didn't know all of its abilities, but now he did. He could see what Eden always saw, and how he observed the world. This couldn't be reflected by spiritual sense. So when the world started to morph, he finally saw the truth. The mana of this world had been siphoned away, and all of this mana had entered Sumei's body. He tried to move, but every step was like trudging through dense mud. All the powers within his body were either halted or focused elsewhere. Kratos seemed to be allowing his body to move, focusing purely on preventing a strange force from infecting him. He didn't know what this force was, but every time he spat out blood, it was the force that had contaminated his blood and body rejected with forceful means. Eden was doing the same, refining out this force from his mind without end. It wasn't like the heavenly Das. This force was malicious and simply intended to bring harm to him directly. Furthermore, he was the only one targeted. It seemed to only be affecting him, as with his celestial eyes, he noted that Zuhai and Hong Chuanhua were simply there. They were breathing, cultivating, and blissfully unaware of what was happening. This meant time hadn't legitimately stopped. The complete extraction of the world's mana merely created a sense of time stopping. But he noticed King and Ori was silent and contained. They hadn't spoken nor could he interact with them. He didn't have time to delve into this, his heart was quaking ceaselessly as he observed Sumei's body. Her skin was cracked like glass, fractured thoroughly, and these cracks were growing. Her eyes were closed and her arms were spread out. Within her body, the alchemic spirit remnant within her body was gone. This contained all her latent alchemical efficacy of every pill, elixir, and paste she used but was unable to refine entirely. Furthermore, her body was filled to the brim with mana. It was this mana that was siphoned from the world that seemingly infused within her body and was causing her body to shatter. He shouted, his fleshy body mustering every last of its strength to push his way towards her. There were only a few 10 steps or so, but it felt like they were worlds apart. At the rate of the spread, and Eden's own estimation, he wouldn't make it. His heart was gripped with terror. This terror wasn't unknown. It was the horrific fear brought about by watching someone he cared for die. He had experienced this once before, and it was still as vigorous and painful as before. No. 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 Not again. He didn't know what was happening or why, but Sumei was definitely about to die. Eden. He cried in his mind. Eden was at a loss. Kratos. He cried in his heart. Roar. Kratos' roar shook his body, blood spewing once more from his mouth, but the helplessness within was clear. They both were creations from Wei Wuyan's soul, so they could feel his raging emotions at this moment but had to handle their own issues. If they relented for a second, Wei Wuyan's sea of consciousness might be snuffed out or his fleshy body could explode. Wei Wuyan shouted with strength, trying to take another step. He grasped his heart and interfaced with the mark of Eden. Life force. He brought out numerous strands that covered the sky above them. It formed a mist of endlessness that seemed to cover the horizon. If measured by strands, this might be hundreds of thousands. Even still, this life force seemed to not be a percent of the life force within the Mark of Eden. The inherent life force within the Mark of Eden seemed endless, as if it embodied the truths of immortality. Regardless of how much he brought out, it never ceased. Before long, millions of strands of life force emerged. Go. He controlled all this life force and they entered Sumei. As they did, the cracks on her body stopped spreading but remained there. Wei Wuyan's eyes brightened. He kept pushing his body forward, the mysterious force that seemed to be targeting him was truly restrictive. He kept infusing life force into Sumei, the cracks ceasing their attack and her situation stabilized. In seconds, thousands of years were consumed. In a minute, nearly 100,000 years of life force was consumed. It was only then did Wei Wuyan finally reach her, his hand coming to touch her body. He wanted to see if Eden and Kratos could use their powers to support Sumei, reversing this situation. Alas, the moment he touched her, her entire body responded with a scintillating surge of light that burned his eyes. His eyes felt as if it was placed on the surface of the sun. Instantly, he felt blinded and a force pushed him several meters back. No. He yelled. He was further than he was before. With gritted teeth, he kept sending life force into her body, his eyes slowly repairing themselves. He was startled by their recovery, as he was certain the light had scorched his eyes into nothingness. Despite that, he could still feel them. He could feel them returning. Fortunately, he wasn't the type to submit into a bout of insanity at a desperate situation. His originally intense emotions calmed down, his body upright and his thoughts circulated. He had never been one to lose his intelligence at critical moments. When I underwent my mortal star formation tribulation, the mortal star utilized the ambient mana. She initiated her tribulation and this strange event occurred. While I don't understand it, she must be undergoing her astral tribulation. If I were to think of it with the clues I have, Kratos and Eden's tribulations were different from Ori and King's. Eden happened in my sea of consciousness, while Kratos literally took me to the past where I relived events that defined me as an individual, my firsts in life. His thoughts grew clearer and clearer. When he reached the end of this thought, his silver eyes had returned. They were fixated on Sume, who was surrounded by strands of life force continuously being absorbed inside her body. The mortal star formation tribulation is different from the others, each unique and derived from the unique circumstances surrounding one's cultivation base. Regardless, I have a solution if this is the case. If he wasn't a mortal sovereign alchemist with the King of Everlore's legacy, he could only watch as Sume was sent to her death. However, he was. With a thought, he brought out a jade box. He didn't hesitate to open it. A black sun-like pill levitated within. This was the Everlore Ascension pill. If her predicament is caused by her mortal star formation tribulation, then this should work. If it didn't, then he'll think of something else. For now, he had to do this. Before, he didn't expect Sume to undergo these changes and expected a simple tribulation easily conquered. After all, she definitely had the strongest foundation of a 9th-stage chi condensation realm cultivator. The Everlore Ascension pill seemed unaffected by the force, and with a push of his hand, the pill became a comet that blitzed its way to her. It merged with the strands of life force and soon entered her body like they did, and when it did, the response was instant. Wei Wuyin saw the cracks recede, as if they were being absorbed by her. In a split second, she returned to normal. Gah! He spat out one last wad of blood, his head in immense pain. Despite his calm, despite his analysis, he started to slip into unconsciousness. He couldn't hold on, be it in body or mind, he was at his absolute limit. Just as he was about to faint, his second mind emerged and took over. Immediately, he regained himself. His body was still too exhausted, having lost too much blood, but the clarity and strength of his mind and thoughts were firm and connected. He saw the strands of life force that remained be recalled, re-entering the mark of Eden. As for Sume, she stood just like before. The world they existed in once more flooded with ambient mana, like a temporary gap produced by a cannonball hitting water, the mana surged its way back in and completely brought the world back to normal. Sume opened her eyes. She felt different. When she looked at her hands, she felt an unknown power flow through her body. Did I succeed in my tribulation? She was shocked at the abrupt success. She expected it to follow the events depicted by various cultivators, but it seemed to have occurred instantly. She looked at her sleeve and saw a splash of gray blood. Blood. Confused, she looked for Wei Wuyin. Those radiant pupils of hers became needlepoints as she saw his fallen and bloody figure. There were pools of blood from here to where Wei Wuyin was. There were literally gallons everywhere. Her heart shook with fear. With a mad dash, she arrived before Wei Wuyin. Wei Wuyin. This was the first time she called Wei Wuyin by his name since she decided to follow him on that fateful day. She wanted to hold him, but she didn't want to exacerbate his condition. Wei Wuyin smiled with relief. Seeing her healthy and vibrant meant she succeeded, and she would live. Fine. Struggling to say those words, he closed his eyes and rested. Even if his mind was clear, his physical energies were thoroughly exhausted and his blood loss was immense. He just wanted to sleep. On his right arm, his Inheritor of Sin tattoo flickered with dark red light endlessly, as if trying to block the events from prying eyes. He hadn't realized this event that occurred would startle not just the heavens but the gods, devils, and immortals of this world. Fortunately, Sume was a part of his life. Chapter 270-267, A Step at a Time. Chapter 270-267, A Step at a Time. After the event of Sume's tribulation, Wei Wuyin spent the next coming days recovering from his immense blood loss. Bedridden for so long, he was left feeling abnormally helpless. The only fortunate benefit was being taken care of by Sume. He was left stunned by her gentle and caring methods, and it was like being taken care of as a sick child. To some, this might be humiliating, but Wei Wuyin felt comforted beyond imagination. She took up this task with the utmost diligence after learning that she had been somewhat to blame. Furthermore, she hadn't realized it. According to her, she had an uncomfortable feeling regarding the tribulation and initiated it, then a few seconds later, she succeeded. There was no mortal star formation tribulation, and her natal soul was currently undergoing its advancement to an astral soul. Her astral core and world sea were present and accounted for, slowly solidifying inside her dantian. She didn't feel any different, nor did she comprehend any intent or obtain the designs for greater intent. It was as if she had just ascended without issue or warning, simply a success. If this was heard by all those who died assailing this tribulation, she might be drowned in ghosts for her entire life. Wei Wuyin couldn't help but bitterly smile. He had used an Everlore Ascension pill. This pill was worth planets, literally. Yet she didn't recall it or anything for that matter. He felt more bitter about this despite his immense loss in quintessential blood, physical, and mental energies. Well, as long as she was okay, then everything was fine and his little sacrifice was nothing in comparison to her life. When he said those words mindlessly, Sume froze for a moment and left the room immediately after. When she returned, she was even more fervent and thorough. In truth, he suffered greatly from this. His entire body was numb, his thoughts were a jumbled mess, and he felt like a mortal, filled with turbidity and inconsistent memory, and he looked like a ghoul with an ashen complexion. This felt fundamentally mortifying to someone who had reached his level of cultivation, becoming close to what mortals would term as a godlike existence, yet reduced to the lowest level. It was close to being crippled. After eating some meat soup made by Sume, he laid in his bed staring at the ceiling. While his thoughts were a mess, he could recall every matter that had happened with incredibly outstanding clarity. It was surreal. My eyes nor the celestial eyes of spiritual divinity were capable of noticing anything. In fact, the celestial eyes seemed to have caused the fracturing effect of the world. It was as if it was telling me that what I was seeing was false, an illusion created by unfathomable means. His celestial eyes were said to be able to see the trend of the world, an effect that he could utilize today, the laws of the world and unseen deities. This was merely the three most essential aspects of the strength of his eye of truth, but what he saw today seemed to be beyond that level. It was only when he unleashed the alchemic stars of mortal spirituality, that contained the intricate qualities of the alchemic Tao and mortal Tao, did he observe the truth before him. Sume had evoked an event that siphoned the world of its mana and absorbed it, then she looked as if she was breaking apart at the seams. Even the alchemic spirit remnant disappeared. Despite this, her astral core was normal. She had a divine darklight astral soul. There were no irregularities. What happened to the mana she absorbed? The alchemic spirit remnant. Why did this event happen? Was it because of him? Was it because of her? Was it something else entirely? He clutched softly at his hair. While he put on an outward appearance of calm and relaxation before Sume, his brain felt as if it was throbbing endlessly with unanswered questions. The cultivation world was so vast and expansive. He felt as if he had merely touched on its corners, and a very small corner of it at that. How weak was he? Ha ha ha, I'm acting like an idiot. He found it funny that his thoughts were diverging to such basic thoughts. He had never been someone who dwelled on being weak at the present, and always pressed forward for the future. The only time his thoughts had slipped was due to the calamities pressing upon his heart. Having not even found any clue to the realm of sages, how could he be strong? From the moment he was born, he's been weak, an ant. As an ant, he was cultivating to see how big he can be. He had long since lost his family, claimed his bloody revenge, and fought ferociously to do so. Now, he was on his own journey. One step at a time. At the end of his road, wherever it may be, either the answers will have been discovered or he'll fade away after living his life to his fullest. Despite his mind being filled with a turbid quality, his heart of cultivation remained as strong as ever. For now, it was fine that Sume was okay. If she experienced this again during her next breakthrough, he'll see if another Everlore Ascension pill will be sufficient to deal with it once again. King, Ori, are you okay? Wei Wuyin asked these two astral souls who were sealed within his dantian. Since he had regained some strength, they've remained entirely silent. He could feel a heavy emotion of sulking within them, and it caused him to feel anxious and curious. They were acting against their personalities. Well, at least Ori was. It was the most talkative out of the four. We couldn't help. We wanted to help. We wanted to. Ori cried, its voice filled with the sound of crying. Wei Wuyin was startled by this. They can cry. While it was merely the sound tainting its voice, it felt genuine. TCH. King released his signature sound, but it was similarly filled with sadness. This normally arrogant and domineering astral soul was feeling distressed. Wei Wuin's eyelids lowered, a wisp of helplessness within. He hadn't known how the four felt about him until Kratos slipped during the event. He had referred to him as a father and roared it with the utmost urgency. He couldn't sense or see the mysterious force that was invading his body and mind. But they could, so they knew of its dangers. From Eden, he learned that Kratos and Eden shielded them both from the mysterious force. While they were shielded, they were also sealed within their astral cores. This prevented them from being invaded by the mysterious force. According to it, the mysterious force had infected them by a small iota and it nearly caused them to be snuffed out of existence. If it wasn't for their immediate response, the two would have been annihilated entirely. They didn't know why the force was attracted to them, but Eden had said it was likely due to his and Kratos' unique bodies and composition. They consistently shared energies and connected, so they were attacked as well. I'm fine as long as you're both perfectly okay. Sometimes you have to let your siblings handle certain matters that they can. You'll have your turn. Wei Wuyin comforted the two, unbeknownst to him when he referred to them as siblings. He could feel a little discontent from King, but Ori was pacified by his words. Its fluctuations became considerably calmer and he could feel a sense of determination within it. In truth, these two were the majority of his offensive strength. Whenever he entered a conflict, they were at the forefront of supporting him in fighting or healing, so it was quite interesting to see that they felt useless from this single matter. Just thinking this made him uncertain if he should laugh or cry. First my bloodline source is exhausted, then my bloodline energies are exhausted too. With my mind like this, I can't even concoct the products to help me recover. If only wood energies would work. Wei Wuyin shook his head. The mark of Eden was quite mysterious. It had enough wood energies to match its life force. Furthermore, he had no idea how much life force was within. He only knew that the mark of Eden that was condensed by the unique life form that was the tree of Eden could refine life force. He had a sneaky suspicion that it could convert wood energies into life force. This was only a guess. It was still uncertain how much life force it had, but he knew it wasn't small. There's a high possibility it had hundreds of millions of years of life force within, perhaps even more. It might even be infinite. This only reinforced his belief in tackling the second calamity of hell. Second calamity, suppressed, 8 years. 8 more years. The deadline had shortened considerably due to his killing of Yuan Longshi, a blessed. In the future, he'll have to balance out eliminating blessed with his timeline. After all, he needed to ensure the maximum amount of time to reach the realm of sages, cultivating a soul of true sin, and ensure he had another card to survive a failed calamity. Just as he thought this, a familiar feeling bit into his mind and right arm. His eyes brightened considerably. Karmic luck value, 1432.3 1356.7. Chapter 271, 268, 4 out of 5 involved. Chapter 271, 268, 4 out of 5 involved. While Wei Wuyin recuperated, the three forces instilled their entire focus on nurturing a group of young elites that could clinch victory, reigning supreme in the grand spirit trials. The news of this couldn't be hidden as the demonic Abyss Mountain, Sacred Light Palace, and Sen Clan had heard about it and the wagers within. While the information about Wei Wuyin and the Alchemist Association was kept confidential, the 3 items being given to the winner had poked their curiosity and interest. They were even said to send witnesses to this trial, watching the events unfold as a winner was inevitably declared. News of this event spread like a contagious virus that couldn't be stopped as people ceaselessly transmitted it with no regard. Before long, everyone, their mothers, and the infants listening to the adults talk knew. It had been a very long time since the forces had gathered together and tested the mettle of their young genius elites in a healthy and competitive environment. This competition gained an immense amount of hype. There was even a list of those who would participate, and numerous betting stations had been established by the Golden Coin Pavilion, the #1 merchant force in the starfield. The Golden Coin Pavilion was similar to the Alchemist Association in its neutrality, being stationed in all 5 astral territories and dealt with the trading of numerous rare and precious materials used for cultivation, alchemy, or forging. They sold armaments, tools, alchemic products, and more with a rightful and fair attitude. Their reputation was exceptional. With their stellar reputation that upheld fairness and a belief in stable business, they were allowed to entrench themselves in all the astral territories. While they had to pay a small fee for all sales conducted on the territory to these hegemons, it was pennies compared to the amount they earned. If the Alchemist Association could be considered the richest and most influential force outside of the 5 hegemonic forces, then the Golden Coin Pavilion was the second. They often worked hand to hand to distribute products and make profits. Their relationship was quite good. During the second month of preparation, for a month before the Grand Spirit Trial's official start, the numerous forces that existed in various territories were already seeing if they could introduce themselves into this competition. Even if they couldn't win, they could hone their juniors with this competition and see how they fared against 2 of the 5 hegemonic forces. The requests were endless, enough to drown the Myriad Monarch Sect, Elemental Heaven Pavilion, and Alchemist Association. Of course, the Elemental Heaven Pavilion and Alchemist Association had pushed all decisions in regards to this to the Myriad Monarch Sect. Many believed they would be unwilling to accept this, as more competition would be disadvantageous to claiming the prize, but they were startled by the Myriad Monarch Sect's declaration. All at or beneath the age of 300 can freely participate. Entry fee: First stage, Astral Core Realm, 1 Astral Stone. Second stage, Astral Core Realm, 3 Astral Stones. Third stage, Astral Core Realm, 10 Astral Stones. Be warned, your life is not guaranteed. This notice caused an uproar. A single Astral Stone was equivalent to a single low-grade, low-tier, 7th-grade Astral Dipper Fountain Pill. This could be considered the lowest 7th-grade pill available, but even still, it was outrageously expensive for normal cultivators. Furthermore, Astral Stones were only available on planets and required decades to form. If they wanted to pay in essence stones, it was 10 million, which was even more outrageous. It was this moment that most people realized once more that they were poor compared to these elite sections. More, while the limit was 300 years of age, those below the Astral Core Realm weren't allowed. Even if they were, they wouldn't have a chance. This left many downcast. The average age for Astral Core Realm cultivators were about 300 years, so only the most outstanding geniuses and talents could qualify to participate. If numerous geniuses decided to involve themselves in this, the competition would be uncharacteristically fierce. This declaration wasn't met with just sad cries of the majority, but the blazing passion of the incredible minority. This minority were those talented geniuses who wanted to vie for the top prize. There was only one winner. Southwest 2nd and 3rd place would receive nothing in this competition. It was a contest for the confident. The Sacred Light Palace and Demonic Abyss Mountain had announced their participation in the 3rd month. Furthermore, they would be adding to the victory prize, not causing their status to lose out to the Elemental Heaven Pavilion or Myriad Monarch Sect. The Sacred Light Palace offered a drop of Sacred Essence Liquid. It was said that Sacred Essence Liquid can, when consumed, can improve the quality of one's meridians and dantian, allowing the time to or talent in absorbing cultivation resources or alchemical products to increase by 5 times. This might seem small, but if it took one 5 months to thoroughly absorb a 6th-grade pill, then it'll only take a month. Then, they could absorb 5 times that number with the same amount of time as they could have before. The benefits didn't lose out to the other 3. In fact, it had more long-reaching benefits. The Demonic Abyss Mountain had thrown their hats into it, but they offered an unhatched egg to a baleful Gale Star Hawk. It was a beast with the innate potential to develop and grow into a star beast with strength rivaling a 3rd-stage Astral Core Realm cultivator without any support. According to history records, if nurtured appropriately, its flight speed can rival Realm Lords, or even Time Lords. They were better mounts than even Pegasus, with their bloodline potential already unlocked at birth. The Demonic Abyss Mountain's Abyss Master, a figure that rivaled the Grand Monarch Wu Yu, Divine King Han Zhe, and Sacred Elven Queen, had used one as a mount. There was a story that it had once shattered a planet with its violent wind bloodline powers. These forces were going all out, invigorating the masses even more as betting stations were wild with activity and individuals were seeking ways to obtain recordings of the event. It was only when the Myriad Monarch sect stated they'll be doing a large-scale transmission of events to various and specific locations, charging a small fee as they did so, did the masses truly explode. With 4 of the 5 hegemonic forces participating, numerous genius disciples of subordinate forces, obscure clans, and independent experts having the qualification to enter at will, the event was sure to be greater than anything prior during the Trivision era. This was shaping up to be the grandest event of this century. In the Elemental Heaven Pavilion, in one of their disciple residences, there was a handsome young man with gray eyes, short black hair, and a 9-colored dot between his brows. This mark emitted an air of elemental forces. He was brandishing a white spear, moving through the world like the wind, stabbing out like lightning, and with the stability of earth. He seemed to merge with the world and its qualities as he did so. Ha! When he unleashed a piercing thrust, the void slightly shook. On his forehead was beads of sweat, his body trembling slightly from his cultivation of arts. Standing ramrod straight, his back seemed like a pillar that could uphold the world. Beside him was a scarlet-haired woman flickered into existence abruptly. Her expression was hidden beneath her veil. "You're participating in this grand spirit trials?" she asked, and from her silky and attractive voice, one could hear a faint smile within. The young man took a deep breath, exhaling out a breath of turbid air as he felt lighter. He turned to the young woman with a slight smile. "Why should I, Senior Sister Lin? Master left me with enough resources." The young woman reminded, "You shouldn't call him Master yet, you haven't obtained his official recognition. As for me, I'm not your senior sister just yet." While she said those words, she seemed to be quite careless with it and unbothered, as if she was merely teasing the young man. Indeed she was, and the young man knew it. He laughed and revealed a dazzling set of white teeth. "I've birthed high-level intents for 3 advanced elements and developed elemental origin intent. I have already obtained 3 fragments for his disciple token. I just need to obtain the others within that gateway above the Auric Sea, and I'll be your junior brother soon enough. Then you'll have to take care of me." The scarlet-haired woman shook her head. "Lin Ming, you still have to overcome the trial. Master's realm isn't ordinary. You'll learn more there, but there are those of exceptionally high cultivation within that pose a serious threat. Obtaining the fragments and opening the gateway are not the same, and it'll be dangerous. Furthermore, you'll be on your own." Her words were tinged with a bit of worry. The young boy named Lin Ming's face grew serious. He knew that overconfidence often met with unexpected failure, so he reined it in. He had to take this matter seriously. "I'll give it my all. I promise." Seeing the determined expression, the scarlet-haired woman released a breath of relief internally. She had confidence in this little boy. That grew from nothing, obtaining the first fragment from her and then having obtained the other 2 with his own efforts. To her, he truly was worthy enough to become that man's disciple. "You should participate in the grand spirit trials," she said. Why? Is there something special about it? He grew curious why she mentioned this twice. He didn't need cultivation resources, having a sufficient enough amount from the 2 legacy caches he obtained alongside the fragments. He was waiting for the fated day the gateway opened. Then, he would enter there using the fragment's power to explore and obtain the other fragments. You don't know this, but the gateway has been discovered by this branch and the sect called the Myriad Monarch sect. When the day the gateway opens, they intend to send others through it to explore. The Grand Spirit Trials are to select those with the qualifications, as the restriction prevented those without permission from entering unless they are beneath 300 years of age, she explained. What? That's suicide. The gateway led to a realm that was mystical and dangerous. Sending those beneath 300 years of age was practically suicide. After all, they would at most be at the 3rd stage of the astral core realm in his opinion. If it was during the King of Everlore era, the elite geniuses then wouldn't have any fear. Not only would they be at the 4th or 5th stage of the astral core realm, their foundations would at least be at the 7th ring soul idol and 7th ripple spatial resonance. These were the elite genius standard of that era, but now, having a 5-ring soul idol was considered monstrous. The scarlet-haired woman didn't answer. She too felt the same way, but it wasn't her responsibility to inform them of this danger. They weren't her geniuses, nor were they her people. The rewards aren't too bad. Even where I come from, an 8th grade spatial spirit pill isn't easy to acquire. Also, you can enter properly with your sect members. consider this as a way to hone yourself, she advised once more. He frowned. He didn't think this starfield was nothing more than a stepping stone to the path of the grander Tao. The geniuses here were not at his level, especially those below 300 years old. But seeing how insistent his senior sister was, he nodded. Okay, I'll use this to earn my way in properly. At least I can protect certain people this way without coming off as suspicious. His declaration elicited a nod from the scarlet-haired woman. She vanished abruptly, leaving Lin Ming to resume his cultivation. Chapter 272, 269, Participating. Chapter 272, 269, Participating. A day before the Grand Spirit Trials. The sounds of forceful grunts resounded from Tuo Bihan's open-roof courtyard. The grunts were rhythmic and even, clearly the sounds of a consistent exertion of effort. From time to time, the sky layer solidified beneath the palace shook. A scarlet-eyed, silver-haired, and barefoot handsome beastman walked into the courtyard from the entrance, his initial expression somewhat lazy and lackadaisical until he noticed where the sounds came from, and that handsome face was quiet and patient. A figure was performing a set of push-ups, a basic mortal exercise. But upon his back was a jade sphere the size of a baseball. Wei Wuyin was shirtless, wearing a set of loose pants, and was freely displaying the contours of his muscles. Sweat glistened beneath him, dripping onto the floor. Each lift brought about the revealment of his veins. The jade sphere was perfectly placed at the center of his body, exerting a unique force that pressed upon his body. At the moment, it was the near equivalent of a small mountain on Wei Wuyin's back. After a specific set, he inhaled and the pressure faded from the jade sphere. He lifted himself up and took slow and steady breaths to relax his heartbeat. The innate energies within his body were vast and vigorous. Zuhai remained silent throughout. Wei Wuyin waved his hand and brought out a towel, wiping the sweat from his body. The towel had various cleansing properties. Simply a wipe was a better cleaning than a full shower. Without looking at Zuhai, "You've finished cultivation." "Yes, master. I've overcome the 9 spiritual judgment tribulation," Zuhai stated. Within his voice was a tinge of pride and excitement. One could see his achievements was astounding. Furthermore, from his fleshy body was a hint of a bloody stench that was quite rich and potent. Blood-forging mystic method. Wei Wuyin inquired as he kept his towel and started to take out a set of myriad monarch sex heavenly king robe. He didn't hesitate to change out of his loose pants before Zuhai. Zuhai's expression became dignified. "The cultivation method is the most exquisite and profound method I've cultivated in my life. I could only reach the first level, refining the blood-forged runes within my heart. However, just this step has allowed my bloodline power to become purer and stronger." Wei Wuyin nodded. The blood-forging mystic method could be considered an evil method, but that was in its later stages. During its foundational stages, one merely needed to condense their essence blood into blood-forged runes, and then they could use various energies to improve its qualities and power. With these runes alone, one's bloodline power would strengthen as one cultivation did. It was a brilliant method for beastmen or those like him who've taken the bloodline of others. Yuan Longsher had used this method to enhance his mark of mortal myth, which was also his bloodline source's strength, and strengthen his fleshy body. From what he saw from Yuan Longsher, he had reached the 3rd level of the blood-forging mystic method, the blood-forging battle armor. At that level, the nurtured blood-forged runes would merge with one's entire physique and can be used to amplify one's physical attributes, even amplifying their bloodline powers. After dressing up entirely, Wei Wuyin calmly asked, "Have everything been prepared?" Zuhai nodded. He had thoroughly prepared for this, knowing that Wei Wuyin was deeply invested into him. He was given the task of defeating all the other young elites and claiming victory in the upcoming Grand Spirit Trials. Wei Wuyin had even had a set of astral weapons for him personally crafted by the Sex Top Forgers. "Good. Let's go." Wei Wuyin's eyes shined with brilliant light, no longer turbid and lacking. It had taken him several months of recovery to recuperate from the damage dealt by that mysterious force. It had infected his body and mind, and even with Kratos and Eden's efforts, it still had slowed down his recovery. He learned the inherent difficulties in recovering one's quintessential blood, physical, and mental energies. It was these energies that were the core of his strength, and when exhausted or expelled, he couldn't simply recover with a few pills and elixirs. While these helped, he had to carefully recover with gentle efforts and methods. Furthermore, the King of Everlore's legacy or any legacy had never delved into recovering the quintessential energies of the body. Typically, when those energies were expelled or damaged, that meant the person was dead or brain dead. Regardless of whatever activity the body or mind had, they were dead. But Wei Wuyin was capable of surviving, and this was already heaven-defying enough. If it wasn't for Eden and Kratos, he could only fade away. It was horrifying to think about. During these 6 months, the events on the outside had grown bigger and bigger, with Unia and the Grand Spirit trials being lit by the spotlight of the starfield. Besides the San clan, who remained silent throughout the event, the other 4 hegemonic powers had all thrown their hats into this challenge. Furthermore, they were arriving to test the mettle of their geniuses. In a short period of time, an event capable of attracting the attention of any and every force or expert was unintentionally created. Wei Wuyin was startled by this at first, considering how all this stemmed from the Elemental Heaven Pavilion and Alchemist Association's scheming. He felt as if someone had purposely fanned this news to the world. He knew it wasn't done by the Alchemist Association, especially with the wager on the line. If neither the Myriad Monarch sect or Alchemist Association claimed victory, then the bet would be nullified. As for getting the Spirit Oath invoked, that was impossible. While he was confident in Zuhiyai, he had some doubts. These doubts were due to the small amount of time he had to nurture Zuhiyai. With less than 5 years, it simply felt inadequate. After they left Tuobihan's Sky Palace, they soared on a Pegasus on loan, considering Xiaobai was currently with Shui Fei on the Bloodforge continent. Master. Zuhiyai called out, a question was clearly on his mind. Will you be participating? Zuhiyai hesitated for a moment before gathering his courage to directly ask. He knew that Wei Wuin's combat strength was unprecedentedly high. At the first stage of the Astral Core realm, he dominated Yuan Longshi. This was a genius who could fight Qi Lang, a continental guardian, and gain an advantage while being at a lower stage. However, when Wei Wuyin took action, it was nearly embarrassing to watch. Wei Wuin's every attack dealt severe damage and he seemed to be at an utter ease. When Yuan Longshi attempted to go all out, he was suppressed and killed on the spot. Now, Wei Wuyin was at the second stage of the Astral Core realm, a sky ruler. His strength should have leapt to an extreme. Even with his cultivation base, bloodline, and slaughter and battle intent combined, he felt that fighting Qi Lang would be a challenge. He might be able to gain a temporary advantage, but the cultivation difference wasn't just for show. If Qi Lang summoned his soul idol, his spells would reach untold levels of power. He would have struggled to contest against this. To him, if Wei Wuyin decided to take action, who could possibly rival him in the younger generation? Wei Wuyin gave off a slight smile. Originally, he wasn't planning to participate. The Grand Spirit trials would take an entire year to complete. He had merely 8 left to prepare before his calamity of hell descended, forcing him to face a crossroad of life and death. He didn't feel the need to do so. Zuhiyai was enough. But after Su Mei's event, he decided to change his mind. A year wouldn't matter. The only issue was that he still had an exhausted bloodline source and his sea of consciousness was still recovering from Eden's forceful expulsion. He couldn't undergo draconification or access his bloodline abilities. While he could still freely use draconic force and void force, his abilities were still gated. This was a small disadvantage, but still a disadvantage. Fortunately, he mostly used Ori for general combat and King for killing. Eden and Kratos weren't his primary means of combat. With this, he decided to participate. Even if only to prove to Ori that her powers mattered. I will be participating, Wei Wuyin said. Zuhiyai was stunned for a moment. He had originally thought Wei Wuyin wasn't going to fight for one reason or another, but he was actually doing so. A scarlet light glowed within his eyes. It was near tangible battle intent. Wei Wuyin gave off a wry smile. Zuhiyai had developed battle intent, so his personality was definitely competitive. Perhaps in normal settings due to the status and placement he had in his heart, Zuhiyai would never ask for a spar, but if it was an official contest, then he could unleash his strength without hesitation. Indeed, Zuhiyai was hoping in his heart of hearts to fight Wei Wuyin. When Wei Wuyin had recruited him, he had steeled himself to be his claws and fangs, but if the claws and fangs aren't more powerful than the body, then why have them? He wanted to prove his worth to Wei Wuyin. They soon arrived at the first level of the extreme Monarch Mountain, the Myriad Void Gates platform. There were numerous young elites waiting and ready, all of them were in the astral core realm, and under the age of 300. Not all of them were Myriad Monarch sect disciples, a few were standing by with their patriarchs, matriarchs, or masters. These were the geniuses that belonged to the subordinate forces on the Myriad continent, the geniuses developed by high-level clans and experts at the astral core realm. While these clans weren't at the level of the 5 hegemons, many of them had 4th-stage astral core realm experts at their head. These figures were of considerable renown. After all, they belonged to the top 1 percentile of experts amongst the entire starfield. When Wei Wuyin and Zhu Yi arrived, there were numerous of these experts and disciples who looked his way. A few sky nobles and heavenly kings had calm gazes, clearly holding a competitive spirit ignited. 2 young women noticed and soared towards them. Su Mei and Hong Chuanhua had already been waiting for them, but when Su Mei revealed herself before Zhu Yi, his eyes went wide with shock. Su Mei was flying without any astral force. Sky Ruler. His heart shook in surprise. Wei Wuyin wasn't as shocked as Zhu Yi. He was a little concerned. Su Mei's cultivation base had immediately improved a few months after his ascension, allowing her to reach the 2nd stage of the astral core realm, the Sky Ruler phase. Furthermore, she developed a strange characteristic that other cultivators didn't normally have after ascending. He didn't know if it was her cultivation talents fully manifesting, but her ability to absorb and thoroughly refine alchemical products had skyrocketed to an insane level. While it wasn't at the same level as his astral souls, she increased her cultivation speed by at least 20 times. What originally took her 20 months required 1. This was a supremely high rate. It was as if her meridians and dantian had upgraded by several levels. But when he inspected her meridians and dantian, he found no irregularities. They were simply more efficient than others. Lord Wei, Su Mei called out as she landed. Wei Wuyin nodded. The 4 of them waited for the top characters to finally arrive. Chapter 270, Difference in Eras. Chapter 270, Difference in Eras. Wei Wuyin was a high-profile figure, and despite the tension with the other sky nobles and heavenly kings, the elders and seniors knew of his importance. He was a future alchemic emperor with at least 1,000 years of premium life. With this, he will be the father of many talents and experts in the coming future, likely establishing an era for himself. The word likely was used because of the Princess of Everlore. In their thoughts, Wei Wuyin had potential, but potential wasn't a certainty. There was once a 13-year-old alchemic lord 200 years ago, and he was regarded as an exceptional talent in the Tao of alchemy. There were numerous individuals who believed he would become an alchemic emperor within 100 years, becoming the youngest alchemic king. But when he faced 7th-grade products, the gate to becoming an alchemic king, he failed. Even today, he resided in the Alchemist Association, and was merely a high-level alchemic lord. In 200 years, he was unable to leap out of the river and into the Dragon's Gate. He remained a lowly carp struggling against the currents. While the spatial spirit pill was evidence of Wei Wuyin's talent, it wasn't a certainty in terms of how long he'll truly take to reach the level to concoct it without consuming the vital energies of the planet to reinforce himself. To them, they thoroughly believed the news released by Tua Bihan, and felt that it was normal. However, that method couldn't be used, otherwise the planet would decline. There were a few seniors who walked forward and introduced themselves, and these few shameless seniors led to more individuals talking to him in a cordial manner. Wei Wuyin was an adequate conversationalist, so he met them head-on. They were excited to see his response, which soon led to him being swarmed with seniors. Zhu Yi, Su Mei, and Hong Chuanhua were soon forced to retreat while Wei Wuyin was surrounded by these renowned experts. They exchanged pleasantries and jokes, the atmosphere soon became quite lively. In this group of young elites, Long Chen was there. His eyes were gazing at the crowd of old farts chatting with Wei Wuyin. He shook his head, shameless. These elite experts were trying to form a relationship with Wei Wuyin, putting on a mask of friendly warmth. They merely wanted to seek benefits. They may be shameless, but it isn't necessarily bad. Within the ring, Wu Yu emotionally said. Not bad. Long Chen was stunned. These old foxes were maneuvering the favor of a junior, disposing of their dignified aura and lofty status for a chance at benefits. To him, they seemed like attention-seeking servants wanting to be the first to wipe Wei Wuyan's ass. Wu Yu sighed, "You don't understand how difficult cultivation is. While your path has been fraught with difficulties, challenges, and battles of life and death, cultivation itself is fundamentally different than those things. Those things you experience were brought about by cultivation, they aren't cultivation. Cultivation is peaceful, quiet, and time-consuming." Long Chen was baffled. He didn't feel that was the case at all, and this was the first time he disagreed with Wu Yu on a matter of cultivation. How could he justify their actions? Wu Yu felt Long Chen's doubt and went silent. It was hard to tell a talented youth that hadn't lived 40 years yet but reached a level that those in his surroundings took nearly 10 times as long to reach about the truth of cultivation. To them, their cultivation was rapid and unprecedented, and they felt that they had the aura of a true elite, expert, or master. In the end, he tried, "When I was young, I was considered relatively talented amongst my generation. In fact, I was peerless. I dominated seniors and masters in my era 5 times my age. I cultivated daily, trained to my limits, and fought to pursue the vast martial Tao. But when the king of Everlore emerged, his servants that were a 10th my age could kill me with a finger." What? Long Chen's heart shook. He couldn't believe it. Wu Yu continued, "Fortunately, I was lucky enough to befriend him. He helped me with resources that I've never seen or heard of before, allowing me to reach limits beyond my talent. If I was left alone, I would have died never having become a realm lord. In fact, I might not even have the qualifications to survive all my tribulations." Me, alongside 6 others, had gained his favor and changed their destinies. With our talent, we used what he offered to the utmost limit. We touched levels unheard of, godly powers we've never even dreamed about. We could shatter continents, create continents, nurture planets, establish realms of our own, and soar through the dark void freely. But we didn't have to fight for this, we peacefully cultivated to that level with his presence. It was only after he left did we use our strength for. He stopped speaking, but the meaning was clear. The King of Everlore's era was a peaceful era that covered the essence of cultivation. There was no plunder, claiming of territories, or battles to the death. Everyone was focused on purely cultivating in this peaceful era, and while deaths occurred, tragedies happened, they never defined the era. Unlike the myriad monarch sect's imperial heaven era, they trounced the other forces beneath their feet, killing mercilessly and dominating all creation. Or the divine King Han Zhe's prejudiced eradication of those of the dragon lineage. Those eras weren't about cultivation, but about other things. They were the exact inverse of the King of Everlore's era. Seeing those seniors and top-tier characters of the current era smile warmly and speak with friendliness to a junior wasn't a disgrace in his eyes. If he had to, he would have done the same. In fact, he was. Long Chen clenched his fists. After learning that Wei Wuyan had successfully concocted a 9th-grade alchemical product and could be considered as a mortal sovereign alchemist, he felt endless frustration in his heart. "I'll reach your level without his help," Long Chen declared in his heart. If it was anyone else, perhaps he would be willing to befriend them, but not Wei Wuyan. "Everything all right?" a soft, gentle voice asked beside him. Long Chen snapped out of his emotions, turning to see an impeccably beautiful countenance before him. Those sapphire-like eyes were like the wells of calm, luring one's emotions to inevitably settle. This young woman was Lian Yu, and her aura had changed. She was no longer at the Qi condensation realm, but had ascended to the astral core realm. In terms of talent, she had ample amount. While she was often overshadowed by Long Tingyu, Qing Qiumu, and Na Sini, she wasn't to be underestimated. She was participating in the Grand Spirit Trials alongside Long Chen, Qing Qiumu, and one other. It was Long Tingyu. She wore a veil that covered the lower half of her face completely, only revealing her charmingly lustrous eyes, thin eyebrows, and flawless porcelain-like skin. Just from those clear, violet-colored eyes one could tell she was a heart-crushing beauty. She was no longer a child, possessing the body of a well-endowed young woman. Her perky, full breasts seemed carved from soft stone, and her hips and slim waist that were mouth-watering. Attached to which was a well firm and bouncy S that left one gaze unable to be pulled away with every movement. Her long black hair was pure and glistening from the ambient light. She was a beauty through and through. And her talent was not lacking, her cultivation base was also at the astral core realm. As she stood there, she seemed like an alluring demon that could attract the attention of the masses. Xiang Ling was also there, and she was clearly distracted. Her eyes were focused on Wei Wuyan's direction, a hint of glaze within. It was as if she was recalling rather intense memories. Long Chen gently smiled, yeah. He unclenched his fist. Regardless of what, Wei Wuyan was still just an alchemist. Even Wu Yu had said that the Tao of alchemy was too time-consuming, and the cultivation base of the King of Everlore had never been superior to those he nurtured. In the future, he'll exceed the astral core realm and become a true expert with his own efforts. At that time, Wei Wuyan would only be able to look up to him. Master. Long Tingyu called out, her voice was like music to the ears. Those pure eyes were fixated on her master, her expression completely different from her normal calm, alluring, or focused ones she usually had. Xiang Ling was still in her stupor. It was only when Long Tingyu tugged at her sleeve did she snap out of her daze, turning towards Long Tingyu. You said something. Long Tingyu had never seen her master out of sorts like this. She traced her original gaze and realized she was staring at Wei Wuyan. Was she thinking of venturing over and making an impression? If you want to go over there, do it. If she was still young, she might have been against it, but she no longer had her youthful bias. After all, Wei Wuyan had saved her life. If he hadn't intervened that day, she would have been imprisoned even now. However, she didn't know about her master's thoughts and inner desires. Xiang Ling blushed slightly, it's fine. Confused, Long Tingyu looked at her master. Just as she opened her mouth about to throw an inquiry out there, the sky above parted and 3 figures descended. As they did, most of everyone looked upwards to see the 4 figures. They were all grand imperial sages, and their cultivation and status was matchless. The Extreme Demon Mountains Grand Imperial Sage Yao Zhen, Extreme War Mountains Grand Imperial Sage Ji Changkong, and Extreme Origin Mountains Grand Imperial Sage Qin Rui. Their auras were astonishing and impressive, and when they descended, they became the focus. As for Zhen, she remained on the Myriad Monarch planet, and Tua Bihan was already on Unia. This will certainly be a spectacular event, and with so many top-tier experts watching, this was an exceptional opportunity for those participating. If they had a good showing and displayed their potential, they might be selected as a disciple or receive personalized nurturing. In their hearts, they were already fired up. When Ji Changkong landed, he swept his gaze across everyone. They all had respectful expressions and hints of reverence in their eyes. We're leaving. His words were synchronized with the activation of the Myriad Void Gate. While it activated, Wei Wuyan's eyes looked towards Long Chen's group. He hadn't looked over for Long Chen, but he felt 2 sets of familiar gazes on him. He saw Qin Qiumu, who was revealing a slight smile and gave off a little inconspicuous wave of greeting. He smiled back. The other belonged to Xiang Ling, her curvy figure and full lips were immediately noticed. His eyes lit up slightly. That brilliance within was noticed by her, and like a shy schoolgirl, she waved with a pink blush. Wei Wuyan laughed in his heart. She was quite cute. It had been more than a year, no. There was still a day left before the trial. As this thought entered his mind, the void portal finished forming and led to Unia. Ji Changkong immediately ordered, everyone enter. Long Chen clenched his fist. He intended to claim victory in this trial. It wasn't just based on cultivation base, but talent and potential. It was fair for all cultivations, so he would truly soar and reveal his blinding brilliance. Chapter 274, 271, Grand Spirit Trials. Chapter 274, 271, Grand Spirit Trials. The Grand Spirit Trials rules had changed slightly. While the year-long run was still in effect, the difficulty and competitive field had been increased. With Unia remaining the venue, the area it was held was expanded accordingly. No longer was it limited to simply a portion of the planet, but the entire planet. Furthermore, more star beasts had been purchased and obtained from the Golden Coin Pavilion, further increasing the diversity of obstacles within the trials. While the planet had been reinforced by various arrays and formations to facilitate the increase in participants and regulation of rules. With all the young elites from the majority of the starfield participating, this led to a stricter set of rules. The Grand Spirit Trials consisted of 3 trials. The first trial was named the Trial of Beasts. The participants will be randomly thrown into areas of the planet, while star beasts of varying levels were released. During this trial, battles among participants were disallowed, but not from teaming up against stronger star beasts. The objective was to capture star beasts, not kill. This amplified the difficulty by 1,000-fold. The second trial was the trial of light. It was, in the simplest description, a scavenger hunt. All participants would be sent to obtain specific items, gathering enough to earn sufficient points to enter the next trial, but to do so required one proving they possessed the ability to claim that item through various methods and means. This trial was the elimination trial. Before the rebranding of the trial, only the top 128 within the myriad monarch sect's elites would pass this trial. After the addition of the Starfield's elite youths, this had been expanded to 2,048. Then, the next trial would begin. This trial was fairly straightforward and dealt with direct combat prowess. It was a tournament-style trial, divided into 3 stages that incorporated 4 levels. These 4 levels were the Sea Arena, Sky Arena, Soul Arena, and Grand Arena. Due to the intricate nature of this tournament, the division was necessary as cultivation level differences were immense. Even if formations were placed to suppress a cultivator's innate power to an equivalent level as their opponent, their astral force quantity was enough to devastate opponents who were of equivalent talent but lower cultivation base. For the sake of fairness, these 4 arenas were decided on and could be freely entered by any qualified participant. In the Sea Arena, only those at the first stage of the astral core realm, the World Sea phase, were allowed to participate. This was the lowest stage, but it was still fair and offered those at this stage to claim first place amongst all participants. This depended on the points earned in earlier stages, however. In the Sky Arena, only those at the second stage of the astral core realm, the Sky Ruler phase, and below are capable of participating. If those at the World Sea phase believed their strength was sufficient, they could select this arena. If they did, they would earn more points based on their overall placements within. The Soul Arena was the same, with the maximum cultivation being the third stage, the Soul Idol phase. If those of lower cultivation wished to participate, they could, with the first stage earning even more points depending on their placements. The Grand Arena was for the top-tier elites among elites, and all stages were allowed to select it. With the first 2 trials not necessarily relying on combat strength to claim a lead, those of peak strength could enter this arena in hopes of overturning their score and claiming first. Of course, the overall winner might not include those who exceeded their strength, as placements and victories were important, including what was earned in the first 2 trials. With these 3 carefully decided upon trials, only the true talent could claim victory. Those who had exquisite abilities and an understanding of their limits and strength. To add, while there were ways to ensure one's safety in the trial, your life was not guaranteed. Death could occur if one wasn't careful. This warning was explained in the announcement and swirled throughout the Starfield in the 6 months since the Grand Spirit Trial's establishment. The atmosphere was blazing with tension and intent. With the gathering of talents, the world was about to experience an electrifying and gripping show that would have them at the edge of their seats. Wei Wuyin and the others, including the Grand Imperial Sages, entered the Void Portal and arrived in Unia. They were greeted by numerous figures in colorful attires and invigorated discussion. But as these figures noticed them, they slowly quieted down and looked their way. The myriad monarch sect young elites had arrived in full force alongside their powerhouses. They were all waiting for this moment. A formless pressure formed as all these eyes of varying cultivation bases were shifted to their direction. But Wei Wuyin was unbothered. In truth, his interest had been snatched away. He realized that they were currently standing on a platform that lifted them to the edges of the sky layer. It was about the equivalent of the 8th level of the extreme mountain's height. This platform had a glossy and translucent look. It was similar to the platform from 6 months ago where they met the Alchemist Association and the Elemental Heaven Pavilion, but it was higher and far, far wider. With a quick sweep of his spiritual sense to their edges, he found that it encased the entire planet. Furthermore, it was constantly moving at the fringes of the sky layer. This was an advanced version, and it seemed it contained far more features than just this. He could sense spiritual fluctuations at the bottom of the platform, and it seemed these spiritual fluctuations carried the signature energies of transmission. Encasing the entire planet was the myriad monarch sect broadcasting the entire event to the Starfield. He hadn't delved into too much detail regarding this event, but he knew that there would be locations across the Starfield that would receive live footage of the trials. Tracing the transmissions, he found that they led to the 9th layer and into unique pagodas. These pagodas were things he was familiar with. They were called spirit pagodas, and they amplified and directed spells with the coordinated efforts of various experts. There were 18 pagodas at central locations spread throughout the planet. Each pagoda had at least 100 astral core realm experts acting as directors. They were likely in charge of certain areas, focusing on certain events and ignoring others so as to transmit the most exciting portions to the audience. If the entire event was broadcasted in its entirety, due to the sheer venue used, the long and lengthy period of the trials, it would be filled with countless inactive spots and dead air. He had to applaud the effort. Ji Changkong took the initiative with a sharp momentum. All participants of the event, you have 1 hour to prepare. Then, the first trial, the trial of beasts, will begin. He was succinct. The tokens for those to participate had long since been distributed and bought for, and the deadline for arrival will end in 1 hour exactly. The numerous figures that looked towards them were the participants, their renowned seniors, and leaders of various forces. They were all treated equally, being housed in the same location. Most hosts would prepare special towers or locations for unique guests, but the myriad monarch sect had done away with all that etiquette. But that didn't mean they disallowed these experts from preparing their own abodes to watch the year-long event in comfort. For example, the demonic Abyss Mountains members and elders were surrounded by a 1,000-meter-sized violet sphere that was filled with demonic energies. Regardless if it was their youths or elders, they were concealed within. The Elemental Heaven Pavilion had their own tower. It was no less in height than the demonic Abyss Mountain sphere and was shrouded by elemental mist. The Sacred Light Palace had a sky palace, clearly mobile. It emitted faint light energies that were slightly blinding and gave off a holy, noble, and grand aura. As for the myriad monarch sect, they had prepared their own abode in the shape of a pagoda. It looked similar to the myriad creation Tao Palace, but it was completely black and contained an imposing air that left one's heart feeling unfathomable pressure. None of these hegemons could be underestimated. Each of their foundations had been built on the legacy of mystic ascendant realm cultivators. The treasures they had were numerous and diverse. The other experts paled in comparison. Some of them had to utilize their ability of creation to produce their own residence, forcefully sustaining it with astral force of themselves or their companions. It was quite a difference. Ji Changkong merely made this announcement, and the Grand Imperial sages took action. They, and the young elites, had flashed into the pagoda. The youths who were feeling incredible pressure from the gazes of others were relieved, the sweat on their backs and foreheads clear. This was just the beginning of the competition, but they could already feel the anticipation and tense atmosphere. It wasn't that their mentality was fragile and weak, but the scope of their competition had never reached this level. Qin Rui swiveled on her heel to face the young elites. Despite her face being concealed, one could see the serious air she emitted. You all know the rules of the trials, but I'll go over it once more. I'll answer any question you have now, so be sure to ask if you have them. Otherwise, it'll be too late. Wei Wuyin realized it wasn't just the others taking this seriously, but even the Grand Imperial sages were tense. This was a matter regarding their faces and reputation. This was their trial, with the home field advantage, and the thought of losing was like a guillotine bearing down on their necks. Chapter 275, 272, Trial of Beasts, Trial of Light. Chapter 275, 272, Trial of Beasts, Trial of Light. Qin Rui's words were met with silence. But this silence was good. Everyone approached this trial with a genuine earnest mindset. While they had likely pored over the rules ceaselessly for the past few months since its official announcement, they wouldn't mind receiving a refresher course. Their determination and readied expressions were met with a satisfying smile of Qin Rui that was as gorgeous as the moonlit sky. Unfortunately, only Wei Wuyin was capable of witnessing this scene. While this scene went unseen by the majority, Qin Rui explained. In the Grand Spirit Trials, there is only one winner. This winner will be determined by the one with the most amount of spirit points earned at the end of all 3 trials. In each trial, you'll be given the opportunity to earn spirit points. Furthermore, you'll even be allowed to steal spirit points from others. Of course, you'll have to bet your life. Qin Rui's words were sharp, filled with a momentum that stepped on the hearts of everyone present. While her words were simply explaining the basic rules, it caused many of them to quiver slightly. Wei Wuyin felt her spiritual strength pervading her words. It seemed she wanted to ensure that her every word was etched into the minds and spirits of everyone present. He glanced to his left and noticed that some of these elites were trembling. As she went on, she explained all the details of the event. Firstly, at the beginning of the trials, everyone started from zero and no one had an advantage. Furthermore, numerous rules made the event incredibly fair for those for all cultivation bases. This was likely the most intricate and delicate detail about the trials, balancing the disproportionate cultivation bases of everyone. These rules of balance didn't factor in age gaps, only cultivation levels. In the first trial, Trial of Beasts, the objective was to capture star beasts. Even the weakest star beast was capable of exhibiting strengths or abilities that can rival World Sea Phase experts, but the star beasts weren't limited to simply that. Each star beast was marked with stars of 4 colors: gray, white, silver, and gold. From lowest to highest, each star beast had varying levels of strength. Gray starred beasts were the lowest, equivalent to the World Sea Phase in an attribute or abilities. White is equivalent to Sky Ruler Phase cultivators, silver is equivalent to Soul Idol cultivators, gold is equivalent to Spatial Resonance cultivators. This was determined by the star beast's attributes, such as agility, strength, defense, or innate abilities. For the sake of fairness, if one was a Sky Ruler, then they could not capture gray starred beasts. They can only capture white and higher. This was true as one's cultivation base increased. And the star points earned varied as well. Those with a higher cultivation base had it more difficult than those of lower cultivation, but they were generally several times stronger. If we take a World Sea participant, they earn gray starred beasts, 1 star point. White starred beasts, 5 star points. Silver starred beasts, 50 star points. Gold starred beasts, 1,000 star points. Sky Ruler participant. White starred beasts, 1 point. Silver beasts, 10 points. Gold starred beasts, 500 points. Soul Idol participant. Silver starred beasts, 5 points. Gold starred beasts, 250 points. Spatial Resonance participant. Gold starred beasts, 25 points. To add, killing any star beasts caused an equivalent amount of points to be deducted from one's score. Adding insult to injury, captured beasts had to be held until the end of the trial to count, and must be within your immediate vicinity while subdued. This increased the difficulty to insane levels, and it barely evened out the difference in cultivation levels. For example, a Sky Ruler might find keeping hold of 2 Soul Idol level star beasts far more difficult than a Soul Idol doing the same. Only those with exceptional talent were capable of doing so, which highlighted their potential and means. As for how one went about this subduing and capturing, this was fully left up to them to decide. Just this trial alone allowed everyone to realize how difficult it would be. The trial would last for 5 months, and fighting others were disallowed, but disturbing the capture attempts or sabotaging wasn't beneath anyone. As for those at the Spatial Resonance phase, no one thought that those at this level would be at a disadvantage. In fact, they would be the greatest threat despite the no-fighting rule. Spatial arts were formless, mysterious, and strange. According to the sect, a majority of the beasts deployed on the field have spiritual formations placed on them. Unless antagonized, they would remain docile and their hostile nature suppressed. But if they are provoked or attacked, they will flare up like raging monsters of slaughter that killed everything in their sights. If you're in their path, you must pray your life is hardy enough to see another day. That was just the majority. There were a few beasts that acted against any and everything, even other beasts that have been captured. This meant these roaming beasts might cause your captured beast to die or escape. These frustrating circumstances forced one to be prepared for anything. Qin Rui didn't just explain the first trial, but the second one as well. The trial of light was different from the first, allowing battles between cultivators of equal level, challenges from cultivators of a lower level, and tested one's strength, intelligence, and skills. At this stage, Unia will be littered with 10,000 locations. These locations will be obscure and hard to find. The entire world will be encompassed by a spiritual sense suppression formation as well, and each location contains spirit points. This ranged from 1 to 1,000 spirit points, with the difficulty scaling based on the amount. Each location contained a trial, and these trials were usually in the form of a ceiling formation, combat array, or mystifying tests. There were 2 types of locations: fixed locations and varied locations. Varied locations had spirit points that scaled or decreased based on cultivation level. Overcoming the locations trial with a lower cultivation base gave greater spirit points. Fixed locations gave a fixed amount of spirit points regardless of who completed them. Of course, with the number of locations being tremendously low when compared to participants, this trial also enabled the active challenge. A cultivator can challenge another to a battle, the winner would claim all the others' points. Furthermore, there was no protection in this trial, meaning one must concede or die. This challenge isn't a two-sided agreement. A participant can simply attack another directly without any prior notice, and if they kill or force the other to concede, then they claim the points they earned. Wei Wuyin felt this was where the true contest was, because it was an open-field challenge, so others could run or perform guerrilla tactics. There weren't any rules against teaming up against others or interfering in a fight. The only rule was that higher-leveled cultivators cannot deliberately act against those of a lower cultivation base. This didn't go both ways, so sneak attacks were incredibly likely against the careless. But if the lower-leveled cultivator acted first, then the higher-leveled cultivator could kill freely. Understanding the limits of one's own strength and their opponent was of the utmost importance. As for the last trial, Qin Rui simply said, "Survive the first two, then you'll naturally learn more about the last trial." At the end of this explanation, the time for preparation had ended. Wei Wuyin looked at the talisman in his hand. It was a jade tablet the size of his palm that contained a unique formation with spatial energies. According to them, this was their token for participation and their only means of protection. If they were in lethal danger, near death, or cornered, they could send their astral force within and it'll activate. In a split second, they'll be sent away to safety. Furthermore, a spirit light would be left in the location they departed. It would contain all their spirit points which can be claimed by anyone who found it. However, it only worked in the first two trials. He couldn't help but feel that this trial took too much time to complete. The first two trials were 4 months each, which felt far too long in his heart. I'll just find a decent location and concoct some products and cultivate until the first trial is nearly done. His thoughts and plan were fairly simplistic: steal. Wasn't that what inheritors of sin were destined to do? Shum. A spatial light soon engulfed each participant holding a jade tablet. It seemed the trial was about to begin. Wei Wuyin hadn't noticed, but in the corner was Long Chen. His eyes were sharp and fierce, containing a baleful light in its depths as it reflected Wei Wuyin's figure. Long Chen hadn't expected Wei Wuyin to participate given his status and importance, but his heart was pounding with excitement and anticipation. This was his chance. He recalled a particular moment on the Myriad continent. It was the time he challenged Wei Wuyin. While it has been 5 years and not 3. The Grand Spirit Trials was the perfect platform to settle this. I'll defeat you here. While Long Chen's thoughts were on Wei Wuyin, numerous young male elites sought to eliminate him for various reasons, especially the most elite genius from the Huangfu clan. To them, whether it was envy, jealousy, grudge, or simply an innate dislike towards him, they would attack without hesitation. Chapter 276-273, GST, Zuhii. Chapter 276-273, GST, Zuhii. The Grand Spirit Trials begins now. To all participants, good luck and survive. A voice explosively echoed throughout the world, kicking off the start of the trials. The sound waves of this voice washed over the entire planet while various formations linked with spatial energies were activated, settled within certain areas. Randomly, all participants were sent off, their bodies shrouded by indiscernible comets as they shot into the planet's surface. It was a grand sight for those who were spectating, with a scene similar to a meteor storm striking the planet. The Grand Spirit Trials was unlike any competition in the last millennia, with the 4 hegemons participating and including their nurtured elite geniuses. A clash of talent, resources, and luck was bound to begin, with the likelihood that various geniuses will fall today. This caused the blood of these youths to burn, wishing to establish their mark in the history books and claim their names as the victor amongst all the youths of the Starfield. While the San clan was excluded from this competition, by choice it seems, those in the know were aware of their fruitless nepotistic practices that caused their pool of talent to be narrow and fragile. Despite the overabundance of resources gathered by the Starfield's forces and offered as tributes, their desire to keep their bloodline pure and defined had led to the decline of their talents. It was merely due to their 2 invincible realm lords that their positions as the leader of the Starfield remained uncontested today. If this situation changed. Before long, all the geniuses had landed. The trial had truly begun. Boosh. A comet of spatial energies crashed in a forest within Unia, located on the western hemisphere of the planet. The surroundings were rich and lush, filled with tall trees, vines, and shuttling noises. The whistle of the wind instilled a natural ambience alongside a scent of uncertainty. The slender figure within the comet was slowly revealed as the spatial energies started to dissipate. A male, a beastman, with scarlet eyes and bare feet was standing tall. His long silver hair was styled in a rope-braided ponytail that reached his ankles, and 2 lockets of hair hung before his forehead on both sides. His pale face and its features were beautiful, like a silver moon that hung within the night sky. It was merely his scarlet eyes that caused a difference, containing a calm yet feral light. Zuhai calmly let out a breath. His slender figure was immediately overtaken by a large, burly figure 7 times his stature. A shadow was overcast, and before a movement could be made, a pair of muscular arms were lifted and crushed towards his head. A grunting roar followed, primal and vicious. The 2 arms landed on his figure. The ground quaked, and the location he stood shattered, and the earth fragmented into shards and bits. Those arms belonged to a large primate. It had black hair and feral eyes, seemingly mad and filled with profound violence. It was an ape that stood over 15 meters in height and seemed like a small mountain. Despite its size, its speed was swift. Fuck. I can't even take a look without being attacked. A calm, slightly annoyed voice resounded beneath the burly arms of the ape. The dust soon settled. Zuhai stood calmly with his 2 arms pushed upwards as if holding the sky, but within his arms were 2 sets of powerful arms. The ape seemed mad. It roared with a ferocity that exceeded anything an intelligent creature could unleash. Zuhai frowned, his eyes lifted slightly as he regarded this star beast that had attacked him without provocation. Its strength was not little, capable of crushing an ordinary sky ruler beneath its muscles with relative ease. A black earth ape. Zuhai recognized the beast. It was a black earth ape, a creature with its bloodline unlocked. It had a physical strength that could rival ordinary soul idol experts. Furthermore, it could harness unique earth-attributed bloodline abilities. At the center of this ape's brow was a unique silver-colored star that was brilliantly bright. It was a mark that could not be ignored. If a World Sea Youth had met you, wouldn't you have ended their life without warning? This trial is interesting. Zuhai smiled, but this smile was filled with a savagery that could cause untold nightmares for children. His gorgeous looks distorted by the unfathomably dense killing intent and vicious light within those scarlet eyes of his. Even the black earth ape flinched. But as if humiliated by its momentary feeling of fear, it raged and lifted its arms. Without hesitation, it smashed again. And again. And again. The force crushed the surrounding earth and created a crater of at least 100 meters. Considering this was a planet, not a continental flat earth, this feat was exceptional. After dozens of smashes, the black earth ape grew exhausted. Despite its innate strength, every full-powered blow exhausted an immense amount of physical energies, which translated to a loss of stamina. Simply these attacks had caused its breath to become short. However, a blissful smile of relaxation emerged on its expression as it lifted its arms and turned away. Furthermore, its body shrunk to 5 meters. Clearly, its titanic size had been a bloodline ability unique to it, increasing its physical attributes by a considerable degree. From the crater, "You're quite careless, aren't you?" Steps echoed as Zuhai walked out, his robes untouched and not a single speck of dirt was on it. He seemed entirely uninjured and unaffected. The ape still, slowly turning its head in shock. "Since I formed my soul idol, I've been wondering how strong my physical body had reached. Unfortunately, you're unable to harm it. Too bad." Zuhai finally left the crater. The formation of the soul idol was accompanied by the ceaseless refinement and improvement of one's spiritual energies. Spiritual energies were the combination of physical, mental, and essence energies, so an improvement from it meant those 3 energies had been greatly improved. At this stage of cultivation, the foundations of the astral core realm was being established, and it was related to these 4 energy types. With all these energies combined, including spiritual energies, astral force was produced. With his soul idol formed and his cultivation advanced, even his body had received an unnatural increase that was abnormal. With Wei Wuin's support, he had reached heights that were only told about in past legends. Let's see if your body can withstand my full strength. Zuhiai's bad habits were clearly awakening as he challenged the Black Earth ape. It roared in response. In the face of any challenge, it would never retreat. Furthermore, how could it? It grew 3 times its size, reaching 15 meters and seemed like a small, black mountain. Now that Zuhiai could clearly see its transformation, he noted that it was summoning forth immense bloodline energies to execute this transformation. Its physical energies were improved, expanded, and reinforced. This was the reason its strength could reach ordinary soul idols. Without it, it might be merely as strong as a sky ruler in terms of overall strength. Zuhiai's scarlet eyes effused slaughter and battle intent. He lowered his body, like a wolf ready to pounce. As he did, his heart pounded fiercely as his astral soul reacted. His mouth revealed sharp canine teeth and a row of pearly white. Behind Zuhiai's back, a 900-meter spiritual image formed. It was vague and distinct, nearly ethereal and transparent, but it contained savagery that overtook the world. The image formed a silver wolf with scarlet eyes. It was stepping on a flowing river of sanguine blood and emitted an intense and bloodthirsty light from its eyes. Its aura was unyielding and vicious as it stepped upon the river, as if it was its god. Surrounding it were 9 thick white rings that exuded abundant spiritual strength. This was Zuhiai's soul idol. A silver wolf, Fenrir. It was formed by his astral soul, formulated by his astral soul. The serious soul of blood force. The Black Earth ape let out an unexpected shriek, its heart and spirit feelings stifled and suppressed as the image toppled its form and released unfathomable spiritual pressure. It gawked, its battle-ready state crumbling as it gazed upwards with widened eyes. It felt fear. Zuhiai didn't hesitate as he shot forward, his figure like silver lightning that flashed to the ape. His hands were a claw as it swiped forward at the ape's head. It was ruthless and held nothing back. In the matter of a millisecond, the head of the ape had been removed from its neck. Its head had turned into a gush of brain matter, black hair, white bone, crimson blood, and a sliced set of eyes. Its death was swift. Zuhiai landed behind the ape. He looked towards his hand and saw its flawless skin, not a single drop of blood on it. His movements had been so fast that he had been untainted by the bodily fluids of the ape. Just as he felt satisfied by the kill, his soul idol fading away, his heart wanting more as his mouth slightly opened, slaughter intent blazing endlessly within, his jade tablet emitted a faint light. He retrieved it out of curiosity and saw the number that was reflected on its surface. Myriad Monarch Participant. Soul Idol Cultivation. Spirit Points, -5. His left eyelids began to twitch. Right, he can't kill. Fuck. He had forgotten. His heart of slaughter and battle was too strong, so he held nothing back in his attack. Unlike his fight with Duke Zhao where he was under explicit orders, he was given no instructions and let loose. His actions had caused the death of the Black Earth ape and thus the penalty of his points. To make up for this, he would have to capture an additional beast of that level. Fuck it all. Anyways, it doesn't matter this round. The true trial is the next one. Indeed, this round was just an accumulation of points, but the next round allowed challenges and plundering of other points. Why would he bother himself with this round? Thud. Boosh. Just as he was about to walk off, ignoring the large collapsing body behind him, his jade tablet lit once more. Qualification for next round, not met. He was taken aback by the sudden additional line. Did that mean he needed to have a positive score to move on? This wasn't mentioned before. When his thoughts reached this point, he audibly groaned with a rather loud fuck. It made sense, but he disliked it nevertheless. He shrugged off his discontent, not willing to be a child about these matters. He spread out his spiritual sense and felt immediately impeded by a powerful force. Frowning, he realized there was a formation in effect that suppressed the spiritual senses of others. This meant finding beasts would be fairly difficult and rely on both luck and effort. Fortunately, while it was suppressed, he could still observe the surrounding 100 miles. He carelessly picked a random location and departed like a vanishing shadow. What Zuhiai hadn't realized was that the killing of beasts was not simply an act of his. To survive, holding back was difficult, and running away from stronger beasts was nearly impossible. Therefore, these participants would fight and kill to preserve their lives, leaving them with a negative score. If one overestimated their strength, provoking a beast stronger than them, they could only cry and depart early. Either to the Yellow Springs or back home. The first trial might seem irrelevant on the outside, but it was also an elimination round. With a limited amount of beasts available throughout the planet and a long 4-month term, the battles will be fierce and heated. Panic soon settled in the hearts of many. They realized this trial wasn't so simple. Chapter 277, 274, GST, Sume. Chapter 277, 274, GST, Sume. Sume descended onto Unia enshrouded by spatial energies. She landed in an area of rich grass and a crystal-clear lake. It emanated rich water energies that reminded her of the Mu Lake within the Myriad continent. This area was quite suitable for water cultivators. When she arrived, she wasn't met with any beast or the sight of anyone. Therefore, she quietly inspected the lake and her own reflection. Seeing her face caused her eyes to brighten. She recalled when she was merely a little girl from a small village, unable to lift a finger in protest when selected and taken away from her family. Now, she was a sky ruler. Her cultivation base joined the ranks of millions in a world of tens of trillions. It felt like a dream. She squatted, touching the surface of the lake with her delicate fingers. The flow of water flowed calmly along, and she felt a sense of peace. Within this flow, she saw the image of a bright-eyed, strong figure that smiled back at her. An irresistible smile formed on her lips. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes and felt the world. Degree I won't fall behind. Degree her thoughts contained unshakable conviction and vigorous intensity. And her cultivation base proved her will. The sounds of ruffling resounded nearby. A tall set of bushes on the other side of the lake were in constant movement. Her eyes opened as she stood up, her hands on her saber. But she halted her intent, slowly releasing her saber and allowing dark light force flash between her fingertips. As this trial penalized killing, she should rely on suppression and non-lethal methods. As for her saber, it was for claiming lives. The ruffling of the bush soon revealed the figure of a young elven girl with long black hair. She looked as if she was 19 or 20, with a naturally gorgeous appearance. While it wasn't top tier, it was sufficient to gain a lot of attention. Her eyes were bright and curious, a trace of vigilance within. Sume saw her, her perception noting her cultivation level and attire. She belonged to the Sacred Light Palace and her cultivation was equal to her own. The young girl also saw her, her eyes scanning Sume. But unlike the members of the Myriad Monarch sect, she sported her own jet-black battle armor that emitted faint dark light. It was tight-fitting, accentuating her curves and revealing her strong physique without losing mobility. She seemed like an independent cultivator or someone from a lesser force. In truth, she wasn't a part of the Myriad Monarch sect in any capacity, serving Wei Wuyin and Wei Wuyin only. This echoed true for Zuhai as well. His status as a member of the sect had been revoked upon his crippling, and he was no longer a part of the Myriad Monarch sect's hierarchy. He, like her, was simply representing Wei Wuyin who stood with the Myriad Monarch sect. Their win would translate to his win, which meant the sect's win. As Sume was about to leave, the young girl called out. "Big sister. Wait." Despite Sume's cultivation level, she had ascended late, so while she was around Wei Wuyin's age, she, like Wei Wuyin, looked to be in her early 20s. This gave her a strong and stable appearance that only highlighted her looks. But this was usually indicative of her innate energies waning. While she could change her facial age with alchemical products, since Wei Wuyin hadn't done it, she certainly would not resort to it. She halted her steps. The young girl took this as a good sign and flew forward. Her manner of flight was graceful and practiced, like a young immortal fairy. When she descended, she revealed a smile and asked, "Big sister, it's fate that we've met. My name's Fu Linhua. How about we team up?" Fu Linhua's was direct, but her tone held a wisp of superiority within. This might have been intentional, but the keen of hearing could quickly capture it. Sume inspected Fu Linhua. She contemplated for a moment, and then she directly turned around and left. No. Her actions and words were incredibly blunt, ignoring Fu Linhua and moving forward on her own. Sume wasn't an antisocial woman nor someone beyond teaming up, but she knew that the Sacred Light Palace had attempted to assassinate Wei Wuyin. If it wasn't for the rules of the trial of beasts, she would have already attacked with lethal intent. Therefore, she declined and left. Fu Linhua stood there, shocked by Su Mei's actions. For a moment she was completely stunned and unable to accept this. She was from the Sacred Light Palace. To receive this treatment felt like an affront to her dignity. If it wasn't for the rules of the trial, she would have directly removed Su Mei's head from her shoulders. How dare a lowly cultivator without any status decline her? A baleful light emerged in her eyes. Her killing intent was ignited and she was set in her heart to deliver revenge. But, something unexpected happened. Su Mei had returned. When she did, she said, "You're right. We should team up. There's a gray-starred beast up ahead. We should be able to capture it together." Her words caused Fu Linhua to pause for a moment before she gloated internally. Sensing a creature at the same level, and she immediately returned to ask for help. These lowly cultivators that weren't nurtured by the four hegemonic forces were truly pathetic. But she'll be benevolent and allow Su Mei to experience the height of true elitism. After, she'll give her a talisman that she could track in the second trial. Then, she'll let her know about her true strength. She put on a gleeful smile. "I knew you'd come back. Let's go." With a hop, she flew into the air. Su Mei nodded, taking to the skies and flying in the direction she came from. Fu Linhua remained calm, but as she saw how unpracticed Su Mei was within the skies, she sneered in her heart. From Su Mei's appearance, she felt that she had to be approaching nearly 300 years, yet she barely reached the second stage of the astral core realm. How pathetic. While this could be referred to as a talent in the overall scheme of things, before these true elites, she was far too lacking. "It's here." Su Mei's voice sounded, prompting Fu Linhua to lift her eyes and notice a blue-scaled serpent that was coiled into a bundle, clearly asleep and dormant. She couldn't tell the beast's type, and with the suppression of spiritual sense, she couldn't gauge its bloodline intensity well. Furthermore, she didn't dare do an intrusive search. If this was a gray-starred beast, it would be easier to launch a surprise attack and prepare formations and arrays while it slept. Su Mei seemed unbothered, directly pressing forth. Fu Linhua nearly screamed at Su Mei for her recklessness. It was true that lower-leveled cultivators were idiots. Su Mei stopped, turning towards her and directly asked with a raised brow, "Are you scared?" Fu Linhua felt stifled and stunned. She? Scared? She suppressed her rage to retort and mustered up her courage. Right, a little cultivator like this wasn't scared of this beast, so why should she? She landed beside Su Mei and walked forward with confident steps. Su Mei saw this and nodded as if she respected her decision, following along as they approached. The serpent's size was thick and tall. Despite being coiled up, it reached 20 meters in height and the thickness of its body was about 5 meters. Its scales glistened with a luster that mesmerized. There seemed to be potent water energies flowing within its body. Its head was hidden, so discerning its strength based on its star was difficult. Just as the two arrived about 10 meters from the serpents, Su Mei turned to Fu Linhua and smiled. "Let's set up a multitude of spiritual formations, to trap, suppress, and attack." Unlike arrays that utilized external materials, spiritual formations were purely constructed by a cultivator's power. Su Mei started to quietly mobilize her spiritual force. Fu Linhua winced slightly as Su Mei started to mobilize her spiritual force, but seeing the serpent remaining undisturbed, she calmed her heart and started to do the same. Her spiritual force was utilized to set a formation beside the serpent. Her confidence soared as she reached completion of about 20%. Then, Su Mei halted and dashed forward. Without any warning, she used her astral force and palmed the serpent. Its scales bent and its flesh exploded. Her palm contained considerable strength. Fu Linhua was startled, but before she could react, Su Mei had vanished. It seemed she had melded with the ambient light of the world, disappearing from physical senses. Fu Linhua was thoroughly confused. Her brain lagged as an unfathomable chilly pressure descended upon her body. She shuddered, her eyes moving from Su Mei to the revealed head of the serpent. It was a python, its triangular head bore a colorful star. She could barely move as she noted the color. Her eyes became needlepoints as her flowing blood stilled. The pressure released was stifling, as if standing before a monstrous god. Gol, gold. She shrieked. Her mind was exploding with shock and fear. all. Her astral force tried to exert its strength, barely using her robust foundation by this era standards to break free and try to fly away. Her flight lacked any hint of grace, but the serpent cared not. With a casual receding of its neck, its lower and upper jaws separated, revealing pink flesh. It snapped forward. The still screaming sounds had become muffled before a crushing and agonizing cry erupted and gradually faded. A slight booming sound later, and serenity was resumed. The serpent looked around, swallowing its meal. After several seconds of finding no one else, it resumed its quiet rest. A few miles away, Sumei's form seemingly materialized. Her eyes were cold. That moment of baleful intent from Fu Linhua was the moment her death was decided. It wasn't as if she didn't have any means. She picked a random direction and vanished. In the Sacred Light Palace, there was a group of elves watching Fu Linhua, and their eyes were red, their mouth gaped, and their hearts filled with shock. They had just watched the most talented descendant of their clan in 300 years be consumed and killed by the schemes of another. That bitch. I'll kill her. An elven man with facial features similar to Fu Linhua exclaimed. His eyes were the reddest and filled with profound regret and blazing anger. However, his anger and regret did him little. From the beginning of the Grand Spirit Trials, it was stated, "Be warned, your life is not guaranteed." Chapter 278, 275, GST, Qin Qiumu. Chapter 278, 275, GST, Qin Qiumu. Unprecedented. Explosive. Life-ending. The first hour of the Grand Spirit Trials brought about an unexpected series of events that stunned the crowd, both above the planet and those watching at select locations. What many had thought was going to be a challenge against top-tier talents was subverted to be a harsh survival scenario with unpredictable endings. The Trial of Beasts. For years to come, many would shudder at this name. The rules of this trial initially seemed mundane and acceptable, even a little too dragged and unnecessary. For months was a long period of time after all, yet it revealed its hidden fangs and importance with a frightening eruption. With the addition of feral creatures that were unrestricted, attacking as they saw fit ranging from the weakest to the strongest, and the elimination based on negative points, the trial's difficulty had risen tenfold. A few were caught off guard, their comfy life and smooth cultivation path were interrupted by spontaneous lethal danger, and they lost their life. These were talented youths that had exceptional futures in this era to enter the true experts of the world. Not one of these individuals lacked the potential to enter the third stage of the astral core realm, the soul idol phase. With this cultivation, they could rule continental flat Earths or sections or planets, and even establish their own force and slowly develop their names throughout the starfield. They would live in incomparable luxury while being showered in immense praise and looked upon with eyes suffused with reverence. Alas! The only saving grace the audience had was the lack of combat between participants, the restrictions set on the event, and the lengthy time for their geniuses to become accustomed to the rules. Some experts lost their disciples of a century or two and felt boundless despair, regret, and pain in their hearts as they watched them lose their lives. Quite a few of them blamed the myriad monarch sect, as expected. How would this affect one of the 5 hegemons of the starfield? It was uncertain, but the death count would definitely rise in the near future. Furthermore, in the second trial, the enmity in this otherwise peaceful era ruled by the San clan would slowly strengthen. While many wanted the competition to test themselves, prove themselves to others, they long since lost that sense of danger that came with this desired struggle. Only those who adapt will survive. In a dense, green forest with trees that tower up to 40 meters in height, a young female elf with emerald hair and a gorgeous, sublime countenance slowly absorbed the ambient wood energies that were exceptionally pure and abundant. Her entire body emitted faint green-colored light as she seemed to meld with the trees, becoming an elegant and majestic painting. Qin Qiumu had arrived on the planet Unia an hour ago. When she did, she wasn't met with an unexpected assault nor others. She was alone, which was typical considering the vast size of planet Unia and the number of participants. Even if the number had reached 100,000, the chances of meeting someone else was too low. When she found no life forms nearby and her spiritual sense was suppressed, she started to cultivate. Unia was renowned for its dense and abundant wood energies within. When she went into secluded cultivation by her ancestor after the execution platform, she was brought here to cultivate. And when she came with Wei Wuyin, they explored a majority of its premium location without restriction. With Wei Wuyan's status as a heavenly king and an alchemic king, he could go anywhere, including areas even her ancestor couldn't gain entry in. She was quite familiar with this environment. She was also familiar with the rules. After an hour of non-stop cultivation, she breathed out and the leaves of the trees vibrated in resonance. It was as if they were responding to Mother Nature, fully accepting and submitting to her presence. Very few knew, but Qing Qiumu was an ungodly talent amongst wood cultivators. In fact, she could be considered blessed in every facet of potential. She had the trifecta for cultivation. Her physique, blood, bone, and organs contained innate woodine essence within, enriching them with woodine energies from birth. It was this woodine essence physique that caused Jiu Lang to capture her and use her as a cultivation resource, extracting her essence blood. She had innate meridians of the 9 meadows, which meant her meridians were enchanted by the 9 meadow intent, which encompassed wood intent like the life meadow wood intent. This allowed her to convert ambient essence and convert them into natural, pure life meadow wood essence or any of the other 8 essences. On command, she could give birth to 9 types of wood energies and even merge them into one with the utmost ease. Lastly, her sea of consciousness had a naturally forming violet forestry palace of the psyche, allowing her mental energies to commune with all wood-based life forms and comprehend wood intents with further ease. Regardless of who, be it Xiang Ling, her ancestor, or Qin Rui, they all knew how high her natural talent was. She was the most supreme wood cultivator born in this starfield, and there had never been another like her even in the King of Everlore era. While there have been those with a single one of these aspects, but never all 3 in one. In the eyes of those unaware of Long Chen's lineage of the Grand Monarch, they never believed he was a match for her and had even advised her against it directly while attempting to influence her. Her talent was greater than one could possibly imagine. There's a beast 300 miles ahead. Strong. It's coming my way. Qing Qiumu spoke to the air, but the leaves and trees shook and vibrated as if confirming her words. She slightly nodded and glanced to the east. According to these plant life, there was a beast that was terrifying, at least Silver Star. Her cultivation wasn't impressive amongst the participants, merely reaching the first stage of the astral core realm. While she was regarded as immensely talented, her combat strength wasn't offensively oriented. Therefore, she decided to find some gray-starred beast and trap them, waiting until the trial to conclude to move forward to the next. Even to her, the first trial wasn't too important. It was the second trial that brought about great danger and conflict. Participants can plunder from each other, points, and life. Where are the weakest beasts? She asked. In several minutes, she soon received a detailed report as the plant life seemed to be interconnected with each other in a fantastical network, capable of communicating with each other. While most were immobile, they were still aware of their surroundings. One couldn't call them intelligent, but they certainly weren't normal. After all, they contained exceptional levels of wood energies and life force. While they weren't sentient, she could use her violet forestry palace to instill them temporary mental strength that she could later receive and comprehend. Others wouldn't be able to do this without an exquisite spell, but she could do it. She melded her aura with the ambient wood energies and life, slowly moving towards the west to remain concealed and away from that beast. With this means, she could walk by most individuals in such a wood-rich environment and be invisible to senses. If she went further, she'd be able to merge with the bark of trees, a giant leaf, or bushes and thoroughly conceal all traces. In this environment, she had many avenues of safety. A bestial roar resounded, thunderous and ferocious. It sounded like a lion, fiercely releasing a roar of authority and majesty. Qing Qiumu started, her eyes shifted to the east. The roar originated from there and it was incredibly loud. Her ears hurt somewhat. What's happening? Her mental energies infused with the surrounding plant life and she connected with them, receiving their detailed stories. Caw. Her eyes widened. From above, it was as if the sun was eclipsed. Her head lifted with a sharp jolt, seeing a dense layer of feathers and a sun-blocking body that soared above. A crow, as black as night, yet as large as a whale, was flapping its wings above. She was deeply shocked, realizing the speed of this crow had surpassed her senses. She hadn't even noticed its approach. Her feet shook. She felt the ground rumble, causing her to use her astral force to stabilize herself. An explosive sound erupted, loud enough to sweep hundreds of miles and shaking the hearts of everyone within range. Her heart raced as she saw a protruding shadow in the distance hundreds of miles away. It was becoming larger and larger like a spontaneously created mountain. A hiss. It was low, but it sent chills down her spine. It came from the mountain. From this mountain, a gold star was at its peak, bright and clear for all to see. Her eyes shrunk to needlepoints. Gold star. Her shock was endlessly, yet it refused to calm as these beasts started to converge in a certain location with explosive ferocity. She felt uncertain and unsafe. Her first instinct was to leave, and that's what she did. She went the opposite direction and left at the swiftest speed she could. As she did, there was a shrill shriek that seemed to originate from a crow. She turned and saw a river of blood shot into the air, but the crow was alive. It twisted its body and revealed on its forehead a gold star. Her heart wasn't racing anymore. It was leaping and going out of bounds. But fear never overtook her heart, her clarity of thought was still present, and she booked it at a faster speed. If the crow and serpent are gold star, then the other creature must be too. Why are there three here? She couldn't even begin to fathom it. While there should be feral creatures placed by the myriad monarch sect of this level, should there be three gold star ones without restrictions? Isn't that completely unfair? Or, were they provoked? What idiot provoked them? Boom. An explosive sound erupted behind her. Her heart jumped as she felt ferocious wind pressure sweep her. Those emerald eyes of hers closed instinctively as an object flew in her path, prompting her to halt and shield herself in a ward of wood force. A horrifyingly explosive impact of an object meeting ground resounded, and her feet left the ground as a huge depression formed directly before her. If that object had hit her at its speed, her body would have exploded into bits and pieces, turning into mush. The crashing object had created a crater of a deep depth directly before her. Before she could escape, look inside, or turn back to inspect others, three sounds resounded that sent her heart into overdrive. If it wasn't for her strong heart reinforced by Woodine energies, she might have died from a heart attack. Hiss. The sounds of the sky being flown through, the ground stomped by a powerful body, and the slithering quakes of a large creature resounded. And they were getting closer. Oh no. She realized they were after the object. Without hesitation, she turned away and tried to run. As for melding with the environment, that was useless. Every action of theirs could topple mountains, even on a planet like Unia. She would be standing waiting for death, but her speed wasn't fast enough. They were here. Surrounded by three creatures, her eyes widened. A flash of fear finally flickered within. Ugh. A groan sounded. This prompted the three beasts that arrived to linger, not taking immediate action as they observed the crater like curious creatures. But the vigilance in their gazes betrayed their fear. Qing Qiumu turned her eyes to the crater. A hand clutched to edges, pulling itself up. A face revealed itself, covering in dirt and dust. But a set of eyes that were unmistakable were clear. Silver. Damn it, Kratos. Rein in your pride, okay. So bothersome. The voice was casual, berating someone or something. When the unearthly handsome face finally revealed itself, Qing Qiumu's heart once more moved, but not with fear or shock. Those silver eyes soon swept the surroundings, meeting her. Qing Qiumu. The question was followed by a brief leap that caused the beasts lingering about to flinch, their auras and bloodline pressures exerting itself. They were ready to fight, to kill. Hey! Wei Wuin's bright smile completely overtook all else. Chapter 279, 276, GST, Kratos. Chapter 279, 276, GST, Kratos. An hour back. Wei Wuin, like the others, had been transported into Unia at random. When he landed, he swept his spiritual sense around and noticed a few beasts nearby. Unlike the others, he had a spiritual sense supported by 4 astral souls, and refined and enhanced mental, physical, and essence energies that produce stellar spiritual energies. With this, he could easily view thousands of miles with ease. The suppressive formation might as well not exist. While he was gated to a certain extent in terms of distance, he had never utilized his spiritual sense to the maximum. If he did, he'd be forced to view an entire continent or hemisphere of a planet in their entirety. The information was simply too much. He didn't have the patience of a continental guardian. Therefore, he used the range that was within his comfort levels, gathering what he normally would. he noted several dozen beasts nearby. But their strength was lacking compared to him, so he felt unwilling to waste time. I'll need to set up a formation to prevent surveillance by the planetary platform's spiritual transmission formations. Making note of this, he looked for a location where he could set up a temporary base of production. He could concoct a few products while he waited out the 4 months. Since the bizarre incident with Su Mei's tribulation, he had focused on recovery. The quintessence of his mental and physical energies, his sea of consciousness and cells, were damaged and exhausted by the fierce expulsion of that mysterious force. This caused him to be unable to properly concoct or even rest as he was met with random bouts of exhaustion and intense pain. If it wasn't for his skill in alchemy, his road to recovery would have been long and difficult. If it wasn't for Eden stabilizing his sea of consciousness and Kratos stabilizing his cellular structures, he would have long since took a trip to hell the natural way. He was grateful, but also curious as to what that force was. Unfortunately, it all disappeared shortly after Su Mei overcame her tribulation and ascended. Regardless of what it was, when he reached a sufficient level of cultivation, wouldn't answers of things so mystifying and mysterious like this become apparent? Therefore, he didn't waste mental energy questioning it. It was clearly beyond his level. And my mark of myth is still exhausted. As his bloodline source, the mark of mortal myth was the central body of Kratos, but he could feel that it was still drained. Even Kratos had no solution to it, being befuddled by the event. Since he absorbed the void crystal and transformed his bloodline, the Tao of Void had changed his path. Even common bloodline source recovery pills were useless to him. Perhaps I need true dragon essence blood and void energy to recover. When he thought about this, his left eyelids began to twitch. True dragon essence blood was unfathomably rare, and while he could use life force to refine a drop from their descendants, he still needed access to it. But Anu was his only blood bank, and he had vanished somewhere. As for void energy, he didn't have any clue where to obtain another spatial jade crystal like before. Furthermore, even Kratos couldn't absorb it naturally, nor can he refine it from essence. This confused both he and it, unsure how to resolve this issue. He had void force, but this force was mostly useless now. He had no practical way to use it without draconifying nor understood its underlying profundities. Without a cultivation method, he was lost. Even though it had a link to spatial energy, he hadn't touched upon the spatial resonance phase and couldn't interact or refine spatial energies yet. This was a limit of cultivation phases. While Eden had fully recovered, regaining its full strength and could concoct products, not everyone felt whole. He could feel Kratos' disgruntled unwillingness to become useless. It had the innate pride of a true dragon, one that believed that there was nowhere it couldn't go to or leave from, nothing it can't conquer. This kept building with each moment. While its draconic force was powerful, there were severe limitations without draconification. It felt useless. Wei Wuyin felt its pain. The moment it tapped into its powers, ripping a hole through the void and creating a void portal, it had suffered such massive losses. While every discovery has its cost, it had left it feeling vexed. Even the Tao of alchemy had no clear fixes. Found one. Wei Wuyin had finally found a clear location worthy enough to establish a temporary abode. He started to walk towards the area, his steps were casual and free as he saw the natural and gorgeous sights of Unia. It was quite a beautiful planet with an abundance of plant life. Wei Wuyin stopped. He looked down at his chest. His eyebrows lifted in curiosity. Growl. A low-sounding growl slowly and ominously left his heart. He frowned. Kratos. His voice was laced with confusion. Yet the sound didn't cease. Wei Wuyin's frown deepened. He realized that this draconic growl was the result of Kratos building up its bloodline pressure. Kratos. He called, his frown lifting into a shocked expression. He was hasty to grab his heart, realizing what this bastard was trying to do. You might be frustrated by the situation, but don't do this. You three, stop him. He sent orders to the other three to suppress Kratos, but they were silent. He hadn't directly established control of them, so they were currently acting freely. It had been a while since he had to exert his rights as head of household on these four. He had mostly left them to their own devices, and they connected with him freely as needed. He clenched his jaws, realizing their silence and inaction was their tactful agreement of this event. He helplessly smiled. Shit. Before he could do anything else, a formless bloodline pressure erupted from his chest. It was like a tantalizing wave of power that poked and prodded the kings of beasts. It was like a direct challenge, provocation at its finest. After this, his 3 astral souls went dormant. Kratos was the only one active. His draconic and void force took the forefront of his cultivation base. The majority of beasts don't attack unless provoked. If you do this, you'll scare the weaker ones, but... As if verifying his words, he sensed the surging changes in air currents as the winds shifted. A beast of the sky had ascended, soaring through the skies and altering the currents. The slight yet rhythmic rumbling of the ground was the encroaching steps of a land beast with a body filled with power. It kept increasing in intensity, obviously approaching closer with every passing second. Furthermore, the seismic activity of the planet was subtly influenced, clearly the actions of a creature swimming through the earth. Unlike others, he could clearly see their identities and knew of them. His eyes shifted to the skies towards the west. The winds shifted ceaselessly. A 3-eyed tenebrous crow. It towered nearly 100 meters, larger than Xiao Bai, and harnessed various darkness-attributed bloodline abilities that were cast through its eyes. It contained abundant influence on the mind and spirit, making it a difficult creature to deal with. At night, it said that this particular beast's body could merge with the darkness and become undetectable. It hunted during this time. His head turned to the south. The sounds of pounding steps grew louder. A white-blazed tiger. It was smaller, about 60 meters in height, but it wasn't any less ferocious. It could ignite its white fur into flames and set the world ablaze with every step or swipe of its paw. It was terrifying in a world of trees. He felt whoever sent this beast here likely ensured it was a rare, suppressed beast that would only be disturbed by an entire group of high-level cultivators. This was the only way to control the damage it could wreak on the planet. His eyes made its way towards the ground. The trembling of the ground increasing. A titanic mudworm snake. It was a unique hybrid of an earthworm and a serpent, capable of swimming through the earth. It had a massive body and was renowned for its difficulty to sense attacks and swift retreats. If it wasn't for his spiritual sense, he wouldn't have noticed the seismic irregularity without reaching the 6th stage of the astral core realm, the gravity emission phase. He sighed. Each one of these creatures had attributes that were at the peak of the soul idol level, but their unique bloodline abilities sent their strength over the top. It would be advised for spatial resonance phase experts to handle these beasts. Their bloodline abilities were mystifying and difficult to handle. Now that Kratos had essentially provoked them, they raced towards him with the intent to kill on sight. He couldn't help but bitterly laugh. Well, here I thought I was going to relax. His words were a wistful dream at this point as the 3-eyed tenebrous crow arrived above him. His 3 eyes that were like a sea of darkness formed a triangle and released potent darkness power. His sea of consciousness was already assaulted. It didn't hesitate to strike. His sea of consciousness was being infected by its power, slowly trying to consume his thoughts and sense of self. Just as he was about to interact with Eden to rid himself of this influence, he found himself incapable. He wasn't slow. Kratos was the only active astral soul, and it was clear their intent. He took a deep breath and decided to accommodate. While it was bothersome, he understood its feelings. With the arrival of the white-blazed tiger and the revealment of the titanic mudworm snake, he acted. His spiritual force entered his sea of consciousness and swiftly crushed the darkness power, forming a defensive ward to prevent further infiltration. A startled avian cry resounded above. Wei Wuyin lifted his eyes. A set of silver irises were suffused with draconic force. His physical body was being invigorated to its limits as he kicked off. In a flash, he was in the sky, his eyes meeting the 3 eyes of the crow. With a clenched fist, he struck. He lanced towards the skull of the crow, his movements swift like lightning and sharp like a piercing spear. The crow caught in shock, shifting its head and moving slightly, causing its torso to be slammed. An explosive interaction occurred. The point of contact erupted in a mass of feathers and blood. Wei Wuyin was about to follow up, not used to using his fists in this manner, but the crow responded. It swiped its right wing with tremendous force and sent him rocketing into the distance. He was a saber expert, not someone who fought with his fists. The method to fight with King or Ori was entirely different than with Kratos, causing some discomfort. This discomfort led to a reduction in power. If he had used his saber, this crow's head would have been looped off, its journey to reincarnation would begin its commencement. The present. Hey! He brightly smiled as he regarded Qin Qiumu. While she was shocked, he was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected to see her. How far did he get flung? He didn't sense her before. It couldn't have been too far, right? His thoughts were somewhat distracted when the white-blazed tiger roared. It made its move with rampaging momentum. Wei Wuyan's eyes became sharp. Let me handle this first. He no longer held back his power. His draconic force exploded with full, unprecedented force. Roar. Within his heart, an astral core was faintly discernible. Its size was not 4 millimeters. No, it was a full centimeter. The amount of astral force was enough to drown worlds. As for the quality of astral force within, 4 sky rulers. It was at the apex. Chapter 280, 277, GST, Audience. Chapter 280, 277, GST, Audience. With the Grand Spirit Trials underway, the young and talented geniuses of the Trivision Starfield were thrown into a chaotic and ever-changing twister of events. And the spectators who were watching from afar or above were allowed to witness and enjoy it all. The audience that stood on the platform encasing the planet, the masters, elders, and renowned individuals of some status and strength were all present. While some observed from their own unique abodes, most stood gathered within a massive crowd simultaneously interacting with the various transmission formations. These formations revealed the sight below, allowing them to follow and view the participants. A few had lost their disciples or talented geniuses, as the location they were sent was random. To locate them, they would have to expend some spiritual force to do so. This meant viewing long-term through this method wasn't practical for many. Thus, 10 screens floated above the planet encasing platform that reflected 10 individuals chosen to be followed at random. Their experiences and location were fully seen by any who wished to without cost. This was a benefit that only they obtained. To think this trial was far more profound and vicious than I originally believed, an old male, a dark-skinned demon with 2 twisted horns on his forehead, said wistfully. His disciple had been a World C elite, one of the weakest, and his brazen vigor and belief of superiority had caused him to lose his life in the first 15 minutes. He had provoked a white-starred beast with overflowing confidence and challenged it to a battle. He was ignorant about the circumstances of this trial, and his battle led 2 more beasts his way. With him as a central focus of the 3 beasts, he fought with a ferocity befitting his genius title. But in the end, he had been struck and instantly killed by one of these beasts in a sneak attack. None of these beasts were feral, unrestrained, and attacking as freely as they wanted. They were all suppressed by formations, they could all see this, but when provoked, they were released from this restraint and attacked with the intent to murder. They were bloodthirsty beasts with violent powers seeking to end their lives. He hadn't died from being unlucky, merely overconfident. The rules of the trial of beasts were fair. The numerous experts and 4 hegemons wouldn't have sent their elites in if it wasn't. But while luck was inherent in any trial and challenge, the ability to excel within the trial had more to do with intelligence and strategy. The trial of beasts is merely preparatory. As long as they just use this time to cultivate and not seek out challenges beyond their abilities, they will be able to enter the next trial and face the experts of their cultivation level. Alas. A slim, white-robed male elf sighed. The words he spoke resonated with the hearts of those present, and they agreed. While the beasts were rather weaker than those of the same power divide, if one challenged above their strength, this could lead them down an unavoidable path of regret and likely death. The old demon's thick lips trembled. Centuries of nurturing an elite had been eradicated with a single mistake. His heart was torn asunder and he couldn't help but feel weak in the knees. If it wasn't for his unwillingness to allow those he knew to view him in a pathetic state, he might have kneeled where he was and cried out. Even worse, he had no one to blame besides himself. The myriad monarch sect. The other hegemons. While merely a few minutes had passed by since its initiation, the dread and despair he felt were not uncommon. The Sacred Light Palace's Fu clan had seen their most talented junior of their clan be consumed by the schemes of another. That person's father could only howl in his heart and swear revenge. Qin Rui quietly observed a projected screen in the myriad monarch sect's abode. She was accompanied by the other grand imperial sages, Yao Zhen and Ji Changkong. They were observing their disciples, which was reflected on their own screens. Those who wished could utilize their spiritual force to interact with the formation and create a screen for viewing. This allowed them to let others see. While they could use their own spiritual sense to inspect below, this allowed those beside them to see the events. Unlike the other youths, the myriad monarch sect disciples were more disciplined and focused. Many of them took to setting up spiritual formations and arrays, establishing a base of operations for retreat or cultivation. This particular move was highly influenced by the various teachings of the myriad monarch sect. It was a practice deployed when attempting to claim a territory. A headquarters was important because rest and recovery mattered for long-running trials such as this. Furthermore, one could use it as a fortress to lure and keep beasts captured, or an escape route to fend off attackers. Unlike the others who relied on their personal strength and confidence to push forward, they acted with forethought. This instilled a sense of pride in all the myriad monarch sect's elders and sages. It's entirely possible they'll form groups, gathering points in a concerted effort. This efficient method could further advance their lead. Most of the myriad monarch sect disciples understood the importance of the gathered and combined strength of a group. It was the basis of factions. A single individual can only do so much. Of course, this might not be the most optimal path for everyone. This usually meant resigning oneself as a subordinate, attempting to allow another to claim first place, the leader. This will definitely bring about some discomfort in a faction, and most groups will likely only be temporary alliances for a specific goal. Xu Dao has already completed his base. He'll push for capturing beasts and accumulate points soon. Intelligent lad, Ji Chongkong commented proudly. Xu Dao was a hybrid demon, and the direct disciple of Ji Chongkong. On the screen, a male youth with short white hair, triangular gray eyes, and a slim frame was standing in a formation effusing sharp intent. He had pointed ears and a mystifying air that left one entranced. Yao has already subdued his first beast. It seems Xu Dao is a little slow, Yao Zhen remarked, his eye sockets burned with a violet flame but it effused pride and happiness. Yao was his son, and he was exceptionally talented. He looked like a younger version of Yao Zhen. While his eyes lacked violet flames, he had a bald head, a dominating physique, and wore a set of jet black armor. From various portions of his body, curved spikes protruded and gave him a lethal appearance. But with the addition of his bright hazel eyes and chiseled features, he was quite handsome. In the screen before Yao Zhen, Yao moved with purpose and had already captured a white-starred beast. As a sky ruler, this already placed him on the board with a single point. Ji Chongkong coldly snorted, "Haste isn't good." In his eyes, Xu Dao had made ample preparations while Yao had casually established a base before leaping to action. But Yao Zhen merely laughed at this. He didn't even bother responding. They were clearly in opposition, perhaps even had their own bets established. Qin Rui was silent. She was observing her own disciple, who was also her grandniece. Her situation had been somewhat unlucky as she was transported directly before a silver-starred beast. It was feral as well, a similar situation to Zuhai, but her sky ruler cultivation base put her at an immediate disadvantage. She was smart and quick-witted, however. At the moment, she was fleeing and attempting to lose the tail of her pursuer. They all had a stake in this, and their disciples or family members had known of the risks. As long as they remained flexible, willing to activate their jade tablets to protect their lives, there shouldn't be much danger for them. Still, she couldn't ease her heart so easily. The three, and the other elders and sages, they were all viewing separate or joint screens. It seemed they all had some investment in this competition. In truth, if they didn't, they would likely remain in the sect and observe from a distance. While they couldn't interfere, it still felt better to be closer to these experts. At the hour mark, an earthly general of the extreme creation mountain, and a peak lord alchemist, exclaimed loudly. This attracted everyone's attention, many frowning in response. The elder's eyes were wide, his fingers stretched and his jaw quaked in mumbles. The Wei Wu, he. His words was nearly gibberish. This caused many to think he saw the death of his descendant or disciple. When the elder turned his head, he looked at the grand imperial sages and the eyes that were looking at him with discontent and confusion. He. Yao Zhen lacked patience. His hand moved and the screen before the elder was moved, expanding, and in view of everyone present. If he wanted to call forth this much attention, then they could all view his loved one's corpse or desperate situation. Regardless of which, it was a means to pass time. But when the screen was enlarged, a phenomenon took place. Everyone present, from elder to sage, from prime to imperial, their eyes widened as they saw the scene. This scene wasn't simply witnessed by them, but by the other four hegemons. Not a single one hadn't spent the entire hour in vast spiritual force to locate those of the utmost importance, and one of them was Wei Wuyin. As a heavenly king, a potential alchemic emperor, and one said to have outstanding combat strength, they tasked their men to find him swiftly. They were curious. While there was likely no way for him to die, the truth about him will soon be revealed. In the Alchemist Association's abode, Qing Yeyun was staring at a screen. He wasn't looking at his premium candidate, the expert nurtured with 6 months of immense effort and wealth, but at a single figure, Wei Wuyin. He hadn't expected the Prince of Everlore himself to throw himself into the ring, but this was an opportunity to scout this man's potential. Beside him was a lithe figure, veiled by a thin silver cloth, with merely her 7 colored eyes that were as gorgeous and fantastical as a rainbow revealed. She stood beside Qing Yeyun, the Grand Association master, with utmost ease and familiarity. Those unconcealed eyes were similarly staring at this figure. In fact, it wasn't just them. About 90% of all members of the Alchemist Association were observing this screen. For a moment, they had to watch Wei Wuyin idle for an hour or so doing nothing, but the moment an event happened, it shook their hearts and minds. A collective gasp. It wasn't just from the Alchemist Association, the myriad monarch sect, but all those who decided to find and view Wei Wuyin, this developing figure and legend in the making. A delicate voice, soft and melodious, exclaimed with utter shock lacing its tone, 3. Her words only caused the hearts of everyone to clench further. In the flash, Wei Wuyin had been surrounded from 3 directions and besieged by 3 gold-starred beasts. A thought simultaneously entered the minds of everyone: was the myriad monarch sect deliberately trying to kill him? Before they could think further, they lurched as Wei Wuyin attacked the 3-eyed tenebrous crow, and their hearts went into their throats when he was smacked away. The thought of his end had flashed in the minds of everyone present. Is he dead? The young girl beside Qing Yeyun asked. A gold-starred beast might not be the physical equivalent of a spatial resonance phase cultivator, but they had abilities that could allow them to battle against those of that level, and their actual physical attributes were definitely within the soul idol range. This strike to a sky ruler was typically fatal, especially since Wei Wuyin didn't have a protective ward. Did he turn into bloody mush? Qing Yeyun tried to remain calm, but his fists clenched tightly. He won't die that easily, he said, forcefully speaking to comfort the young girl, or maybe just himself. After all, if Wei Wuyin died, how could he win this bet and take the Alchemist Association to the next level? But as if a divine existence had answered his hopes, a hand pulled itself out of the crater to reveal an unharmed Wei Wuyin. Degree of course, they would definitely give him high-level astral armor. Degree a breath of relief left his and everyone's chest. What happened next, however, shocked them in an entirely different way. Qing Yeyun's eyes bulged, his breath grew unsteady, and his thoughts grew chaotic. From the screen, the faint outline of an astral core could be seen within Wei Wuyin's chest. While the location of an astral core can be changed depending on cultivation method, what shocked him wasn't its location, but its size. Exceptionally thick. Unimaginably big. Immensely powerful. A single centimeter. Impossible. This wasn't spoken by one person, but a collective shout. Qing Yeyun felt his heart pound in disbelief. This shouldn't be possible, right? He had to have seen wrong. The young girl was confused by the shocked expressions of the powerhouses and elders beside her. As for the youthful spectators, they were confused a little. They didn't understand the shock factor. "Grandfather, what is it?" the young girl asked. While she was a talented alchemist, she didn't delve much into the aspects of cultivation itself, so her inexperience was clear. Qing Yeyun twisted his head to the side, forcefully tearing his eyes away to meet his great-great-great-granddaughter, Qing Yeying. His lips were somewhat dry as he tried to explain, "Inger, what is the general size of an astral core, for world sea experts?" His question seemed trivial, but she knew this much. About 10,000th of a meter. This was the general size of a world sea phase expert upon ascension. Quite a few experts had lesser than this. Qing Yeyun followed up with, "And sky rulers. Those who ascend generally see an increase in size, but this size increase was often attributed to their continued cultivation efforts. Half a millimeter. It was 5 times the size of a world sea phase expert. She said these words with confusion. Why did size? Her mind seemingly clicked as she regarded Wei Wuyan's astral core outline within his chest. She couldn't get a good sense of its size, but she realized she could tell it was larger than this measurement. What is his size? Qing Yeyun inhaled deeply and then exhaled, his eyes still quaking with shock. Others at her cultivation might not be able to gauge the size with a close approximation from an image, but he could. These experts surrounding him could. 1 centimeter. Qing Yeying's eyes widened. How is it so big? Chapter 281, 278, GST, 3 Beasts. Chapter 281, 278, GST, 3 Beasts. Wei Wuyan's every breath carried with it a devastatingly ferocious and lofty true dragon's roar. While his bloodline source was exhausted, this merely limited his ability to activate the inherent potential within his bloodline, but its strength and benefits were still present. It manifested itself in his draconic force. His centimeter-sized astral core throbbed with endless power, suffusing his fleshy body with draconic might. Similar to Eden force that was concentrated on the mind Tao, draconic force took to the extreme of physical force. It could amplify one's physical body to the utmost, even be used to execute rare martial arts. The surrounding gold-starred beast felt the overwhelming dominating presence emitting from Wei Wuyan's body and responded with a fearless exertion of their own auras, causing the world to become a whirlwind of pressure. Qing Qiumu felt an unfathomably heavy strength press against her body, seeking to crush her into meat paste. She grew ashen. Her strength was nothing but a loose leaf against this hurricane. She could do nothing to resist. Fortunately, Wei Wuyan was mindful and his draconic force shrouded her, protecting her body from the immense clash of auras and pressure. This action had saved her from her dreadful fate, allowing her ragged breath to leave her chest and regain normalcy. Qing Qiumu's emerald eyes were focused on Wei Wuyan. A light of thankfulness flashed across her eyes, but it was accompanied by still incoming shock. Wei Wuyan's astral core was 1 centimeter in size. This size wasn't minor. In fact, it was vast beyond imagination. The average size of Sky Ruler astral cores was about half a millimeter, and his current size was about 20 times that. Her heart was raging with boundless shock at this discovery. The astral core was the reflection of one's astral force quantity and quality. Its size meant its world sees size within, and the outer shell was a direct correlation to physical, mental, spiritual, and essence energies within. To clarify, essence energies were the ambient energies of the world. This included elemental energies, jade-attributed energies, demonic energies, even sword energies. They were all classified as essence. A cultivator absorbed these energies and refined their astral core, physical body, sea of consciousness, or other qualities through exquisite methods. She had never heard of an astral core being a centimeter in size. In fact, the largest astral core known in this era was the legendary Purist, a pure-blooded elf from the Sacred Light Palace was the best foundation in the Trivision era. He was seen as the one with the highest chance to advance to a realm lord but fell short, his life extinguished by the ruthless and relentless 7th astral tribulation. The size of his astral core had been half a centimeter, and he was at the 6th stage of the astral core realm, a purist on top of that which focused on their innate foundation, and 1,000 years old. That was 1,000 years of raw effort to achieve that size. To see something twice that size on someone who just entered the astral core realm a year or so ago felt insane. She couldn't even imagine how that was possible. Wei Wuyan didn't care about his foundation being known, nor did he give it much thought. He had already reached a point in his cultivation where he could protect his life. That being said, if it wasn't for Kratos' pride, he would have kept his cultivation level a secret until it was absolutely required. Furthermore, it wasn't just Kratos who was 1 centimeter in size, they all were. He had long since prepared enough 8th grade Great Astral Sea pills, the advanced version of an Astral Sea pill, to cultivate after reaching the Sky Ruler. While his limit in the World Sea phase had been 4 millimeters, when he ascended to the Sky Ruler, this limit had changed. It was now 1 centimeter, and with 6 months of consuming a variety of 8th grade products, they easily reached their newfound limits. If it wasn't for him lacking a crucial understanding of the soul idol phase, he would have already tackled the next phase. Unfortunately, cultivation wasn't that simple. He didn't know the current limits of his strength, but if he added his highly unusual sky pressure and his astral force, he felt he could whittle down and drown even the toughest opponents in a battle of attrition. With permanence, unless they obliterated his astral force until it unraveled entirely, they would truly have to deal with endless attacks. But the three beasts didn't care about this. They were provoked, and they acted without care of his strength. The white blaze tiger acted first. Its immense body was swift like a white flash. In the blink of an eye, it was already before Wei Wuyin and smashed its paw towards his head. Wei Wuyin faintly smiled. If it came to raw strength, he would never shy away. While he wasn't very experienced in hand-to-hand combat, he had some knowledge towards it. With a firm stance, he outstretched his palm to meet the tiger's paw. The resulting impact caused the nearby trees in several miles to be uplifted and fly in the direction away from them. A clearing was formed in an instant. Qing Qiumu was the sole figure untouched. A ward of protective draconic force withstood the forceful wave of power. Wei Wuyin, with his palm facing the sky, his right arm outstretched, held the white blaze tiger's paw and halted its movement. Beneath his legs, cracks spread out endlessly and nearly caused its collapse. The sheer strength needed to damage a planet's surface was massive, but the white blaze tiger didn't lack ferocious strength. Alas, it met Wei Wuyin. His power was that of a true dragon. In terms of the physical body, Wei Wuyin exceeded the white blaze tiger by a few levels. This was greatly attributed to Kratos, his draconic void soul, exceptionally powerful physical energies. Of course, the innate energies that flowed through and ceaselessly strengthened his body by the other three souls couldn't be underestimated. My turn, Wei Wuyin pushed slightly upwards. The white blaze tiger's paw and body were lifted off the ground as waves of draconic force battered its body. Pain wreathed its entirety as it shrieked horribly. It clearly hadn't expected this counterattack. Wei Wuyin's wave of draconic force was like endless oceanic waves that crushed against the tiger's body. It continued to lift into the air as its form twisted and fought against the overwhelming surging waves of pure draconic power. Even its bloodline was suppressed. It tried to ignite its white fur in flames, the unique bloodline ability that allowed it to rival spatial resonance experts, but it kept getting snuffled before it could. Without it, it could only accept the power smashing it with merely its physical body. Caw. The three-eyed tenebrous crow was only idle for a moment. The plight of the tiger bore no importance to it, but it was an unconventional beast that attacked the opponent's sea of consciousness and influenced their combat strength before eliminating them, feeding on their eyes and brains. Its three eyes turned into swirls of endless darkness as it shot rays of black light towards Wei Wuyin. This was a dual-fold attack, physical and mental. It twisted away from the surge of draconic power and hit Wei Wuyin nearly instantly. Wei Wuyin's sea of consciousness was currently defended, halting the black light at his glabella, but his skin seemed to have a living shadow within. It moved eerily. The darkness power was attempting to affect his physical energies, infiltrating his cells, and insidiously infect them with its influence. This method of attack was strange and exceptionally difficult to defend against. The speed of it was incredible as well. Darkness, just like light energies, was at the top in terms of speed in the cultivation world. Wei Wuyin clenched his dark fist, causing the draconic force to concentrate on it. A faint image of a dragon appeared behind him as he kicked off, punching towards the tiger's belly. He ignored the influence of the crow and decided to deal with the tiger first. A harsh impact of flesh meeting flesh resounded, followed by a heart-rending howling shriek from the tiger's throat. Wei Wuyin's fist met its stomach and sent it rocketing a kilometer upwards and away. The display of physical strength was incredible. Wei Wuyin turned his eyes towards the crow that seemed to have three eyes of pure darkness swirling endlessly. It flapped its wings from a safe distance, nearly touching the first sky layer. While it seemed to be fearless, its current distance only proved its intelligence and fear. Wei Wuyin was just about to take to the skies, eliminating this crow, when the ground beneath his feet cracked even more. His eyes widened slightly as he jumped upwards. An explosive eruption occurred beneath his feet as a large swath of earth was consumed by the giant gaping maw of the titanic mudworm snake. It pierced towards the sky as it tried to consume Wei Wuyin's fleeting form. It snapped as it reached him, consuming him. When it had done the deed, it twisted its body and pulled its entire body from the earth. A wisp of pride and excitement as devouring its prey was within its reptilian pupils. But when it tried to exert its unique digestive abilities, it realized there was nothing substantial within its body. Confusion followed within those recently excited pupils. I couldn't even sense you traveling through Earth. You're quite sneaky, Wei Wuin's voice resounded. The titanic mudworm snake was even more confused as he realized the sound was above it. Lifting its head, it found nothing. I'm on you. You're a semi-decent mount. But I like the tiger a bit better. Wei Wuin's voice resounded again, and the snake finally realized his location. Atop its head. That pesky human had settled itself directly on its head. Wei Wuin shook his head, sneaky, but a little slow. The snake had consumed his afterimage. The moment he moved, he had already left its range of attack. Seeing it experience the joy of its false triumph was quite interesting. Anyways, he clenched his fist. The faint image of a true dragon, colored gray, flashed behind him as he exerted his full strength. It was about the same size as him, but it contained a spirituality that was fantastical and mystical. It was a primary soul idol, an indication of Wei Wuin's close comprehension of spiritual strength and traits of a soul idol. With his clenched fist, he drilled it downwards like a crushing meteor crashing into the earth. He was ruthless, holding nothing back. The snake couldn't react before it impacted its cranium. This power was immense, and normally this would have killed any normal creature, but its scales glimmered with faint light as the power was redistributed and sent into the earth, its flexible body seemingly acting as a medium for it. This startled him as the snake lost consciousness. While it didn't have its head explode into mush, it had survived this lethal strike. He was lucky as well. If the snake had died, his points would have been negative to the limit. Boosh! The descending body of the white blaze tiger now met the hard ground, causing catastrophic earthquakes to ravage the surrounding greenery and trees. An outline of its body was etched into the ground. It, too, was unconscious. Wei Wuin floated in the sky as two of his foes had lost all battle potential. He lifted his eyes and saw the three-eyed tenebrous crow. It shrieked at his fierce gaze. Instinctively, it realized it was in deep shit and booked it. With a flap of its wings, it retracted its darkness power and shot off into the distance. Wei Wuin felt the connection of the eerie shadows beneath his flesh weaken and, with a little push of his draconic force, depart from his body. It was as if he had temporarily become a ghastly ghost of black mist as it did. This darkness power was quite insidious. Impressive ability. I can't imagine many defeating it. Even I couldn't extricate it from my body with just Kratos' strength. You must be amongst the strongest of the star beasts in this trial. His eyes brightened as this came to his realization. Furthermore, as he spoke, the crow displayed exceptional talent in fleeing as it crossed 100 miles in a moment. Within 3, it was near the horizon. He swept his gaze at the two unconscious gold-starred beasts. An excited gleam emerged within his eyes. With a flick of his finger, 2 spiritual seals were embedded into their sea of consciousnesses. With that, he turned to Qing Qiumu and said lightly, "I'll be right back." The ambient mana in the world cheered as he removed the subtle barrier he kept between it and him. It swarmed towards him like a greedy child needing attention and affirmation. It still felt somewhat weird to him, but he fully utilized this and took flight. In this state, he could fly numerous times faster. He vanished before Qing Qiumu's eyes. She was barely capable of following the swift actions and sequences of the fight with her cultivation base. While it took a long time to describe, the events had happened in a few consecutive blinks of a mortal eye. It was simply too fast to follow. How? As a self-imposed question was about to leave her mouth, an avian cry filled with despair and unwillingness screeched through the air. She turned her head and saw a black shadow approaching at a swift speed. In a few blinks, a large body violently crashed to the ground with a contorted and odd posture. It was clear this body belonged to a creature that recently lost its consciousness. Wei Wuin floated above the 3 beasts, slowly descending with a faint smile plastered on his face. Towards Qing Qiumu, his mood was always warm and good. Furthermore, he had just obtained 3 pets. How could he not be? Sorry, that took a little longer than I expected. The little birdie was quite slippery. Wei Wuin chuckled as he dusted himself off, walking towards Qing Qiumu and releasing his protective ward. With her movements unhindered, she couldn't help but stare at Wei Wuin with those emerald eyes of hers. "You're strong." Qing Qiumu's words trailed with layers of disbelief. Wei Wuin had already reached a few feet from her, a good distance to hold a casual chat. Of course I am. Look at these mountains. Bigger than Mount Tai. His eyebrows lifted several times with playfulness. He pumped up his two arms in a flexing posture, revealing the exceptional contours of his arm muscles. He kissed both arms with an exaggerated smooching sound. Ching Chiumu's shock and disbelief were eaten away by an unintended laugh. The pressure she felt and the layers of shock and disbelief dissipated as she did. Wei Wuyin laughed along. In a matter of moments, a battle of titans had devolved into a casual exchange between a joker and a lovely lady. Chapter 282, 279, GST, Trial of Beasts. Chapter 282, 279, GST, Trial of Beasts. Spectators of the trial had just witnessed an unprecedented reveal. With their jaws dropped, minds tumbling, the world outside the trial was about to explode onto an exciting and vibrant mess. Wei Wuyin had consecutively caused the starfield to leap with shock, disbelief, and expectations, but this reveal had changed everything. If before Wei Wuyin was just the Prince of Everlore, now he had displayed a talent befitting of the #1 genius of the entire starfield. With barely half a century of cultivation time, his skill in alchemy had reached pseudo-alchemic emperor levels, but his cultivation level entered the sky ruler alongside an outstandingly superior combat strength of a spatial resonance beast. Furthermore, his next actions elicited endless gawks. Wei Wuyin was unaware of the immense chaos he had unleashed. While he had some idea of the possibility, he hadn't realized the intensity that it would have. Currently, he chatted with Ching Chiumu. They were sitting on a large patch of white fur that glistened with a faint luster. This patch of fur belonged to the white blaze tiger, who was currently resting with folded paws as it obediently allowed Wei Wuyin and Ching Chiumu to lay on its expansive back. The two sat down as if on a field of grass, looking at the gorgeous scenery that Unia offered. The three-eyed tenebrous crow was circling their location above. It was silent as it inspected the area around the two like a sentry. The titanic mudworm snake was unseen, but those with exceptional awareness might find the seismic events beneath the ground to be odd and shifting. Wei Wuyin had subdued the three beasts and while they were unconscious, utilized a beast-taming spell on their sea of consciousness and bodies. Suppressing their feral instincts amplified by the myriad monarch sex spells, he then linked his will to theirs, allowing ease of communication. This was a very domineering method to control beasts, and he hadn't used it before. Bai Lin had no such thing within her body, sea of consciousness, or soul, nor did she need it. Xiaobai had a spell integrated into its soul at birth. When Wei Wuyin had received Xiaobai, he received an item that gave him complete control over this spell and allowed him to decide its life and death with a mere thought. The spell was more humane as it didn't restrict the beast's thought or developments, allowing it to retain its natural cognizant way of life. In truth, this type of method also worked on other living beings and was often deployed to nurture death warriors meant to protect or serve a certain group or person. If the owner died, so did these warriors, and their thoughts and wills were suppressed and restrained to benefit the controllers. Wei Wuyin had temporarily deployed this method to subdue their wills. But he didn't restrain their ability to think or form thoughts nor alter their thoughts like puppets. They still had their independent capabilities, but their fates were now fully within Wei Wuyin's control and they knew this. A mere thought and the spell would be able to kill them. It was similar to Xiaobai. He hadn't set up several layers of protection, merely communicated with them their newfound circumstances. Shockingly, they adapted rather quickly. Considering they weren't free beasts to begin with, they simply went from one master to another. From what he could gather, these beasts were nurtured by the Golden Coin Pavilion as guardian beasts or combat beasts for top-tier beast tamers, giving exceptional strength to sex and forces if needed. According to them, there were 7 of them that had arrived here and were placed in random locations. None of them were unrestrained, and they could only act when provoked. This was the innate restriction placed on their seas of consciousness, and if they disobeyed this, the spells would detonate and obliterate their minds in an instant. Wei Wuyin had removed this restriction and replaced it with his own, giving them freedom in some regards. Now, they belonged to him. Sky Ruler Cultivation. Spirit Points, 1500. Qualification for next round, met. So using taming spells on the beasts also counted as capturing them? Ching Chiumu asked as she held Wei Wuyin's jade tablet, seeing the 1500 spirit points brightly lit on its surface. It seemed the formation had recognized Wei Wuyin's action as capturing the beasts. Wei Wuyin was laying on his back, his hands behind his head, and his eyes staring straight at the encapsulating platform above that acted as an artificial sky layer. It seems that way. This trial of beasts has too many hidden intricacies. While it was explained vaguely in the rules, it is more that it was open for interpretation to begin with to test the contestants' intelligence. Qing Qiumu pondered for a moment, sighing lightly. The myriad monarch sect truly didn't explain everything in detail, but it wasn't as if they didn't imply this possibility. She just couldn't figure out why. Wei Wuyin closed his eyes and inhaled softly. It's likely the goal of this trial isn't about accumulation of spiritual points or establishing extra time to cultivate, but survival and gathering forces. What do you mean? Qing Qiumu considered herself as intelligent, but the idea of the trial of beasts being used for this way eluded her. Whether it was due to the rules of the future conflicting with that possibility or simply the trial itself was too mystifying, she didn't know. There are restrained beasts and unrestrained beasts here. This is something explained, but who knows the actual ratio? Furthermore, taming beasts equated to capturing them. It was never said that the beasts captured can't be used in the next trial. All we really know is that the second round is about a contest between us. But gathering forces with other geniuses is not the way to victory, it's the same as conceding your opportunity to become first. With the rules that state killing beasts led to a penalty, taming beasts and developing your forces with them held the most benefit to your objective, Wei Wuyin explained. Qing Qiumu thought for a moment, her emerald eyes soon became brightly lit with realization. The rules state that killing beasts has a penalty, but what if beasts killed beasts? She had understood a faint bit of truth within the hidden layers of the trial. If one can use beasts to kill other beasts without a penalty, then it was the only way to fight each other without losing anything. There's something else you're forgetting, Wei Wuyin faintly smiled. Qing Qiumu frowned briefly. Her light furrowing of her brows that gave off a sense of ponderance was gorgeous as an immortal painting of a fairy in contemplation. Few could resist her allure, their thoughts would unintentionally wander from that look. But this beautiful picture was removed a moment later as she smacked her delicate fist into her palm with an enlightened exclamation. The rules also state that you can't actively act against those of a lower cultivation base, but the beasts here aren't under the same rule. Qing Qiumu had finally grasped it. The central idea of the trial of beasts was to open the field of contest amongst all forces. Wei Wuyin nodded his head, that's right. If I wanted, I could have these gold-starred beasts slaughter all the contestants. While his words were casually spoken, any who heard it would experience a chill down their spines. From this, the various mysteries of the trial would be easily deduced. For example, there was a spell that acted as a gate to these beasts. Unless one had sufficient spiritual strength or ability, forget about taming these beasts, even getting them to act according to your will was difficult. It could be guessed that each class of beast had varying degrees of strengthened restrictive spells. The feral beasts. Qing Qiumu slowly spoke. The feral beasts had no restriction, so anyone with any understanding in taming spells could easily deploy these spells into their sea of consciousness, adding them to their forces. They sat there peacefully, deducing the mysteries of the trial while chatting. The two would go back and forth with logical deductions and soon mapped out the entire trial of beasts. If that's the case, wouldn't this mean you'll win? At the end of this conversation, Qing Qiumu asked Wei Wuyin. Wei Wuyin's eyes finally opened as he met the brilliant gaze of Qing Qiumu. She was truly as gorgeous as a painting, and with the backdrop of a forest-dominated planet like Unia, she was even more so. The moment I entered the trial, there was no other outcome, Wei Wuyin lifted his body with a light push as he stated plainly. Originally, he didn't want to participate. It was only after Sumei's tribulation that he decided to do so. He had left the goal of claiming victory to Zhuyi, who had attained a 9-ringed soul idol. He knew that each ring was doubling the pre-existing strength of one's physical, mental, and essence energy quality, producing a frighteningly powerful spiritual strength. This would translate to a level of astral force that would exceed everyone currently in the trials. While he can't be certain that he would succeed, he felt it would be a good opportunity to sharpen his fangs and claws. Qing Qiumu exclaimed lightly. The confidence Wei Wuyin exuded was incredibly heart-racing, slightly intoxicating. She couldn't help but feel a faint sense of admiration within her heart. From the moment he decided to enter, the outcome was decided. Others might think it was arrogance, but she could feel the absolute truth within his words. Just from his dominance and taming of 3 gold-starred beasts, he revealed a strength that wasn't possible to be matched. In her mind, even the image of Long Chen overcoming all obstacles faded somewhat as Wei Wuyan's figure entered her thoughts. She couldn't help but wonder, what if she had his strength? Wei Wuyan turned to Qin Qiumu with a smile. He asked, "Do you want to cultivate together?" His abrupt question caused Qin Qiumu to enter a brief lag. Cultivate together. These two words, they could have many meanings. Her thoughts soon caught up as she started a little. A faint pink blush appeared on her expression, revealing an alluring look that could throw a man's thoughts into the flames of insanity and desire. This moment could test any man's willpower. But Wei Wuyan merely laughed, chuckling as he explained, "I'm an alchemist, remember? Since this trial is already decided, why don't we cultivate? You're a little lacking." At the end of his words, he revealed a solemn expression as he thoroughly inspected Qin Qiumu's curvy, delicate figure that was seemingly blessed by the gods. Qin Qiumu swiftly noticed that Wei Wuyan's eyes lacked that lust that men typically had despite his inspective gaze. It was inherently pure, and this caused her heart to calm down slightly after the clarification. But, a tinge of a strange emotion entered her heart. Was it, Desap? No. It couldn't be. You sure? I'm not a cheap girl, Qin Qiumu shrugged her thoughts aside and jokingly said. To which Wei Wuyan replied, "Damn, what's it going to cost me? An arm and a leg." Pfft. Just that. Thought you said you weren't cheap. I meant your third leg. The two went tit for tat as three beasts that could dominate the planet protected this moment. Chapter 283, 280, GST, a month. Chapter 283, 280, GST, a month. Despite the commotion above, the trial of beasts was still underway and continued as normal. Some participants formed groups amongst each other, capturing beasts in a concerted effort to earn points. Quite a few geniuses were met with tragedy. They either died overestimating their abilities, thrown into unfortunate circumstances, or forced to leave via the Jade Tablet's spatial formation. While they were sent upwards, they could only lower their heads with their seniors and masters as they spectated the remaining contestants with envious and regretful eyes. The news of Wei Wuyan's cultivation base spread amongst these youths as waves of shock and reverence entered their eyes. Wei Wuyan's actions hadn't produced a negative effect. In fact, his reputation had increased to a pinnacle. The fact his foundation was double the legendary and renowned purist of the Sacred Light Palace that had the highest chance of becoming a realm lord meant his chances of reaching that level was certain. Furthermore, he had exhibited a talent in alchemy that hadn't been produced by anyone since the King of Everlore. What more, he didn't have an alchemic astral soul, so his combat abilities were intact and outrageously dominant. Not only did he have the potential to become the second King of Everlore, but he could reach heights comparable to the Sacred Elven Queen, Grand Monarch Wu Yu, and Divine King Han Zhe. These figures dominated their era. If it wasn't for their difference in goals and faint friendship, perhaps the chaos of their era would have been a mythological fairy tale of a clash of titans. The Prince of Everlore had earned further renown more than ever. With an age of less than half a century, his talents were heaven-defying. If left untouched, the Trivision era would soon come to an end and be replaced by his. This belief was formulated in the thoughts of the vast majority of the world. His name had reached untold heights that even the realm lords weren't the same in the hearts of many. The feat of defeating gold-starred beasts, equivalent to lower-tier spatial resonance experts, at the Sky Ruler level had given him this. If before his name was regarded as a household name with endless potential, then now he was a legendary figure carving out his own path. The recording of his dominant performance against the three beasts had also been spread widely amongst various continents, planets, and astral territories. No one could have guessed he was this terrifying of an existence, and the recording only highlighted his achievement to the utmost. A month had soon passed, and numerous forces had attempted to connect themselves with the myriad monarch sect. They sought partnerships and alliances. The Golden Coin Pavilion had even sent a representative. The purpose of the visit was unknown, but the guesses were like fireworks in the sky. The Alchemist Association had remained silent, but everyone in the know could assume their current state of mind. With Wei Wuyan capturing and seemingly subduing three gold-starred beasts, he was in an invincible position already. Even if his own strength was discounted, it was unlikely the others could face these three beasts and survive. This was no longer a contest in the eyes of the vast majority. An upset simply wasn't possible before absolute strength. The Alchemist Association had to accept their loss, and the products for first place were likely already in someone else's hands. The demonic Abyss Mountain and Sacred Light Palace had to be fuming at this situation. It was almost as if they were scammed. Unfortunately, their tears would garnish no pity from the audience. Their haughty actions had caused them to willingly intervene in the grand spirit trials, knowing the risks of loss. Since a star that outshone the rest had appeared, they had to accept its brilliant rays shining on them. There were a few that were unwilling to accept this. Wei Wuyan's participation was unfair, and they protested until their necks and cheeks were red as can be. How could someone of his level be allowed entry? This felt fixed. But alas, their arguments were largely ignored, and most pitied them. It was only when these vocal people noticed a few experts openly recording them with excited smiles did they cease their actions and realize the consequences of it. Wasn't this the same as offending Wei Wuyan? Wasn't this the same as offending a future realm lord and alchemic emperor? How stupid had they been, allowing their raging emotions to override their survival instincts? They could only hide and find a moment to give an offering to the myriad monarch sect in hopes of quelling any retaliation. A few wondered if Wei Wuyan would be in any danger. He was an outstanding talent. Would the San clan take action to preserve their rule over the Starfield? However, the San clan remained silent. Just like the time with the purist from the Sacred Light Palace, they seemed unbothered. Well, to the true experts of the Starfield, the San clan's nepotistic practices and narrow talent pools would inevitably cause their era to end when the two realm lords, produced by waste products, met their natural end. Any of the four hegemons had legacies of ancient experts that exceeded the astral core realm. The San clan simply didn't have the practical strength or foundation to contest. The only reason they were exceptional was their dominance as realm lords. If any of these realm lords attempted to assault a major planet of these four hegemons, there was no way they could breach. These were locations fortified by realm lords, time lords, star lords, and mystic ascendants of the past era. As for the San clan, they simply didn't have the same origins. As long as Wei Wuyan remained on a planet within the myriad astral territory, the San clan could only watch unless they gathered the strength of the other hegemonic forces and fought the myriad monarch sect to the last man. On the surface of Unia, a figure was flashing through the dense forest while surrounded by wisps of sword light. Every step was sharp and swift, taking them several hundred meters away each. You think you can run? Every step he took was closely followed by numerous shadows. These shadows were hot on the figure's trail. At the lead of these shadows was a handsome young man with scarlet hair, exuding a lofty and arrogant aura. He wielded a halberd and kept pace, not losing the figure in front at all. Long Chen. Today will be the day you die. The young man shouted, his dark eyes contained ferocious and heart-palpitating murderous intent. He added, I want you to know. After I've taken your head, I'll bring it to Lian Yu and enjoy her while your head watches. While the world watches. Ha ha ha. She'll enjoy every inch, trust me. A layer of pure evil was over his voice, filled with malicious intent. The figure wreathed in sword light paused for a moment, but after a very short delay, it sped up. The sword light grew vigorous as an aura of slaughter emanated from it. Wei Wuyan and Qin Qiumu were cultivating in his astral force-constructed sky palace. Since Qin Qiumu was present, he decided to add an additional layer of protection from the outside world to prevent disturbances. She was currently refining an elixir, 8th grade, and was experiencing a fantastic change in her mortal state. Every second was a sharp increase to her foundation, strength, and innate energies. Wei Wuyan was quietly observing her. He found that her cultivation base was somewhat rushed. Her astral core was barely above the average size. With her innate talent, this shouldn't be the case. But he realized that she might have done this due to the execution platform. A moment like that, a moment where your fate was decided by others' whim, would produce a subconscious desire for immediate strength. To be honest, Qin Qiumu's talent was truly underestimated. When it came to refining certain types of alchemical products, she faintly surpassed Su Mei's abnormal talent. These products were mostly foundational and wood-type products. Her uniquely wood-attributed physique, sea of consciousness, and meridians enabled this. If it wasn't for their relationship, he would want her to be a part of the Ascendants. She would make an exceptional healer with her wood force properties. As a wielder of the life meta wood intent, he knew its boundless benefits when it came to recovery. More, she had 8 other equally powerful high-level intents. Her 9 meta-wood intent wasn't any weaker than his elemental origin intent. It was startling. ZST. Wei Wuyan's heart throbbed without warning. His eyes shifted as he turned towards a certain direction. He could see the worldly trend. He felt an intense, abnormal desire to kill and that killing would benefit him. The first feeling came from the heavenly Daos, its influence subtle and faint. It was clearly trying to pull him away. If it wasn't for the bloodline of sin, he might have left Qing Qiumu as he investigated. As for the worldly trend, he saw an abhorrent existence within. It was being targeted by external forces. If he hadn't had both of these feelings, he would be completely ignorant that the external forces were the heavenly Daos, and the abhorrent existence was. He frowned. His instincts screamed at him as he recalled the scripture of sin. A bright light soon entered his silver eyes. Investigate. Beneath his sky palace, the titanic mudworm snake's eyes shone with a silver light, nearly becoming the same color as Wei Wuyan's as it moved. After a moment, it dug into the earth and slithered through it effortlessly, its speed frightening. Wei Wuyan held his chin, a light of contemplation in his eyes. Is even this possible? He knew an event that would shine some light on Blessed was about to be witnessed. Exactly at this moment, Qing Qiumu's emerald eyes opened as they effused bright spiritual light. Her spiritual strength had taken a step forward. A calm, graceful, and lovely smile formed on her lips. It was breathtaking. Congratulations. Chapter 284, 281, GST, Hunted. Chapter 284, 281, GST, Hunted. That bastard. Senior, how is this fair? Long Chen cursed, questioning Wu Yu as he dashed through the environment surrounded by sword force. His movement art was exquisite, pushing his speed to an extreme. Unfortunately, his limited cultivation base at the World Sea phase also limited his speed. Unable to take to the skies, he could only blaze his path on the ground. The constant impediment of trees forced him to delay as he maneuvered left and right, over and under, and sometimes through. While the snarling shadows behind him never lost his tail. These shadows were led by a young man with scarlet hair and malevolent aura, emanating dense and fathomless murderous intent. Those snarling shadows reflected the same. With their dark-colored fur-covered bodies, sharp fangs, and piercing claws, they painted a bloodthirsty picture. They were all shadow moon wolves. Numbering 3, they had silver stars on their foreheads. The trio had relative combat strength at the soul idol phase. As a group, they hunted mercilessly under the explicit orders of the young men. Long Chen. Wu Yu transmitted his voice through the unassuming black ring that kept his spiritual form. Seeing Long Chen run for his life, spouting about unfairness, he couldn't help but feel inwardly disappointed. Was this the demeanor of the future Grand Monarch? Where had his against-the-world attitude he had before? Long Chen clenched his teeth as he pushed his speed to the limits. If it wasn't for his robust foundation, fleeing from 3 silver-starred beasts would be an impossible feat. That being said, if it was a 1-versus-1 fight, he would be fearless and fight with his all. While silver-starred beasts had the practical combat strength of a soul idol, this only related to physical attributes and some unique bloodline abilities. When compared to legitimate soul idol cultivators, they couldn't match. These beasts didn't have control over ambient mana, disallowing flight, or a soul idol that amplified one's spiritual strength when summoned. The trial of beasts was designed to be used in exactly this manner. There is no unfairness present. The pretense of capture is merely that, a pretense. This is a stage of accumulation, and it's not just towards spirit points, but one's own force. Wu Yu could only explain this principle. Originally, he wanted Long Chen to come to this conclusion himself, but he was too focused on the surface layer that he missed the world beneath. Personally, he felt it was insulting when Long Chen spouted unfairness towards the Grand Spirit Trials rules. After all, he was the one who had conceived, designed, and refined the Monarch Spirit Trials rules all those years ago. Long Chen was stunned for a moment. What? Isn't joining forces with others just an admission of defeat? He became confused because of Wu Yu's non-direct explanation. It wasn't that he lacked intelligence, merely he remained unwilling to delve further. It was somewhat an unconscious reaction. He was being hunted by his enemy that had perceived the truth earlier than him, so he held some resistance to this. It is But gathering the beasts of the trial as your force will only open up new paths, such as a wider breadth of thought towards subordinates. For example, Wu Yu said. He didn't need to further explain. Long Chen was being hunted by 3 silver-starred beasts under the command of another. This was a clear example of the possibilities. If Long Chen turned around and attacked the young man hunting him, he would be eliminated from the trial as a rule breaker. If he attacked and killed the silver-starred beasts, he would receive negative points and likely lose qualifications to proceed to the next trial. However, if the silver-starred beast killed him, the young man would suffer no penalties whatsoever. Furthermore, the rule of restricted conflict lightened up in the next trial. Those of a stronger cultivation base could not attack those of lesser cultivation, but beasts were not subjected to this rule. One could eliminate competitors and obtain abundant spirit points by targeting weaker individuals using beasts or gaining an advantage against those of a higher or equal cultivation base via numbers. That being said, the advantage was only possible for those with the capabilities. One had to first suppress and tame the beast to achieve this, otherwise it would never listen due to the spiritual spell embedded in the seas of consciousness of the various beasts by the myriad monarch sect. The stronger the beast, the harder it was to subdue. Long Chen finally understood. A wisp of frustration and unwillingness emerged in his heart. If he had known this sooner, he would have found some beasts to subjugate. With time, he felt that he could slowly gather a unit of silver-starred beasts. In truth, he wasn't to blame for wasting this much time. Wei Wuyin, and even Zuhai, hadn't immediately understood the principles behind the trial of beasts. The former only discovered the possibilities after crushing 3 golden-starred beasts and subjugating them on a whim. The rest of the trial's profundities came naturally after some thought. Before then, most had made the same assumption that this trial was a segue to the next, a mere trial of accumulation of spirit points and extra time. You'll exhaust yourself soon. When that time comes, I'll enjoy watching your corpse be ripped apart. The young man amplified his voice with spiritual force and sent it outwards. In his heart, he cursed at how swift Long Chen was at running despite his weak cultivation level, but the chase only increased his desire for blood. The young man was Hongfu Jinwei, the most talented genius of the Hongfu clan, a clan with the support of Huangfu Wenhu, an alchemic king and prime imperial sage of the extreme creation mountain. They were a prominent and domineering bunch, having birthed numerous elites and had very deep connections within the sect. Huangfu Jinwei was Huangfu Wenhu's nephew and the most cherished and talented member of the clan. He was the one who had the highest chance of becoming a Grand Imperial Sage in the future with direct relation to a sitting Grand Imperial Sage. Despite being only 200 years old, he was already at the Soul Idol and had formed 5 rings. With the full support of an alchemic king and the resources he could provide, Huangfu Jinwei's talent was thoroughly nurtured to a high peak amongst the geniuses of this era. A few years back, Long Chen had gotten into a conflict with the Huangfu clan's younger generation that spiraled out of control until it caused their most elite genius to take action, building immense enmity that wouldn't end until one of them was dead. In truth, Huangfu Jinwei didn't consider Long Chen's conflict with his clan with any importance. The enmity between them had formed due to the 2 earthly elites, Hong Ru and Xiao Bing, these 2 beautiful ladies. For decades, Hongfu Jinwei had pursued them but was met with unclear responses. All of a sudden, Long Chen entered the picture and gained their affection, and this ignited a seed of jealousy that burned until thoughts of murder and hate was formed. Furthermore, all his sneaky attempts to remove Long Chen from the equation had caused him to lose an immense amount of face within his clan. In the end, the 2 girls had openly turned against him and even went as far as to declare their disgust towards him and his abhorrent actions under the guise of aloofness and indifference. His inner rage was infinite and without limit, and he could only place all of it onto Long Chen. If it wasn't for the restrictive rules against abuse of authority and relative power within the sect, he would have long since slain this insignificant insect that was Long Chen. Fortunately, the heavens seemed to have given him a chance. He had found 3 feral, unrestricted shadow moon wolves while they were resting. Thanks to his preparation and advice from Huangfu Wenhu, he used a sleeping pellet and a beast-taming spell to obtain these beasts with relative ease. Then, he met Long Chen, and the curtains seemed to be calling for a close as he hunted him down. While they chased for 3 hours, within the depths of the earth they traveled was a titanic mudworm snake that had eyes emitting silver brilliance. Far away, nearly an entire hemisphere away, Wei Wuyin was quietly gazing at Unia's horizon from within his sky palace. A sinful soul. Wei Wuyin couldn't help but feel intrigued by this discovery. A sinful soul was a term used to describe a person that had committed immense sin against the 3,000 commandments of the heavenly Daos, sin that could not be redeemed. While most sins merely produced a negative luck value that slightly affected their current life towards non-blessed, this was mostly minor. It was very difficult to accumulate karmic sin while alive unless one purposeful went against it. The rules were too random and vague, making it very difficult to act against it with any self-conceived rubric of right or wrong. Considering most would be ignorant of it their entire lives, it was only natural. But there were some who sinned an amount that was irredeemable, enough that it caused their very souls to be imbued with karmic sin. When they died, it would be them who underwent the cruelest punishments of hell. While most souls would merely experience a light surface cleansing by the means of hell, those of the sinful soul required an intense cleansing that could be likened to the true hellish torture. The soul of true sin. Wei Wuyin frowned as he softly mumbled out these 5 words. The soul of true sin was a cultivation method that the black skeleton had left him, and it involved using karmic sin to cultivate the soul. But sinful souls didn't use sin to cultivate, it simply festered and grew. Furthermore, he could only cultivate this method after attaining the realm of sages. Through the eyes of the titanic mudworm snake, he could see through the world trend that Huangfu Jinwei was an existence the heavenly Daos wanted. It wanted to punish him. As for why, he could only imagine that his actions weren't accepted. Perhaps it was his actions of hunting a blessed or something else entirely. The only conundrum he had was that he hadn't felt this sensation before. It was as if he had just performed an action that produced an immense amount of sin. Furthermore, this was getting stronger and stronger as time passed. That was peculiar. As he continued having the snake follow the 2, he noted the 3 shadow moon wolves. After a brief inspection, his expression turned solemn. They were being subjugated in the strictest way imaginable. He's using a taming spell that targets their souls. He could feel that, while the wolves seemed normal, their souls were dissipating due to a continuously revolving spell. They were like zombies forced to follow his every order. The dissipation of a soul was an abhorrent offense against the heavenly Daos, and an affront to its dignity. But this only mattered towards certain souls. It was termed as mortal souls in the commandments within the scripture of sin. Mortal souls, could it be souls not in the mystic ascendant realm? When he thought about the implications of cultivation, the separation of mortal and mystic by the alchemic Tao, and his own comprehension that the astral core realm was the limit of mortal powers, a literal star, he felt enlightened. The heavenly Daos protected the souls of the weak. He felt somewhat conflicted by this. Where did he obtain such a malicious spell? The only spell he had come across that affected souls was the fixed soul spell he obtained from Anu, an existence that obviously lived during the height of the King of Everlore's era, and he still couldn't execute it yet. This meant his cultivation base simply wasn't fundamentally capable. How did Huangfu Jinwei do it? It likely has to do with the soul idol's unique abilities, he determined. As for how he obtained this spell, considering Wei Wuyin had come across the true dragon transmutation method and blood forging mystic method, which had several spells and arts within, he didn't think it was unlikely. After all, this starfield had mystic ascendants of varying races and specialties. Oh. The titanic mudworm snake had paused, noticing that Long Chen and Huangfu Jinwei had ceased their chase above. After a long drawn-out chase, Long Chen had met 3 figures. They were Hong Ru, Xiao Bing, and another female. This female was a beast woman with feathers, claws, and a lithe figure. She looked like a harpy from legends, and with her sharp ears alluded to her descent from the elven race. They were startled as they met an exhausted Long Chen being chased by a bloodthirsty Huangfu Jinwei. They seemed to be engaging in conversation. Wei Wuyin quietly felt a sense of desire to send Huangfu Jinwei along the path of reincarnation, and before that, hell's vicious and ruthless punishment. This didn't originate from his bloodline of sin, but the whispers of the heavenly Daos. If he acted, he felt as if the heavenly Daos would reward him as a result. But the whispers of the heavenly Daos were met with a reaction from the bloodline of sin, curbing the heavenly Daos aggression instilling whispers. While it didn't directly inform him of its desire, from the depths of his bloodline of sin, he felt that Huangfu Jinwei was vital to it. A sinful soul. An irredeemable soul infused with karmic sin. Wei Wuyin's eyes brightened. He knew what he needed to do. Just as he was about to act, he felt an imposing, tyrannical, imperialistic, and invincible aura manifest within the world. Chapter 285, 282, GST, Hongru and Xiaobing. Chapter 285, 282, GST, Hongru and Xiaobing. Before this aura was conjured into the world, a heart-riveting scene played out. Long Chen was exhausted. The continuous running from Huangfu Jinwei had led to his astral force being thoroughly consumed. While he had lasted for hours, in the end, his cultivation base was merely at the World Sea and his cultivation efforts had been too short. Without sufficient time, even with the Imperial Heaven Qi method, a merged astral soul, and the support of Wu Yu, his astral core was a millimeter in size. While massive in its own right, it was still dependent on what it was being used for. Beside him were three female cultivators. Hongru and Xiaobing, two earthly elite disciples of the Myriad Monarch sect. They were absolute beauties with their own unique charm, one fiery and radiant like the sun and the other chilly and forceful like a blizzard. Their looks were top-tier, and they even belonged to top-tier clans supported by high-ranking elders. The last was a beast woman. She was a disciple of an independent cultivator. Her cultivation base wasn't inferior to the other two girls, at the second stage of the astral core realm, but her aura was definitely not as robust as the other two. She was quiet as she observed the situation, a hint of vigilance within her eyes as she regarded Huangfu Jinwei. Hongru was the one with an energetic and explosive personality. When she saw Long Chen in desperate straits being chased by Huangfu Jinwei, she yelled at the other party. "What do you think you're doing?" She loudly questioned fearlessly as she stared at Huangfu Jinwei with a fiery gaze. Unlike Hongru, Xiaobing wasn't as fiery, but her eyes were icy and cold as she saw Long Chen's current state. A flash of rage flickered within her eyes as she glared at Huangfu Jinwei. While she didn't speak, her expression spoke volumes. Huangfu Jinwei was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected to meet these two in his chase against Long Chen. This was a very vast planet. And the trials took place all over. While they were traveling for several hours, they hadn't gotten too far from their initial location. The coincidence caused him pause. Long Chen didn't relax. He withdrew a 6th-grade pill and immediately popped it into his mouth. This pill was meant to replenish his depleted astral force. He tried his hardest to refine it with the quickest speed. He remained vigilant, but he was also calmer now. He tried to find the 3 Shadow Moon Wolves, but they seemed to be in hiding. This caused him to become calmer and assured about Huangfu Jinwei's restraint. Huangfu Jinwei would surely hesitate with these two here. They weren't nobodies and had clans backing them. High-level members of the clan were likely watching them now, and any action against them would surely be met with consequence. However, he overestimated Huangfu Jinwei's fear towards these clans and underestimated his hatred towards Long Chen. Even more with the display of their apparent disgust and the core of his immense hatred before him. Being shielded by them only stoked the flames of rage within his heart, and his eyes revealed a bloodshot look after his hesitation had ended. "Ruer, Binger, just step aside. This is between him and me." Despite his mentality teetering on the brink of collapse, he still attempted to speak cordially and plead with the two women. If it wasn't for his decades of memories attempting to wow, and please them, he might have not done this. Xiaobing's eyes grew colder. Her eyes revealed a flash of disgust. She obviously disliked Huangfu Jinwei's attempt at being so familiar with them, and her stance remained unchanged. In fact, she stepped forward and directly unleashed her sky pressure. She wasn't doing this to gear for a fight, as she didn't think it would come to that, but to express her side. After all, fighting was prohibited in the trial of beasts. Hongru, however, had a looser and more ferocious mouth on her. "Don't call me that, you piece of trash. Your fellow disciples and yet you do this. Aren't you embarrassed? He's only at the World Sea phase while you're at the Soul Idol phase. Is this supposed to be fair? Is this a between him and me?" She called him out on his bullying without any filter. She too unleashed her sky pressure. But her words ignited a trigger in Huangfu Jinwei's mind. His mental image of these two girls shattered, as it was replaced with images of Long Chen and them. They laughed. They kissed. They shared a bed. At the end, they tormented him with mocking gazes and laughed at him. Humiliating him for his efforts for the past decades, taunting him for being forced to wear a green hat. Those images seared into his mind and those bloodshot eyes became more prominent. Each crimson line became thick and pumping. You cheating sluts. He felt used. All those days, those times of assistance to their factions, those expensive gifts, and more. They all crumbled into his mind and set his world ablaze. At this point, he didn't hear anything else that Long Chen, Hongru, or the other girl had said. While they had spoken, they just seemed like jeering laughs in his ears. Oh. Kill them all. All of them. His sky pressure exploded, canceling out the others in a non-confrontational manner. While he couldn't act against them directly, he could weaken their ability with interference. This would be considered an unintentional effect of unleashing one's sky pressure. If it was considered acting against others, the two girls would have been eliminated by now. His roar shook the four. They hadn't expected him to go from his startled and pleading expression into erupting with murderous rage. As if. Hongru shouted. Long Chen's face paled instantly. It seemed they didn't know about the rules regarding beasts. Well, he hadn't either. He can control 3 shadow moon wolves. He cried out, but it was too late. The wolves took orders from Huangfu Jinwei, their souls forcefully restrained and their wills controlled. A single order and they acted without hesitation. They exited from Huangfu Jinwei's shadow. Shadow moon wolves had unique bloodline powers linked with the Tao of shadows. They could merge in foreign shadows and vanish from senses, even shift between shadows. They hunted at night, essentially becoming shadows in the night. Unlike darkness, they became reflections of the world and had no substance in their shadow forms. They were assassins in its purest form. When the 3 10-meter-tall wolves emerged with snarling maws and vicious eyes, the 3 girls were immediately startled. The wolves didn't hesitate and acted. They chose a target and swarmed, twisting into dark shadows that flickered. Hongru, Xiaobing, and the other girl gasped. The speed of these wolves was insanely fast. They couldn't react. Fortunately, Long Chen had regained a trace of astral force and immediately executed his movement art. In a flash, he brought the 2 beauties away. As for the other girl, a blood-curdling scream filled with fear and despair penetrated the air. The smell of blood tainted the air as the wolves pounced, each focused on ripping a limb from the beast woman. They pressed her to the ground and viciously bit and pulled at her body. She struggled, her astral force and spiritual force attempted to resist, but the sheer strength of the wolves surpassed her hasty attempts. Despite their sizes, they were very thorough in eating into her. In the end of this bloody and stomach-churning event, one of the wolves opened their maws and directly snapped it against her soft neck. A horrific, mind-crushing crunch of bone brought silence to the world. It was over. It swallowed her head with a gush of blood, brain matter, and bits of white bone squeezing out of its teeth. The 2 girls' faces had become as ashen as physically possible. It had happened so quickly, but they saw it all. Hongru felt her stomach churn as the rest of the girl's body was split and fought over by the wolves. They seemed to have turned into brainless bloodthirsty creatures that ate flesh. It was a brutal sight. Long Chen's breathing was labored and strained. He didn't have much astral force left, and the 3 wolves were beyond the 2 girls' capabilities. If he departed by himself, he might have a straw chance at survival, but taking the 2 would only cause them to fall into the jaws of these beasts. Ha 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 ha. Yes. Huangfu Jinwei had seemingly gone insane, his eyes exuded the essence of delightful murder. The very thought of seeing these adulterous trio meet the same fate had nearly caused him orgasmic levels of pleasure. But it was just a thought, it would be best to witness it with his own 2 eyes. He pointed at the 3 of them, his smile malicious and maniacal, "Kill them." His voice wasn't as loud, but it contained a chilling-to-the-bone feeling to it. The wolves stopped their wrestling, their silver eyes moved to the trio. They spread out, their forms ready to pounce. Stop. Huangfu Jinwei, stop. Hongru cried. She didn't know why Huangfu Jinwei had lost his mind and cared not about the consequences or how he gained control of 3 silver-starred beasts, but she was truly terrified. Xiaobing was also scared, but she withdrew an icy blue longsword at this dangerous moment. It emitted a frightening frost as she readied to protect herself. She wasn't as direct and ignorant as Hongru. She knew why Huangfu Jinwei started to act like this, or at least a bit of the whole reason. If she was to die today, she wouldn't do so without fighting. "Senior." Long Chen called out to Wu Yu. They were in desperate straits. But Wu Yu was momentarily silent. When he did respond, it caused Long Chen to be confused. It's best that you and the other two activate your jade tablets. You'll lose this opportunity, but retain your lives, was his advice. This wasn't his opponent dominating him from his cultivation base. If it was entirely unfair, then Wu Yu would intervene. But Huangfu Jinwei had prepared and spent months gaining what he had. If Long Chen had been smarter, would he be at this disadvantage? Wu Yu had created this trial. If he intervened, wouldn't that sully its purpose? To him, Long Chen's failure just meant he needed more tempering. Unfortunately, Long Chen didn't think the same. He was obstinate. This was his only chance to fight Wei Wuyin fairly, as well as to obtain top-tier benefits by claiming first place. He shouted to the two, "Use your jade tablets. Leave." His words snapped the two out of their thoughts, and Huangfu Jinwei was startled. His expression became urgent as he urged the spiritual spell and sent orders to kill. Kill faster. Act faster. The Shadow Moon Wolves did not disappoint. They flashed like fleeting shadows and unified their assault onto Xiaobing. Slicing blizzard art, storm of frost. Xiaobing was startled, but she expected this somewhat. Her ice force bloomed from her sword as she stabbed towards the shadows. A conical-shaped torrential blizzard was conjured before her that froze even the air and objects it touched. Within this blizzard was slicing sword light. Long Chen acted on impulse. He grabbed Hong Ru and hastily retreated. He couldn't grab Xiaobing as frost had emerged around her, protecting her in an icy ward. If he touched that, he could experience frosty feedback that could infect his already tiny traces of astral force. Hong Ru exclaimed, clutching onto Long Chen as she closed her eyes in fear. Xiaobing's fearless efforts were admirable but met little success. The Shadow Moon Wolves erupted with a coat of flashing shadows that blocked the blizzard. It couldn't even affect their movements as they pierced through and chomped towards her. She was shocked. How could these beasts be so powerful? She tried to retreat with a movement art, her sword waving as she constantly released raging ice force to fend off their attacks. Fortunately, she escaped their concerted strike with her life intact, retreating to Long Chen's side. Unfortunately, her sword-wielding arm and sword had been ripped apart at the shoulder. She didn't scream nor utter a single sound of pain. Her eyes were chilly and cold, but her aura noticeably dropped. Without her right arm, her combat strength had dropped several levels. She didn't hesitate to activate her jade tablet and the spatial formation within. Her eyes flashed with the images of icy hell as they reflected Huangfu Jinwei's figure. While she didn't speak, her eyes said everything. In a flash, she was encased by spatial energies, an area of 20 meters was pushed away by a formless barrier and she shot upwards. Hong Ru withdrew her jade tablet, her eyes looked towards Huangfu Jinwei as she spat viciously, "I'll kill you. Just you wait, Huangfu Jinwei. Just you wait." Her words were piercing and filled with enmity. Long Chen felt relieved at her display. He stepped away from Hong Ru so as to not be affected by the pushing force of the jade tablet. It was a defensive function to ensure that those who activated the formation on time would survive with a near-guarantee chance. But his action had caused Hong Ru to wait as well. This caused an abrupt, unexpected, and sad moment to occur. From her shadow, a silver moon's image was reflected in it. Her body felt cold, as if an immense and dreadful power had seized her mind. Her sea of consciousness had a silver moon in it, and its light reflected a shadow that enveloped it all. Frozen, she couldn't even activate her jade tablet. Long Chen was confused in this decisive moment. Why had Hong Ru stopped? Was she waiting for him to get further away? He could see her gaze on him, still as water. Was something wrong? Her mind. Wu Yu shouted from the ring, but it was too late. A shadow had emerged from the silver moon and with a gaping jaw of crimson blood, hovered over Hong Ru ready to snap on that delicate torso of hers. No. A splash of blood painted the world. Chapter 286, 283, GST, Vengeance. Chapter 286, 283, GST, Vengeance. A deathly, eerie silence enshrouded the world. Unfortunately, it was presided by an unearthly crunch and splash of crimson. Long Chen's right hand was outstretched as he bore witness to an event that would be seared into his memory until death, likely even after. A delicate figure, gorgeous and fiery as the sun, with a feisty personality to match, had met her untimely end. The bloody maw that bit into her torso and its razor teeth shredded flesh and bone until a forceful wrenching motion revealed a segregated half of upper torso and bottom torso. No. Long Chen's voice descended into the depths of a chill abyss alongside his heart. Those legs of Hong Ru barely stood on its own power as it spasmed while gushing blood that drenched it. The thud sound as the frail, petite forearms landed on the ground could send chills down one's spine. Long Chen could see the fingers on her hand with immaculately trimmed nails twitch and grasp as if alive. It was as if she was trying to grasp at hope. A last, futile effort at life. But it was already over. His normally black eyes had become unfathomably bloodshot. It was as if bulging rivers of blood had formed within, and the intensity of his pupils was extremely horrific to witness. Memories of the past flashed in his mind. These memories of Hong Ru's brash, direct, and fiery personality impacted his heart and mind. When he arrived in the Myriad Monarch sect, he was merely a nascent dust disciple with no backing or foundation. He had to forge out a path of his own, performing missions and exploring this world. When he met Hong Ru, it was after his victory over Gu. He had gained some reputation and recognition, and she grew interested in him. This interest was fatal to both as they met numerous times later. She had even protected him from his enemies, shielding him with her superior cultivation base while he was weak. Of course, this was alongside Xiaobing. The two, fire and ice, had formed an inexplicable relationship off her mild interest. It was her who drew Xiaobing to him, and soon their relationship unknowingly evolved into an intimate state. He took step after step and improved by leaps and bounds, his reputation and potential slowly revealing itself. During this, she and Xiaobing used their respective backings to shield him. If it wasn't for them, he might have met the same or worse fate as Lin Zian. Before long, his eyes became wet with tears and nearly overflowed. The insanity hidden beneath was slowly being uncovered as he dwelled on these memories. She was important to him, yet she was killed without him being able to do anything about it. Furthermore, it was his fault. If he had run a different route. If he was stronger. If he had just activated his jade tablet earlier. Regret. There was a saying that this world had no medicine for regret, and he hated this truth. Those eyes filled with endless, manic rage turned to Huangfu Jinwei, who had a smile of ferocious ecstasy. He was looking from Hong Ru's half-corpse and Long Chen's shocked expression and felt an orgasmic pleasure within his heart, and the trembling of his legs betrayed his current state of mind. To him, this fate was best for that cheating slut. If it wasn't for Xiaobing being a little quicker, he could do away with both of them. To hell with the decades of his efforts. In fact, this moment felt better than ever because of his efforts. Their lack of response and pulling him along had pushed his mentality to the limit. Regardless as to why they didn't express their desire from the beginning or opinion of him, regardless if it was because of his future, his backing, or his always present kind smile as he met them, their lack of directness had pushed him to this moment. This sight of Huangfu Jinwei's smile infuriated Long Chen. Just as Long Chen was about to lose his mind, his black ring flashed with vibrant light. While none present bore witness to what happened, Wu Yu had sighed. I was careless. This is the best I can do. As those words were said by him, he acted. A ray of spiritual light entered the gullet of Shadow Moon Wolf that had devoured Hong Ru's top half. It found the slightly crushed remains of Hong Ru's head and entered her glabella. In a flash, it retrieved her sea of consciousness that included her mind's eye, or the central doorway for her soul, and brought it out. The spiritual light returned to the ring. Before Wu Yu could inform Long Chen of his actions, Long Chen clenched his fist and yelled with madness, "Senior! I need your help. He has to die." His words shook Huangfu Jinwei from his moment, turning over to see the maddened eyes of Long Chen. A smile that could be described as malevolent and perverted was revealed from his handsome face, his scarlet hair dancing in the wind. "You're next," Huangfu Jinwei coldly stated. "I'll make sure it isn't swift or easy. Also, your head must be intact, otherwise, how would Lian Yu recognize you?" He had already thrown consequences to the wolves, his thoughts focused on satisfying his desire for revenge, his belief of revenge. Wu Yu sighed once more. If it was before, he wouldn't interfere. But since his hesitation had caused the almost permanent death of Long Chen's woman, he couldn't hold back. After all, he cared about Long Chen. He was his successor. Regardless of his disappointing display thus far, he had revealed the potential to exceed even him. With this thought, he hardened his heart. If I infuse my power into you, you might be able to kill him, but the myriad monarch sect will kill you in return for breaking the rules, especially against a fellow disciple. He explained to Long Chen. While Huangfu Jinwei had killed a fellow disciple, he had acted according to the rules of the contest. It was acceptable. But Long Chen's vengeance will result in his immediate termination, especially with the eyes of countless watching. He could only help in other ways. I don't care. Just kill him. A dense aura of slaughter was unleashed from his body, effusing from his eyes in chaotic light. His mental state was nearly broken. He needed to kill. He needed to get revenge for Hong Ru. He owed her that much, regardless of the cost. But he was too weak. He could only rely on external help. With 3 shadow moon wolves staring at him like a piece of meat, he didn't feel any pressure. He had the greatest assurance in this starfield, Grand Monarch Wu Yu. Wu Yu sighed for the 3rd time. With a flick of dim light from the ring, a ray of spiritual light once more left it, but this time, it was in full view and capable of being witnessed by everyone. Its speed wasn't fast and it entered one of the shadow moon wolves' glabella. When it penetrated its head, it howled ferociously in resistance as the spiritual spell that restricted and was gradually dispersing its soul was shattered. This caused its sea of consciousness to collapse, its soul returning to the normal cycle of reincarnation as its death was swift. Wu Yu claimed its vacant location, and the shadow moon wolf went silent. Then, without warning, an aura of imperialistic majesty and an invincible will erupted into the world. Huangfu Jinwei spouted out a mouthful of blood as the spiritual spell had shattered, causing a fierce backlash of his astral soul. He was shocked as he felt the boundless and godly aura overtake his senses. The shadow moon wolf's eyes had changed from being feral and vicious to gaining a unique awareness that carried sharp intelligence. From his jade tablet, he lost spirit points. But Long Chen's jade tablet glowed, earning him even greater spirit points. By the formation and overseers, it seemed they realized that Long Chen had taken control of the wolf via an unexpected method. This only showed these individuals were swift and understood what had happened, at least a bit of it. The shadow moon wolf that Wu Yu had inhabited had its bloodline pressure evolve, and on its silver star was an ancient runic character that roughly translated to imperial. It was bright and brilliant, containing a majestic and endless will. The 2 other shadow moon wolves were temporarily cowed, but the spiritual spell within their seas of consciousness activated and they lost their feral intensity and became dull-eyed. That being said, they were still within Huangfu Jinwei's control. Noticing the change in his jade tablet, Jinwei Huangfu roared. Kill it. Kill it now. He ordered. A strong sense of crisis and danger enveloped his heart as the lofty eyes of the shadow moon wolf turned to him. He unleashed his sky pressure for support. The 2 shadow moon wolves acted in tandem, pouncing towards the wolf they once called brother. Wu Yu acted. In the shadow moon wolf, he adjusted to adapt to this body before he pushed off. His speed and power were far sharper than the others, and he dodged their assault with ease. Unlike the shadow moon wolves under control, he had full access to its potential and strength. If Xiaobing or Long Chen had met these shadow moon wolves in battle, neither would be able to escape from their claws. The only reason he could run was due to the spiritual spell that restricted them also limited their strength. It was a trade-off for perfect slaves. But Wu Yu had no disadvantage. Besides needing to adjust to the body state, he could unleash a vast majority of its strength and bloodline power. He instantly shrouded himself in moving and chaotic shadows as he vanished from the world. This was one of the shadow moon wolves' abilities, and how Hong Ru had been killed. Shifting shadow of the lunar moon. The other wolves couldn't respond. Wu Yu abruptly sprouted from the shadow of one of the wolves, and as it turned its neck, he clawed at its softest area. In a single move, its head flew from its body. Huangfu Jinwei's eyes widened at this sight. He had barely been able to notice the shadow moon wolf's movements. Wouldn't that mean it could instantly kill him without him noticing? He soared into the skies instinctively, ready to run. Fortunately, this action meant the shadow moon wolf's ability was ineffective. After all, shadows existed on the ground. If one soared and flew, how could it reach you? If it wasn't for this vital weakness, the shadow moon wolves might have been a dominating force of the world. But sky rulers negated their strongest ability with relative ease, flight. But this didn't save the other Shadow Moon Wolf. Wu Yu vanished again and reappeared behind the other. In a similar movement, he killed the other Shadow Moon Wolf. This wolf had Hong Ru's upper corpse in its stomach, and her blood and guts were mixed with its own. Long Chen's eyes brightened. In his heart, he cheered. His composure was regained as he looked towards Huangfu Jinwei, who floated in the sky. He said with a faint smile, "You're next." He sent his words back at him. A quiver of triumph within. Wu Yu, in his Shadow Moon Wolf body, frowned as he glanced at Long Chen. In the end, he remained silent. He turned his eyes towards the floating Huangfu Jinwei. To him, this was nothing more than a distorted child. It was beneath him to end his life. But to make up for his indecision, he had to. His 4 legs bent, his eyes sharpened, and his claws clung to the ground. Huangfu Jinwei paled. This Shadow Moon Wolf gave him a feeling of an undefeatable imposing existence that could take his life with ease. While he had a soul idol cultivation base, a strength that rivaled or even exceeded Shadow Moon Wolves, he didn't feel any chance of victory. Silver Moon of the Shadow Star. Wu Yu executed another of Shadow Moon Wolf's abilities. It was the same move used to ensnare Hong Ru's mind, leading to a lapse of concentration. Furthermore, it was enhanced by his own spiritual strength. If it was an ordinary Shadow Moon Wolf, affecting a soul idol cultivator would be a dream and a half, but now. From the shadow beneath Huangfu Jinwei, a silver moon emerged, and his sea of consciousness was invaded by that image. Shadows from all over sought to consume his thoughts. They were invasive and invincible. His mind was ensnared as his astral soul and its soul idol's form were attempting to resist. Alas, it did him no good. He started to fall as he could no longer control the ambient mana to support him. This was it. Wu Yu shot off and dashed towards his descending body. Long Chen looked on expectantly. While it was unfortunate he couldn't kill him with his own hands, he'll have to settle for this. For Hong Ru. Wu Yu was about to launch the fatal strike with optimal timing, ending this boy's life with a swiftness. Just as he was about to, his expression changed. Boosh. The earth split and a figure emerged, separating Huangfu Jinwei's falling figure and Wu Yu's dashing approach. A titanic figure appeared, its serpentine eyes revealing a silver brilliance. A voice echoed from it via spiritual force, "You want to kill a member of my extreme creation mountain? Have you asked for my permission?" Chapter 287, 284, GST, Pride. Chapter 287, 284, GST, Pride. Due to Hong Ru, Xiao Bing, Huangfu Jinwei, and Long Chen's status and potential within the sect, numerous individuals within the Myriad Monarch sect were watching them. This included both above the platform that encapsulated Unia and the Myriad Monarch planet's factions, forces, and experts. They were invested within them, interested in how well they would do or if they'd survive, but they didn't expect this outcome. Huangfu Jinwei had hunted Long Chen for several hours after gaining control of 3 silver-starred Shadow Moon Wolves. Then, Long Chen had inadvertently met Hong Ru and Xiao Bing. They thought this would be the end of it. After all, there was no way these two who've protected Long Chen numerous times before would allow this hunt to continue. Furthermore, everyone knew Huangfu Jinwei had a massive interest in these 2 talented beauties, so he should exercise some restraint until a better opportunity displayed itself. But alas, that didn't happen. Huangfu Jinwei went mad. He ordered his Shadow Moon Wolves to kill, taking down an unintentional causality first before maiming Xiao Bing and forcing her to exit the trial prematurely. This shocked them, but the next event caused jaws to drop, hearts to sink, tears to flow in some, and rage to build in others. Hong Ru was killed. How dare he? Ruer. A red-headed middle-aged man with an aura of fierce flames exclaimed with heartfelt pain. A woman beside him cried loudly, her eyes red like a sea of blood. She fainted almost immediately after shouting at the top of her lungs. This happened on the Myriad Monarch planet. While in the Myriad Monarch sect's abode above Unia, Huangfu Wenhu's expression was indifferent throughout. Even after the gazes of others turned his way, he hadn't revealed an ounce of emotion. Hongfu Wenhu was a young-looking man with a luxurious robe and a lofty light within his eyes. As a prime imperial sage and an alchemic king, he cared little about these events. In fact, it was their own fault for getting in Huangfu Jinwei's way of killing Long Chen. They courted death. Yao Zhen's expression was conflicted. His son had a slight conflict with Long Chen due to Long Tingyu, but Long Chen was the fated successor of the Grand Monarch lineage. While they wouldn't directly interfere in his development, they couldn't just watch him die. If it came to it, he knew Qin Rui would take action. Likely forcefully activating Long Chen's jade tablet remotely. It was only the conflict with his son that had him conflicted. Furthermore, he didn't really like Long Chen as a person. And if he did ascend onto the throne of Grand Monarch, it was likely they'd have to choose between Wei Wuyin or Long Chen in the near future. After all, how could they not know about Long Chen's grudge with Wei Wuyin? Back in the Myriad Year continent, Xiang Ling had to interfere to prevent Long Chen's death. He could only ruefully sigh. If Wei Wuyin left the sect, their chances of reaching higher phases or nurturing their descendants would vanish. There was no way Wei Wuyin would support potential enemies. Who would? This was one of the major reasons why they kept Long Chen's identity a secret. One could see how Tua Bihan had immediately suggested that Wei Wuyin immediately leave the sect once he found out he knew about Long Chen and that Wu Yu was with him. But if Long Chen died here, wouldn't all these problems vanish? In the future, Wei Wuyin would reach untold heights with his foundation and talent that defied logic and could bring them with him. He didn't mind being a subordinate to a Grand Monarch, so why would he care if Wei Wuyin was declared the new Grand Monarch even against tradition? These thoughts weren't just limited to Yao Zhen. While these thoughts and reactions unfolded, the scene had changed. A wave of exclamations and unexpected gasps resounded as the titanic mudworm snake had appeared. What? Long Chen was stunned. Was that Wei Wuyin's voice? The appearance of the titanic mudworm snake had sent him into shock, but then the voice that emanated from it had caused his heart to race. Why would Wei Wuyin be here? Furthermore, his eyes saw the gold star on the serpent's forehead. When he did, he spread out his spiritual sense in an attempt to find Wei Wuyin's figure, but he couldn't locate him. Wu Yu calmly gazed at the titanic mudworm snake that towered it by several times. Its scaled body was imposing and emanated a unique seismic force that disturbed the ambient mana. He wasn't surprised by the titanic mudworm snake's appearance. But he was shocked by its eyes that revealed a silver gleam and spiritual light. He believed the titanic mudworm snake was a restricted creature that would only act when provoked. It had followed them idly, observing out of interest. After all, it had been following them for several hours without taking action. He believed it was a non-threat. Only now did he realize his mistake. Long Chen couldn't find Wei Wuyin. He turned his eyes to the snake and shouted, "Are you going to hide?" He didn't know why he shouted antagonistically, but the bright thought of Wu Yu taking action and eliminating Wei Wuyin once and for all had lit within his mind. Given Wu Yu's personality, when he took action, he would never allow his plans or desires to be prevented. This was the way of the Grand Monarch. It was the mantra that Wu Yu taught him endlessly: follow through every action thoroughly, never relent to any obstacle. He had an innate pride and majesty that could not be insulted. Interfering with his plans was an affront to a monarch, and only death was left. While he hadn't adopted this mantra entirely, retaining his original heart, he had learned greatly about eliminating enemies thoroughly and following through with your object against all odds, even in the face of death. While it was obstinate, it was the true bearing of a Grand Monarch. Wu Yu transmitted a message to Long Chen: he's not here. The snake is being remotely controlled by him. With his senses, he could trace the spiritual link between Wei Wuyin and the snake, realizing he was an incredible distance away. But it still shocked him. This distance was massive, and to do that required an incredible amount of spiritual strength and reserves of spiritual energies. Even a soul idol expert with 9 rings would find this feat incredibly difficult to near impossible. Yet, Long Chen quickly realized the situation. He turned his gaze to the snake. Did he subdue a gold star beast? He had to have used methods beyond his means, just like Huangfu Jinwei. There's no way either of them could control beasts of this level so perfectly. This might have even been prepared for him. I heard he likes bribing others. Who knows who he bribed for this snake? He coldly snorted. Your Extreme Creation Mountain. He killed members of the Extreme Origin Mountain. Who gave him permission? As for you, Wei Wuyin, don't think just because you have a gold star beast you can act however you wish. With Wu Yu behind him, he lacked fear. With a confrontational tone, he immediately questioned Wei Wuyin with open contempt. In some cases, his fearlessness would be praised. But those watching knew of Wei Wuyin's horrific strength. They felt he was incredibly idiotic. Even if Wei Wuyin didn't have his strength, he was a potential alchemic emperor and a heavenly king with the favor of the grand imperial sages. This was plain reckless. Wu Yu kept quiet. He was observing the titanic mudworm snake. It used its tail to wrap Huangfu Jinwei's body protectively. It seemed it was ready to retreat. Long Chen saw this and shouted fiercely, "He killed Hong Ru. You want to protect that scum? I knew you were trash. Well, I won't allow it." His heart was burning with rage. Well, he couldn't be blamed after witnessing his potential lover being killed in front of him and Wei Wuyin protecting him openly. The titanic mudworm snake didn't even glance Long Chen's way. Its eyes that radiated a silver radiance was fixated on the shadow moon wolf that Wu Yu inhabited. Wu Yu was staring at Wei Wuyin too, but the loftiness and imposing demeanor of his will was fully revealed. His will could be seen in his eyes. Today, Huangfu Jinwei must die. Wei Wuyin didn't need to exchange words to see that. Wu Yu was calmer than Long Chen, as he directly transmitted to Wei Wuyin, "Your actions today are pointless. Leave him and go." His words weren't laced with a question but a seemingly factual statement and a full-blown order. Even if Wei Wuyin was already at the King of Everlore level, he couldn't allow Huangfu Jinwei to leave today. This was a matter of pride and face. Even if he had to burn all the bridges. Since he decided to take action, he would never leave loose ends. It wasn't his manner of doing things. If Wei Wuyin interfered, he would take action against him too. It wasn't as if they needed Wei Wuyin to cultivate. The Princess of Everlore existed, and the Alchemist Association was neutral. There would be other means to support Long Chen's cultivation. In the Sky Palace far away, Wei Wuyin's brows were slightly furrowed in contemplation. He calculated some matters, weighing the importance versus the potential consequences, and made a decision in his heart. He replied to Wu Yu, his spiritual force was open and could be heard and interpreted by all. "Let's see." A challenge. To those who were observing, these words were a direct reply to Long Chen, but to Wu Yu, he knew the true meaning was directed towards him. "Let's see if you can stop me. Let's see if my actions are actually pointless. Come at me." Grand Monarch Wu Yu. Chapter 288-285, GST, Void Force. Chapter 288-285, GST, Void Force. The atmospheric tension became incomparably dense as wolf and serpent stared at each other. Wu Yu's shadow moon wolf emanated a boundless pressure that seemed innate, capable of subduing 10,000 with merely its presence. Wei Wuyin's titanic mudworm snake was more natural, but its eyes were radiating a high degree of spirituality and intelligence. Normally, Wei Wuyin wouldn't have decided to clash with Wu Yu, the founder of the Myriad Monarch sect. This would hold true if they remained on the Myriad Monarch planet, but Unia's formations were not the original ones devised by Wu Yu. He felt somewhat confident that in Unia, Wu Yu had little trump cards to act. Furthermore, he might not be able to act freely. Considering Huangfu Jinwei's current state as a sinful soul, he couldn't simply miss this opportunity. He decided to make a slight wager. Wu Yu was not an individual that wasted time convincing others after his initial efforts. Wei Wuyin's reply had challenged him and his prestige. If he didn't teach him a lesson, how could he retain his dignity? While his current state wasn't particularly exemplary, he was still unwilling to allow such a thing to occur. Wu Yu flashed with astonishing speed. In a moment, he had arrived behind the snake, his eyes staring at the tail that wrapped Huangfu Jinwei's form. His actions were incomparably decisive as he leapt towards it, claws fully unleashed and ready to slice into even astral steel. Wei Wuyin did not have full control over the titanic mudworm snake like Wu Yu did for his shadow moon wolf, but it retained its natural instincts and senses. It replied with a twist of its body, its bundled tail sweeping away from Wu Yu's claws, and its body sought to dive into the ground. It was seeking to flee. Wu Yu snarled lightly. After swiping air with his life-ending assault, he landed and saw the actions of this little earthly snake. "You think you can escape?" If he had a true body, he would coldly snort and unleash imperialistic might. Alas, he was left with this wolf. He howled. From its feet, endless shadows formed and spread throughout the world. For an inconceivable distance, the entire world was consumed by living shadows that seemed like crazed wraiths. They had wolf-like forms and constantly released howls similar to his. It was chilling, and they emitted a power that seemed to influence the spirit. They bit and clawed at the snake's scales. Wei Wuyin was startled by this event. The titanic mudworm snake was instantly oppressed, and the ground had become infused with odd shadow power. It tried to utilize its ability to dig into the earth but was continuously halted and attacked by these wolf-like shadows. Surrounded by these creatures, he couldn't help but find this incredibly odd. What was this? The mental foundation of the snake was under assault, and even his connection grew unstable and uncertain. He needed to reinforce his spiritual force to remain tethered to the serpent's senses. While he questioned, Wu Yu didn't hesitate to follow up. With the world engulfed by these shadows, he vanished. In a blink of an eye, he arrived beside the bundled tail and clawed at the scales of the serpent. Blood splashed and scales fragmented as the attack hit. But this single strike couldn't reach Huangfu Jinwei's body. The titanic mudworm snake had a tough body with physical attributes of a peak soul idol. While Wu Yu had taken over the body of the Shadow Moon Wolf, its offensive power wasn't augmented by his possession. A single swipe merely caused surface damage. Wu Yu hadn't stopped with simply one attack. With a ferocious intensity, he sent several claw strikes towards the same area, but the damage wasn't anything significant. Observing this, Wu Yu slightly frowned. The world of shadows immediately dissipated, clearly unable to be sustained for long. When the world returned to normal, the snake had already twisted its body into a ball, protecting Huangfu Jinwei and its own head. This formed a shell of flesh and scales, making penetrating it harder than before. Wei Wuyin was looking at the horizon. The quick exchange had revealed that Wu Yu had limitations in the Shadow Moon Wolf's body. That being said, he could execute bloodline powers far beyond the Shadow Moon Wolf's capabilities. That domain of wolf shadows was incredibly terrifying and had been instantly conjured. It easily suppressed the snake despite its innate strength and abilities. Wu Yu was also in a conundrum. While he wanted to kill, in the face of the serpent's protective efforts, he couldn't penetrate its scales and dense flesh. As for unleashing a spiritual attack, that likely wouldn't work. He could feel the vibrant and vigorous spiritual force integrating into the titanic mudworm snake constantly. Furthermore, the snake could simply remain in a ball state while restrained. It solved nothing. Is he trying to wait me out? It felt strange and disappointing that Wei Wuyin had challenged him yet resorted to such cowardly actions. Unfortunately, his current thoughts were jinxing his situation. Wei Wuyin simply hadn't taken action yet. The actions of the snake had been its own, an expression of its free will based on Wei Wuyin's initial orders. After all, the titanic mudworm snake was not a direct fighter. Similar to the Shadow Moon Wolves, it relied on sneak attacks and explosive moments of sheer power. If it sought to protect a living existence, it was best to tunnel into the earth. This was its decision and belief. As for Wei Wuyin, he wanted to see if Wu Yu could unleash powers of the mystic ascendant realm or if he was truly limited. If it was the former, it didn't matter what he desired or planned, Huangfu Jinwei was not leaving here alive. He would likely lose his snake and be forced to suffer this loss. But if Wu Yu was restricted in the first exchange, then he had options. And from observing what had happened, while Wu Yu could unleash powers beyond the Shadow Moon Wolf, it seemed it wasn't very great, lasting, or invincible. He knew what he had to do. From his sky palace, Wei Wuyin's silver eyes shone with a distinct brilliance that foretold the unleashing of incredible forces. He sent a spiritual force transmission, "Step down. If I take action, I won't stop," he warned, his voice laced with a heart-chilling tone. This was him giving Wu Yu the appropriate respect as a senior. During that time in the Myriad Monarch sect, he had decided to hold himself back due to the possible trump cards Wu Yu might possess on the Myriad Monarch planet. While his instincts were correct, he still felt frustrated about that moment. No longer were they on the Myriad Monarch planet. Wu Yu calmly heard this and revealed a faint hint of a smile. To think he had fallen so low that he would be threatened by a junior, demanded to step down or else. How embarrassing. Even if he was the next king of Everlore, the other old foxes would still laugh at him. No. He didn't deign to reply. His eyes that revealed a calm and arrogant light said it all. Wei Wuyin gave a brief nod. His strong hand pressed towards the empty void, his palm facing the direction of the serpent. Endless ripples were emitted from his fingertips. A distinct power of void was being exuded, and it seemed to stretch an infinite distance. This was void force, and Wei Wuyin was currently deploying a fragment of its powers. When Wei Wuyin was trying to study void force, he realized it didn't have much offensive strength and it wasn't very useful in executing the spatial arts of the sect. In fact, he was befuddled by this development. According to Kratos, the Tao of Void incorporated space and time, but it didn't work for basic spatial arts. He didn't know the cause, but Kratos had one response: it felt like trying to use liquid gold for hydration, it just wasn't possible. Even now he did not understand what that meant. He could only take it that the spatial arts were too simplistic to be fueled by void force. Fortunately, he found one use: transmission. The innate strength of void force was its ability to carry all forms of power and send it towards a location at speeds surpassing imagination across the void. It was nearly instant, and distance was mostly irrelevant. In fact, he was using it now to stay connected in real time with the titanic mudworm snake. With void force, he could transmit spiritual force with little to no delay. Of course, this needed a pre-existing spell formation to connect with, or at least be in a range he could sense. In terms of the profoundness of void force's uses, it was its only power that Wei Wuyin had discovered. He called it instant void transmission. He closed his eyes. From his dantian, a 1 centimeter astral core brightened. It released gushes of boundless astral force that vanished instantly. Wu Yu was ready to strike and persist, seeking to cleave through the scales and flesh. Even if it took him several minutes, he would simply have to do so. Just as he was about to pounce and unleash consecutive attacks without end, Wu Yu halted. His eyes widened. What is this? This is astral force. Without warning, the titanic mudworm snake was releasing wisps of elemental origin force from its scales, and the damaged flesh and scales started to rapidly recover as earth, wood, and water force was being conjured and infused into its body. Long Chen sensed this change and was immediately startled into confusion. How can a beast emit astral force? Is Huangfu Jinwei acting? He, just like Wu Yu, didn't understand what was happening. However, Wu Yu had a bad premonition. Chapter 289, 286, GST, Forced. Chapter 289, 286, GST, Forced. Through the void, Wei Wuyin transmitted a ceaseless flow of elemental force into the titanic mudworm snake. Its body started to expand, infused with highly refined power that caused all its injuries to heal and its body to shimmer with white light. From its body, wisps of elemental force were inadvertently integrating into the world. The scene sent Wu Yu, Long Chen, and even the spectators into a state of confusion. They all simultaneously believed that Huangfu Jinwei had awoken and was attempting to escape, but this thought was temporary for Wu Yu. He felt that the astral force was simply appearing without rhyme or reason. But the innate spiritual aura within the wisps was rather distinct. His eyes narrowed as he noticed Wei Wuyin's aura from these wisps, and they were being actively controlled. How was this possible? His eyes shot towards the horizon. From his senses, he knew that Wei Wuyin was an incomparably vast distance away. He was nearly on the other side of the planet. This was truly incomprehensible. Then, the titanic mudworm snake acted. It unwrapped its body, revealing the source of the wisps of elemental power was from a white spherical construct. The surface of this sphere was fantastical. At times it would seem as solid as metal, as fluid as water, as shifting as fire, as chaotic as lightning, as vibrant as wood, as ethereal as wind, as malleable as earth, as viscous as magma, and as frosty as ice. These states even merged at odd periods, bringing even more mystical sights. Its variable form made one experience a sense of surrealism. Wu Yu trembled. Elemental origin force. His mind shook, nostalgic and ancient memories flashed within his thoughts. He recalled a young man with a forceful temperament that held the power of the 9 elements at his fingertips. With a thought, all the elemental forces revered him as its king. Its divine king. He hadn't expected to observe this power that was insidiously difficult to comprehend and produce. While normal elemental force was common, elemental origin force required elemental origin intent. This was insanely difficult, requiring the base merging and unified synchronization of the 9 elements. It was not an easy energy source to produce nor an easy intent to develop. It was dozens of times more difficult to comprehend than sword intent, saber intent, slaughter intent, or battle intent. He simply was stunned by the sight, unable to believe it appeared. A trace of vigilance entered his eyes for the very first time. Elemental origin force could not be underestimated, he learned that long ago. His pause was met with a slip-up. The sphere contained Huangfu Jinwei's unconscious body. With a spinning twist of its lengthy body, the titanic mudworm snake threw with its tail into the distance. In the blink of an eye, it shot into the far-off horizon. The sphere of condensed elemental origin force completely protected the body within. Caw. A jet-black crow with 3 eyes had arrived at this time, and with its sharp talons, it grabbed the sphere perfectly before shooting off. It was wreathed by abundant wind force that amplified its flight speed to higher limits. The entire scene was abrupt, unexpected, and was met with widened eyes. Even Wu Yu hadn't expected this. For several seconds, silence descended. Long Chen was visibly confused. Was that Huangfu Jinwei in that sphere? His words caused Wu Yu's expression to darken. He was just about to pursue when the titanic mudworm snake flashed into his path with an open maw. It sought to consume his body whole. Wu Yu had to halt his pursuit and dodge hastily. A flash of rage flickered within its eyes. He couldn't dally, so he used the innate abilities of the Shadow Moon Wolf and merged with the shadows. He couldn't be stopped using this, so Wei Wuyin would be helpless to stop him. But in a split second, his senses tingled as he flashed through the shadows and arrived by Long Chen's side. In an instant, the world was invaded by wolf-like shadows that surged forward. They targeted the crushing tail of the serpent that was attempting to turn Long Chen into meat paste. The immense strength it carried dispersed the wolf shadows by a large amount, causing the unique shadow world to vanish abruptly. The titanic mudworm snake was staring at Long Chen with killing intent. This caused Wu Yu to grind his sharp teeth, a light snarl left his mouth. From its eyes, fatigue and exhaustion were clearly revealed. It seemed possessing a body wasn't an easy feat, nor was using that ability to summon a great number of wolf shadows for Wu Yu or the Shadow Moon Wolf's body. Even if Wu Yu contained infinite strength in his spirit form, the same can't be said for the Shadow Moon Wolf's reserves of bloodline energies. From the quivering of its legs, one could see the physical weakness gradually settling in. If he continued to press forward, this body might collapse. Wu Yu didn't find it despicable that Wei Wuyin had sent his beast to attack Long Chen, forcing him to remain here. It seemed from the onset, he had already lost this brief exchange. His pride took a slight hit. If it wasn't for his current state, how could he end up like this? While unwilling, he decided to finally transmit a message to Wei Wuyin. Considering the circumstances, I'll allow this. You may leave. While he was admitting defeat, he certainly didn't speak like it. In truth, he thought that since the situation had developed to this point, it was best if Long Chen got revenge with his own hands. This could serve as a source of motivation for him to cultivate. However, while he was the Grand Monarch Wu Yu of legend, wasn't his thoughts too simplistic and naive? Wei Wuyin didn't leave. He coldly replied, considering the circumstances, I'll allow your actions against me with merely a light punishment, cripple yourself, then leave. His tone was domineering and arrogant to the extreme, and it was directed towards Long Chen. Wu Yu felt as if Wei Wuyin's words were a slap to the face, a nearly identical set of words with a more imposing and ferocious demand at the end. While the world didn't hear his spiritual transmission, all the spectators could clearly hear Wei Wuyin's. Long Chen stood there stunned. His eyes were wide, suffused with shock and disbelief. He hadn't expected Wei Wuyin to demand him to cripple himself and then leave, which could be presumed to be leaving the Grand Spirit Trials. But it could also mean leaving the Myriad Monarch sect. After all, if he was crippled, what use would he be in a sect that defined authority and importance with strength? If he was crippled, what would happen to those he cherished? What would happen to his future? His eyes reddened instantly while his teeth were being grounded audibly. Those normally pure black eyes were emitting endless killing intent, unable to exist beneath the same sky as Wei Wuyin. Senior, kill him. He transmitted to Wu Yu. If the world were to hear him, they would see a similar madness that Huangfu Jinwei had when he sent Shadow Moon Wolves to claim his and the girls' lives. Wu Yu ignored Long Chen and stared at the spiritual light within the serpent's eyes. He couldn't understand what Wei Wuyin was thinking. Others might not know, but Wei Wuyin knew that Long Chen was the future leader of the Myriad Monarch sect. He was the only one present with the rightful lineage and legacy. Furthermore, he was being guided by him personally, the first Grand Monarch and founder of the sect. Wasn't he being too wishful thinking this would go his way? Or was he seeking another goal? Wu Yu didn't dwell on this. Since this was said, then Wei Wuyin definitely wouldn't allow them to leave just like that. This would be an affront to his status and dignity, and Long Chen didn't have the status to resist against it. As a heavenly king and an alchemic king, at least seen by the sect, he had boundless more importance than an earthly elite disciple. If you do this, I'll be left with no choice. Wu Yu transmitted with a faint sigh. It was as if he didn't wish for it to come to this. Wei Wuyin had seemingly given birth to elemental origin intent, had fantastical strength, and was a mortal sovereign alchemist at such a young age. He much rather avoid conflict with him, especially to the point where there was no alternative. He couldn't imagine that was what Wei Wuyin wanted either. But Wei Wuyin merely smiled back at his sky palace, a light of interest and calculation within. Wu Yu realized that the spiritual light within the serpent's eyes was steady, unaffected by his words. He couldn't help but recall that brilliant youth with silver eyes that had determined his existence, identity, and revealed a high level of intelligence. Considering his words and personality, this must be well within his plans. Did he want to force Long Chen and himself into a point of no retreat? Or did he want to? When his thoughts reached a certain point, his canine mouth released an odd chuckle highly unusual for a wolf. Is that what you want? If so, well played. When he turned to see Long Chen, he could only feel a hint of sadness, pity, disappointment, and a wisp of excitement within. He didn't hold back any longer and directly sent Long Chen a transmitted message. What? Long Chen's expression drastically changed. Chapter 290, 287, GST, Leaving Again. Chapter 290, 287, GST, Leaving Again. The spiritual transmission sent by Wu Yu to Long Chen was swift, brief, but from Long Chen's ever-changing expression, it was shocking. Those originally bright, pure, and unyielding pupils were in a state of perpetual shaking. His hands clenched, mouth ajar, and body trembling was very telling. Wu Yu's wolf's eyes flashed with an emotional light. It was unbefitting to a grand monarch, as if he was making a difficult choice that must be made. But seeing Long Chen's reaction, his heart that had been softened and influenced by this young man's presence had clearly affected him. He sent another spiritual transmission, causing Long Chen's head to abruptly jerk as his eyes widened. Why you, Senior? Long Chen's current state was almost indescribable, his emotions were going haywire without any support, and he felt as if his world was collapsing. He had just lost Hong Ru. Why did this have to happen? That single sentence lingered within his thoughts as those eyes of his finally lifted to meet the silver radiance of the titanic mudworm snake's eye. For a moment, he saw a flash of a figure that had been a blight on his life since the beginning. From his oath to Na Sini, to their fight on the Myriad continent, to his name being in the mouth of everyone, and more. Now, he stood beforehand a creature that wasn't him, yet his heart felt a sensation of being stifled to the extreme. Wu Yu's shadow moon wolf collapsed. It was merely a corpse without his spiritual influence. The act of possession was a very rare, evil method that forced out an individual's sea of consciousness and claimed their body. This effectively killed them, sending them into heaven's embrace. It was an act that only those who've obtained the realm beyond astral core, a realm beyond the mortal, could achieve. Their mystical powers were boundless, limited by talent, time, and strength. Wu Yu's spiritual light left the glabella of the wolf's corpse and entered his black ring. For a moment, it flickered with dim light as if making arrangements. Wei Wuin's eyes were still closed in his sky palace. He halted the funneling of his elemental origin force into the serpent. There was a little disappointment within his eyes. Wu Yu was an exceptionally intelligent fellow. He was primed for a fight. He wanted to see how far Wu Yu could push a star beast with a soul idol's strength. For example, the shadow domain that was conjured was terrifyingly strong. While it seemed to consume a vast amount of energy to use, it could block the titanic mudworm snake's elemental force-empowered strike. This strike easily entered a level of strength that exceeded the ordinary spatial resonance phase expert. To block it and do so instantly, it fascinated him without end. It didn't seem to be an innate bloodline ability of the Shadow Moon Wolf, as even he had never heard of it unleashing such power. If that was used in an abrupt assassination attempt, where one goes from a sneaky attack to summoning endless shadows from every direction that each had strength barely inferior to the original body, there would be no one in the soul idol phase that could defend. He felt even Zuhai would meet an unexpected demise. It was simply too fast, without warning, and influence the spirit and mind. It was a true territory to establish an area of absolute death. If it wasn't for his serpent's terrifying physical defenses, it would have been shredded by their fangs and claws. Before he healed it, its state was horrific. Terrifying to witness as flesh, scales, and blood was splashed everywhere. It was the only reason he decided to send his elemental origin force within and not his saber force. But he was also a little hesitant because his saber was meant to kill. If he were to bring it out, a life must be taken. While killing Wu Yu's Shadow Moon Wolf could be accepted, his heart didn't feel right. From the beginning, since he first learned how to wield a saber from his older brother, he had never taken out his saber unless to claim a life or save his own. This was a life teaching he held dear to his heart, a principle of the Saber Tao. Perhaps it was this form of belief that formed his saber intent. As for killing Long Chen, this wasn't the time, place, or opportunity to do so. The consequences of it might lead to his 8 years to dwindle to 0. If his theory is correct, he might be forced to deal with 2 or even 3 calamities at the same time for his actions. He was prepared for the second, not the third. This wasn't based on factual evidence or observing the worldly trend, but completely based on instinct. He had a similar feeling when he learned of Wu Yu's existence, a feeling that his action would lead to an insurmountable complication that could or will lead to an untimely and unjust demise. Is everything okay? Soft footsteps echoed behind Wei Wuyin. A figure emerged, basking in the sun's light. A gorgeous countenance was revealed that could be envied by an entire generation of women, and desired by all generations of men, appeared beside him. Her emerald eyes that sparkled with a natural and warm feeling met his face. Wei Wuyin opened his eyes to see this, an unintentional warm curve lifted on both sides of his lips. Qing Qiumu had made incredible advancements from a month ago. While he had to keep the grade of products a secret, her foundation had improved a considerable degree. While she couldn't be considered at Zuhai or Sumei level of foundation, whose cultivations were supported by him thoroughly for 5 and nearly 7 years, in a mere month, she wasn't far off from being top tier in this era. Of course, he responded with a slight chuckle. Was his expression earlier somewhat unnatural? Well, whenever he thought about the calamities of hell, his mood typically shifted into a downpour of emotions. While he kept his heart of cultivation strong with an intent to challenge all obstacles for the sake of life and continued survival on the path of cultivation, his mentality was still affected by the possibility of failure. In 8 years, if his plans were useless, his soul would be cleansed and his body obliterated. There would be no Wei Wuyin in this world. None. The thought only caused him to keep making plans to establish himself here, contingency plans ensuring the safety of those he cared for, and for his name to continue to flow in the mouth of others for eras to come. Qing Qiumu lifted her brow, clearly uncertain by his answer. In the end, she didn't press. Everyone had their internal thoughts and worries, and if they wished to share it, they would. She only said, "Thank you." Wei Wuyin was somewhat taken aback, responding without delay, "For what?" Qing Qiumu saw the genuine surprise on Wei Wuyin's face, as if he was trying to think about why he deserved her thanks. This caused her smile to become even more brilliant. She had long since understood the importance of having an alchemist's support in cultivation, and how it could rocket one's cultivation or improve one's innate talent. But the amount of alchemists in this world was too lacking. The number of high-level products was incredibly low and hard to obtain. Despite having an entire mountain dedicated to the creationist, which included alchemists, forgers, and architects, it was still too rare. In an astral territory of trillions, there were less than 300 alchemic kings. These were the individuals with a minimum of 5% success rate with adequate concoction times. This meant out of 100 products, they would succeed 5 times. Considering the notorious time to concoct products, this was hard to swallow. Many alchemists spend centuries yet never capable of becoming an alchemic king. Wei Wuyin, however, had provided her with 3 products of high quality. While she couldn't determine what they were, the fact her spiritual qualities tripled, her innate energies were further refined, Her astral core was expanded, and her mortal state had improved. She knew that these products were exceptionally rare and expensive. In a month, she had improved more than an entire lifetime of cultivation. Yet, when she said thanks, his response was confusion. Her eyes grew misty for a moment. Wei Wuyin saw this and was startled. Is something wrong? Seeing his flustered expression, she only smiled and shook her head. She recalled a phrase that her mother had once told her: in a true relationship, the most unnatural thing to say is, "Thank you." It seems her words were true. While Wei Wuyin panicked slightly at Qing Qiumu's misty eyes, truly shocked by her reaction, Wu Yu had finished making his arrangements. Long Chen had his eyes fixated on the titanic mudworm snake. The whites of his eyes had been tainted by faint lines of crimson. From the light within his pupils, he seemed to be teetering on the edge. This state only came to an end when the ring that had adorned his finger since young had left his hand for the second time since he obtained it, both seemingly caused by the same person. Wu Yu floated beside Long Chen. He said, "Remember, you're the next Grand Monarch of the Myriad Monarch Astral Territory. You don't need a crutch like this old man, giving you a sense of protection and safety. This era is primed for you to obtain. You must work hard, cultivate well, and never lose your sense of self." Those words were tinged with a warm, fatherly tone. Long Chen's eyelids drooped, wetness suffused the corners of his eyes, and he didn't know what he wanted to do. While he understood the reasoning, Wu Yu had explained that his interference here in the trial was telling that he was becoming overly reliant on his power, and that prevented him from making decisive actions. He didn't want to accept it. But didn't he just order Wu Yu to kill his enemies? What type of Grand Monarch, a supreme hegemon of an era, cried to his senior to handle his problems? Since he was young, there were only others who relied on their seniors to bombard him, to attack him shamelessly. To think he would fall into the same pattern of thinking. He had no argument. He wanted to push forward into the martial Tao and ascend into a realm that exceeded the mortal limits. If he relied on Wu Yu, how could he accomplish this? Wouldn't he just become another arrogant young master complacent at having better cultivation, talent, and strength than those weaker than him? With clenched fists, he could only remain silent. Wu Yu, on the other hand, could only sigh. Long Chen's recent display had been unbefitting of a Grand Monarch. This was a truth he had ignored because he had witnessed Long Chen grow from a young boy to a man, from a struggling youngster seen by all as trash to an elite of the cultivation world. But he wasn't making this decision based on that. He was pushed into a corner, but this corner was like an immortal palace filled with endless benefits, enough gourmet food to eat for a lifetime, and a future. He had only seen this palace once before. It was the King of Everlore. He couldn't bank on the unlikely chance that Long Chen will conquer the heart of the Princess of Everlore, nor did he have the time to wait. Wei Wuyin was the right and only choice. He didn't speak. He had already told Long Chen what he needed to know. As for Hong Ru's death, he had informed him that if his cultivation base reached a high enough level, she might be able to be revived. But he didn't tell him about his actions of retrieving her mind and soul. This was to provide him with ample motivation. Wu Yu slowly moved away. Long Chen jumped, a hollow feeling left in his heart. He spurted incoherently for a moment before gathering himself. A look of pure decisiveness entered his eyes. "I will obtain your mantle, becoming a Grand Monarch. Then, I'll take you back." Wu Yu had decided to leave with Wei Wuyin a second time, ensuring his safety and continued participation in this event. But this time, it was likely for longer than a few months. Wu Yu formed an intangible and nearly transparent silhouette reflecting himself. Long Chen saw this grand, imposing figure and felt his heart burn ever brighter with determination. Wu Yu said, "I'll be waiting." In his heart, however, he knew that it was unlikely that Wei Wuyin would simply allow this. In fact, he knew what Wei Wuyin's intentions were. The moment he decided to threaten Long Chen with crippling, he recalled Wei Wuyin's desire from before. Now that he was a mortal sovereign, that desire. Wu Yu's figure vanished, and his ring flashed. The titanic mudworm snake opened its maw, allowing the ring to enter its mouth before Wei Wuyin's spiritual force resounded. "On account of Nasini, I'll forgive your insolence and offense. This time." The voice caused the world to slightly tremble, and the titanic mudworm snake tunneled into the earth, vanishing from sight. While those words were merely said as a throwaway excuse, back on the Myriad Monarch sect, there was a pale-faced woman whose skin and beauty seemingly lost its shine, that was crying. Even after reaching his height, he still gave her face and considered her. Chapter 291, 288, GST, We Use Desire. Chapter 291, 288, GST, We Use Desire. To the eyes of the spectators, who were unable to come to the truth with incomplete information, it seemed that Long Chen had made a deal with Wei Wuyin. He had given him his spatial ring as an effort for forgiveness, and then Wei Wuyin had taken into consideration Na Sini's favor. With these two things, Wei Wuyin decided to forget the incident and not press the issue. Those in the know, those who followed the spiraling and epic events surrounding Wei Wuyin, were aware that Na Sini was the name of a young woman from his days on the myriad monarch continent. She had called forth Wei Wuyin from his sky palace, and he descended in grand fashion. With his name, the world stopped, and the inevitable downfall of the Ji clan was the end result. To hear it once more, many were filled with curiosity regarding how this female friend of Wei Wuyin had such an important position in his thoughts. In their eyes, Long Chen had exhibited an intense desire to kill Wei Wuyin, and to allow an insignificant character like him to live was a grand, magnanimous decision. Considering Wei Wuyin was an alchemist, the only heavenly king of the extreme creation mountain, and had the full support of the myriad monarch sect, it was unlikely that that storage ring was anything more than a formality offering. To them, Na Sini was the name to focus on. Quite a few in the myriad monarch sect who were watching Wei Wuyin, Hongfu Jinwei, or the twin fiery and frost beauties, were already making plans on finding and forming a relationship with Na Sini. This ranged from disciples to elders, and even outsiders. After all, Wei Wuyin wasn't just some talented alchemist any longer. He was a genius cultivator. While the title of an alchemist can gain respect, most saw them as opportunities to support their own rise, and their actual practical importance wasn't very high. But a talented cultivator, not only was respect given but fear and reverence. He was a threat and a future leader of the cultivation world of the Starfield. Even the king of Everlore never had the ability to claim the Starfield as his own. Whether he wanted to or not wasn't something they knew, but history showed he didn't. While these members decided in their hearts to find and cozy up to Na Sini, Wei Wuyin was on the surface of Unia, beneath his sky palace, surrounded by 3 golden-starred beasts. The white blaze tiger was laying down, its large head used as a seat by Wei Wuyin. The 3-eyed tenebrous crow had a white sphere beside it. It played with it somewhat, pecking at it with its beak like a curious child. Wei Wuyin ignored it, focusing on the titanic mudworm snake. Its body still contained traces of his elemental origin force. He couldn't feel or see the immense healing effects it had on the creature, but he was startled by how it was undergoing a slight change. Not only had its scales and flesh completely regrown, but its originally dark brown scales were also turning white. It seemed its bloodline was being unintentionally modified by his elemental origin force. Even its aura was becoming purer, and its eyes seemed to be changing slightly. It felt draconic. Wei Wuyin sat with furrowed brows, a light of interest and contemplation within. His astral force, regardless of which, stemmed from his innate energies, and these energies contained all the energies within his body. This meant void, Eden, alchemical, saber, elemental origin, and draconic. The only difference between astral force and draconic astral force was the ratio, with draconic energies occupying the vast majority of its composition. The titanic mudworm snake was slowly exhibiting a draconic aura, with its natural earthen energies being affected and influenced by his elemental origin intent. The fact it could absorb his intent, exude traces of a draconic aura, made him feel somewhat baffled. It opened its mouth and Wu Yu's black ring shot out, arriving next to him. Wei Wuyin didn't even bother looking, his silver eyes fixated on the snake. Wu Yu remained silent for a minute, noticing Wei Wuyin's focus, and decided to interject. "It's transforming," Wu Yu said. "That's obvious," Wei Wuyin replied with an indifferent tone. Wu Yu was an ancient expert from an era thousands of years ago, and he was the founder of the myriad monarch sect. When Wei Wuyin first met him, he had respect towards him. While he still had some, he no longer felt the need to lower himself. Wu Yu understood Wei Wuyin's attitude and didn't mind. He had set himself as an enemy, nurturing a disciple that would likely force him to leave the myriad monarch sect. While it could be regarded as an unfortunate circumstance, Wei Wuyin had already made a concession and spared Long Chen twice already on his account. From what I can sense, its bloodline source is refining your elemental origin intent. Furthermore, your astral force has an intrinsic quality within, allowing it to integrate into its fleshy body. If I had to wager a guess, it's the transformation quality of alchemical energies. Wu Yu explained, but his voice contained a hint of doubtfulness. He knew that Wei Wuyin had an alchemic astral soul. If he didn't, it was impossible for the stellar manifestation of the mortal sovereign to manifest at his cultivation level. After all, to concoct ninth-grade pills, the unique power of mystic ascendant-level alchemic energies was required. Only an alchemic soul can produce energies beyond its cultivation realm. There wasn't any other soul that had such high-level leaps, at least to his knowledge. But even now he couldn't find out why Wei Wuyin can have innate alchemical energies that allowed combat prowess to remain. Conventional alchemists refined alchemical energies using methods and only enough for the concoction process. Most of the time, their body was entirely void of this type of energy, allowing them to retain their combat prowess. The reason they do this is because of an alchemical energy trait that transformed the energies and forces it connected with incomparably and unimaginably gentle. Since alchemic souls fused all their innate energies with it at all times, the qi, astral force, or raw energies refined by a natal soul or astral soul was rendered into the same state. This led to the notorious situation of them lacking combat strength. Wu Yu had an innate sense that, while wasn't currently at his original peak in terms of distance, was still exceptional in terms of clarity. Yet he still couldn't determine where or how Wei Wuyin had these energies within his body. In fact, besides the two astral souls in his dantian, he couldn't sense anything else of detail. It was mysterious. Wei Wuyin's eyes brightened after Wu Yu's explanation. He had never come across a situation like this. A beast refining intent into its bloodline source. Alchemic energies inducing a transformation. These discoveries opened new roads to what was possible. He kept this in mind before finally turning to Wu Yu. I didn't think you would comprehend my intent so quickly. If Wei Wuyin could see Wu Yu's appearance, he would be revealing a wry smile. It was only because my own interest and thoughts had long since aligned with it. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have wasted 2 years and directly made an agreement with Wei Wuyin when they first met. But how was he supposed to know he would become a mortal sovereign alchemist so quickly? Furthermore, he was obviously far more talented than the King of Everlore. Well, perhaps only a little more talented. After all, the King of Everlore had acted as the trailblazer of the alchemic Tao in the Starfield, forming his own path without help. Wei Wuyin was essentially reaping the benefits he left behind by him, and the knowledge and comprehension of seniors after thousands of years of discovery, invention, and hardship. If the King of Everlore was given the same circumstance, perhaps he would have taken less time or the same amount as Wei Wuyin. Wei Wuyin nodded. Since he learned about the oath regarding the Grand Monarch from Tua Bihan, he's wanted to find a way to bypass this. He could concoct spirit-cleansing elixirs for everyone and rid them of their oaths, but that wasn't in his favor. The oath was merely a formality anyhow. No one believed the Grand Monarch lineage would rise again. He didn't want the oaths removed. No, he wanted to use it. He wanted the myriad monarch sect to remain the same. What he wanted was simple, to choose his own heir to the Grand Monarch throne. This was a desire he had expressed to Wu Yu before, but he was denied. Wu Yu had chosen Long Chen. Due to this, he didn't dwell. But the thought had never left his mind. And it seemed that Wu Yu had the same thoughts. If it was before, perhaps he wouldn't entertain the thought, but Wei Wuyin was a mortal sovereign alchemist. It simply wouldn't matter if Long Chen was nurtured. Considering his killing intent, Wei Wuyin was very unlikely to allow his continued existence. But an alchemist could be overcome, even a mortal sovereign. The issue was Wei Wuyin's cultivation base, strength, and talent. They all exceeded Long Chen by several levels, and he was merely 5 years older. Give another 5 years, and Long Chen would never be able to catch up. Even if Long Chen were to obtain the Grand Monarch title, he would forever be beneath Wei Wuyin. In fact, he might be far below his subordinates. The heart devil that was Wei Wuyin would fester, and sooner or later, only one would survive. In that situation, Long Chen would be faced with going against the entire Starfield. He had no path of survival. Wu Yu sighed. It can be considered ill fate that the two of you clashed at the beginning. The contrast. As someone who stayed with Long Chen since he was nothing, since he had everything to prove and nothing to lose, he could easily realize his current state of heart and mind. In the end, Wu Yu had decided to cooperate with Wei Wuyin. You need a mortal sovereign alchemist to revive. Wei Wuyin directly pierced the veil and threw out his assumption. There had to be a greater reason why Wu Yu's thoughts had aligned with his own interest. When he first heard from Wu Yu about his purpose, he felt that he was using Long Chen to revive. While it didn't seem like he had malicious intent, it seemed he had bet all his chips on him. Wu Yu remained silent for a long moment. After that long moment, he sighed. He had sighed more today than he had ever in his life. Wei Wuyin was a terrifying youth. At least the king of Everlore was eccentric and lacked such frightening intelligence. He was easier to manipulate and lacked ambition. This was proper for an alchemist without strength, acting as sage to the starfield with selfless desires. He decided to explain it all. All those years ago, I had reached an unfathomable peak, breaking mortal limits and touching mystical laws. After attaining the mystic ascendant realm, and following his departure for greater pastures, I grew ambitious. I claimed the starfield as my own, and fought against my peers. I felt invincible. Even she couldn't match me. My confidence got the better of me, and I decided to assail the next phase of the mystic ascendant realm. I inevitably failed. My body was destroyed and I was forced to house my mystic soul and sea of consciousness within this ring. Wu Yu's voice contained a long-forgotten pride and tone of a majestic tale. He went into depth on how he claimed this starfield. How, with their power, they fought across the dark void like gods in legends. They were at the height of their potential, unleashing strength beyond the mortal limits. In their hands, stars were formed. In their hands, worlds were crafted. The three suns that exist in this starfield. The ones revolving across the world with brilliance and worshipped by all. Only one originally existed thousands of years ago. He had created one. It was his most wonderful achievement. But alas, his confidence was ballooned by his rise. Without the king of Everlore to support his cultivation beyond the mystic ascendant realm, how could he do so? In fact, how could anyone? He had only reached the Realm Lord, Time Lord, and Star Lord level with his selfless and loving assistance. They all did. Evident by his departure, the starfield rapidly declined. The king of Everlore left. Wei Wuyin was startled. He had thought he had died. While it was never verified one way or another, there were all sorts of misleading records that state he died or left, and no one could be solid in their assumption. However, Wu Yu lived during that time. He came across the same obstacle as before. Wu Yu was slightly emotional. If the king of Everlore had overcome this obstacle, he would have reached untold levels. As for his failure facing the next phase of the mystic ascendant realm, it wouldn't have happened. Wei Wuyin frowned. He couldn't exceed the mortal sovereign level. Because when Wei Wuyin came to this conclusion, he knew why the king of Everlore left. He didn't have the means to tackle the 7th, 8th, and 9th tribulations with an alchemic astral soul. They were the only other tribulations outside of the mortal star formation tribulation that was fully and completely lethal. The other tribulations can kill, but only if one is unable to meet the basic requirements to overcome. For example, Wei Wuyin suspected that a certain level of soul idol, spatial resonance, intent, and mortal state was required to assail the 7th tribulation. This was true for all the other tribulations too. For the soul idol tribulation, one needed to have a certain level of spiritual strength. For the spatial resonance, one needed to have a certain degree of compatibility with spatial energies. The others similarly had their requirements. This was only to succeed. As for how far one went and benefits reaped, that similarly was determined by their foundation and talents. But these requirements weren't truly determined by raw combat ability. The last 3 tribulations were. Without the ability to resist these tribulations, he must have been trapped in the 6th stage of the astral core realm, the gravity emission phase, up to his departure. Because he lacked the strength. He tried to devise a way to overcome it, a better Everlore ascension pill, or some fantastical pellet, but he couldn't. Near the end of his natural lifespan that had been lengthened by various products to the extreme, he left the starfield in search of a way, Wu Yu explained with emotions unbefitting of a monarch. The amount of respect he had for the king of Everlore was endless. No wonder the thoughts on whether he died or not was so divisive. No one knew if he succeeded or not, and since his lifespan was nearly over. Wei Wuyin's thoughts turned melancholic. To think a legend could die out in the dark void without a proper and deserving ceremony, it saddened him to no end. Considering it's been thousands of years, he's likely dead. Wu Yu finally got to telling Wei Wuyin his true intentions. My mystic soul and sea of consciousness is within this ring. It was given to me by the King of Everlore. He called it the Celestial Ring of Immortality. It placed me in a state of protective stasis to prevent my lifespan from running out. The only ways for me to reconstruct my body is with the support of a mystic ascendant realm expert that cultivates the same cultivation method I do. Otherwise, that body would reject me. It would either degrade at a rapid pace or my cultivation would stagnate forever. Or, I need a pill the King of Everlore had devised for this exact situation. A subordinate of his had ascended the mystic ascendant realm and failed, his body destroyed, but with the help of her, that person survived. To remedy this situation, the King of Everlore had funneled 2 decades of his life devising the 9th grade pill dash. Wei Wuyin interrupted with a tinge of shock, every birth pill. He knew it was the 3rd product at the 9th grade that the King of Everlore had devised. It could, without issue, replicate the physical imprint on a natal soul, astral soul, or mystic soul and reconstruct its body according to it perfectly. This meant a complete bodily resurrection. According to the details, this body was a full reset. There would be no need to recultivate or anything, the pill itself would simply reconstruct an exact copy of the cultivator's body. If Wu Yu obtained this pill, wouldn't he regain his complete strength? Chapter 292, 289, GST, Next Act. Chapter 292, 289, GST, Next Act. The trial of beasts became a challenge that many young and talented geniuses had not expected. It tested more than simply combat ability, but one's means, methods, and intelligence. It relied on the basic principles by which the myriad monarch sect thrived on. The ability to adapt. Other forces, sects, and masters were often unable to teach this principle and crucial trait, so they were met with difficulties beyond their means. The unlucky ones breathed their last. Those a little more fortunate walked away with their loves intact. As for their pride, that was another matter altogether. But those who could adapt, who could perceive the underlying qualities of the trial thrived without end. A few formed factions with others, hunting beasts and capturing them, taming them, and earning spirit points. Some worked independently, using their astonishing combat prowess to carve their own paths. Most had to simply survive, hoping the next trial will be the period that will allow them to exhibit their full potential. The Trial of Light. Unlike the first trial, this trial tested an individual's combat prowess, allowing others to contest those of the same cultivation or even higher without restraint. If before, these talented youths with exceptional strength were restrained, now they were fully unleashed. As the end of the trial approached, various individuals readied themselves for the next round of intense competition. Zuhai sat cross-legged upon a boulder. Beneath him were dozens of bodies with various sizes. They sported colorful sets of furs and emitted a subdued aura. But the aura of blood, the sign of predators, emitted from each of them. These were all canine beasts, 4-legged, and strong. They each had stars imprinted on their glabella, ranging from white to silver. They were quiet, not daring to even snarl. They remained obedient and waiting for the order of their leader. Zuhai swept his scarlet eyes over these wolves, coyotes, and jackals. A faint smile suffused his lips. This smile caused his already handsome features to gain a hint of feral beauty. I wonder if Master has decided to participate fully or spend his time concocting. He thought for a moment as he recalled that silver-eyed, outrageously handsome, and charismatic man that stepped into his life at its lowest moment. That hour they spoke had redefined his life, and he wanted nothing more than to truly meet that man's expectations. His fangs. His claws. A valiant and stable figure, garbed in black battle armor, and kept a saber at her hip, was quietly cultivating atop an azure-colored snake that rippled like water. On its forehead was a golden star, and its lengthy body was currently coiled around her. If Fu Linhua was still of this world, she would recognize this beast. Even if it was burned into ash and spread across the starfield, she would recognize it. As the one who took her life, consumed her body, digested her essence, how could she not? If she knew that Su Mei had tamed it and it was being exceptionally obedient to her, perhaps she would have spurted out her soul and died again. Su Mei opened her eyes, revealing a set of glistening black eyes. After 4 months, her cultivation had improved once again. A faint spiritual light pulsed from within her pupils, reflecting a cascade of glowing light resembling an everlasting and repeating state of twilight. From behind her, a faint silhouette of a black star was behind her. This black star emitted boundless dark light that seemed to devour the senses and permeate throughout the world. If Zuhai was here, he would be startled into a state of intense shock. That was a soul idol. Furthermore, there were 9 sets of rings circling it. Sume lifted her bright eyes, peering into the horizon. It seemed that she was speaking an oath that could only be heard by her. Atop the crown of a large tree, a nearly 8 feet tall, violet-skinned demon stood upright with a halberd in hand. She wore a set of tight-fitting armor that accentuated her figure, but was absent of protection at her joints, revealing what others might consider weak points. But to her, they were unnecessary. She exuded an intense will for battle, unyielding, and competitive. Her golden-colored eyes swept the world before her. She had no subordinates or any beasts tamed. But beneath the tree, a silver-starred beast was tied by her vigorous demonic force. She had thoroughly captured it. This was also her ticket to entering the next trial. When she stared at the horizon, like many others, she couldn't help but think of a figure in her mind. "You must pass this test alive," she mumbled slightly. "Consider this as a way to hone yourself," she says. "What honing? These beasts are useless." A handsome young man with gray-colored eyes, short black hair, and a 9-colored dot between his brows said in frustration. He was twirling his spear around while standing atop an elephant-like beast with 3 trunks. It had a gold star on its forehead and was completely unconscious. There were battle scars tattering its entire body, and it seemed to be in a state of near death. It was only being kept alive by a continuous strand of elemental origin force within its body. The youth stopped his twirling. "I wonder if there will be anyone among the 5 sects that could offer a hint of a challenge." Considering the age restriction, likely not. Perhaps that Wei Wuyin fellow, whose strength is said to be able to contest the soul idol phase at the world sea level, will provide some entertainment. Too bad he's older than me, and his cultivation level is lesser. The young man gave off a wry smile as if finding an opponent was too difficult a challenge for this starfield. His confidence was brimming, but this confidence had been forged with continuous challenges. Furthermore, he had witnessed a grander horizon, knowing that the state of the Trivision starfield was horrible when compared to the true elites beyond this region. These so-called talented youths were nothing much. And to him, whose sight exceeds this starfield, how could he give them a worthy evaluation? The curtain to the trial of beasts came to a close with many in tears, filled with hatred, unable to satisfy their want for a challenge, and numerous untimely deaths. As one act ends, another begins. Trial of Light. Chapter 293, 290, GST, Pillar of Light. Chapter 293, 290, GST, Pillar of Light. With the end of the trial of beasts having arrived, the Grand Spirit trials as a whole continued into the next stage, the Trial of Light. Participants and spectators alike were gearing up for the ultimate clash of geniuses where they would see the mettle of these youthful elites in its fullest. The first trial had been rather eye-opening to some, even downright brutal and unfortunate, but it highlighted the fairness and ability that these trials tested. Intelligence, means, courage, and strength. The intelligence to analyze rules, the situation, and the devise plans. The means to take advantage of the rules and situation while surviving. The courage to meet unexpected challenges and the willingness to overcome. Last but certainly not least, the strength of one's cultivation. It was essential that not a single one was lacking lest they be met with misfortunate, which many had. While quite a few knew they weren't capable of claiming the crown in the end, quite a few had their own agendas, intentions, or felt that this was a good trial by fire that could stimulate their potential and allow further breakthroughs of their cultivation. Perhaps a few merely wanted to join the liveliness. And it was quite lively. The Trial of Light was very different from the first trial. It initiated abruptly, there was no relocation of individuals. Furthermore, the general rule that prevented cultivators from fighting each other had been thoroughly removed, with a lighter rule taking its place: those of a higher cultivation was forbidden from assaulting those of a lower cultivation intentionally. But as a few had already learned, some at the cost of their lives, they could utilize the beasts they've tamed from the trial of beasts to assault without restraint or restriction. And they were not subjected to penalty if beasts killed other beasts, which still carried over to this trial. Spirit points were the unified goal of all participants, so losing even a single point was damning for many, especially those who were seeking that crown. Across the entire planet, 10,000 locations were deliberately designed to host the purpose of the trial of light, pillars of light. In each of these 10,000 locations were pillars constructed from very faint, nearly indiscernible light that pierced into the clouds, and each pillar was an opportunity to claim spirit points. They all contained their own unique trials divided into 3 categories: sealing formations, combat arrays, or mystifying tribulations. Each category was divided into 2 types, and upon successfully overcoming a trial, the individual would be rewarded with a certain amount of spirit points. These ranged from 1 to 1,000 spirit points, and the 2 types were fixed and varied. Fixed locations had a set difficulty and rewarded a set amount of points regardless of who completed it. Therefore, those of higher cultivation that met these locations of weaker difficulty might be able to easily claim spirit points. As for varied locations, they too had a set difficulty, but the higher one's cultivation base, the lower the awarded spirit points, and vice versa. As an example, if a cultivator at the first stage of the astral core realm completed a trial that was set at a difficulty level of the spatial resonance phase, the 4th stage, they would earn roughly 1,000 points. To put this into comparison, it had the same reward as if they had captured or tamed a gold-starred beast in the trial of beasts. If the opposite situation were to happen, they might be awarded a single point at most. Fortunately, this was more talent-based as formations, arrays, and the variety of tests might not require a strong cultivation base, but knowledge, discernment, and skill. If a skilled architect that focused on the study of formations was met with a sealing formation, it was more possible to overcome and had a less lethal threat to their lives. That being said, the lethal components of the trial were not the pillars of light, but the other opponents. Without the protection of the rules, those of the same cultivation could viciously engage in battle without restraint, claiming lives and even spirit points of others. The true battle had yet to begin. Near a crystalline lake that had a verdant green color effusing a unique combination of water and wood energies, Wei Wuyin quietly laid on the lakeside with his hands upon his head, his closed eyes facing the sky. Several months had passed since Wu Yu had come into his possession, and the trial of beasts had concluded, but he was incredibly relaxed. If one were to take 10,000 steps back, they would notice a body that seemed like a minor white mountain. The surface was furry and it seemed to be breathing. In the sky, a black-winged creature soared in circles. Within the crystalline lake, in its depths, a shadow flitted about. Around Wei Wuyin's neck were 2 objects that hung elegantly, a crescent moon and an unassuming black ring. The ring flashed briefly. Wei Wuyin had long since become accustomed to Wu Yu's method of exchange. Unlike normal spiritual transmissions others, it was a mental transmission that went directly into the mind. It was very difficult to discern or discover lest you had a keen awareness towards pure mental energies. This was why Wei Wuyin was the only one who noticed Wu Yu's existence. His alchemic Eden spirit belonged to the mind Tao, its qi at the time harnessed profound mental strength, subsequently allowing him to be sensitive to its fluctuations. At first, it was slightly jarring. It was as if someone had invaded one's mind and planted a thought. It took a little while to get used to. I've been meaning to ask this, but why are you participating in this trial? Wu Yu's voice resonated. The Grand Spirit Trials, a rename from the Monarch Spirit Trials, was designed as a trial by fire, but Wei Wuyin's strength and innate abilities were far, far too great. Furthermore, the rewards were offered by him. As for the other rewards, if Wei Wuyin wanted, a single 8th grade product would easily obtain them. If Wei Wuyin were to say it was to ensure victory in the trial, he found it unlikely that Wei Wuyin cared. Whether win or lose, it wouldn't matter much to him. If he hadn't known that Wei Wuyin was a mortal sovereign alchemist and knew of their boundless abilities, he would somewhat accept this. In fact, he felt it was a massive waste of time. During this period, besides testing his intent with his little snake pet, Wei Wuyin had accompanied Qing Qiumu for a period and then just did mostly nothing. Besides some idle concocting that shocked even him, he rested and slept. It bewildered him. Of course, he was unaware that Wei Wuyin had a clock over his head that was ticking down. But if he did, he might be even more confused. Wei Wuyin kept his eyes closed as he moved, taking a light breath. For the future, was all he said. Wu Yu couldn't understand it. Wei Wuyin didn't mind Wu Yu. After learning about his desire to resurrect, he wasn't hasty or rash. While he had the means to concoct an ever-rebirth pill to some success, he still had some misgivings. However, a mystic ascendant could be the ultimate assurance in case his demise was. In the end, he decided to put it off until his plans for the Grand Monarch lineage was settled. Considering Wu Yu had already agreed to his conditions without restraint, he simply needed to handle all of this before moving forward. At this moment, the trial of light began. Whoosh! 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 Wei Wuyan's jade tablet began to emit light. Then, he was enshrouded in a faint glow as the light from the jade tablet started to intensify. Wei Wuyan finally opened his eyes as he saw the planetary formation start to revolve, and in the matter of seconds, lights of 4 different colors and varying intensity shot into the sky and formed pillars of light. There were black, gray, silver, and gold lights. Wei Wuyan's own was gray, denoting his status as a sky ruler cultivator. This light was incredibly bright, and could be seen from tens of thousands of miles away. Furthermore, its intensity was great, a representation of his spirit points. In fact, his light was the most intense out of all, like a light bulb to fireflies. This meant that he had the most spirit points at the moment, so his pillar was incredibly glaring to the eye. The 10,000 locations are difficult to locate, but us participants, heh. Wei Wuyan shook his head, his eyes turned to the far-off horizon. It seemed his days of relaxation might be coming to an end. Chapter 294, 291, GST, Converging. Chapter 294, 291, GST, Converging. So it begins. Within the myriad monarch sect spectators abode, they, and all the others, watched as the world below changed. The peaceful scenery of lush green had become a spectacular light show of gray, white, silver, and gold. They shot into the sky like heaven-rising pillars. They continued until they touched the platform that surrounded the planet. Each pillar of light was a young participant that had survived, meeting the requirement of earning spirit points to proceed to the next trial. They earned their spot, and now was the time for them to showcase their truest of talents before the world. Even the spectators, regardless if they were experienced old foxes, those other talents ineligible to enter due to varying reasons, or ancient monsters of the cultivation world, they all watched with bated breath. The trial of beasts were merely a light prelude to what will likely be a display of violence unlike anything else. The fighting of beasts versus other cultivators were fundamentally different, and that had to do with the numerous dimensions of fighting. Furthermore, it was hard to test your cultivation against those who cultivate an entirely different system. Qin Rui, Yao Zhen, and Ji Chongkong were paying extra attention to one particular light, one particular person, Wei Wuyan. His light was absolutely monstrous, glaring, and unsurpassed. He tamed 3 gold-starred beasts. His points are 1,500. Quite ridiculous, Ji Chongkong couldn't help but say with a breath of disbelief. Wei Wuyan had revealed a truth that many hadn't expected, his exceptional talent for cultivation. While his cultivation base had improved swiftly, far beyond his average peers in terms of speed, it wasn't too suspect. After all, he was an alchemic king. 7th-grade products were designed to help propel those at the lower phases of the astral core realm. It wasn't much in their eyes, especially if they factored in the legend of the King of Everlore. One of these legends was about how the King of Everlore found a servant. This servant was actually the San clan ancestor, and with his support, the untalented peasant at the time had become a realm lord in a year's worth of time. This was but one of many legends that further highlighted the outrageous benefits of alchemy in the cultivation world. It helped establish its importance and built a foundation of reverence within the hearts of future generations. While there were likely all sorts of factors contributing to this feat, it was spectacular nevertheless. Yao Zhen couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. As for where it came from, he wasn't sure. His eye sockets that contained violet flames dimmed and swirled as he said, even Yao Wei, that little brat, had only tamed a few silver-starred beasts. Yet, he barely reached 100 points. A slight sigh could be heard in his voice. There wasn't a hint of happiness that was to be expected from a normally praiseworthy feat. After all, Yao Wei had cultivated for over 100 years, reaching the Sky Ruler phase. Despite that, he was still considerably lacking compared to Wei Wuyan, someone who hadn't even reached 50 years of age yet. While his case was special, it still caused him as a father to suffer some mental loss. Usually, Ji Chongkong would leap at the chance to denounce Yao Wei and prop his Shudao up in turn, but Shudao was in a similar situation and he felt similar feelings in his heart. He could stay silent. The worst thing in this world is comparing oneself to others, similarly comparing your disciples or your children to others. If we take the whole picture in, they're already in the top 20 of participants, Qin Rui comforted. But even she was startled by the huge difference. The Monarch Spirit Trials was designed in a way that allowed a balance based on the conventional belief of cultivation and limitations. Those at the World Sea, Sky Ruler, and Soul Idol phases should have similar scores based on their relative talent and strength. The disparity should not be this amazing. If this was taken at face value, Wei Wuyin was not just a little ahead of the others. Furthermore, 10 years ago, was he not stuck within a lacking continental flat Earth? To reach this level so quickly, it was truly heart-shaking and heaven-defying. If Qin Rui, Ji Changkong, and Yao Zhen knew that there were monsters like Yuan Longshi and Lin Ming present in the starfield, they might feel differently and see how unfair the world truly was. Even with all their love and effort into developing their selected inheritor, be it disciple or family member, a single moment can allow these figures to bypass it all. Soon, they would reach levels that they, who cultivated for nearly 1,000 years, could only look up to. While they felt all sorts of emotions, a prime imperial sage unwittingly said aloud a few words, "Wouldn't this paint a huge target on Heavenly King Wei's back?" This question caused a few to become solemn. That was right. This trial was designed to allow others to know of the tallest tree and conjure up enough wind to knock it over. Their eyes flashed with worry. Would Wei Wuyin suffer from his brilliance? With 3 tamed gold-starred beasts and his own prowess, shouldn't we be worried about what would happen if Wei Wuyin goes on an unrestrained slaughter? A more astute individual asked. The somberness and worry for Wei Wuyin slowly, very slowly, changed to horror. The image of Wei Wuyin fighting and dominating 3 gold-starred beasts remained fresh in the spectators' minds. As for those who unknowingly missed it live, they were immediately given various recordings of the event. It was a horrific representation of strength that caused endless exclaims of awe and a subversion of conventional belief. They had thought that Heavenly King Wei, a potential alchemic emperor, was a carbon copy of the King of Everlore. The title Prince of Everlore had unwittingly overlapped the legends and stories of the King of Everlore with his own. Furthermore, the Princess of Everlore had exacerbated this issue. She had a confirmed alchemic astral soul. This meant, just like the King of Everlore, she had little to no combat abilities. But watching the awesome scene of Wei Wuyin devastating the beasts until one fled far in an attempt to escape with its life had overturned this image. Wei Wuyin wasn't a carbon copy of a legend, no. He was far, far more terrifying. When those with keen minds and ample foresight witnessed his light shot into the sky and act as a sign on the same grand level as the North Star, they realized this wasn't going according to the normal script. Furthermore, the various pillars of lights, which represented these hot-headed and youthful elites, were already converging. Whether out of curiosity of what such a blaring light meant or a desire to test oneself against a heavenly genius, it attracted a majority of those present. When these lights started to converge with purpose, the expressions of those watching turned pale from fear. Not for Wei Wuyin, but those rushing forward in the maw of uncertainty. A young woman with black hair and pure black eyes directed her gaze towards the gray-colored light that pierced into the sky. There was no other light that matched it. In fact, its intensity was so great that the immediate hue of the sky in the range of tens of thousands of miles had turned grayish. Her valiant beauty was highlighted as a slight curve of her lip revealed a smile, an expression that had rarely surfaced before. As a rare sight, those who missed it were merely out of luck. Lord Wei, beneath Su Mei, was an azure-colored serpent with scales that rippled like water. She lightly used her index finger to tap it and its gigantic head lifted. Without hesitation, it started to slither through the forestry and fields, its destination, Wei Wuyin's light. AHWOO. A cacophony of howls erupted. Hundreds of various beasts of canine lineage faced the gray light that pierced through the sky. Zuhai stood at the center of this impromptu pack, clearly the alpha that commanded the rest. His scarlet eyes lifted and met the brilliant gray light that outshone the rest. Master. Zuhai's expression similarly lifted into a smile, but it contained a hint of vicious and combative intent. From where he stood, he took a step. His figure vanished and the pack of wolves numbering hundreds howled in a unified manner before dashing off, causing the rumbling of the earth with their powerful legs. Yawn. A handsome young man was riding an elephant through the forest with a casual and carefree manner. A spear in hand, he was rather laid back. When his jade tablet shot into the sky and colored the immediate sky silver, he sighed. He had 250 points, having tamed a gold-starred beast with his own power. If Wei Wuyin was the most dazzling pillar of light that painted the sky, then he was definitely the second or third most. Yet most hadn't even realized his brilliance and feat, their eyes focused on Wei Wuyin instead. Oh. His eyes widened slightly as he noticed a gray-colored pillar of light shot into the sky. The intensity was nearly 8 times greater than his own, shocking him slightly. A trace of seriousness emerged between his brows for the first time in years. Did this person gather an army of silver-starred beasts? I wonder who. Considering the purpose of the trial of beasts, it made sense that some beast tamers who focused their cultivation towards that direction would be able to achieve such feats. Furthermore, beastmen had a slight advantage when facing and subduing those of a similar species. For example, Zuhai was someone from the canine lineage as a whole, and his bloodline pressure could easily subdue those of that nature. To further this thought, canines usually traveled in groups and packs, so it would be easier to develop or grow their forces. If an aquarian or avian beastman appeared, it wasn't entirely impossible to gather a school of fish or flock of birds as an army. Well, whatever. I want to see who has this ability. The elephant-like beast trumpeted its 3 trunks and made way towards the light. In the wake of its path was crushed ground and fragments of trees. Wei Wuyin realized from this development rather quickly that he wouldn't have a moment of rest unless he demonstrated an invincible ability, leveraged his status, or hid. Unfortunately, the last 2 weren't his style. Whatever. The light shrug of his shoulders carried a sign of apathy, but the glint of excitement that flickered at the edge of his eyes betrayed his expectations. It wasn't long before the ground startled to rumble as numerous figures started to make their way towards his directions. From the distance, he heard howls. Chapter 295, 292, GST, combined. Chapter 295, 292, GST, combined. The cascade of earth-rumbling steps was a prelude to the arrival of feral howls and raspy snarls. The large group of canine beasts gathered by the myriad monarch sect was responsible. Their crushing rush was led by a handsome figure. This figure emanated a dense aura of ferocity and fighting intent. Wei Wuyin observed this figure, and a faint smile surfaced on his lips. Accompanied by this smile was a slight headache. While Zuhai wasn't the first to arrive in the area, he had the grandest of entrance and utter lack of hesitation to appear. While the other participants were already observing from afar with caution, steering away from the group of beasts and Wei Wuyin. After all, Wei Wuyin couldn't possibly be alone. Those with a bit of intelligence would expect him to have an army of beasts or top-tier beasts at his beck and call. The only means to obtain spirit points were to capture or tame the marked beasts. Their thinking wasn't wrong, but it also revealed a lack of confidence. Zuhai, however, lacked such cautious thoughts. His scarlet eyes were focused and his aura was dense and primed for action. The faint sky pressure and bloodline pressure he exuded was daunting, and caused an unnatural feeling of inferiority and fear to emerge in the more inadequate cultivators' hearts. Wei Wuyin walked forward in greeting. In the matter of seconds, Zuhai was within 5 feet of Wei Wuyin. He seemed calm, but if everyone was aware of the thoughts in his mind, as well as the pace of his heartbeat, they would realize he was anything but. Master, his voice was low. His handsome visage and fierce aura was subdued, and it revealed a sense of reverence and respect that couldn't be ignored. Considering that his life had been reborn by Wei Wuyin's efforts and mercy, it was hard for someone like him to not display this. Those in the surroundings who were expecting to patiently wait for things to play out, to fish in troubled waters, were startled by Zuhai's action and tone. Wei Wuyin inspected the rampage of beasts that were behind Zuhai. They weren't expertly unified or in formation, but they were a force that couldn't be ignored. While they lacked a gold star beast, their advantage in numbers were absolute. Even if Wei Wuyin sent the White Blaze Tiger against this horde of canines, it would be an epic battle without a clear result. Wei Wuyin gave a nod of approval. Zuhai was his chosen and expected challenger for the title of first in the Grand Spirit Trials. If it wasn't for various reasons, he wouldn't have participated and relied on only Zuhai's ability to claim victory. Having received his carefully curated menu of alchemical products and a regime for cultivation, he was at an unfathomably terrifying state in comparison to this era's geniuses. Just his sole idol alone was beyond the reach of these top geniuses. Even Tua Bihan, someone who's a purist and top-class alchemist, was only able to accomplish the 6th ring with his fullest efforts. If this didn't define the limitations of this era, there was nothing that could. Within Zuhiai's scarlet pupils were surging waves of battle intent. It was unfathomably pure, and while reflected in his calm expression, Wei Wuyin could tell that he was holding back. Wei Wuyin's smile widened. "Zuhiai, did you come to challenge me?" While this question was shocking to hear, Zuhiai didn't hesitate to nod. To him, Wei Wuyin was his master and savior. But he was also something more, his goal. Wei Wuyin had come to him, his words and purpose clear. He wanted fangs, he wanted claws, and to dutifully be such things, wouldn't he have to be stronger? As someone who comprehended battle and slaughter intent with the bloodline of the silver wolf, he was a natural alpha predator, but he was an even greater loyal soul who unhesitantly puts his all into everything. Be it killing, fighting, or protecting. Wei Wuyin lightly sighed. He didn't need Zuhiai to be his shield, but fangs and claws. This meant weapons used to gouge his enemies' eyes, hearts, and souls out. He never had the intention of acting as a full-time fighter nor a person who acted himself in small matters. For example, if Wei Wuyin wanted Wu Jiao dead, Zuhiai's purpose was to accomplish that feat. In the end, he didn't immediately decline Zuhiai's interest to fight. He too was interested in his current level of strength and Zuhiai's. Zuhiai had a cultivation stage beyond him, a 9-ringed soul idol, and a foundation built with 7th and 8th grade products. Despite merely a few years having been invested into his cultivation, he was curious about Zuhiai's upper limits. It would be best to understand this so that he could assign appropriate assignments. After all, it would be ridiculous if he sent Zuhiai to fight a grand imperial sage-level figure and be utterly crushed due to his presumptions of this era's weakness. Unfortunately for Zuhiai, the trial prevented those of mismatched cultivation from directly fighting. If he broke this rule, his jade tablet would be forcefully activated and the world-sized formation would send him away. As for fighting after the trial, while sound, Zuhiai was always on assignments. In fact, Wei Wuyin had never given him a moment of break, be it in cultivation or assignments to be performed since his recovery. Furthermore, it was an order that Wei Wuyin gave, so he would never question or act on his own selfishness. Moreover, what does it say about him that he was desirous of fighting his master and savior in a standard setting? Would he not be labeled as a violent dog wanting to bite the hand that saved, cared, and fed him? But the trial was different. It was within the rules. Even though the logic was a little lacking, Wei Wuyin didn't believe someone who had comprehended the battle and slaughter intent, willing to lay waste to members of the myriad monarch sect while in the sect, breaking every single rule and almost ensuring his death, was filled with patience and logical decisions. If Zuhiai was the type of intelligent and crafty figure, it would be impossible for him to act as Wei Wuyin's fangs and claws. He saw things as they were. Since the trial allowed it, he wasn't busy with his duties, then it was within his means to act. Perhaps if it wasn't for the rule of mismatched cultivation battles being prohibited without acceptance of both sides, then Zuhiai might have already attacked. I guess if you claimed my spirit points, it would be a huge benefit in obtaining victory, Wei Wuyin ruefully smiled. To think the first cultivator that wanted to act against him was his own subordinate. How hilarious was this? However, he didn't disrespect Zuhiai nor decline him. Just as he was about to agree and Zuhiai's scarlet eyes brightened with a flicker of happiness, a ray of saber light penetrated through the void. The ray was thin but dangerous and it was piercing towards Zuhiai at a remarkable speed. Zuhiai's expression changed slightly, a sensation of crisis blared within his mind as he took action. With a twist of his hip, his hand turned claw as he swiftly swiped towards the ray of saber light. The two forces, claw and saber, clashed with unrelenting might and caused an explosion of air and dirt. But whether it was the force within the claw or power of the light, neither was directed towards Wei Wuyin, so the resulting explosion was oddly sent in a very incomplete manner. Wei Wuyin was startled as he eyed the direction of the light. A tinge of shock suffused his silver eyes. She's already achieved the soul idol phase. He couldn't help but be shocked as he observed this attacker. From afar, a young woman stood atop the head of an azure-colored snake. Its scales rippled like oceanic waves and emanated an unfathomably dense level of water energies. She stood on the gold star symbol and valiantly held a saber before her body. Within her pure black eyes was a flash of anger. She didn't speak, but her actions spoke volumes. Zuhiai's handsome face slowly frowned as he regarded the young woman that rode upon a gold-starred beast with utter ease. Her aura wasn't concealed as it revealed her soul idol phase cultivation. He couldn't help but be somewhat startled by Su Mei's pace of development. But only for a moment, because Su Mei was cultivating her foundation with Wei Wuyan's support long before him. It wasn't shocking after some thought. He had to spend much time restoring his original cultivation, repairing his body, and then firming up his foundations. To him, Su Mei was Wei Wuyan's most loyal subordinate and had been with him since his time in the Myriad-Year continent, so she was unlikely to be inferior to him. Su Mei jumped off the snake, arriving between Zuhiai and Wei Wuyan. There was only 5 feet of space before, but with Su Mei occupying this limited space, she was directly facing Zuhiai with little space between. Her eyes were firm and affixed on Zuhiai. It seemed as if a twitch from Zuhiai would receive her most aggressive response. They faced off against each other in silence, their firm gazes revealing their emotions. "Are you trying to protect me?" From Zuhiai. Wei Wuyan didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. Zuhiai scoffed. A tinge of frustration in his heart, but with Su Mei here, he was unwilling to push the issue. That being said, while he wouldn't push it with Wei Wuyan, that didn't mean Su Mei, who was his cultivation equal, wasn't a good opponent. This thought caused his battle intent to effuse from his pupils. Even his lips lifted into a feral smile that seemed as if a beast had found fresh meat. However, Su Mei's next words shook him. "No, Lord Wei. I'm protecting him from you." Zuhiai. Wei Wuyan. A moment of silence later, and Wei Wuyan couldn't help but chuckle. That being said, Su Mei and Zuhiai didn't consider it a joke. Especially Zuhiai. His eyebrows furrowed as he regarded Su Mei, and then Wei Wuyan, who was like a lighthouse. But his trepidation only lasted for a moment before his desire for challenge overwhelmed his heart. He wanted to fight. "If you want to fight, then my saber will accompany you. As for fighting Lord Wei, you're a few cultivation levels too low." She spoke earnestly and honestly. While she said this, the army of wolves stood in one direction and the azure-scaled snake in the other. Between them, the 3 figures stood in a semi-oddly devastated area. Roar. The roar of a tiger resounded, accompanied by a faint rising of the ambient temperature. The white mountain of fur unfurled and revealed a ferocious head with a gold star. Its feline eyes directed towards the gathering and yawned out. A roar. The ground and lake quaked slightly, nearly causing an earthquake and inducing immense ripples. From the sky, a black crow with 3 eyes cried and seemed to emit a dusky and dark aura. Its humongous body seemed capable of blotting out the suns in the sky. The cascade of sounds caused a descent of bloodline pressure that caused the canine army to snarl and growl, their legs bent and their eyes sharp. They were fearless. The azure-scaled serpent hissed and opened its mouth towards the sky as if wanting to gulp the figure in the sky whole. For gold-starred beasts and an army of canine was roused and ready. It was terrifying, and those in the surroundings gave the area a wide berth, observing from even further away and unwilling to fall into conflict with the group. Wei Wuyan swept his eyes around and shook his head slightly. If it continues like this, wouldn't the trial become pointless? Wei Wuyan remarked as he realized that if they combined their forces, slaughtering all competitors wouldn't be impossible. It wasn't just him who came to this realization. The Myriad Monarch sect and various sects who had done immensely thorough research into Wei Wuyan knew of Zuhiai and Su Mei's background as well. They were his subordinates and they were all conveniently gathered. Furthermore, they all had respective forces that weren't remotely weak. Who could contest their combined might? If before they had some hope for others in this tournament, this removed all their thoughts. "Fine. Let's fight," Wei Wuyan finally said. Chapter 296, 293, GST, Formless Clash. Chapter 296, 293, GST, Formless Clash. Wei Wuyan's words caused both Zuhiai and Su Mei to stiffen. After a moment, Su Mei softly sighed and sheathed her saber. She stepped away, no longer barring Zuhiai's path. To her, this battle wasn't ideal. It wasn't due to the trial itself, but as a form of protection towards Wei Wuyan. She knew that his strength was currently unknown by the general populace. None of the juniors today were likely able to force out any of his power, but Zuhiai was different. Wei Wuyan had specifically nurtured him so that his combat ability was to the extreme limits, capable of establishing a 9-ringed soul idol. If Zuhai thrust out all of his trump cards, then if there were hidden threats that sought him harm, wouldn't they have an advantage? However, her worries weren't ignored by Wei Wuyin. With a slight smile, Wei Wuyin lifted his hand and retracted his thumb and pinky. 3 moves, Wei Wuyin declared. Zuhai's excitement was doused slightly, but then he nodded. He wasn't going to receive an inch and demand a mile. This is only the second trial, not suitable to have a full-on clash. But I understand what you desire, so I'll act as your sparring partner, Wei Wuyin explained. The trial of light had just begun. If their comprehensive combat abilities were similar and the fight too long-lasting, then others might be able to profit. While he was unafraid of such acts, he didn't want to deal with such an event. If we make it to the 3rd stage and is matched up by fate, then we'll have no issues unleashing all of our strength, Wei Wuyin comforted Zuhai after witnessing the light in his eyes dwindle slightly. He didn't want to outright deny Zuhai, so this was the best alternative. An exchange of 3 moves. Yes, Master. Zuhai wholeheartedly accepted the conditions and explanation. It was only due to Wei Wuyin's words that he realized that his actions were essentially jumping the gun. The current trial was set to accumulate points and eliminate participants, and there was still a trial after where combat was the only and most important detail. The cacophony of sounds that originated from the beasts within the background started to slowly grow silent. An invisible, palpable aura started to permeate throughout the surroundings. The wolves clenched their teeth and retreated in unison. Zuhai hadn't given them any form of orders, but they instinctively felt a chill down their spines that instilled fear. They retreated off this instinct. As for the gold star beasts, they quieted down instantly. Their instincts were even sharper, and they had a premonition of something dangerous. Their hairs, feathers, and scales rose from this invisible aura. Wei Wuyin and Zuhai stood with a small distance between them, their cultivation bases circulating without any impressive display, but a surge of boundless intent emanated from both of them. Zuhai's intent was filled with an innate savagery, bloody and ferocious. Wei Wuyin's intent was all-encompassing, seeping into the air, moisture, earth, and plant life. They hadn't exchanged a single physical blow yet, but their intent had already integrated within the world in an invisible clash. In the distance, Lin Ming stood atop his elephant-like beast with a solemn gaze. He had arrived a short while ago, and he had just bore witness to Wei Wuyin and Zuhai's invisible clash. He frowned. Battle, slaughter, elemental. He tried to determine the various intents within the ambient air, and he felt as if the world, a bloody battlefield, and the essence of savagery was distilled within. He was quite familiar with elemental intent. As someone who comprehended elemental origin intent, combining all 9 elements into one, he couldn't be any more familiar. But this intent was slightly different than his own. It felt segregated and as if it were numerous intents instead of simply one. It was divided yet together. He felt fire, water, earth, and wood. He didn't feel directly elemental origin intent, but he felt its essence. He couldn't help but be confused. Is this a haphazardly formed elemental origin intent? Or is he combining several intents forcefully via an art? As he delved deeper into the intricacies in this intent, he became increasingly befuddled. This wasn't an indicator that he lacked talent or intelligence, but simply the qualities exceeded his preconceived notions and knowledge. While both he and Wei Wuyin had comprehended elemental origin intent, Wei Wuyin had obtained the blueprint to the heart of elements intent. While he couldn't exhibit its truest power, he had means to mimic its qualities. Furthermore, his intent was perfectly merged with the world's mana, giving it an even more elusive feeling. The zenith origin state was beyond the realm of the astral core realm, exceeding the knowledge of experts at this level, regardless of how far they've reached. The innumerable spectators above and beyond were enlivened by this invisible clash. While they couldn't see or comprehend what was going on, there was a faint distortion on their screens due to the various intents interfering with the world's spiritual transmission arrays. This, to them, was a prelude to a grand battle. Not everyone was aware of Zuhai's identity or his connection with Wei Wuyin, so they felt that a grand and chaotic battle to claim the most spirit points were about to erupt in dazzling glory. Zuhai, on the other hand, was internally feeling an unfathomably pervasive pressure unlike any before. His entire body, down to his cells, were stimulated and roaring in reaction to withstand it. Even his slaughter and battle intent was slowly being shaven away, dwindling with each passing moment. A tinge of apprehension emerged in his heart. A battle, unseen, had already commenced. The first move was unleashed, and it was a battle of intent and mana, attacking the mentality of the opponent. Zuhiyai, as an apex predator, excelled at this type of contest to a point of unfairness. He could instill fear through his savage and feral aura, promoting chaos and hesitation in one's heart. At that prime moment, he would lunge for the throat and aim for the kill. Unfortunately, Wei Wuyan's momentum and intent was unshakable. It kept building without end. After several breaths, Zuhiyai felt as if the world was enclosing around his body. He felt the particles in the air, be it oxygen, the moisture, the ambient gaseous, and even the heat, was acting against him under the orders of an elite commander. This commander brokered no mercy. Zuhiyai's lips twitched as the pressure soon became unbearable. He opened his mouth to reveal a set of sharp canine teeth, his scarlet eyes seemingly became wild and unrestrained. He fiercely roared, his hands formed claws, but he didn't strike out as his bloodline powers invigorated his physical body. He shot back like lightning, as if he had escaped the confines of a cage with sheer force. His posture shifted from standing to that resembling a four-legged beast as he dragged his feet and claws across ground for hundreds of meters. The sudden retreat startled everyone, except Su Mei and Wei Wuyan. The former's lips lifted into a slight smile while softly shaking her head. The latter lifted 2 fingers and said with a clear tone, 2 moves left. Wei Wuyan's elemental origin intent was the combination of 9 intents merged together into a singular whole. While each independent intent pales in comparison to Zuhiyai's slaughter or battle intent, together they were endlessly superior. They were unbreakable and unshakable. Zuhiyai bared his fangs as his scarlet eyes met the calm expression of Wei Wuyan. He knew he had lost the first exchange. With a calm breath, he fixed his posture and stood upright, regaining his handsome appearance. But within those scarlet pupils, there was no longer a fierce and confident light. There was only the light of severity. He now knew that Wei Wuyan's strength truly was unfathomable. Just that brief moment of clashing in intents, he felt the difference in profoundness and quality between the two. Wei Wuyan abruptly said, "If you could merge your intents, then use your soul idol as a medium. I would have no way to challenge that with this intent. You still have much room to grow." Zuhiyai's mind relaxed. These words comforted his thoughts, and once more reignited his desire for battle. But while Zuhiyai missed the subtleties within Wei Wuyan's words, Su Mei and a few other intelligent individuals had not. "I would have no way to challenge that with this intent." The usage of the word "this" meant untold volumes. Despite missing this, Zuhiyai had decided in his heart to make the most of the next 2 moves. His scarlet eyes sharpened to an extreme, his aura started to rise as a turbulent wind seemingly sprung up from nowhere and started to wildly thrash about. An explosive set of heartbeats erupted, originating from his body like a war drum. As his heart started to react, so did the astral soul that resided within it. A being of nearly divine quality started to manifest behind his back. This exchange of 3 moves was far from over. Chapter 297, 294, GST, 2 moves. Chapter 297, 294, GST, 2 moves. Instantly, shock and silence pervaded the world and its inhabitants. Those watching had gaped maws large enough to fit eggs, their eyes bulging out, and their hearts beating with disbelieving music. They didn't dare to accept what their eyes were witnessing as true. It wasn't just the watchers from above, but those who were observing this from within the planet. These young talented geniuses with all sorts of hopeful aspirations, arrogant mentalities, and overconfident beliefs were frozen in this moment. One particular genius was floored by events, finding what he saw to be impossible. "And no way," Senior Sister Lin said. She said this desolate starfield lacks the means to give birth to. Lin Ming was clenching his hand around his spear, his aura turbulent due to his turbulent emotions. Zuhiyai stood imposingly. Behind his back was a great silver wolf that seemed to have undergone deification, being bestowed a divine grace. If its domain was guessed upon, one would guess slaughter and blood. It was the truest form of an apex predator. Its silver hair glistened as if starlight had drenched them in their purest of essence, its scarlet eyes contained the reflection of violence in its truest form, and it walked upon a sanguine river that seemed to act as a royal carpet beneath its feet. From this river were howls, snarls, growls, and roars of the canine species. It embodied the savagery of all canines. But what exemplified its quality, what sent everyone into disbelief and a stupor of uncertainty, was 9 circular rings that encircled its 900-meter-tall impeccable body. This was the manifestation of Zuhiai's bloodline and astral soul cultivation, the silver wolf. Fenrir. Wei Wuyan's eyes narrowed slightly. This was his first time witnessing Zuhiai's soul idol since it manifested. The aura it emanated was unbelievable. The sheer imposing and divine momentum it seemed to exhibit was unmatched. Unlike normal humans, beastmen had their cultivation base within their beating hearts. With their hearts acting as a dantian, their astral souls oftentimes absorbed and reflected the source of their bloodline. Clearly Zuhiai had taken this to its maximum potential. He had the serious soul of blood force. Its characteristics were similar to his own, his draconic void soul. "Master," Zuhiai called out. From behind him, sporting 9 spiritual rings, his soul idol glared at Wei Wuyan with an innate majesty. An ethereal pressure radiated outwards that caused every beast, canine or otherwise, to cease all action. They went silent and watched the figure that walked upon a sanguine river with eyes filled with reverence. "Careful," Zuhiai exclaimed. The innate energies within his body erupted viciously. The resulting explosive force produced a crater beneath his feet. He floated a few inches from the ground, his robes fluttered violently from his surging power. Wei Wuyan nodded. He hadn't stepped into the level of a soul idol phase yet, but he understood that the manifestation of one's soul idol was the truest revealment of a cultivator's power. Zuhiai was at his strongest state, his spiritual force and astral force reaching an extreme limit. This was more so for him than anyone else, a cultivator at the 9 rings. Each ring signified a multiplicative enhancement of spiritual strength. The strength of the spirit was derived from mental, physical, and essence energies. Therefore, when the soul idol formed, these energies received an unbelievable increase. Furthermore, Wei Wuyan hadn't neglected delivering top-tier products to refine these foundational energies within Zuhiai's body. His starting foundation was already impeccable, so when he evoked his soul idol, how could it not be terrifying? But Wei Wuyan wasn't afraid. He readied himself. Lin Ming's heart couldn't help but wildly beat within his chest. He hadn't expected to see a 9-ringed soul idol. His senior sister had informed him with confidence that this starfield lacked the quintessential ability to produce such peerless experts. Even during the King of Everlore era, this starfield's most glorious time, very few were capable of touching upon this sacred level. According to his senior sister, this usually required the undivided and fullest investment of a mortal sovereign alchemist. Moreover, the inherent talent and comprehension of the individual must not be lacking in the slightest. It was a sign of an extreme genius with a limitless future. So, how? Of course, this feat could be achieved without the effort of an alchemist, but that required fortuitous encounters, a deep and unfathomable legacy, and talent that was almost heaven-supported. While he remained in disbelief, Zuhiai made his move. His levitating form vanished instantly. A silver streak of lightning that was like an illusion flashed through the short distance that was between Wei Wuyan and himself. Wei Wuyan's pupils shrunk abruptly. Fast. Zuhiai's speed was incredible, but Wei Wuyan's reaction was not slow. Even if he relied solely on his physical senses, he could clearly see the daunting and savage form of Zuhiai that rushed through the void. Not retreating, Wei Wuyan stood his ground and lowered his posture. He remained calm and clenched his fist. A glow of white surged within his fist. It seemed to contain the heaviness of earth, density of metal, and explosiveness of fire. It was merely a fist, but it contained a concentration of extreme elemental force. Ha! Wei Wuyan exclaimed softly as he thrusted his fist forward with exquisite form. The white glow flashed and the world became a white sheet for a split second. Zuhiai arrived at this moment, but his eyes flashed with shock. He felt a force so heavy, so dense, so explosive that he was locked down and forced to face it. But he didn't want to do anything else, so he welcomed this power, this challenge. His hand became a claw as he swiped towards Wei Wuyan's incoming fist. From behind him, his soul idol swiped as well. For a moment, it seemed the claw of his soul idol and himself had merged into one despite the vast size difference. Claw met fist. Fist met claw. The world watched. The world cried. Their impact immediately induced world-rending changes. The wolves howled and whimpered as a gust of explosive and savage power swept past them. In an instant, in a distance that was several miles away, it rained dogs and dogs. Sumei's eyes shrunk as she unsheathed her saber. Holding it in front of her, she met the explosive surging force with the edge of her saber, slicing it apart and remaining largely unaffected. The same couldn't be said for others. Oh. Those who were watching closely with curiosity was the first met with the immediate calamity. Fortunately, as this was an unintended consequence of a battle, the Grand Spirit Trial's protective formations erupted in full force and encircled those participants caught unaware in a protective shell. Despite that, the shell only protected them. In moments, numerous of these elite geniuses were sent hundreds of miles uncontrollably away. Lin Ming's generated a ward of astral force, easily protecting him from the resulting force of their clash. A flicker of surprise in his expression. He frowned as he measured the force within and felt that it wasn't too intimidating. His concerned heart slowly settled as he inspected the two. Back at the epicenter of the explosion, Wei Wuyin and Zuhai were unmoving. Zuhai's claw had met Wei Wuin's fist and the ground beneath their feet was obliterated. A huge chasm had been formed. Their eyes, silver and scarlet, met for a moment before they simultaneously retreated backwards for several miles. Wei Wuyin stayed levitating via the world's mana, his eyes flashing as his clenched fist remained clenched. Zuhai's claw was seemingly unfazed, but there was a faint trembling there. If one paid exceptional attention to the sounds emitting from his hand, they would hear sounds of bones moving oddly. His fist broke all the bones in my hand. How monstrous is this? His thoughts swirled as he looked at his hand that was currently repairing itself. The clash just now was incredibly intense. While it seemed to have been simple, it was anything but. Their forces and physical strength was compared. In terms of forces, he lost. His blood force lasted for a microsecond before it shattered. Then, Wei Wuyin retrieved his elemental force and fought with his physical body. Despite being a beastman whose cultivation was derived essentially from his heart, the quintessential representation of his physical energies, he had lost. In intent, he lost. In astral force, he lost. In physical strength, he lost. While it seemed to have been a single clash, it was in fact two. Master, Zuhai's eyes regained a calm. His battle intent had stabilized and it grew sharper, not weakening but distilling into a pure competitive force. The moment he felt the bones in his hands shatter into tiny bits, he felt even more desirous of improving himself. Wei Wuyin finally unclenched his fist. A terrible series of cracks resounded from his joints and bones. These cracks started from his hand but continued into his arm, shoulder, and even his chest had to expand as if to relieve pressure. This sight caused Sumei and Zuhai to still. Wei Wuyin wryly smiled. I can't believe I lost, his words were said with a hint of discontent. His bones from his hands to his arm and even a portion of his ribs had shattered from the force of Zuhai's claw. In fact, the claw had eviscerated many of his muscles and ligaments in his right arm. He hadn't expected Zuhai's physical body to be so domineering. How could he not reveal a wry smile? From the corner of his lips, a trace of gray blood leaked. Lord Wei. Sumei's heart thumped. She was swift as she arrived before Wei Wuyin in a panic. She had never seen Wei Wuyin injured before, not once. Even during their time in the Scarlet Solaris sect, he stood invincible and unmatched. The image had formed a layer of invincibility within her mind, so seeing him bleed was disconcerting. Wei Wuyin waved her to a halt as he wiped the blood clean. His injuries had immediately healed by his wood elemental force, the gray blood wasn't caused by damage. When he explained this to her, her heart was relieved. His bloodline source had been damaged and exhausted after traversing the void and this injury relapsed. The gray blood was actually a trace of contaminated blood that was expelled after he was injured and healed just now. Zuhai arrived. When he did, he was met by Sumei's calm and intimidating glare. But she didn't act out nor did he exhibit any response to it. Wei Wuyin felt comforted at her attitude. He looked at Zuhai who was seemingly confused and in shock. Wei Wuyin explained, it's due to a pre-existing condition. It's not your fault. Zuhai thought for a moment, then he nodded. He couldn't help but ask, how did you lose, master? Wei Wuyin sighed. Your astral force isn't my match, but your physical body is several times stronger than mine. When I retrieved my astral force and met you in a direct clash, the right side of my body was nearly crushed by your power. In the end, you dealt more damage to me. Honestly answering, he stretched a little. In terms of astral force quality or quantity, Zuhai was far from his match. But if they compared the strength of their physical bodies, he lost out by quite a bit. This likely had to do with his physique and bloodline being low-grade. Considering Zuhai had a soul idol that amplified his physical energies even further, how could he match this? He could only sigh, so that's what he did. Zuhai finally understood. A hint of a gleeful smile surfaced on his face for a moment before Su-mei turned her impassive gaze towards him, and it was wiped off the face of this existence in a hurry. Strictly speaking, Zuhai's score was 1-2, but the end result had proven his abilities. Considering you're my fangs and claws, if you didn't have a stronger physical body, that would be somewhat disappointing. Wei Wuyin jokingly said, but this joke had warmed Zuhai's heart and renewed his sense of purpose. He felt that his future path was set. He wanted to refine his physical body to the extreme and maintain his racial advantage as a beastman to the maximum. In a situation where astral force might be invalidated or unreliable, he would be able to be Wei Wuin's physical flesh and weapon. If Wei Wuin understood his thoughts, he would agree with him in this manner. He had similar thoughts to focus on refining and tempering Zuhai's body and bloodline qualities. If he could obtain an invincible physical strength, then feats that astral force was weak in would be his time to shine. That being said, he can't neglect his other energies. Those energies formed the foundation of his cultivation base. 3 moves, yes. Wei Wuin eyed Zuhai. With a nod, Zuhai accepted that 3 moves had been met. He was content. While they hadn't unleashed their killing moves and attacks, the fact is that their foundations had been tested. Considering Wei Wuin and his own background wasn't much different, it was unlikely that the arts and spells they cultivated were very different in terms of quality. Since their foundations would determine the resulting power of these arts and spells, he knew that his current self wasn't Wei Wuin's match. Su-mei saw the relief and excitement and felt somewhat irritated. She said in a careless voice, Lord Wei's core strength is in his saber. Like a splash of cold water on the face, Zuhai finally realized a truth: Wei Wuin's true foundation hadn't revealed itself. Wei Wuin laughed with a light-hearted air. Why did she have to rain on his excitement? But he knew the truth, and that was his true strength truly laid in his saber. Unfortunately, Zuhai would likely never meet such power on the battlefield. He only used his saber against his enemies. If unsheathed, he must kill. This was the way of the saber that his brother had taught him, that he respected to the utmost. A voice suddenly resounded, a 9-ringed soul idol. Quite impressive. Chapter 298, 295, GST, First Meeting. Chapter 298, 295, GST, First Meeting. A 9-ringed soul idol. Quite impressive. This calm voice that resounded attracted the trio's attention. A young man slowly walked forward with a slightly solemn and intrigued pair of eyes that inspected Zuhai. From within his gray-colored gaze, a sense of battle intent was forged and emitted. Zuhai's eyes narrowed. Who was this? From his strong and exquisite senses, he felt a dangerous aura emitting from this young man's body. It caused his hairs to stand, his muscles to tense slightly, and his heart to race just a step faster. Wei Wuin was surprised as he recognized this youngster. He was heroically handsome, his gray eyes, short-length black hair, and sported a 9-colored dot at his glabella. This was the young man that accompanied that mysterious woman of untold beauty within the myriad-year continent. Furthermore, he was also someone he was certain as a blessed. To add to his assumptions, this young man had to have found the divine King Han Zei's inheritance and embarked on his own heaven-ascending path. If his assumptions were correct, this young man had a potential that matched or even exceeded Yuan Longshi or Long Chen. This young man, Wu Yu, who had remained silent thus far, had sent Wei Wuin a spiritual message from his ring. He seemed to wish to spew out a few words of caution to Wei Wuin, especially considering that he had invested his eggs into the basket that was Wei Wuin. I already know, he has divine King Han Zei's inheritance. But Wei Wuin instantly halted his words. He wasn't Long Chen. He didn't need to be babysat or warned of every little danger. He had his own mind and thoughts, and he likely knew far more than we regarding the peculiarities of this young man. As for the past of divine King Han Zei, he didn't want to invest too much thought into it. Regardless, his current path of cultivation was already exceptional and decided upon, a path forged by himself and no one else. Wu Yu was clearly shocked by Wei Wuyan's words. Lin Ming stopped a distance away, sufficient enough to carry out a conversation. "You must be Wei Wuyan, the so-called Prince of Everlore," he smiled slightly. This smile wasn't ill-intended. In fact, it was rather amiable, but the tone of his voice carried a subtle underlying reverb. It felt like mockery of ignorance. Wei Wuyan didn't frown or show any outward expression. Instead, he nodded in reply. Lin Ming's heart was truly lacking in terms of ill intent, not wanting to mock, but his heart also contained what he believed to be the truth. This was the knowledge of a grander world. The truth about the King of Everlore's accomplishments, the inheritance of divine King Han Zhe, an existence that has left this barren land for pastures, revealing a dazzling talent that couldn't be stopped. He was influenced by this and felt the title that was the Prince of Everlore was quite interesting. Lin Ming eyed Zuhai, a 9-ringed soul idol. To reach such levels, it isn't something just anyone can accomplish. His comment was true, but if he knew that Wei Wuyan was a mortal sovereign alchemist that even faintly eclipsed the King of Everlore, his words might not be directed towards Zuhai. In fact, he didn't even feel that Zuhai had used a tenth of his strength against Wei Wuyan. From afar, he merely noted their cultivation bases and Wei Wuyan's declaration of his loss in the exchange. To him, Zuhai was merely testing Wei Wuyan. Zuhai didn't respond to Lin Ming. He looked outwards and found his army of canines were making their way back after their abrupt trip through the sky. He turned towards Wei Wuyan. "Master, shall I sweep everyone away?" Su Mei's hand was already on her hilt. Her eyes similarly swept through the crowd and noticed the figures that were hobbling back to observe the result. A faint spiritual fluctuation emitted from her eyes and the azure-scaled serpent slithered its way over from nearby. A single order and she was ready to unleash untold levels of hell. Wei Wuyan gave off a wry smile. This was what he was unwilling to see. If the trial was rendered useless because of their cooperation, then wouldn't it be unfair? But when was he a soft-hearted individual? In the end, he nodded. "If you see Qin Qiumu, don't act against her. It's best not to kill." After saying this, he whistled softly. The 3 gold-starred beasts started to grow restless. Their eyes became suffused with a bestial ferocity. He was a leader, and this competition was originally meant to temper Su Mei and Zuhai, as well as accomplish his plans with the Alchemist Association. The wagers were secondary. Moreover, he had obtained Wu Yu from Long Chen. While not originally planned, it caused his priorities to change somewhat. It was best to end this competition. Being ignored, Lin Ming lightly frowned. He wanted to talk to Zuhai, to get more familiar with this genius, but he was clearly not their priority. If Lin Ming knew that the trio had just decided to eliminate everyone and their pets from this competition, perhaps his expression might be more lively. Su Mei was already about to step out. She was intent on finding other soul idol cultivators and eliminating them, and Lin Ming was directly before them. His pillar of light was bright and powerful, likely only below theirs. Wei Wuyan gave Lin Ming a look. "You can ignore him for now." His words caused Lin Ming to frown, a hint of displeasure between his brows. But his self-confidence was astonishing, so he dismissed Wei Wuyan's words with a mere smile. Zuhai and Su Mei nodded simultaneously. In a flourish of energies, the two shot off in 2 different directions. Their bodies became comets of light with the crushing steps of the beasts under them following along. The 3 gold-starred beasts in Wei Wuyan's command exclaimed in their unique ways before turning their gazes towards the surrounding competitors. Their eyes revealed a single intent: eliminate. Lin Ming watched all this silently, particularly watching Zuhai. Despite wanting to fight Zuhai, this was not the best platform to do so. The final trial was. There, combat was singularly focused and being ganged up on or having the support of beast companions were disallowed. It would be a fair battle between geniuses, so he didn't particularly care if they decided to not fight here. To him, this was also his thoughts. This was just not the right time. "He's your subordinate?" Lin Ming asked Wei Wuyan, his stance and expression relatively calm despite the hyperactive movements in the background. The sounds of unwilling wails filled with anguish, pain, and fear resounded. In the matter of seconds, several individuals had already been directly eliminated by beasts. Even Wei Wuin's pillar of light started to become brighter, bigger, and more noticeable thanks to his beasts. Wei Wuin nodded. If you want to fight him, you can wait until the third trial. His words carried his intent. As for personally fighting Lin Ming, he didn't have that intention at all. It gave him no benefits, and even if he sought to claim his karmic luck from his corpse, it would inevitably speed up his own calamity. He wouldn't do something so reckless, even if he was already prepared. He still had numerous plans he had to set up to rest his mind before tackling that nightmare. And if he miscalculated, who knew if he'd face the second and third calamity simultaneously or directly after each other? The very thought gave him goosebumps. Lin Ming's attitude was casual. I wouldn't mind fighting you too. The confidence he had was brimming to a peak. Earlier, when Zhu Hiyai and Wei Wuin exchanged 3 moves, he felt the power within and knew it wasn't at a level that threatened him. But Wei Wuin still exchanged 3 foundational moves with a 9-ring soul idol. That was quite incredible even if he lost. The fact he's still standing was likely, to him, Zhu Hiyai holding back to prevent harming this so-called master of his. Considering Wei Wuin's rumored potential and Zhu Hiyai's insane talent for cultivation, this pair was definitely to be given caution. However, when he thought about Wei Wuin's lack of an alchemic astral soul and his senior sister's words about its absolute requirement to reach the greater limits in the Tao of alchemy, he felt that Wei Wuin wasn't that important. He stretched slightly, ignoring the chaos behind him. Then, I'll see you later. He left, arriving atop his gold-starred elephant, and they departed with an aura of ease. He's a weird one, Wei Wuin remarked. Lin Ming's journey must have been filled with challenges, all of which he had overcome, likely thanks to the heavenly Daos. But it was this continuous degree of success that gave him apex levels of self-confidence in his own ability and sturdiness of his life. Yuan Longsure must have been the same, just a tad more bloodthirsty. If he obtained Han Zhe's inheritance, he definitely deserves his attitude. Wu Yu commented, eliciting an eye roll from Wei Wuin. Was he stronger than you? Wei Wuin asked as he decided to find a spot to sit. No. But he was definitely more talented, more determined, more intelligent, and more vicious than I was. While I used absolute strength, he used other means. Unfortunately for him, the King of Everlore favored me and others more than him. I eclipsed him easily during our time, reigning over the top. Wu Yu's words carried a hint of pride and also nostalgia. Wei Wuin felt that the King of Everlore truly defined his era, the next, which is the current. His brushstrokes in life left an unerasable mark on history and the future. I suffered a calamity, while he remained. He should have left the starfield and improved even further. Knowing him, his caution and abilities, he's probably alive and well today. A soft sigh of resignation and defeat emerged in his voice. When he attempted to tackle the next stage of the Mystic Ascendant realm, he failed due to the King of Everlore's departure. Without his support, his lack of talent started to show itself. But Divine King Han Zhe was talented to begin with, relying more on himself than others. Wei Wuin felt this. As an alchemist, those he nurtured needed a strong foundation, but foundational products were the most difficult to concoct. Furthermore, unlike a single pill that would allow someone to enter the gravity emission phase of the astral core realm, foundational products needed numerous products, dozens, hundreds, or even thousands to accumulate a sufficient base to ascend at the peak. It wouldn't be hard for him to pick a random nobody off the street and develop them into a current-era Grand Sage-level character with a few products, but that character would be weaker than Zhu Hiyai at his current level. They would even be weaker than Tua Bihan. Forget about 9 rings, they might not even reach 5 rings. Foundation and innate talent is important. This once more reaffirmed his decision to decide on people who've developed their own intents, such as Ying and Zhu Hiyai. They reeked of innate talent, lacking merely the foundation. With it, their growth and ascension through cultivation stages would be natural and perfect. This was why he never once gave his subordinates products that can directly increase their cultivation levels. But the King of Everlore was different from him. He didn't have the luxury, time, or ability to refine products with such extreme speed. If he wanted to wholeheartedly invest in a single individual, to produce a Zhu Hiyai during his mortal sovereign alchemist days, he would have needed to spend decades of his life. Wu Yu precisely lacked that foundation. Even if he reached the Mystic Ascendant realm, even if he created a star in the sky, his lack of talent and foundation gated his cultivation without the appropriate support. While he was thinking about these things, the world above was in utter chaos. Part 7 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.